before, that's the hard part. You sit there and like the waiting is the difficult part about it.
Now, we talked about how it could be a boon for Liquid to have run through the last chance qualifiers because they're warmed up, they're ready. But on the flip side of things, like you said, they've already pulled out all their stops. Is that going to come back to become a really big issue now that they've shown their entire hand? And these other teams that are fresher, that might have a little bit more of an edge over them, is that going to end up being a huge problem for them that they're too telegraphed now? They've had so much time to study them.
They've shown a lot. However, Liquid's hand that they've shown literally contains like all the cards in the deck almost. It's a very big hand that they have. They have so many strategies prepared. Like we often come back to, they have a big team behind them. They do a lot of prep work. They have, multiple coaches and analysts. So I think Liquid, while people understand how they play and what they do, it's also difficult to stop all of it. And I'm curious to see what's going to be priority for RNG. Are they going to be prioritizing stuff like Matus Lone Druid? How early would you prioritize that, for instance? He's had good impact on that lately, and sort of one of the only players who really pulls out the Lone Druid a lot. But against Liquid, maybe a respect target.
I mean, we saw, what was it, the other game where it was Faith Beyond's Broodmother slipped through the draft a couple times, and it was a big mistake because that man is just far too good with that hero, and definitely merited a respect ban, especially after the first game when they had some difficulties with it. But it'll be interesting to see, how, if you look at like picks and bans, whatnot, who's going to be the most contested, what are they most well known for, and who do you let slip through the draft? Because again, with Roll Never Give Up, we have not seen them recently playing, in any officials. We've seen, a little bit into their pub meta and whatnot, but it is still one of those things where, how are they going to play this patch? And is it going to have, regional biases? Is it going to have, biases just in terms of, we really like this hero, we're very good with this hero. So, that's something that a lot of the teams, I think, especially some of the newer teams, are going to kind of rely on some of those comfort picks, right?
Yeah, and they have a lot of, important comfort picks as well on their side. For me, I'm looking a lot towards RNG's mid player. They got Somnus, previously known as Maybe. He was for a long period of time, and I would say seen as probably the best, or maybe the best, mid player in the world. Like, a lot of mids respected him to a huge degree. And he still shines on a lot of flashy heroes. Queen of Pain and Puck come to mind for me when I think of him. And especially as Queen of Pain, he put a lot of hurt on people when we last saw them play their officials.
I feel like with the rise of Shadow Fiend becoming more and more popular, that's another one that you have to be very, very conscious about, especially when you have such good, talented mid players. Do you think, what do you think, who is the underdog, I guess, in this? Do you think Liquid's going to be the underdog going into this match against RNG?
On paper, they should be, right? Because they had to go through the last chance qualifiers, but I still somehow feel like this is a quite even matchup in my mind. I could, of course, be proven completely wrong here by RNG, but I think either team has pretty even chance of taking this. So I'm super excited to see how it's going to play out. But to me, there's no clear underdog, at least. I would definitely say that. Like, Liquid, they can stand against RNG, and RNG, they didn't have to go through a last chance qualifier, right? That's what they've got. So I think maybe I would give a slight edge to Liquid, actually, still. And that is me factoring in that I think they have momentum here coming in to the group stage.
We have seen how powerful momentum can be. This little team called Team Spirit comes to mind from last year's TI, where they went through the entire lower bracket. They just rode that momentum and managed to clinch it, become the victor. So there is a high possibility of that happening. I've read a lot of interviews. Was trying to find information about RNG, was having some difficulty, unfortunately, finding any sort of literature on them, but did read a couple of the Liquid interviews, and they said, including Insania, they're like, we just have to get out of our own way. Like, we're our own worst enemy. We have to have more confidence. Like, that's what it boils down to. We just need to play our style of Dota, which is very important. And like you said, they do have great support staff. I guess Blitz and Matu have been doing most of the draft together. Jerax has been analyzing all of the data, or rather the gameplay. So you have this good group. You just have to have that confidence.
Yeah, I think they have no reason not to be confident as well. And we see them start to get, if we think back to the group stage that we watched, of course, we talk a lot about last chance qualifiers here, but that's really what we got most recently on Liquid. They were looking good in the group stage already, and then looked quite strong throughout the playoffs as well. I think they seem confident. They seem to be performing at a good level. So we have some of the players now rejoining. By the way, we're still waiting to get it started here, but most of the players seem to be ready.
Yes, we promise we are not holding up this game. I know there's a couple people, I'm sure, that are saying, Caster, start the game. Trust me, we would love to get this started. This is a long day with lots and lots of Dota. We definitely want to get this show on the road, but do have a couple little issues just right now. It's going to be fine. We're just going to hang out and, get hyped, get excited for all this Dota that we're going to watch. Is there another match today in particular that you're super excited for, Wagga?
Oh, there are some good ones. EGOG was the first standout to me on the A stream, the last game of the day on the A stream at 18 SGT. We're gonna see EGOG, which you and I get to cast together as well, so that'll be a lot of fun. But for the entirety of the day, God, I haven't even had a chance to fully look at all the other matchups that we're not covering ourselves. But for us, we also got kind of blessed because we're getting Entity Spirit later, which will be hype. Like you said, Entity is a fun team to watch, but also Team Spirit, to me, is the team to look out, or not even look out for. They're their team to respect, right? So let's see what they can do. And we'll see them on this stream as well. They're coming up after the series.
It feels like Spirit's a good barometer in some ways, right? Because we've talked about, Entity kind of going throughout the, the DPC and how they were kind of the dark horse where people start to get more surprised. And then they weren't surprised as much. They was just expected that Entity would do well. They were doing so incredibly well. So getting the chance to go up against the former TI champions will be a good indicator of just maybe how good are these guys? Are they, one of the top contenders? Are they still, a little bit, what's the word? Not as bloodied. I can't think of the right phrase. Like they just don't have as much experience.
They haven't been tested as much in highest level, I would say, yet. I mean, they've had time to play a lot against the top teams, especially in Europe as a European team. But now it's international. You have to play on an international scale, which they played in Arlington, but they didn't get to play with a full team as well. They played with Saberlight back then. So getting to see them tested. I mean, the same goes for all the teams here, though, that they now get to play against teams from all around the world, and there are differences in styles, I would say. I would say that you can see a bit more crazy stuff coming out from South American Dota sometimes, very brave Dota, like an aggression that can catch you off guard sometimes. I think that NA generally, to me, is quite focused on the efficiency and their min-maxing. Their farming is quite good. Like individual player level and their efficiency in the game is super high. And then the best teams in NA will be coordinating extremely well as well. And then we have Liquid playing that European Dota, but Liquid are so strange. They're almost a bit strange even for a European team. They have different strategies from a lot of other teams. Like I said, they play that Lone Druid, they play the Life Stealer, which is not that common as well. Matumba is sort of the catalyst for some of the strange stuff that Liquid pull off.
I also think Zai has one of the biggest hero pools out of a lot of the players, so that gives them so much flexibility with their drafts.
Yeah, certainly. And then, speaking for Chinese scene as well, I would say the one thing that has almost always stood out about the Chinese scene in Dota is that there's a clear goal in mind and there's a clear idea with the draft, and they try to follow, an idea to execute, basically, which is usually very good, because if you have a good, well thought out strategy and then you just need to execute that, even if the opponents can see quite clearly what it's going to be, it can be hard to stop. Where some teams in other regions, you don't always see exactly how it's going to work out, but then it just does. But I would say China is generally more structured than the other regions.
Would you say, now I know A lot of pros will say that China is the region to watch. They feel like it's some of the strongest Dota. Would you agree with that statement? Because it does feel like you do see some very innovative things coming out there, and I know a lot of the pros do watch China in particular, but do you necessarily agree that that's the strongest region right now?
I kind of disagree actually, and isn't I think this is the TI that has the least Chinese representation out of all TIs, perhaps even. Like there's not as many Chinese teams as there used to be in the past, but the top teams are extremely strong. They're very, very powerful. But as an EU fanboy, I have to say I think EU is actually the strongest region. But you know, this is this is always a fun topic to have, strongest region topic. But I think there are definitely powerhouses in China. I don't know if they're the strongest region though.
EU caster bias confirmed coming over here with Mr. Wagamama.
I'm
But,
still scared
let's-
of LGD though. I have to say. I mean, they terrify me as much as I'm biased. LGD are, you know, they put the fear even into a EU fanboy like me.
I mean, they're terrifying. You know, everybody keeps saying they want to see Ame win a TI. This guy is so good, but just hasn't been able to do it yet. Looks like the mentality is good here over here on Liquid, though. They look pretty happy. They're just hanging out. They're relaxing. I think there's a bit of a PC issue for Xnova. Unfortunately, they're trying to sort it out. And then RNG, like you said, it just feels like the players, they're ready to go.
Yeah, we see the staff are standing around Xnova. Hopefully they can get things going for him. We're getting info that there's some network issue for Xnova right now, which is delaying it, but they're working to resolve that. Hopefully we can get going as soon as possible.
Yep. Looks like they just ran a test. Says that he appears to be back, so hopefully we can get into the draft fairly soon, and we won't have any more issues, because there is nothing worse, as every single one of us knows, when you're playing Dota, having network issues, and then, you know, getting lag, or having a disconnect, or what have you, so fingers crossed everything is going to be perfect, and we can get started soon.
Yeah, finally Xnova looked a little smile of relief there. Is, you know, feels good to get sorted. Liquid on the other hand, they're just sitting and having some banter. It seems good smiles around the boys here as they're waiting to get started. Also important to stay hydrated. You know, Zai got his water bottle. Make sure to drink. It's a long day. It's a long day with a lot of games, and the game is starting right now. We're getting into the draft.
Wait, was Matu still chewing gum while he was drinking his water?
I think he does. I think he chews gum while he plays as well. I don't think he stops. I haven't seen a stopping point.
Hopefully his teammates don't have to listen to him chomp too loudly there. But it looks like we are going to get the draft started very, very soon. Big, exciting time here, because this is our first match over here on the B stream. We've got so many more games coming up. And, yeah, this is going to be a banger, honestly.
Yeah, hyped to get into it, hyped to see what they're going to reveal. Yeah, I'm just staring at the draft already as it's beginning. Let's see who will reveal something big first between RNG and Liquid here.
I feel like we're going to see an Enigma ban. I feel like that is a hero that just, it's too, what's the word? It's just one of those heroes that can change fights so easily. Like, one good black hole can change the entire course of a game. And it seems like a hero that they don't want to see, but they don't want to see the Nyx Assassin coming out from RNG. That is something that they are fond of.
Yeah, the Primal Beast and Marcy have both been removed, by the way, which is not too unexpected. I mean, these heroes have been dominating a lot lately. They're, like I said, strength heroes that are tough to deal with right now. Current Dota is in a stage where you draft a lot of really strong frontliners and then some crucial backliner, like a sniper even we saw earlier, being played. When you have a lot of big frontliners, you can get away with a greedy hero on there. Just like you said, Enigma.
If he wasn't banned, he was gonna get picked, because I know that's actually the one of the top bans for Liquid, that they do not like to see that Enigma, and it's pretty popular. I think RNG too on this particular patch during officials like banned it 6 times or something. So letting the Undying slip was just a little bit too scary, it seems, for RNG. So they'll let the Enigma go through.
Yeah, also feels good for Liquid. They set up this Enigma pick with the Nyx ban, because Nyx is a hero you don't really want to run Enigma against. It's so annoying. You can get stunned by the Midnight Pulse by Carapace. Also, Malefice is very bad against Nyx. So it's nice that they prepped this pick as well a little bit. And RNG gonna go with another pretty common draft strategy, just opening up with the Chen straight away.
Yeah, I believe they have a 66% win rate with Chen when they pick it up, so it's not surprising to see them pick it up right and early. It's also one of those heroes that, you know, is supposed to dominate the lane quite well, lends itself very excellently to any sort of pushing. And we see, like, some of the players, I think, who is it? Is it Moon? No, Dubu. Dubu comes to mind as when he plays as Chen, just because of the fact he gets such weird auras. Like, he gets such unusual creeps a lot of the times, not just, you know, straight up centaurs or something. Like, he goes for, like, all the different auras to help them with push and fighting, and then sends those creeps over to other lanes to help out if people are having difficulty. So I'll be interested to see which creeps get picked up on this Chen.
Yeah, there's a bit of randomness to it, but it's the sign tail of a good Chen player is how they can utilize what they get presented with. A very common good hero or good creep to find, though, in my opinion, is the Ogre Magi, that's so underestimated in a lot of games. Just the Frost Armor can keep your cores really safe, and even your supports can be surprisingly hard to bring down when you have it. Liquid going for a bit of wombo combo draft here already, the Enigma and the SF. This is very reminiscent of that Faceless Void SF game that we watched ourselves, where big ultimates dictated the late game. But a hero that will be happy about these big ultis is going to be the Rubik.
Yeah, there are quite a few ultimates and nice spells that he can steal already on the board. You have to be aware that, you know, Rubik does make the lane. You've got one really strong laner right in the form of Chen, but then you have Rubik who tends to be a little bit more defensive. So something to keep in mind during these drafts. The Shadow Fiend has been ticking up more and more. We've seen it a ton in the Last Chance Quals with the way that it's been changed around with some of those raises. I'm curious to see, because you have flexibility on this, right? Is this Shadow Fiend going to be going to the mid lane? Do you think that's going to be, you know, a Mickey Shadow Fiend, or, you know, are they going to try to move it into the safe lane?
I think they usually play it mid, I would say, more so. Matumba Man, I'm expecting that they're leaving his hero a little bit. And look at RNG even banning out the Pudge, you know, respecting some heroes. Sniper gets banned out here by Team Liquid. Try to remove some heroes that are annoying for Enigma to deal with, that can just kill him without getting too close, or be very difficult to black hole just because he's so far back.
So do you go for something like a Lina, knowing that, you know, you've got a Shadow Fiend picked up in the mid lane that's going to give you a lot of reach? It's going to be able to give you spam to go for, like, LSAs, whatever he's trying to go for last hits.
Yeah, I think you can definitely go for Lina. I also would like to mention, while Kaka plays a fantastic Rubik, and this is probably going to be a support, Rubik is also a hero that you could play core if there's good enough reason to do so against an SF and Enigma, possibly some other good spells down the line. You could have the idea of flexing him towards the mid lane. As we talked about SF being a potential flex pick, the same is a little bit true in RNG, though I don't expect it, but that's also the value, right? It could be unexpected.
That is indeed. I've got bad memories of seeing the Rubik mid. That was very popular in South America, like, patches ago, though, like, not recently. But a lot of the teams feeling like, oh, you know, this is such a good hero because of the heroes that they have. But it always felt like a bait. It felt like whenever these teams would pick up the Rubik, Chris Luck played a ton of that for a while, actually, on Beast Coast. And it just never ended up working out for them. It just became too much of a liability after a point. But again, do you have that option? You have that flexibility. Might like to see something a little bit more traditional, though, I think, going over to the side of RNG.
Yeah, it's very skill dependent and very execution dependent. And I agree. Something more stable would be recommended, I think. And they're going to go with Queen. Again, Somnus Queen is insanely strong, and so is Mika's Queen. So you could, if you expect that this SF could be safe lane, it's a bit of a block as well.
That will give them some nice mobility. It's going to be able to put pressure on the map. And it's also a hero that jumps into the back lines and tries to mess with that Enigma, who could be very, very pesky for them. So I like this pickup.
I want to say that I like something they did with it too. When they picked the Queen, they banned the Lone Druid first. Lone Druid is one of the hardest heroes for Queen to deal with, just because he has a huge HP pool, and yeah, that's basically it. He's just a massive HP pool, and he keeps healing himself when the bear attacks things. And Queen wants to have heroes that she can, you know, theoretically burst to a decent degree, or just with the help of one hero quickly bring down. He also doesn't care about being silenced when you blink on him to a very large extent. So, smart thing to ban out Matumba's Lone Druid there.
I'm curious now because we do get the Tusk pickup. That's going to be very, very handy being able to kind of dodge a lot of spells. Dodging the Sonic Wave comes to mind, or the bigger ones there. But also we'll be able to have that rotation too. So I like the idea of having these sort of heroes that have the save, but are also able to put out pressure during the laning phase. If you know that Queen of Pain has gone and just been too aggressive, you teleport in and you punish her for using that blink, which I think is a nice option.
Yeah, I also like the ice shards if they want to run Enigma and Tusk together in lane. That's something that you can definitely use, but Team Liquid are also a team that are not shy to run Enigma and Tusk as a support combo. They could totally do that. And they're just building into the one combo. Look at them having 3 BKB piercing disables right now. And then an SF on top of it. Like, this is going to be a hard game not to get chain stunned and died for RNG. So I would like to see more ideas of breaking this combo for them. Sure, they have Rubik and they have Chen to try and out-heal, but you can only out-heal so much. If everything goes down, you're going to need something to stop the execution from Liquid.
This feels like a Rubik's dream right now when you look at all the spells that are available for him to steal. My goodness.
Just overwhelm him with, you know, there's too much to choose from. He's going to have a tough time holding spell steal for the Enigma Black Hole, because there's going to be an RP going down, or, you know, Tusk going in with a snowball could also be a great steal.
So what do you think is the most value spell here for Rubik to get? Because obviously there's these big ultimates that are obviously amazing, but there's also a lot of value in being able to have a save, like maybe taking that snowball or whatnot.
I think the biggest sleeper spell that I think is super good, honestly, is probably Skewer, especially if you have Blink on Rubik. He can catch people from so far away with a lift into a counter Skewer. Some flashbacks from last year's TI, we saw that a little bit, you know. And picking Magnus into Rubik is kind of funny after watching True Sight, right? And thinking about, I need more Lincolns, 1 more Lincolns, three Lincoln spheres, guys, then I can do my play. But I want to say, if you play Magnus against Rubik, perhaps the best idea is to not heavily rely on being that blink initiation and just try and get, you know, BKB and be able to play on the front line, and eventually an opportunity will come to use your spells instead of trying to blink in initiate and just only getting lifted immediately. Telekinesis is too strong against that.
I do like the pickup of the Centaur. It's going to enable them to have more initiation or de-escalation. Also gives you a very solid lane. The Rubik Centaur lane, always a classic. Being able to just pick people up, drop them into a stomp, and put the damage down. Because that is something that Enigma's going to have to be very, very careful of in that bottom lane. He's got to really, you know, position himself where the Eidolons are mostly doing what they need to do. Careful not to feed them, obviously. But if he gets a little too close, he's going to get punished very heavily by RNG.
Looks like they're picking Matu's hero last here. Everyone was looking towards Matu and kind of smiling. And yeah, it's going to be a Slark with Empower from Magnus. The moment you saw the Magnus, then a melee carry is probably what they're going to go with. And fits pretty well. You can certainly steal a lot of stacks from Centaur, but the lane is a bit risky. Slark has low HP in laning stage, and Centaur can do a lot of damage with double edge too.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of harassment coming out, and there's going to have to be a lot of regen. And oh, they go right for that Ursa. This is a fast-paced draft coming out from the side of RNG, and with pretty low cooldowns as well. Are you nervous for Liquid looking at this draft?
I would say that it's certainly a very potent draft from RNG. I don't know if I would say I'm nervous, but both teams seem to have gotten sort of what they wanted going into this draft. RNG's looks a little bit more execution dependent to me, whereas Team Liquid, yeah, they have this big one combo, and to do it perfectly takes certain execution, but they also have so many big spells. They even even if only one or two of them lands in the fight, then that can be devastating. The big story is going to be the carries for me here. Ghost or Matumba, how good laning stage are they going to get to have? But Ursa against Magnus, that's a pretty good lane for Ursa.
Yeah, I think it'll be very dependent too. Like you said, you've got the Slark who has lower HP, so the harassment that's going to be coming out will be pretty fierce. And then again, over with the mid lane, do have, you know, the Shadow Fiend that's going to be playing over there, the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is going to be more active than a Shadow Fiend, generally speaking. She's going to also be trying to put pressure down early. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting early game to see who comes out on top and who tends to be the more aggressive or who tends to be a little bit more out of place in some cases.
Yeah, I'm expecting probably RNG to be just the tempo driver a little bit more, but that's a lot because of X-Nova being on Chen. I mean, that hero, in my opinion, has to have huge impact in the first 30 minutes, because after that, he does get reduced a little bit to just being possibly some ancient creep for aura, and then carrying, you know, the heal and a mech perhaps, but it becomes hard to keep your creeps alive and have big impact with them the later the game goes, especially against Empower.
God, I was just looking at one of the stats. One of the player has like a win-loss ratio of like 6,000 to like 4,000 or something. Oh my goodness. I always love these stats when they pop up.
Yeah, as we head into the game. Yeah, the pre-game stats, you know, good way to intimidate your opponents before you start. Works in pubs, works in pro games too. Let's go.
Yeah, it's nothing like loading into your game and seeing, you know, the master tier techies player, and you're like, oh god. Here we go into the first game of RNG versus Liquid.
Yeah,
And
we see
we
Liquid
start
going
with
up
the smoke.
for deep wards here. Both teams planting their wards, but not seeing each other there. Nobody really getting information on where the wards are placed.
Everybody playing a little bit safe here. You can see they're inching forward towards one another, but
Yeah, you also have Slark standing there. He sees everything. He's just, you know, standing there with his night vision, kind of having a good time watching over Chalice.
that is a good point now that we start off in the nighttime, which I kind of like that change. Did you like that when it happened?
I think it made it more exciting going to the runes, and the fight for bounty runes became more exciting and less like, oh, there they are, let's back off. Now you kind of go ships in the dark, which I like. But Slark, of course, he sees them coming up. He's going to back out here.
Feels like pretty good positioning here for RNG, so they'll be able to snap up 3 of those bounty runes.
Yeah, nice to get a little bit of a lead. Usually the most impactful for mid lane, honestly, and could make the mid lane slightly more difficult for the SF. I think Queen needed a little bit of an advantage because the matchup is, I would say, SF favored now.
So how would you like to see Somnus play this lane here against Mickey, since they do have the advantage on the Shadow Fiend?
I like what he's doing already. He's sitting back, not allowing for a race to hit him and the creeps immediately. Normally what SFs want to do is land one race on you when the lane starts and then keep that race debuff on you. But he sat back, didn't allow that, and respects the level 1 timing of SF. He's already strong from level 1.
So are we going to see a fairly passive mid lane for the time being with coming out from Somnus?
Might be a bit farm oriented, but he could also go 2 points dagger and try to be contesting the mid win. So far he's playing the lane beautifully, as we expect.
So I'm a little surprised here because we do end up seeing Kaka down here on the Rubik with Ghost. We're not seeing the same, you know, wombo combo. Not really wombo combo, just like the general combo of like the Rubik and the Centaur that tends to be very popular and strong. Do we like this setup? I mean, it makes sense, right? You want to be able to have a range support generally.
Yeah, there's a reason why they want to have the Rubik bottom as well, is that Fade Bolt is very, very good against the Eidolons. Not necessarily to kill them, but just to bring down all the damage. Fade Bolt takes away a lot of their damage output. Oh, we got skewered.
Kaka's looking like he's going to be the first blood. Zai chasing after him. Kaka trying to break some ankles here in the tree line. Zai decides that he's had enough. They'll turn their attention over to Ghost. This would be a great kill if they're able to get it. Now both of them sitting so very low.
Oh, the
Not
stun?
much for mana. They'll feed the mango over to Zai. Couple of those hits off, need a little bit more, and they just don't quite have it. So this bottom lane, already an absolute brawl.
Yeah. And while they were fighting bottom, there's also fights going on the other lanes. Mid, they traded down quite low. SF gonna get the bottom rune now, and Queen has a bottle ready for a top rune as well. She's just making sure she denies a bit before going there. And top lane also had a bit of a scuffle. The Tusk with tag team is, of course, happy to try and trade hits.
Does feel like they're fairly survivable in the top lane for RNG. Again, whenever you have that tag team, does prove to be very sketchy trying to move forward a lot of the times. But when you've got something like a Centaur here, and Xnova again does have to be a little bit careful in his positioning, but
Oh, please.
it doesn't feel super scary just yet.
Let's hope that this is not issues for Xnova. He's saying settings. Okay, that's fine. That should be fast then. I was worried we were going to have another pause here for them, but seems everything is fine. They're just going into it again.
We've got the Cobalt Foreman picked up for Xnova, so that little speed aura gonna come in handy, give him a little bit of a boost.
Yeah, it's very nice for Centaur as well. He can run up to people and catch them a little bit more easily with the Stomp, or get away from people in time.
I always like this creep because a lot of the times when you're playing Crystal Main, you're just so slow and you're like, oh, all of a sudden I'm a little bit speedier. Feels good.
Yeah, it's a quality of life creep to have with you as well. Definitely not the best creep though. He would have preferred to find something else early in the small camp, but he made the best of what he could do.
For sure. Sometimes that's all you can hope for.
Yeah, he gets a better
Right
one
now?
though.
Well, what did he pick up?
He takes the Hill Troll Priest. That's a good one to have. The heal can be very useful.
He's got the little bit of piercing too. That was a recent change. Courier ends up getting sniped over on the side, so Foxy not going to be able to have that for a little bit. And now we are seeing the Tusk make the rotation for the 4 minutes. So I'm curious to see if they want to take it. There it is. There is kill over on Kaka. This is the second time that Zai was able to jump in like that and find the opening. Although the first time they weren't able to quite finish off Kaka.
Yeah, Kaka just got a little bit too close there, and the aggressive skewer forward. Zai, by the way, going for an interesting build on his Magnus after getting that first blood. He goes and buys the Ring of Health, so he's gonna have a bit of regen in the lane as well.
I feel like this makes sense just because of the fact that you know that Ghost is going to try to, you know, stack up some of those Fury Swipes. Like you can see already in the bottom lane, he just runs at him, slaps him a couple times, and then just goes back to hitting the creeps, just to kind of keep him on his toes. So it's a nice pickup.
Yeah, it's nice. I'm curious to see if he's going to use this to upgrade it perhaps even to a Vanguard, or if he just wants to keep it as a casual ring as well in laning stage. Completely fair to do either here. I think you don't want to delay your big items though, so I'd probably not say a Vanguard. It doesn't guarantee safety anyway against Ursa. Eventually he does kill you, the Fierce Swipe build-up.
So what are you thinking for the first item on Magnus here?
I think you might just go like into a Mana Boots build here, and then we could see an early Lotus later on down the road, but like go Mana Boots into Blink Dagger perhaps from here.
Right now, Centaur having a great time in the top lane, 35-9, and Ghost in the bottom lane, the Ursa, 35-4. So things are looking very nicely for all three of the cores, honestly, on the side of RNG.
Yeah, I have to say their last hits are amazing. They have 9 denies, 9 denies, and 4 denies versus only 5 denies total on Liquid. The only one with any denies is Shadow Fiend on mid lane. There's been no denies on the side lanes coming out from the cores, that is. So definitely the RNG players are getting a bit of a lead here. They're almost 2,000 gold ahead despite dying once.
That is pretty wild. Do you see that the haste rune is bottom, so Mickey will be able to go snap that up. Curious to see if they want to make any sort of plays. Top lane, a little bit more harassment over onto Matumba Man. Doesn't, is gonna be forced to use that salve. Doesn't want to pop those stick charges just yet, but
he's almost past
the
the crucial points for you, right? Like playing Slark against Centaur, the difficult part is until you get level 6. When once Slark is level 6, he gets super happy, so he just has to keep surviving, but every single chance Chalice gets, he will use double edge on him, and It'll be dangerous. Mickey with a haste.
Mickey coming up here with that haste, and they'll go use the Stampede. Chalice doesn't want to have to deal with this. He'll get hit with a raise. Another one on top of that. Tried to go into the tree line. Shards, though, not quite land. There it is, the final hit coming into play now. They end up losing Chalice thanks to the haste rune, and in the other lane, they get another kill. Looks like they'll barely be able to teleport Zai out here.
Yeah, what a clutch TP out as well. But that was a nice rotation for Liquid. They need to get these kills. Matumba looking for Xnova here.
Starts giving them the clicks. Snowballs there from Boxy. And yeah, that's just a nice quick kill going over to the side of Liquid.
This is so funny to see. Like, they're 3,000 gold behind, but they're 4 kills ahead versus 0. Mid, trying to bring down Mickey now.
They were trying, but they're going to end up losing Kaka first. They'll go for the wave. And they'll be able to finish off Mickey. Not going to be able to quite finish off Boxy. And again, they do have the Enigma over on the side. So Somnus does have to be a bit careful.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage from those Eidolons, but he can just back out. He's going to be fine. And they get their first kill on the board, which they desperately need. Queen is a hero that's going to be very kill dependent in this game, especially going for that triple point in Shadow Strike. That's the only reason they managed to kill the SF, by the way, is that she did commit for the Shadow Strike build. So this is less of a farming build, but it also makes her weaker against the Eidolons at this point. She can't really kill them easily.
That's a good point. 8-minute rune spawns. It is indeed bottom. It's a double damage, and looks like they'll try to hold that for Mickey. Somnus does try to make a little bit of rotation. Just gonna go for the D ward. So Mickey will more than happy pick up that double damage. In the top lane, this pressure on Matu is intense. Does have the level 6 now at least, so feeling perhaps a little bit safer.
Yeah, Matu's gonna be able to be fine. He has to watch out though. The creep can get vision here.
Indeed. He's got they're gonna chase after him. They want to get the body blocks off. They'll be able to just hold him down. One more hit will do the trick. Can they get over there fast enough though? He's breaking these ankles.
Running.
He's going all the way around.
God.
He actually is gonna survive thanks to Boxy being able to throw out the shards. Beautifully done.
Yeah, and a seamless move through the jungle there. Matumba knew exactly the path he wanted to take, cut the tree, and kept running. He didn't stop a single time stuttering in the tree line there. That was a very smooth escape by his Slark.
Feels like he's thinking about round 2. Does ping out. He's like, I think there's something over here for vision. Be curious to see if they keep going. Sania, though, on the bottom lane, getting chased after by Ghost. It's a bear hug to death in the bottom river spawn, so it's the first pickup, the first kill here for Ghost.
Yeah, he's getting a kill before he even finishes up the defusal. That's when he's really gonna start having high kill potential, but that's a good start for him. And for now, seems like RNG want to start playing around their queen a little bit more. They're moving Kaka and queen together here. They have the queen ulti.
They're smoked up. They're hoping to perhaps put the pressure down on Zai. Zai realizing, though, hasn't seen people in a while. So is backing off a little bit. Kaka, smoke will pop. He's going to walk right into Zai immediately. Somnus jumping forward there. Gonna get hit back. The skewer, the lift. Somnus. Okay, they go for the RP, and they're going to try to teleport out, and I don't believe they have anything to cancel it, so it's a lot of time being spent here from the side of RNG that they don't actually get anything out from it, so Liquid has to be quite pleased.
Oh, Kaka, to be level 6, the dream, right? He's only a level 4.5 Rubik. If he had the spell steal there, that escape wouldn't be possible. Still a nice lift from him, though, and they force out the RP. But Sai is going to be completely happy with surviving there. Seems he opted to go for the power treads, by the way, on Magnus, which is leaning into the whole be tanky and be on the front line idea. I'm gonna go blink right afterwards.
Now, I am a little concerned, right? Because Matu did have a bit of a rough lane. He was constantly being harassed. So he's sitting quite behind this Earth, about 2,000 behind. How difficult is it going to be for him to get back on this board? Granted, yes, they have, they'll have the Empower. They can kind of work with him on that, boost up the gold that he can get. But it does feel a little bit worrisome because Slark, not necessarily the best farmer.
Not the best, but he's also decent. Oh, catches Chen. I don't know if they can kill, though. Nice end snare.
I don't know. They're really chasing after him. They'll go for the Stampede. Matu backing off. Shadow Strike, but rest of Liquid. All 4 of these heroes over in the mid lane, ready to provide support.
Nice use of end snare there to keep the Shadow Fiend away from the Chen, so not letting him get close enough for the races. A lot of little skirmishes here, but yeah, the comeback of Matu, I think, is highly dependent on how well his team is doing. So it is going to be a bit of, you know, how well can they create the space for him. Slark farms fast if uncontested, but if he's being oppressed by RNG and they're taking over more of the map, it can be difficult.
Zai getting closer and closer for that Blink Dagger. Currently the top net worth on the side of Liquid, but Ghost is sitting very pretty here. 5.7k at about 12 minutes in. And the pressure is on over on the mid tower.
Is under attack.
Yeah, big impact this game is the Shadow Fiend only being 4.3k net worth at 12 minutes. He's definitely behind where you expect an SF to be at this point. So again, Somnus good laning stage, and showing why he's so respected as a mid laner. I mean, Mickey is no slouch when it comes to mid laning, but Somnus is definitely a beast.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Couple more clicks, that'll be the end of the mid tower. And that's going to open up the map even further, which is very important for this draft from RNG. Bottom lane, though, Diffusal is completed. Forces Zai to skewer away, but in comes Somnus. He's got a double damage. They don't want to let him get out of here, so they use that Sonic Wave to finish him off.
Radiant structure.
Yeah, they used the RP, or used the Sonic Wave to stop the RP. Maybe they could have let him RP even with the end rage from Ursa. He could probably still have killed him afterwards, but they don't do that, and they get a kill. I mean, Somnus probably wanted to last it as well. Let's be real. Queen needs kills.
Right. Top lane, they go for the black hole. Oh no.
Dire's bottom
Only, you know, only a Chinese teams will not tip you after a moment like that, I feel. What is this? How does he not get a single tip from that? Insane, yeah. Tries for a catch there, but they get away.
Oh, that always feels bad when you whiff something like that. But,
Yeah.
you know, you have to take these risks sometimes. You hope that they land, and unfortunately for them, Chalice just a little bit too fast on that button to get away.
Yeah, Chalice had the Tumbler's Toy as well as the Stampede, so he can be a hard hero to catch. He can be very, very, very speedy. You kind of wish you had Tumbler's Toy and Enigma yourself on the side of Liquid, because that's pretty much the best item you can find.
This
Seems
is
they
what we
do
were
have it,
talking.
but they have it on Tusk. Surprising they're not putting on Enigma for that black hole.
Well, now that they've taken that mid tower, this opens up a lot of space. So Ghost is going to be able to go take this Roche fairly quickly. Having that toughness aura always very, very useful. And the Blink Dagger is completed over on Chalice, so it is on. They have hit a really good timing here over on the side of RNG, and they are just putting their pedal to the metal.
Yeah, they have an insane power spike right now. The Diffusal is ready, the mech is up on Chen, you have your Blink Dagger on Ursa flying out as well as the Blink that you mentioned on Centaur. So right now they can go as 5, and I do not see a way that Liquid can fight them at all. They're not close to hitting a power spike. Checking across the board for Liquid what items they really have right now, it's not much. They have the Blink on Magnus, which is great, but SF is still just building with that Dragonlance and Ogre Axe trying to go into BKB, so he's not quite fight ready. Tusk has nothing yet, and Slark only has a Falcon Blade and a Blade of Alacrity, so right now RNG are in the driver's seat. Liquid are reacting.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's not too much they can do. They have these, you know, excellent ultimates, but the problem is Zai lands this great reverse polarity, but you either have to be in the perfect position to take advantage of it right now, or it just doesn't do enough damage.
Tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think Liquid have a very tough team fight to execute right now just due to the item disadvantage and the existence of Rubik, right? Rubik can mess with initiation quite a lot, especially before items like Link and Sphere come out to stop him. Liquid not really gonna commit for the tier 2 bottom. Seems like we might see a little bit of a smoke move here from RNG.
They know that there's no one in the woods up in the dire portion, so they're gonna hunt to see if perhaps they can run into some other Liquid heroes, like Snova dropping the ward on top. Chalice leading the way. There is still Zai over on the side in the jungle, but they're gonna shift their attention over to the side here. Chalice waiting patiently, trying to see if his smoke's gonna pop. Does have that Blink Dagger, but Liquid's doing a great job of just dodging them the entire time.
This is what they have to do. They have to, you know, really embrace their team name and shape themselves after the game they're in here. So Magnus is going to farm the enemy jungle quite aggressively, and then they need to have heroes on the side lanes because the push is coming mid, and that tier 2 tower, it will be a difficult one to defend.
Zai is going to teleport in, though, so they're looking for a fight. Do have the black hole if they want to try. RNG splitting up. Very aware that if they're clumped together, they're going to get punished for it by the side of Liquid. But Insania, again, still fairly poor here. Doesn't have any means to get into these fights other than, you know, Zai getting a really nice initiation with the reverse polarity.
A nice thing for Liquid is that they have this ult, the Stark.
Oh, okay, alright, they found Matu. Ghost is going to go and Rage, just back off.
They forced the Slark ulti, nothing too major, trading the Slark ulti for the Ursa ulti. But Slark night vision right now, look at it, he can see the Centaur, he's keeping tabs on them. I was going to mention how he's a big advantage when you want to split and play around the opponents. The vision advantage is going to be real. He also dewarded the RNG ward, so RNG are playing not blind right now, but they don't have that much vision to back up their aggression.
Are scanning.
Yeah, it does feel a bit odd when you consider the fact that, you know, Ghost has this Aegis, and I'm sure they want to be aggressive, right? Because they hit such a great power spike, but they're just not finding anything. Nothing, Liquid is just not presenting themselves for these altercations.
Yeah, Liquid are understanding that now is not the time to fight. They're only 4k behind in gold, which doesn't sound like a massive deficit, but their timings are just far away. They need BKB. You know, BKB is one of those items where the build-up can feel okay to average, but not amazing. And then when it's complete, that's a huge spike.
And look at the way that they're collapsing. Yeah, they pinged out that they saw Matumba Man, and they ended up with an Insania. Which, again, Matu's got to be happy that his support tanked the gank for him, but they are just actively hunting him currently.
Yeah, the Enigma is the consolation prize here for looking for the Slark, but meanwhile, though, the move towards top, Zai wants to get Skewer.
They can see X Nova, follow up. Yeah, that's just a very dead X Nova, but look at these TPs coming out. They see this happening. There's a little bit of that fear coming from the Requiem. Chase forward, though. The jump forward from Chalice. The clicks coming out from Somnus. Mickey looks like he's going to pop it. Now the chase is on after Zai. Goes for the RP, but he gets picked up by Kaka immediately. There it is. There's that Requiem. Like we talked about, it gets cut down by Chalice. And Somnus, hoping he can get his hands on the Tusk. Not going to be able to quite close the gap. But during all this, Aegis does end up getting reclaimed. And multiple dead over on the side of Liquid.
Wow, that is huge though for RNG again. They bait with the Chen. I mean, him farming under tower even, I would still consider bait, because anytime you're farming a lane as Chen, you don't really care that much if you die. You're not high impact if you do happen to go down. And they get 2 core hero kills.
These are some big picks if they want to get it. There is the Matumba Man over on the side. They have a general idea where he's playing, but looks like RNG just gonna group up a little bit again. Maybe shift their way up through the jungle and keep control of this area.
RNG want to group up, but they also want to wait for the next Roche timing, it seems, before they take too many buildings. So now they're just using the slight space advantage they have by having removed that tier 2 tower. So they're farming very aggressively in the enemy jungle, whereas Liquid, they just kind of make the most they can out of the space they have. They do have Blink now on Tusk, so he's a little bit more fight ready.
I'm curious though how these fights go for Liquid. If they do, you know, they can't take a full 5v5 at this point, it feels like, because they are behind in terms of net worth. They're getting stronger, but still not quite there yet. So is it worth it to do something like grab a smoke, try to grab a pick off, or do you want to just continue to just stay separated and farm the way that they're doing?
Now is the timing. Now is the timing to take fights. They just got 4 staff finished up on Magnus. So he has Blink 4, so you have Blink on Tusk just finishing up, and you have BKB flying out for the SF. You hit a very, very big power spike right now. And of course you have the Diffus a little while back on the Slark as well. So I would say now they want to go and take an engagement, and that's what we're going to see. They smoke up all 5.
Tumboman leading the charge is going to possibly run into Kaka. Kaka's positioning here, trying to make sure that he can tank any sort of ganks. Goes for the use of the Requiem there, as now the follow-up though, as there's the lift over into Zai. Kaka trying to run away, does end up getting held into place, but the Khan comes out with the heals. Good Sonic Wave pushing them back, but they're trying to just save Ghost as he's trying to run away. The Black Hole though gets used over onto the Ursa. That's a dead Ursa. As the follow-up now from Boxy, they see X Nova give off a couple of those clicks, will be able to finish him off.
I think RNG had to respect that Rubik got caught out there. He was trying for a cute play with the SF ulti to fear them away when they smoked, but they were not close enough to him. They wrapped around. And if Rubik gets caught, they're in trouble. He's literally the most important player on the field because of all these ultimates from Liquid. You can just see it. The SF goes in, channels his ulti, the Black Hole immediately comes in. And this is all because they brought down Rubik, then they know they can go for the big plays here.
Yeah, that was definitely the moment where Liquid could feel comfortable making those big team fights, but it's like RNG. They're ready. They're getting right back out there on the field. There is a lot of ultimates that got used in the fight. They did not use the RP, though. So they still have that in their back pocket. But I would not be surprised to see RNG perhaps make some plays, try to get a pick off, knowing that some of these larger ultimates are now down.
Yeah, RNG might want to go on at the same time though. They're 550 away for BKB on Ursa, so I think he probably will just keep farming. But the rest of them, the four, could go together and look for a fight. Looks like they're just reclaiming the map a little bit.
I was about to say, yeah, I do like the way that they're playing pretty closely around one another. Still allowing Ursa to farm, work on that BKB, but also in position if they do decide they want to fight. And they do actually end up smoking on the side of Liquid.
It's important. Roche has already spawned, so they knew that Roshan might be up right now, and you don't want to give a free Roche here, so they're staying aggressive.
Alright, Matu. There's the blink 4 from Boxy immediately over onto X Nova. He's just absolute toast. Not going to be able to survive that.
Bring him down fast, and now they can position for dewarding around Roche. I don't think they go straight Roche. They have the Slark. Use that advantage to deward.
Okay. There's jump for oh, a little bit faster here from Zai. Goes for the RP, pushes Ghost completely away from the rest of the team. The snowball comes through. They get the punch off. Ghost not looking too healthy. He is going to be the first casual. Kaka on the back line. It's clicked down by Matu. And now there it is. A big sonic wave, but just not quite enough. No, that last little bit will be able to take down Matu. Blink from Somnus, and they'll be able to escape over on the side of RNG, but they lost Ghost and they lost Kaka again.
Yeah. Matu wasn't quite ready for this Orchid reveal. The Orchid and Witchblade in combination with the Sonic Wave. So much damage, and the Soul Rend, the Soul Burn at the end, brings him down. So he didn't get his ulti out on Slark. He has to be very early, I think, with his ulti now playing into this lineup where there's going to be Centaur, there's going to be lifts from Rubik, and there's going to be Queen with Silence. So probably going to have to be a little bit less greedy on holding it.
I know that they definitely want to get into that Roche pit. Do we see them go for something like a smoke play on the side of RNG to try to solidify the chance that they're able to... Oh, okay, never mind, I answered my own question. Yes, they
yes.
will.
Yes, we do. But they have Eidolons, and they have ways to get information over on the Roche pit. Nobody's going in there yet, so RNG want to get a kill and then go into Roche.
They're taking their sweep, but they don't end up finding anyone. So they'll take back the outpost.
Yeah, thus revealing that they were indeed smoked, but Liquid already seemed very aware of that. I like Boxy's move here, sticking around top.
Smoke ends up breaking on the Ursa. Somnus recognizing that, putting out a little bit of pressure, but Boxy just teleports away. So all of Liquid now know they're in the Roche pit. They also have the black hole if they want to go in and use it.
5 seconds RP. They have a lot of big ultis coming off. SF ulti is also back.
Gonna try to clean up some of these Chen armies. Matu pouncing in immediately. BKB from Ghost. Jump over onto Mickey on the back lines. There it is. Matu, he snatches it up, grabs himself that Aegis. Hand of God comes off, and there's the black hole getting used over on Chalice. Ends up deleting, but now X Nova is left behind. Couple clicks, he'll be the next one to fall. Kaka with that steal is gonna be able to teleport out.
Looks like Ghost is gonna be able to get away as well. He's running up. Mid lane, Matu just chasing down. Beautiful play from Matu, just going into the pit, using his ulti immediately after the Dark Pact ends. And if Roche is that low, there's not much you can do to get rid of a Slark there. And he provided the information around Roche pit for the rest of Liquid to take a good fight.
Yeah, that was absolutely the best move here when you consider the fact that not only did they snatch up the Aegis, oops, on this, he blinks away, but they grabbed themselves the Aegis, they didn't lose it in the fight even.
Yeah, still lasted to RNG at least, so he got something, and they did get the Requiem of Soul stolen on Rubik. While he did use it, it's coming off cooldown in only 1 minute from now. It's a great spell to have. If he can finish Blink Dagger before it comes off cooldown, he can make a Blink Telekinesis ulti play, which is really dangerous.
Oh, no. It's gonna get horn tossed though by Zai into Matu. He's gonna try to charge away, cannot do it. Another kill here from Matumba Man.
This man has 8 permanent Agi already on his Slark, so he's very happy. Now with the Aghanim Scepter as well as the Aegis, he wants to fight non-stop.
Oh, X-Nova, oh no, it's a bait though, they jump right back in. They should be able to go and pop the Aegis on Matu. Boxy standing on the low ground. What's this happening? Ghost finds Insania. They're waiting patiently. They're gonna try to just get the secondary kill over onto Matu, but he pops the Shadow Dance. Gonna try to make it out there. Still holding on to the Blink and the Stampede. If Chalice decides he wants to try to go for this, but the rest of the team sitting a little far back. We'll be able to get the silence off over onto Zai. Mickey joining in again. The defusal is gonna get you, so go use the Heaven's Halberd over onto Matu. Matu running away.
Yeah, has that shard for extra safety. The Depth Shroud keeping him safe there. And maybe they could have caught there. Chalice didn't use his Tumbler's Toy before he blinked in, so he could probably have reached that stun there. But he used it as well instead to jump out afterwards.
Felt like RNG wanted to put the pressure over onto the tier 2, but they're going to back off for the time being. They've regained this area, taking it away from Team Liquid, forcing Team Liquid to the bottom area of the map.
It was so crucial that they brought down this Aegis. When Matuma went aggressive there, that they stopped him, got the Aegis killed, even though you didn't bring down Matu. This gained them a lot of like rights to have this top area. Now Liquid can't play like bullies anymore. They are going to go for bottom part of the map though. We might see RNG going contested as they have Basher finished on Ursa now.
That is a big deal. And there's even more mobility now coming out from the side of RNG. They've got a 4 staff online on Chalice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It looks like they're just happy to put the pressure over onto this mid tower.
Yeah, seems like they want to take a trades. Magnus is coming back though to defend, setting up a little bit.
A little bit of the jump forward, but the stomp followed up. A good hand of God, and they're just trapped over in the corner. But there it is. There's the black hole from Insania. Grabs Somnus. Can they get off enough damage fast enough, though, is the question. Insania is going to end up dying to Ghost. Somnus sitting so very low during all this. But Matu, he's got his eyes on Ghost. He's going to be able to get the clicks off, get the kill, hop over onto Chalice. The chase is on, as Matu really would love this kill, but is just not quite able to grab onto the Centaur.
Yeah, that's a little bit on Kaka, that fight in RNG. They didn't manage to get any good steal. He committed his spell steal on the Magnus, but he only got the Shockwave, so it didn't get the RP, and then Enigma can channel a full Black Hole without getting interrupted. They don't have good ways to stop the Black Hole if the Rubik commits his spell steal already.
And that was the problem you were talking about in the draft, was that, you know, you've got too many options in some cases. Like, what do you save? What do you really want to steal?
Exactly. That is what happened there. Nice little save there with the 4-staff Chalice getting out of the Skewer.
A Rhino and a cow meet in the woods. Who wins that? Oh, nice little cheeky play there with that Wild Wing. Unfortunately, X-Nova, I think you're probably going to end up paying for that. Although the jump in over onto Zai, they're going to try to give off the click, so they're going to be able to finish off. No, not quite. As they do end up losing Kaka.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice little ward here from Boxy, going to be able to keep tabs. Where is Somnus going? Who's coming with Somnus? Well, Boxy, literally everyone is coming along here with Somnus, it feels like. You've got all the Gen Creeps, you've got X-Nuff, you've got Chalice nearby, the Silence, the clicks, and your inevitable death there.
Yeah, mid tower gets down by SF as well. Nikke brings that down. A cute play by Boxy though. He tried to stay in that corner. The corner where he died on Boxy. You actually can be invisible unless you walk super close. Now in the very corner there's a spot that you don't see, even if you're standing right next to it. So yeah, you have to go really, really close to be able to get vision. However, his plan was busted by Scream of Pain. Will of course still hit you, even if you're hiding in outside of vision.
I feel like there's a handful of those spots too, right? There's a very specific
There are
spot
a few,
with the Roche
yeah.
pit, I know.
Yeah, Roche Pit actually has two
right
spots
there.
like that. 3 even, yeah. The Roche Pit has multiple different spots, but right at the entrance and then one above and below on the walls you can hide.
I've definitely watched Beast Coast get screwed over by the vision aspect. Oh, they're gonna rock right into Mata. The silence is down. Are they gonna be able to stun long and fast enough? A good Lotus as he jumps back and starts giving the clicks over onto Ghost. Follow them with a big hit. They'll go for the hand of gods. The BKBs do end up getting used. They're gonna place that Midnight Pulse on the ground. Mata giving the clicks off. They get the steal. They go right back in as they're just trying to put out enough damage over to Ghost. A good stomp from Chalice, but he's gonna end up getting left behind. The RP over onto the backlines, over onto 2, over onto the Sport. They'll lose X now, but they'll lose Kaka. And now Chalice has been left behind. He's trying to get out of there, tries to use a Stampede. He's gonna have that Force Staff up in a second, but he cannot escape from Liquid fast enough as 3 dead over on the side of RNG.
Beautiful catch there as well by Zai with the 2-hero horn toss in as well and skewer in. And this game really... Oh, whoa.
Ooh, we're still going. We're still going. It's gonna end up popping the BKB over on Somnus. He's gonna try to teleport out. He isn't gonna manage to do it.
Under attack.
Yeah, no Basher on Slark. Looks like he wants to go for a Moon Shard, by the way. It's his next item after the BKB. He wants all that attack speed. But yeah, this Rubik is really struggling. There are too many spells. His positioning and his decision making is some of the hardest that you could ask for. Like, who should he focus on and what does he do to stop? He has to adapt to every fight and how it plays out. And it's very difficult for him. That fight, again, he didn't get a big steal. And if the Rubik doesn't have a big steal and a big turnaround, then it feels like RNG's team fight is just a lot weaker than Team Liquid. They have to start splitting more and using the entirety of the map. I think team fighting into Liquid right now, you're betting on your Rubik winning the fight for you, and if he doesn't, then it's just, you know, like the fight is gonna go the way of Liquid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So what's the best way for RNG to get into these fights, I guess is my question, because so much does seem to be hinging on the fact that Kaka needs to get like the perfect spell, have the perfect positioning.
I think what you want to use then is just high grounds and favorable positions. Like be on a ramp, be on a high ground, sit there and control it like they're doing right now. Or even defend, you know, take the fight at your high ground when the enemy push your base. We see Liquid though coming in with a smoke here.
Chalice. Oh, okay. Bazai runs right into Chalice, and that is a little bit scary for them as they're gonna go try to run away. Boxy on the side, and over on the back lines of Ghost, he's already popped the BKB. Mata going in, big Sonic Wave, but the snowball coming into play here from Boxy. He's gonna be able to run out there. The black hole comes out from Insania. Uh-oh, not again. The chase is on for Matu. He pops that BKB. They already used that black hole. It did not end up working out at all for them. They did end up buying back on Kaka, so they do have that as a little bit of a consolation prize, but that is not the way that Liquid wanted that fight to go.
He bought back immediately when he saw the black hole come out, and they TP'd and tried to get a steal, but couldn't do it in time. Of course, Liquid backed out and retreated. He immediately cast the conversion after the black hole on Insania, so preventing the steal from Rubik. But it's a bit of a window right now where RNG could take a fight, because Rubik is not going to be completely overwhelmed by all these different things he has to focus on. So right now could be a good timing. However, his job also gets more and more difficult here as the Lotus Orb on Magnus is finished up. He will not be able to go for these telekinesis plays as easily.
We have about 2 seconds before this this Roche comes back up, and they have the creeps in the pit. Do they just YOLO this? Do they just... Okay, yeah, looks like they do. They just go right on in, and it seems like Liquid are unaware that this Roche has respawned.
No, I think they're doing the right thing, and I actually think Liquids are... Like, they know that Roche could be up, but they're avoiding taking this fight. They recognize that this fight is going to be a difficult one. They concede the Roche over to RNG, that's true, but fighting without Black Hole right now would be very dangerous. They're also close to big timings, so you got the Enigma finishing up a BKB very soon. Nice catch.
Oh yeah, they find Chalice. He is being held into place. Hand of God does get used. Stop, turn back around over on Spatu. It does use that Heaven's Halberd, but eventually does fall to the side of Liquid. Feels like Matu's hungry for something else if he can get his hands on them. But this time around, looks like Liquid happy with that one pickoff. They'll just start putting a little bit of pressure on the buildings to force the fort out.
Yeah, they push, and speaking of the timings that they have coming up now, the SF almost has the full butterfly coming out as well. He's looking quite strong.
That is a pretty big wave in the top lane, but eyes on the prize here on Liquid. They put Mickey up front and center here. They've got the Wraith Pact already down. And they're just going to click off the buildings.
This is so hard to go into. You have the presence affects buildings. The buildings are falling really quick to just the Eidolons. But how do you go in?
Ghost, think about the opening here. Somnus, give a couple clicks off over onto Mickey. Force him forward, get him out of position, try to jump in with Ghost. He pops the BKB, he's on the hunt. There's a nice stop from Chalice. They have to be careful though, he's pretty far out. Go for that. Requiem, Ghost still clicking away over here on the side onto Matu. He does have that Aegis. He's coming right back up again. Oh no, Zai! Zai, he whiffs it.
RP
And now
stolen.
he's gonna have to just be pushed right back again. Yeah, Liquid, they are not looking like they are having a great time, as now they're gonna end up losing Zai.
Zai getting
They ended
just
up using the RP during that too, the steal from Rubik.
Yeah, they used it to bring down the Magnus in some form of, you know, karma justice. You give away the RP, you get it used on you. You pay the price. Nice patience there by Kaka. He actually tried to go in deeper to get some steal from the SF, from the ulti, but of course he got feared away by the lines of the SF ulti coming out. But that fight was just Somnus deciding we are taking this fight and we're winning this fight. His early initiation there, when SF stood on the high ground, he blinked in, used the BKB and just started right-clicking and made something out of nothing. Because I wasn't sure how you can take that fight, but RNG, they managed to force it and get a good trade.
That takes some real courage to jump in on a Queen of Pain as you're being your frontliner and just start clicking away.
Yeah, he does have the full AC now as well with BKB, and he has mischance as well from Elven Tunic, so he does have some survivability now.
Tumba man, need to be very careful. Somnus goes, they see him, they get off a click. Immediately look, Kaka trying to find him, gets the lift off. Follow up, they're gonna hunt through this tree line. No TP left over onto Matu. Goes for the BKB. Ghost, they go. They use that run as they stampede after Matu. Gotta close the gap here, and this is just a dead Matu.
Yeah, it's not often that you get caught as a Aghanim's BKB Slark, but he unfortunately jumped very close to where Kaka was already standing. So he gets brought down there by the Rubik just walking into a tree line and finding him TPing. And now
It's
the
a
gem.
huge kill. There's no Slark for about 60 seconds now.
Yeah, and stealing the gem from Slark is also a huge impact, so finally RNG can have a little bit of vision advantage for themselves. And they want to go. They want to make something happen with this. They still have the cheese on Queen, so she can be very strong here in this fight.
Yeah, they just finished a Satanic on the, I almost said Ghost / Ursa. I was trying to say both of them at the same time. It came out very weird. But they have the Satanic. They've got a Refresher Shard on Ghost too. He's got 2 BKBs if he wants to try to go for it.
He has to refresh a shard, but it's also very expensive mana-wise. Using BKB, Refresher, and BKB, that's 300 mana. He's only at 430 right now, so have to be careful about your mana usage to do this.
Ghost feeling very powerful right now. They'll finish off the tower. Sure, Zai waiting patiently over here on the side. Does have the RP, does have Blink. Sania also has Blink, he also has the Black Hole. If they can get the opportune setup to jump forward, they do manage to find Chalice over here on the side. Matu leaps out. Ghost taking a lot of damage. Okay, they'll go and follow up over onto Boxy. Sonic Wave. They go for the Black Hole, and Sania grabs 2 over on the back line as they've already finished off Boxy. Another clicks are coming out from Matu. As they start chasing after Kaka, Somnus giving off the clicks. Will finish off in Sania. Chalice, though, he's all alone here on the top, and there are 3 is now X-Nova getting chased after by Matu. Couple of clicks come out. Very nice play here for Liquid. Did end up costing, I believe, a buyback over on Boxy.
Yeah, I think Kaka got perhaps a little bit too ambitious there, going in with his RP early on, trying to catch people with a stolen RP from the previous fight. But I think Rubik needs to act as a reactive hero in this game. If he goes in too early, he gets caught out. He got black holed by the Enigma because of going in there. And yeah, the lockdown in this fight is just so high for Team Liquid. The Ursa wasn't allowed to right-click at all.
13 permanent agi over on this Slark. These buildings, they are melting to the Shadow Fiend. Not gonna have Ursa up for another 19 seconds.
Yeah, staying patient, Liquid. Not gonna commit for the full Mega Creeps yet. They recognize they're in a good position after winning that. They only lost 1 range racks as well on top lane, so they have a clear advantage now, both on mid and top.
So it feels like Liquid's in a very good spot right now. How do they want to play the next couple minutes?
I think the important thing is just keep playing around your SF in this game if you're Liquid, because SF at the heart of the fight deals so much damage. Any form of disable, black hole, RP, you know, any form of lockdown that you have should happen around the SF, because he is the one bringing down heroes the fastest right now. And then I think Liquid just need to keep using the Slark to provide vision. And they probably should be careful now because it's daytime. They have an advantage during nighttime due to Slark's night vision. And Moonshard as well, I guess. He has extra night vision. He can see everything.
Still opting to go for a smoke on the side of Liquid. Both teams very tightly grouped together. And I guess when you're the side of Liquid, you're happy when your opponents are tightly grouped. It means that you can get off some of these big AoE team fights, but it also means you have to be careful in the way that they're positioned.
Both teams know what's happening right now, because there's like Fade Bolts flying in on mid lane. There's some Tusk Shards flying in there. Both know that the other team is staying grouped and is ready for an engagement. So RNG not gonna go towards mid. Liquid, they want to fight, but they don't want to go too far in. So very, very tentative play right now.
I like that they gave the Witchbane over to Slark too. Gives another purge for Matumba Man. Yeah,
it's another purge, and it's also fantastic DPS against Queen. Should he ever lock onto her, that's just fantastic damage output. And she does have that Bloodthorn for herself.
It feels like they're being very patient, waiting for this next Roche respawn. We've already got one of the little Skelly boys in the pit, waiting to give that information.
This is interesting to me. They put the Havoc Hammer on the Chen, so he has a way to back off the Slark when he jumps him. And they actually don't put Havoc Hammer on the Centaur. He wants the Ogre Seal Totem. Because Centaur, you would imagine, is like one of the biggest strength heroes in the game, that he would want that Havoc Hammer. But no, it's good utility for Chen to have to stay alive a little bit. And Ogre Seal allows Centaur to sit farther back as well. Okay, they do swap it around in the end.
I was about to say, that was such like good insight, and then they're like, yeah, you know what, Wagga, you sold us. Let's switch it over to Chalice. But the smoke
it is pretty good on Centaur, you know, it is pretty good. So they swap it back.
No, the reasoning behind it, like if they decide to keep it like that, is good. And they're using Chalice as that tanky frontliner. So yeah, they sit further back over on the side of RNG, waiting for any sort of initiation. And Liquid obviously smelling that perhaps they're going to have better positioning. We're going to play it a little safe and not get too aggressive right now. Roche is up, though. And it looks like they've found this immediately.
Round 4, Roshan.
I know we're at 45 minutes into the game. We've seen quite a few Roche Matu.
Going in.
To go, jump in, goes to the Dark Pact. Okay, Chalice jumps up, but it's still going to go this time over to the side of RNG. Get a nice gear back over onto Chalice. There's that Havoc Hammer we talked about, though. They're gonna try to run out. The pounces coming out from Matu. They get a big punch off. Over on the back lines though, Ghost is separated from the team and he's getting clicked down by Matu. He's already popped that BKB too. Sitting a little bit precariously. Matu popping his own BKB, but there's gonna be the hops away coming out from Matu. Couple clicks from Sam. This beautiful stop over onto 2 on the side of Liquid, but it doesn't feel like RNG feel confident in this particular fight. They know that the positioning from Zai, from Enigma, is gonna be something they have to keep just so in mind. And they have creeps in their base. They're hitting those tier 4s, so someone's got to go home.
Yeah, they gotta get home, and Liquid in the end are gonna let them just retreat here. We could have seen Liquid put some threats to them when they back off here, having to defend. There were catapult waves, big waves, but now they are respecting all the items and the power spike that RNG hit there. They now have a refresher shard on the Rubik. They have Aegis again on the Ursa, of course. They have 2 cheeses now, so both the Centaur and Queen can stay safe. And yeah, they're just looking very fight ready. Also getting the Aghanim Scepter for Ursa is a big power spike for him.
4K net worth lead going to the side of Liquid. But RNG being very patient in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it feels like they can probably just slowly and calmly take back the map, but they're being patient because of Slark and because of nighttime. Right now it's difficult to go out and just take the entire map because you never know if Slark is out there watching you from around the corner, ready to jump. So they don't want to split up.
Slark himself has completed the refresher orb. He's gonna have double BKB, double spells. Very spooky stuff.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of crazy. At that point, you can have 15 seconds of being in the ulti form.
The jump forward here. A couple hits from Ghost. Just like that, Liquid, they're gonna just back off.
That was a blind jump in. So Matuma is just fishing, looking for anything. He jumps in, gets immediately hit by a Ursa. Not really the hero he wanted to land on, so he decides to jump out again. But this is how he can play with Aghanims.
The salmon are really swimming upstream today, right into the hands of the bear.
Yeah, truly is. He's just waiting for the food.
Good thing they're slippery. Otherwise, that would have been lunch.
Salmons with Dark Pact. But Liquid, while they're at a disadvantage now from Roshan falling, they still have the gold lead. They still have a 5k gold lead, so they are looking pretty strong overall. They also have a full Lincoln Sphere now completed on Enigma. This is a huge power spike, and also a big commitment. He has no buyback, so he wants to get one big connection here with a BKB black hole, and currently there's not really any solution to it.
I mean, that's all it takes is one really good black hole. Change entire games.
Oh yeah, he has to refresh a shard actually, so he could actually still stop it, even into the Lincolns. That is a good point, Mr. Observer. We got Scriff, of course, doing the observing here.
I got my Sweden squad here with Waga and Scriff. Shout out to them.
Yeah. Oh, they are looking for a push here.
They are indeed, as Ghost is very forward. So is Chalice gonna get the jump forward immediately. They've already popped the BKB. Ghost is just left behind. As a lot of these hits coming out, they drop the Wraith Pack. They'll be able to remove it. Again, they have to give so much respect to this Enigma, to this Magnus, because if they get too close, if they bunch too close together, this fight goes handily over to the side of Liquid.
You can see how Mickey is just acting as a turret on his Shadow Fiend, just standing there.
They thought about going in there for a second. Zai going in, but he immediately gets lifted up. Look at this damage. The clicks coming out. The snowball save though, and Insane. He finds the opening. He gets off a beautiful black hole. They'll end up getting Zai, and there it is. There's the steal. Matamba jumping over onto Chalice. They're looking to jump back in. There it is. Kaka with the stolen RP, but he doesn't get the full duration off. Chalice though jumping out to the back line, landing a miniature Ravage. They get a double kill on Ghost. They're just doing so much here as now Mickey trying to fight for his life. Another snowball coming into play, trying to just finish off Ghost, but Ghost, he's still got so much life and he's still got so much health. Mickey over the back lines is going to end up getting clicked down as Somnus still on the hunt. They would love to get themselves boxy, and they need to just close this gap though. Somnus, the blink forward. forward. They're waiting patiently. Get the stomp. The snowball will delay just a little bit longer. And Foxy, he's so fast. He's got the blink. He's doing everything he can. The Shard's getting into place, trying to just force himself out of here. But the follow-up from the side of RNG is relentless. And they will eventually get the kill.
And he has no buyback. He bought back to try and save the Shadow Fiend in that fight. SF does have buyback, but Magnus still dead for 30 here. They have the creep wave coming in. It's massive wave 2, and now they're pushing in. RNG with really good play in that fight. Unlucky for Zai there. He jumped in trying to get a good catch, but he just got immediately lifted by Kakia. Good reactions.
Do have Insania trying to just put a little damage down, trying to force him off of this tower. They did end up sending X-Nova home to go deal with the creeps, but there's still multiple dead over on the side of Liquid. Matu seeing an opening, trying to get some damage off, finds himself Somnus. Chalice, great follow-up with that ground-targeted stun, making it difficult. Somnus, he's already eaten that cheese here, so they'll continue to put the pressure down. Do they back off, though, on the side of RNG is the question. They're still feeling very powerful, so it looks like they'll rotate over to the mid. Matu having to be so very careful. The stomp, the jump in over onto the back line to try to get the horn toss, but just insane as toast. BKB gets popped by Matumba Man, but looks like RNG, they're gonna just back off. They're gonna reset. No Enigma for another 40-something seconds. Did not have the black hole anyways, but every little bit counts.
Yeah, this game, I think they need everything they can get on side of Liquid. I would say this is showing to be a very difficult game for Zai on his Magnus. He's had multiple occasions now where he tries to be the initiator, and that's one tough part about playing Magnus. If you are forced to be initiator and play Magnus, then it's very hard to do it into Rubik. And they picked Magnus into Rubik in this game, but this struggle is kind of, you know, something they brought on themselves.
Matu on point with these pounces. Landed on Somnus, forced the BKB on Queen of Pain, so that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit, and then also hopped over onto Ghost.
He just wants some agi. He's just trying to steal some essence shift, you know, so you're prepared for a next fight. He has to plus 50 talent, so that's 130 seconds of duration for essence shift. It's a very long time.
Looking for the play. Kaka jumping forward again. They're putting off the hits. Another snowball coming in hand. And got Black Hole gets used by Insania, holding on to Ghost. But immediately they'll follow up. They'll put the pressure down on Insania. The clicks come out. Ghost is dominating the turn over onto Foxy. It's the rest of RNG getting into position. Matu seeing the opening over onto X-Nova, but he's got a force staff. He's going to be able to get himself away as Ghost wants to get these hits over onto Matu. Mickey, though, gets bashed in the middle of his ultimate. Ghost, he's taking so much damage right now. Is he going to be able to get out in time? The snowball, though, connecting over onto Ghost. Finally, they'll be able to kill this bear. As over on the back lines, you can see Chalice is trying to do everything he can along with Somnus, trying to just keep him alive a little bit longer. As Zai hunting Somnus, barely staying alive during that. They do end up losing Chalice, but Zai, perhaps he's going a bit too far. The lift cock. Okay, yes, looks like X-Nova will be able to force himself to the low ground, as we had buybacks coming out from Somnus, from Ghost. But no Roshan for another 50-something seconds.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. Didn't look like it was going to be that good of a start to the fight. Again, they jumped in with the Magnus. It didn't look like it connected. He tried to get away, and then RNG are the ones who get pulled into the you know, sense of security that, okay, Magnus failed his initiation, let's chase him down. SF, though, came in from a really clutch direction from the bottom of the fight, and just turned out to be a really good execution there from Liquid. On the back of baiting them in with this Magnus play.
We only have 3 buybacks available at this point in this 54-minute game. Mickey, Matu, and Zai, the 3 cores over on the side of Liquid. Everybody else either has used them or just doesn't have quite enough gold. We'll see Insania have the buyback very soon. They do swing by the Roche Pit, and there it is. It just shows up, but there are those Eidolons in here, so you have to wait patiently. Zai, the stomp coming out from Chalice, immediate follow-up as they just destroy Zai. He is not going to be affected. The buyback comes out immediately. They're trying to get the first damage off onto Insania. Don't quite have it. Foxy with the snowball rolling on through. X-Nova, Hand of God, will get used. They'll back off the bash over in the Roche Pit, though. Have to be careful. The Shards holding Chalice into place. The BKB over on to Matumba Man. Get the horn toss off. This is looking like they're going to end up losing Chalice. That is their big main initiator.
There's
and now
no buyback.
Forced to run away. He's going to try to sit and just man fight against Matu. They have a lot of burst damage, but do they have enough damage in total to be able to finish him off? Because Matu is just getting everything right back up again. Ghost fighting, man fighting the Slark, and now Insania getting chased away.
Detection?
As the
No
side
detection?
of RNG.
Ghost just runs away. He survives.
He should not have been able to survive that.
They didn't have any
My
detection
God.
for him, and saved by the Trickster Cloak, he just walks away to safety. Team Liquid, though, without using Black Hole, are able to secure this Roshan, and they're going to take, finally, some reward for themselves, because they have not been able to get anything apart from the one time that Matoba stole the Aegis. But this time, they get the full bounty.
Refresher, Shard, and Ags. Ooh, baby.
Yeah, Aghanim's SF now, immediately. That's what he snagged up. And of course, the Refresher Shard on Magnus with the level 25 talent. So he has a 1 second duration on the RP as well. It's a long duration stun he can dish out now.
You can see Somnus hiding in the tree line, looking to push out a little bit. Does have the completed sheep stick. But they don't have the center for another 40, and I think that's a big deal. Chalice has been landing some incredible stuns, doing some incredible reinitiation, and forcing these fights to turn on their heads at time. So they got hold.
Yeah, they will try to contest, but I think they have to wait for Centaur a little bit. It's gonna be so hard to go.
Zai jumping onto the back lines. Hiding over in the trees. Yeah, they're just going to end up getting the Megas, I believe, here, as there's the final hit from Mickey. Walrus punch over onto Ghost. Get the lift off. They don't have the center for another 9 seconds, though. I'm not sure about this. Ghost leading the charge. There's going to be that sheep stick coming into play. The BKB, but Ghost turns back around, gets smashed up over onto Mickey. Insania, though, following up with the Black Hole, holding Ghost into place. This is looking so very rough, but look at the Satanic. He's doing so much of the follow-up, though, over onto the back lines. They used the refresh, and they went for the arm speed, and they just managed to clean up Chalice. X-Nebel buying back. Ghost running for his life. He's already lost his teammates. There are 4 dead on the side of RNG. They call GG.
They call it, and it's Mickey finally making sure that the big ultis can be used. He gets the Rampage too in the fountain. Beautiful play there. Mickey with the Arcane Blink. We don't see that too often on the right-click SF, but he has done it before. He played full Spellcaster SF before as well, that we've seen. Mickey gets the Arcane Blink in, ultis, brings down the Rubik, and then the fight is blown wide open, because if there's no Rubik, there's no backbone in that game for Team RNG.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Chalice was such an integral part of being able to take these fights, whether it was the initiation or the reinitiation, because they would tend to clump up a little bit over on the side of Liquid, but then you have to be so aware of your positioning during those fights, because they have so much AoE. We saw some beautiful RPs, you know, that even at the very end, right? You had the Enigma jump in, got a hold of Ghost, held him in place for so long. Like, that was just a huge moment there that really blew open the door, I think, for the side of Liquid, so everything else could follow up just so nicely.
Yeah, it was nice. He got the 3-man RP and then blink out to catch the 4th one and bring it back. Some Arise looking place, or, you know, collapse looking place right there. Beautiful stuff. But that is only game 1. That is a pretty wild start to the group stage for us here on the B stream.
Yeah, I can see some of these highlights, and it was just a tough game for Zai. You know, had some nice plays here with the snowball, trying to keep him alive a little bit longer. But sometimes, you know, you just can't quite manage it. And there it is, a nice black hole that got stolen, but immediately canceled out. And there we go, Chalice with the reinitiation over onto 2. I feel like these games were very back and forth. Like, it seemed like they could turn on a hair, depending on if they got, like, the right spells off, if you got the right items. Very exciting game number 1.
Yeah, it was 57 minutes long, but it didn't really feel like it to me. And when Roche respawned, I was like, wait, didn't it just happen like 2 minutes ago? Because there were a lot of moves all the time. It was definitely not just a Resident Sleeper farming game. It was very contested the entire way. So that was a very hype game to see. And like I sort of expected going into this, very evenly matched teams in game 1 at least.
Yeah, these are the games we were hoping to see. We want to see both of these teams fighting for their lives, showing us the best Dota, and we're definitely off to a fantastic start. Who was the MVP for you, if you had to pick one?
Oh, that is very tough to say one MVP for this game, because there's so much happening. I think Mickey played very clean on his SF. I mean, he has probably one of the easier jobs, just, you know, mainly has to stand there and just right-click people while everyone else does to think about who goes in with which ulti when. But I think he was always at the right place at the right time. To me, probably the standout. But there were so many little details to this game to be highlighted.
And that's what you again hope to see coming out for group stages here for TI. And again, this is the best of two, so we are gonna get another game here for sure. But oh, we have a little. Oh, this is neat. These are new. I have not seen this yet.
There
Give
they
a little
are.
bit of a highlight.
Yeah, we see the boys, the squad. Yeah, that was one big wombo combo draft, and pretty hard to counter draft since you can't just simply buy a BKB and then you're good. No, like all of Liquid's draft pretty much is fine fighting into your BKB if you go for it. So this was a tough game for Ghost to really be allowed to right-click things. Still managed to get some 14 kills on him, but yeah, like we see, Mickey with a 17, 3, and 12. I think he played a stellar game. I think very rarely was he out of position, and the deaths he had were mostly when they did lose a fight handedly, and he can't escape it.
Yeah, it felt like they were very, very patient on the side with Team Liquid, especially when you consider that, you know, the early game phase felt very awkward. It felt like Matu started to fall behind a little bit. They put a lot of pressure on him. But Mickey, you know, being able to be in those positions to help, you know, kind of help ease some of those just transitions, I guess, for lack of a better term, really showing up in this game.
This is very Liquid-esque, though, the way the game started out. It's quite common that we see Liquid start out, you know, at a pretty severe gold disadvantage. They were like 5k gold behind rather early in this game, but they are a hard team to put the squeeze on. They just keep moving around and avoiding their enemies very well. I think when Liquid have good vision heroes like Slark, or if they play Beastmaster or similar stuff to try and keep tabs on where the enemy are, then they are a formidable team in the early mid game.
Well, definitely looking forward to see what they're going to be drafting for game number 2. Or if RNG, you know, we've talked about it before, they're very quick to adjust and bounce back. So hopefully game number 2 is going to be just as exciting, just as explosive. But we do need to go to a break, so we're going to say goodbye for just a couple minutes here. And when we come back, we'll have game number 2.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the B stream here for the TI-11 group stages. We had an explosive game of RNG versus Team Liquid for game number 1. I feel like we got so many of those big team fight ultimates that everybody loves to watch. And then we had a Rubik on top of that, so you got even more of the amount, right? Because we had refreshers, we had refresh shards, we had Rubiks, we had all the steals possible. I'm excited for game number 2. Waga, what do you think? How is this game going to go down?
I mean, this is pretty much, it was funny how we said it early in the draft that, you know, overwhelming Rubik with a lot of good spells, and that's truly the story of this game. Like, breaking down almost every single fight, it was just so difficult to pick and choose what you were gonna do. But yeah, that was a loss for RNG there in the first game, but they fought really hard. I would say the bigger loss in this game was probably for Roshan. He got bullied so many times there. It felt like RNG were in a good spot up until that Roshan steal by Matumba Man. When he went in and took the Aegis there, I think that was like a turning point to this game. So after I said that Mickey is the MVP of the game, I still believe that, but it just goes to show how instrumental like everyone was in Liquid here. They all played a part in making this first game be a win.
Yeah, in that situation, like you said, during the game, it was a really good series of button pushing too, right? Realizing, okay, he's gonna jump in, he's gotta already have, you know, the purge ready and then follow up with the BKB or the shadow dance or whatever. Like he knew exactly what do I need to do. I will say though, over on the side of RNG, a good read, or not even a read, right? Because I think they picked this up earlier before the Slark got shown, but having Chalice on something that has a ground-targeted stun did change a lot of those fights, because otherwise I think Matu would have had an even better game with the way that he was playing. Just, again, as you called it, fishing back and forth. I caught that pun, by the way.
Yeah, but no, he played fantastic on Chalice. Those 3-man stuns that he got multiple times, by the way. Also having, like you said, a ground targeted ability against the depth shroud of Slark, so he can't just protect people with that shard. He was also playing a really good part, and I think Chalice overall played a good game, but he wasn't playing a damage dealing core hero, and if you only have 2 damage dealing cores and you're against RP, you're against SF ulti, you're against the black hole, then it can be easy to lock down those. And I should mention even Tusk, right? Once Tusk has the punch with his blink in, you have a lot of things to control this poor Ursa, and he got kited very hard.
Yeah, definitely had a couple of those fights where they really were pushing the limits on both their heroes. You saw where the Ursa jumped in or perhaps got jumped upon and he starts to get very, very low, does have the Satanic, but they move. They just move apart, they start kiting him so he can't get that full benefit. And it just really ended up looking very nice for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I've grown used to it after watching them now for a little bit, that their early game can sometimes look a bit shaky, a bit wobbly, and then they solidify over time when they add more items. They also are a good team at recognizing, okay, we can hit a similar power spike where everyone sort of, they had one point in this game where 4 key items were completed within like 1.5 minutes of each other. And that was just a crucial point. There was like Vladimir's Blink Daggers and BKB completing at the same time. It's like, okay, now we go. And then they turned the game from looking very difficult to looking more manageable.
Now my question to you, and I mentioned this during the break, is how calculated was it that you saw this Rubik get picked up to the side of RNG? They already had the Enigma on the side of Liquid. Then they end up picking a Magnus into the Rubik. Do you think this was a forehead play, like sort of thing, where you're just like, oh man, let's give him too many options so that way he can't decide and we'll just overwhelm? Or was this just a series of just playing quite well?
I think it was intentional for sure. The worst case scenario is that you have one huge ulti that Rubik can steal and it's a black hole, because then you'll never see the black hole. Like, you're not going to get to use it unless you kill Rubik first. Never see Liquid. after game 1. Should be pretty happy. Nice to see Jerax as well there with the boys.
Yeah, they look focused, but they also look very calm. They look pretty relaxed too after that game, so in a good spot it seems for the side of Liquid. Because again, this is TI, this is the big time. This is where a lot of that stress comes in, and the first series for a lot of teams is the one that they're most stressed out about.
Yeah, for sure, and it also could, you know, it's only game 1 that we saw so far, but it could be a little bit what we said early, that Liquid are coming in with this momentum, right? They have been playing games with high intensity, like important games recently, whereas RNG, they have been in that little bit of a we're only playing scrims slump, where it's been a little while since their last official, and now losing the first one. They need to get back on the track, get back in control. Not saying they played poorly though; they played fantastic in game 1 as well.
Let's see now here, RNG. Salmon's looking a little sleepy over there, but otherwise pretty focused. Looks like they had themselves a lunch or something like that. I forget what time it is over there. I think it's about like noon, so
yeah, it's about lunchtime, I guess, for them. So it's nice and early here, 6 a.m. in Sweden. We see Team Liquid going with the first pick Clockwork here in game 2. We also saw a little bit of adjustments to the bans, as Liquid themselves ban out the Enigma. I've said this before, didn't I? When we cast Liquid, I've said it. They do this all the time. They play something, win with it, and they ban it in the next game. I've seen Liquid do this like 5 times. This is a habit they have where they want to use something they think is OP and then not allow the opponents to respond with the same thing next game.
Has anyone ever interviewed them and asked them about like the mentality behind that?
I mean, I've never seen that question posed to them, but this is a concept that is used in competitive Dota quite frequently and has been for a long time, of course. But Liquid are the biggest repeat offenders I see to this, like use something OP and then ban it themselves. It's really funny actually to watch, and it's super annoying to play against. If you're on RNG, yes, okay, you're not gonna get Enigma'd again. That's not gonna happen. But you also cannot use the same tool against Liquid, and they have something else prepared. Liquid always prepare multiple strategies. Even in a best of 2, they have like 2 strategies they go in with. Usually not just the same draft twice.
And we're seeing some respect here, and also just a snap up, right? You see that the SF has been picked up by RNG. I don't think you want that slipping back into the hands of Mickey after that amazing game number 1. And they're doing something a little different this time. They're opting to pick up the Snapfire, which gives them some nice team fight, gives them a little bit of lockdown, and of course, if anything gets picked up where you need to rapidly hit it, the little shredder is, of course, your spell right there.
I honestly like that they don't go for the Chen against Liquid here, because game 1 they tried it. I always think that Chen has to have massive impact early game, or he falls off hard as you get to later stages. I mean, the last few team fights in the previous game, how much can you really do as a Chen when all these items are out on heroes? You become not really a non-factor, but certainly not a full hero, it feels like. And Liquid, I don't think they lose hard enough early because of their good preemptive moves. So just get yourself some team fight RNG. Be you know, more balanced so they can actually play fair team fights. Because last game they were at a serious disadvantage in any 5v5 skirmish.
Well, they are definitely bringing the team fight this time around, and Liquid is opting to grab themselves the Visage. We've seen Zai play this hero a couple times now. And it definitely, depending on the match, depending on what is needed, he can play a bit of a flashier Visage, or he can just play, you know, that quiet foundation, that kind of rock where, you know, he's just the one that they kind of rally around and he's got more utility. What would you like to see in this game so far?
I think he adapts mainly on what he's allowed to do in that game. He always pretty much goes for the aura carrier to begin with, but whether or not he gets to go for Aghanim Scepter and be able to fly around and have, you know, more freedom on the map really comes down to how the game is going to evolve. I think that's what he wants to do. Nobody wants to be the, oh, I'll buy all the auras and just sit and do my job kind of Visage. You want to have the Aghanims fly around and do things. Question is, are RNG going to be able to get in a controlling position or not?
We're seeing some more bans come out No sniper, that is something that Liquid has been running recently on Matumba Man. And the Bat Rider, just one of those heroes that never fun to play against with that sticky napalm like during the laning phase, and then also having the ability to use the lasso, the BKB piercing magic immunity sort of grab. Don't want to have that on the table.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Liquids in the draft here. They ban out like the Naga, the Centaur, the Pango. They ban out a lot of heroes that are adding into team fights or combining more into massive team fights. And I think they're worried that RNG are going to do the same thing that they did themselves in the last game. So yeah, I think Pango was a great ban out. I think that hero destroys Visage really hard. The Q is great against the birds, and Visage generally is not that great against magic immune things.
Seems like there's a lot of deliberation going on currently, trying to figure out what is the next hero that we'd like to pick up for the side here of RNG, and Liquid also trying to decide, you know, how do they want to shape up this draft, because things are fairly open currently. Same thing for RNG, the fact that SF could be a mid, could be a safe lane, and they pick up a Tiny, and again, that is another versatile hero. Right now, all three heroes on the side of RNG, very versatile, that you can move around to different positions, which will keep Liquid guessing.
Yeah, it keeps it a little bit flexible. It's also pretty straightforward in its execution. You get stuns again. I like the idea of having multiple damage instances against the Visage as well. You can come in with, you know, the tree grab, the Avatos combo. It all kills off the cloak very fast. When you're against Visage, it's hard to kill him if you don't have fast damage instances overall.
I would like to see perhaps maybe some more vision coming out for the side of RNG. Oh, they pick up the Queen of Pain for themselves.
You see a
All
repeat for the
take
mid
it, flip
lane.
it on its head.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, mentioned it before even the first game started that both these teams have mid players who are fantastic at Queen of Pain. I would say for Mike, in my opinion, it's his #1 hero. It's the hero that I actually think he shines on the most. And we also saw Somnus play it very well in last game. So fun for the mid players to get to play the same matchup, only mirrored this time, and you get to be on the other side. Last game we did see Somnus, Queen of Pain getting the edge over Mickey on his Shadow Fiend, but can Somnus get ahead on SF as well? We'll see.
Ooh, alright, I see what you got here. We have ourselves a Broodmother pickup for the side of RNG. Granted, there is some pretty decent ways of being able to handle some of these spiderlings that will be appearing, but definitely going to be scary for some of these squishier heroes if she ends up getting that Orchid and chasing them down.
Yeah, they're probably pretty happy that they picked Disruptor right now on Team Liquid, because it is one of the nicer heroes to have against Broodmother. You can glimpse her back if she ever tries to run away. Thunderstrike also great for keeping vision on her. They also have other tools of vision, like you probably alluded to with the Clockwork, of course, but there's a double edge in Clockwork against Brood that is a bit rough. You don't really lock down Brood, she can just walk out of your cogs, and you also don't do damage if she has her spiderlings nearby. They can tank up the battery assault. So while Clock is good against Brood, Brood is also good against Clock to a degree.
I love seeing these sort of like mini metas that start to appear between teams. Especially when you get to this level, they really do a lot of adjustment and have some creative ways to try to counter one another.
Yeah, I really like how RNG are coming into this draft. I think what they have built here looks very annoying to play against. Probably just because Brood is on the lineup. I mean, anytime I see Brood in a draft, that looks annoying to play against. That is my instinctive thought. But I think the Brood is a good matchup against Visage as well. Not that they're necessarily expecting them to lane against each other, but gameplay-wise later, Visage getting overrun by a bunch of spiders doesn't have the best survivability against that.
I'm still trying to figure out exactly how this laning is going to be for the side of RNG. Do you assume, I mean, we're seeing that mids are being banned out currently, so I'm assuming that this SF is going to be in the position 1 seat. Perhaps Snapfire as the 5, Tiny 4, and then, you know, the Brood as a 3. Does that make the most sense?
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think it's quite likely. I wouldn't put it past them to still put that mirror matchup on mid, but it is likely that we're gonna see a carry SF. I guess Visage, would he pair up well? I'm thinking, thinking you probably have the luxury here as RNG to put it wherever you fancy. Honestly, both matchups are fine.
Final ban is incoming, and it looks like they're banning out all of these cores that have been very popular. Trying to see. There's still... I mean, Morphling has been, like, the flavor of the month, it feels like, recently. There's still a Pudge available, too. That's something that Liquid has a very high win rate on. I'm not sure if they necessarily want to go with that, though.
Pudge could be played here, but it's dangerous into Shadow Fiend, I would say, because Pudge is better at surviving like multiple low instances of damage, and SF quickly can become that massive damage dealer with his right clicks. There's also like Broodmother, when she pops her Q, is quite strong. So I don't think we're gonna see Pudge here, but we see Liquid, of course, talking, and Matumba is smiling a bit. Perhaps he's look at him. He's like, "Give me Pudge, guys. I want to play Pudge." Are you sure about Pudge? You sure?
Ooh, I like this. I like that you can read there. I like this, like a little sock puppet show. Go on, Waga. Keep going. This is very entertaining.
Boxy doesn't quite look entirely convinced yet.
Again, it seems like they're deliberating pretty heavily on what they want to put in that position 1 role.
Yeah, and of course RNG, they did go out with the ban over on Monkey King. Is what they ended up not wanting to play against. That makes me think a little bit that they want to run mid SF though if they ban out the Monkey King. Because it just feels like it could be a reason why. But yeah, it's gonna be Legion. So okay, Team Liquid add. Wow, that's crazy. They're actually going Legion here. Okay, the smile's coming out. Blitz is like, okay, guys, this is not what we prepared.
Now we know why Boxy was like, are you sure about that?
Yep. That was Matumba going like, I can play Carry Legion, guys. It's great. It's Carry Legion. She hits hard. She has, W and E. Those are right-click abilities. This is like, okay, whatever. Fuck it. I'm out. You guys are on your own.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so they'll end up going for the Ursa again on the side of RG, but it is the Matumba man, Legion Commander, that's going out there, and does provide some nice solutions for what the Broodmother will be bringing to the table. It gives you some more wave clear, it gives you ways of locking things down, it gives you some heal, which is also very, very important, and that soft dispel, so...
Yeah.
Not the traditional choice, but, seems to work.
I think they also used their flexibility of the SF to the very end here. Adding the Ursa was an intelligent way of countering the Legion Commander here. So Legion pretty much never wants to duel an Ursa. It's high up on the list of heroes that you don't want to duel. It's like PA and, Faces Void, Ursa. Some of these heroes are just very dangerous to duel because if they get dual damage, it's terrible. And they're also hard to bring down for a Legion. So this was... RNG keeping their lineup open and then rounding it out finally with a good matchup in the carry-to-carry department. And like I said, I'm excited for the mid-mirror match from last game.
I'm curious how it's going to work out with this Ursa, right? Because you've got multiple ways of kiting again, right? You've got a Queen of Pain, you've got a Visage, and then of course you've got a Clockwork. And Clockwork is very good at being able to separate these fights using those power cogs and then just kind of force staffing his way out or what have you. How concerned should they be about that?
I think maybe some concern, but generally once the Ursa gets that Diffusal Blade early on, it's quite hard for a lot of heroes to get away from it. You might, of course, save by keeping the Glimpse ready or keeping out with the Kinetic Field, but I think Ursa will still be quite difficult to stop once he gets his items, but... The main important thing for him is probably that it's just a comfortable carry-to-carry matchup, and then the rest you'll deal with it as it goes. If they use Glimpse to bring back their Ursa or like kite him, then at least they're not using Glimpse to catch someone else.
So which draft are you favoring here? Now that we see where everybody has picked up and moved to their lanes.
I'm all for dumb shit, so I'm down with the carry Legion here. Let's go Liquid. This is This is certainly one way to approach the draft. I did not expect to see a carry Legion in game 2 of the group stage at TI. We talked about what meta we're going to see at TI. What are we going to have? I don't think carry Legion is going to be the norm. But it's an exciting, creative way to counter the Broodmother here.
All right, well, smoke on both sides as they are going to walk into each other. They drop the ward to get a little bit of vision over on RNG. And I feel a bit shy here as they'll open up with a battery assault on Boxy. Just tosses him away. Just get out of here.
Yeah, not going to be able to catch anything really here, but it seems like RNG are probably going to have to back away. There's a lot of heroes from Liquid still here, so they're trying to take 2 runes top.
I assume it'll be a mostly even split in terms of runes, although some of this is just kind of camped out here, and no one's really moving towards that top rune currently. A little bit of harass over onto Kaka. Again, the toss over. The rest of the team, but Boxy is going to walk away. They are challenging it now, realizing that they don't have all the heroes here.
Okay, this is getting called out right now, the SF mood over here. So they know that he's not blocking mid. This could be a big advantage for Mika, getting some time to block the mid creep wave. You see the heroes just chasing each other, but no real way to kill each other anymore. So Mika gets some time to block. He's going to have the lane in a favorable position as the lane starts out here.
This is a situation where you just want to clear up the creeps pretty quickly and get the level advantage. Oh, he's landing a lot of these raises though from Mika.
That's the problem. You got too close to the creeps, and you don't want to let those races stack up too much. As we start out with a tri-lane here by RNG, by the way, on bottom lane. They're, both teams are tri-laning and leaving the 1v1 of Brood versus Legion.
So, which one is more threatening here? Because obviously, whenever you have the... ends up losing that carrier for Boxy. But whenever you have these aggro tries, you're obviously usually looking to get some kills and just keep the core away from the creeps as much as possible.
I think Liquid's tri-lane looks stronger at landing kills, and RNG's doesn't look like it has very clear ways of harassing, since they have this Tiny who's very all or nothing. Either he gets in and gets tossed back, or he doesn't. But over on the side of Liquid, they can use the battery assault to harass, and of course the disruptor with Static Storm, or Static Storm. He would love that. Thunderstrike.
That would be great. Necessarily, my goodness.
Yeah. So I think the lane advantage is in Liquid's favor here.
Okay.
Mid lane quite even, 5 and 3 and 5 and 2 on last hits. And haven't really mentioned too much on top lane, so I'm just gonna report in that it's currently 7 and 1 versus 8 and 0. So the last hits are pretty even all across the board.
I feel like the Broodmother comes online a little bit earlier though than this Legion. I mean, again, it depends on what build Legion decides to go. If she's gonna be, you know, trying to get those kills early, or if she's gonna be farming a little bit more. But I feel like we should be a little concerned that Chalice is doing as well as he is.
I also think that Chalice can win this lane pretty hard. New Broodmother does not rely on spiders early, so the Legion counter is like a bit of a relic from olden days, where you had spiders from level 2 already from Broodmother. But now she mainly just man fights, and she's quite strong at harassing. Nice deny on the banner creep there. Really nice last hitting by Chalice.
We said that earlier, that it seemed like they had very good last hitting on all of their cores on the side of RNG.
Yeah, mechanical skill is very high on RNG's lineup for sure. What they lacked last game was just the team fight execution later on, or even the draft for team fights later on in the previous game. This game they don't have such drawback though.
So right now it's fairly quiet. Which lane is going to be the one that tries to go for these moves first? Is it going to just be, you know, Queen of Pain when she gets some sort of like action rune, or just all eyes on this bottom lane here?
Bottom lane is where we should see something happen, but top lane also.
Yeah, chasing after Zai, and they're doing a decent amount. Nice little glimpse play with the cookie hop with Kaka. And be able to
There's a
continue to keep
battle.
that vision. One more hit, and that is the first blood in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Top
we
lane
also
was
kept
duking
our
it out,
eyes
though.
on top there, the man fight between the Broodmother and Legion both trading. But yeah, like you said, they do bring down the Visage. Zai got a little bit too close there, and they did connect. I said they were all or nothing in their kills, but they did manage to get close enough. Now they move top.
This is interesting because they did send Insania up. Matu trying to man fight against Chalice, but he's not going to be able to do that. As now Insania is looking a little like a snack here for Chalice, but he is sitting a little bit low, so it's going to respect that he has just not got the HP right now to chase after him and doesn't have the spells up.
That could be really bad. This is a last pick Legion commander. You picked it knowing that you wanted to lane it against the Broodmother. You wanted to pair it up probably. And losing that matchup can be really detrimental to their draft. Of course, it's just one death, but the advantage is going Broodmother's way.
The mid lane in terms we talk. Oh, okay. All right. That's very, very aggressive Chalice. Thought that he could do a little bit more bullying there, but is backing off. We talked about mechanical skill. This mid lane right now is 24 and 13 on Somnus and 15 and 5 on Mickey.
Yeah, this is what I was expecting to happen, honestly, because last game he managed to win pretty hard against SF with his queen, and that's not an easy matchup to play. And now he's getting ahead as SF as well. I mean, Somnus is just a beast of a mid laner, he really is. So it's a treat to get to watch him play here.
They're trying to make
But
some
they also
moves, though.
respect it.
They do very much because they've sent 3 people to this mid lane to try to put some pressure on Somnus. Kaka, though, will immediately teleport over and protect his Shadow Fiend.
I like that the moment he TPs in, they already know it's not going to work, so you have to just bail on it. So one TP just stops 2 heroes rotation like that. They do get a deep ward behind the tier 1 tower mid over on the side of Liquid, so they drop some vision there. Maybe they can use that to try and catch the SF out or know when people are TPing in.
That is a value play. Oh man, poor X-Nova. He's getting harassed by Boxy. We'll be able to go get the dial in the bounty room while this is happening, but Mickey grabbing up the Invis. Could see him potentially make some sort of rotation with that, if wanted.
Yeah, maybe. Not really the rune you would like as a Queen of Pain, but it's at least a bottle refill. Quite likely he's just gonna use it for mana, but perhaps he will take it and TP somewhere.
Yeah, Kaka does end up getting spotted. Has a toss down with that Requiem of Souls. Somnus will be able to get a kill on Mickey thanks to the help of his supports. Bottom
That's
lane,
really...
a little bit of harassment over onto Boxy. That's a clean-up kill here for Ghost, and now X-Nova finding himself Zai. He's gonna open up with the Scatter Blast, has the Cookie Hop, will be able to help Ghost close the gap, and this is just death upon death here in this bottom lane. Ghost has to be so incredibly happy.
Oh boy, 5 kills lead now for RNG this time. Last game it was the other way around. Liquid were the ones getting the kills, but now they are struggling in top lane even. Look at Matumba's HP. He's alive for now, but he can't really stay too confident on this lane. The Broodmother does so much damage now with Spiderlings as well. Bottle refill mid. That is an obnoxious ganking combo though, the Tiny and the SF, because Avalanche can catch you from so far away and you just know you can't get out of it. You're gonna get tossed back and you land into the Requiem.
It's good timing for sure too on top of all that. So
Yeah,
you do have a
beautiful.
Queen of Pain who is pretty elusive if you're not careful with that blink. Have fast fingers.
Yeah, it was good timing. It's pretty forgiving though, because you can do it at any point that they're flying through the air. Like the later you do it, the more damage, of course. But fortunately, it's quite forgiving for him. So that gank is very hard to avoid.
Matu having a spider infestation problem there in the top lane, but they're gonna group together on the side of RNG, and Boxy gonna try to keep them off the runes here. Sadia though, the cookie needs one more click. There it is.
Yeah, probably realizes that there's a high ground ward as well now after that attack that was going up high ground. They should know. And yeah, Chalice is just being obnoxious on his Broodmother. With 2 Wraith Bands, he has so much armor that Legion can't really trade hits with him.
I'm not sure how much regen has been ferried out so far for Matumba Man here. A little bit of a glimpse play, though, over on the mid lane. Kaka is now stuck in the cogs. They'll be able to get these clicks down. Perhaps they can get the kill on Boxy, though. All right, they'll end up losing Kaka, but they toss Boxy down. A couple more clicks here from Somnus. Should be able to finish him off, but Somnus now might need a little bit of help. Cookie coming out from the side of Xnova, but there's the jump forward from Mickey, realizing that it doesn't matter if you're on the high ground. This Sonic Wave's gonna hit you no matter what. Glimpse
they
back
bring him
play
back too?
over onto Xnova. Another Shadow Dagger, couple of clicks, and they're TPing people in one by one. They might be able to turn this back around, though, with Kaka here. So it's a toss up into the air, but we'll just be able to slow down Mickey for a moment.
That toss was definitely not the play. Throwing the clockwork into the Shadow Fiend there ended up kind of griefing him because he got low enough HP that Queen can punish. And if Mika sees a chance to go for a kill on his Queen, he will take that chance. He knows his limits very well.
Well, this has been going down. Ghost has had just a lot of freedom. And again, we're seeing the 3 cores on the side of RNG with the top net worth again. Granted, this was also the case in game number 1, and then Liquid was just very, very patient. We're able to bounce back again.
Oh my god, I didn't realize how starved Zai is for levels on bottom. He just now hit level 4. I mean, they did tri-lane, which does hinder your experience gain a little bit in the early game, but he's against a level 7, almost 8 Ursa as a level 4 Visage. He has no rights to even be here. This lane is... he's not allowed at all to get close to the creeps.
Some moves towards this mid lane. Both the supports standing nearby on both sides. Let's see Xnova, Mickey opening up with the Shadow Dagger. He's gonna give a little poke. It's a hook shot in. And the pushback. Be able to push Xnova a little bit. This is not looking good for him though. Cookie hop forward, not gonna be able to quite get it, but they do manage to get the denial, so sometimes you just have to deny Grandma.
Yeah.
And then
Jump
Ghost.
against the loving arms of Shadow Fiend. He will put you out of your misery, don't worry.
He'll give you a Requiem you'll never forget. Over in the mid lane though, Boxy stuck in the cogs here with the Somnus. Ghost has arrived.
Ghost just runs up and stands on the high ground. He's like, yeah, did someone want to fight? This is like a big brother moment, calling in the safe laner, who has quite a lot of farm tossed back here
Matu.
into Requiem.
He is just having such a difficult time in this top lane.
Yeah, and a fantastic start now for every single core on the side of RNG. They are flying ahead in net worth. The CS department is a little bit lying because, of course, you see, like, you know, spider kills, but looking over at the net worth, it is dominantly right now.
Liquid is smoked up though, and they are making their way towards the bottom portion of the map. Feels like Ghost has a general idea that there's something headed for him though. Does have the defusal completed at a little under 12 minutes.
Yeah, fantastically early timing, and he's being very cautious, understanding that, okay, we got top for free, there's no contest, we don't see anyone mid. Not too many other places they can be then, they have to be going for me. He does run out now though.
Ghost just running after Insania. Come here, come here, come here. Insania says, nope, absolutely not. Glimpses him away. Xnova, though, caught in the middle of 3, although Kaka and Somnus making their way over. In comes Ghost. He says, all right, you glimpsed me back before, Insania, but I still want this kill.
Yeah, and it feels like RNG are recognizing that the Shadow Fiend can just go anywhere he wants together with the Tiny right now, and Liquid do not want to fight it. They even bring in the Broodmother to help with the tower pushing, of course.
I mean, how concerned are we that we have the safe lane Legion commander and picked up specifically to deal with the Brood and just can't seem to go stand in the lane with them?
Okay, so I don't think the Legion is a counter to Brood in the laning stage in the current patch.
Right.
As we might see a scuffle, but it's gonna be fine. I would say the counter is that you can always kill the spiders later on with 1Q. Oh, they do get the toss back.
They do manage to get the toss back. Boxy, though, is trying his best to prank some ankles, but with the raises there, Somnus gets a nice pick off. But yeah, like you said earlier, during laning phase, you're absolutely right, because you don't see the spiders getting picked up on the Broodmother until a bit later.
For me, the issue is not even that, though. I'm looking at this game and thinking, how are they gonna have a game on anyone? Legion is the least of their concern. The Queen is 3.9k net worth.
Ooh. Okay, I mean, this is a nice setup, but do they have enough damage to finish him off? There it is. There's a Sonic. The Sonic wife, so.
Oh, he
They'll
could
get-
maybe have lived. He had 20 magic stick he didn't use there towards the end, right after a duel. Maybe he could have gone away into tree line.
Zai is level 5. That is a sad Zai.
Yeah, that's exactly the issue in this game. Like, both Queen and Visage are non-existent, and while Legion does her purpose and is fine against the Broodmother, I think they don't have anyone they can fight with right now. Insania and Boxy are like, where are our cores? Who are we gonna fight with?
Do you have the armlet completed though now for Legion? So that is the first bigger item completed. But when you look at some of the items that are being built or coming out or completed for the side of RNG, you do get a little worried because there's a blink dagger now in this Diffusal Ursa.
Yeah, that's when he can really start looking for kills, so he
Oh,
knows
he's looking for
Visage is
Zai.
around bottom.
Come out wherever you are. There he is. The Diffusal, and Next Nova's just nearby for a little bit of vision, perhaps. Maybe trying to slow down these birds.
Yeah,
Ghost
Zai
has
taking
this
even
under control.
the favorite juke spot there. We see a lot of offlaners really loving this, going on the right side of that low hill. Not even the birds are going to be safe.
No, they're not. Oh, do you see the courier though? They're trying to put the moves over, and that was the blink dagger on Ghost. So if they had managed to get that courier snipe, that would have been huge. Smoke
Mickey
immediate. Mickey about to walk into danger. Does he know is the question. No, I don't think he does because that's a lot of lockdown. Hookshot comes in from Box. He was trying to keep him alive, but not gonna manage to do it. The cookie hop jumping here. Ghost gonna be able to just open Boxy like a can. Very nice hits coming out now from the side of RNG.
I think he has to have known that they were all down there because they just killed off his Visage right before, but they're getting desperate. Liquid, they don't see what move they can make right now, so he's just trying to perhaps go for those couriers that he's offline back again. He also had vision in that area, so he wanted to get down into the jungle, but right now RNG just getting everything they want.
Ooh, that was a nice hit from the Legion, but it's still going to be the Aegis going over onto Somnus, as he's... I think this is a BKB completion. Yeah, it's a complete BKB now. Oh, that's very scary. This is scary timing.
Super fast, and he has an entire duration here of the Aegis with BKB, and he also has a DD rune. So looking for them to put some hurt on the tier 2 towers next.
They want Mickey. The avalanche is just too much damage. They blow up Mickey.
Yeah, Tiny playing a clean game here too. Kaka been involved in 8 kills here on his Tiny. His rotations with the Avalanche have been really good.
It's gotta feel so much more comfortable after that first game of Rubik, where there was so much pressure placed on him to get the perfect spell, the perfect positioning, and the perfect just stay alive in a lot of those fights, because he started getting targeted so much.
No, you're right. I mean, perfect was literally the requirement for him if they were going to win that game. And now, I'm not saying he's not playing great here, but he can afford to make a misplay on Tiny, and it won't cost like an entire team fight or an entire game. So definitely a lot of weight off his shoulders as their draft is a bit more rounded. Rune, half duration for SF. They want to push more.
They have the Cardi there, so they might as well for this duration. And see? Alright, there's a jump in from Ghost as he sees Mickey. Doesn't quite manage to finish off, but they get the duel off. Ghost taking down. He's going to end up falling. They'll get the kill on Monty, but not before he gets that duel damage first. Kaka tossed back up into the air with the Zai. Gonna see what damage they can put down. They got the avalanche. They'll clean up the Visage. And Chalice, Somnus has just been here, I feel like, the whole time, just hitting.
Yeah, he non-stop auto-attacked. He's like, I'm not even gonna bother running to my team. I am the team. I'm gonna push. He had a DD rune. He had no intention of wasting it, so he just kept hitting buildings. And the Rax is gonna fall here. There's no real way for him to stop it. Spiders as well.
And his hands weren't even on the keyboard. He just let it auto-attack those buildings. And they got themselves a tower and a half of Rax for it.
18-minute Rax cracked, and they still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis. We sometimes talk about teams, you know, waiting to go high ground until the end of Aegis. No, they just take a Rax real quick so they can use Aegis to go high ground again. That's how they're gonna play this.
Oh, careful, Insania. There are a lot of people running at you, and you only have one glimpse. Chalice.
Dire's courier has been
Let's
killed.
see, gets the courier snipe here, but we'll start reamassing. And look at the way that that Kaka and Ghost are playing with this positioning. They've got the ward over here on the side so they can keep vision. If anybody gets a little bit too close, they're going to be able to immediately blow them up. But
Is under attack.
Matu, realizing that they're probably playing this angle, sitting on the other side, keeping some space.
Yeah, they have the blink, they have the armlets. They can maybe look for a kill here, they have vision.
And they're creeping forward, but they don't know where the rest of the team is smoked up behind. All right, they get the jump here immediately over on Sob's cookie hop. Over here on the side, though, and the toss back here from Kaka. Beautiful positioning. They'll end up losing Matu. They'll end up losing Insania. And now Kaka here. He's stuck in the cogs from Boxy. He is going to end up dying, but Boxy sinks so very low. Goes jumping onto the back lines. He smells blood in the water. He wants Zai. He's trying to just close the gap. He'll be able to with a little help from Chalice. And the hunt is on over after Mickey. They're just chomping away over on this Queen of Pain and just forcing him away.
Yeah, dominant play here. I mean, Snapfire was ready. Looked like they could maybe get the Aegis down over on Somnus. They had high ground vision, but of course, RNG are going to play together. They're not going to be foolish to lose their SF to nothing.
It was very ambitious, but a nice call too to use that smoke, keep them guessing, so they weren't sure exactly what the positioning was. So tower's going to go down. Rest of Liquid, they're back up. But they still have this Aegis for another 40-something seconds.
They have no Queen ulti. I think when you're this far behind, if you don't have the Queen ulti, how do you win the fight here into Aegis? I think Rax just has to fall.
They're still holding that BKB on Somnus to the hook shot, going into the duel, but we'll throw back here now as Somnus stuck in the middle of everything. His Snapfire Kisses doing so much damage on the losing box. He loses Insane, but Datu trying to run away, cannot manage to get out of all of the damage. And they call GG. Team Liquid realizing that RNG is just too powerful with this momentum.
Wow,
Little
who would have
GG
expected
out.
a game like that after game one? I mean, game one was like a slugfest, really long game, both teams fighting back and forth, and then game two, RNG just showing up like, you know, they played as though they would get in trouble for being behind the schedule here. So thank you for fixing the schedule a bit, RNG. That was very, very dominant. 20 minutes and 45 seconds. GG.
Yeah, that was an insanely fast game, and this is something that, you know, I mentioned earlier, is that RNG are one of those teams that, like, they make very quick adjustments. They realize, okay, what did we do wrong in game number one? How can we fix this? How can we turn this around? And I do think that perhaps Liquid, they went in with the Legion Commander, and it was kind of a big risk, right? They needed very specific things to kind of fall into play for this Legion to get the footing that was needed. But also just RNG ran at them. They got that momentum, and they just never stopped.
I think that, yeah, for me, the highlights of their success here is the tri-lane that they put and how they played it. The tri-lane of Ursa, Snapfire, and Tiny is very hard to kill. At first, I said that I favored Team Liquid in that, but yeah, I think they played it beautifully and they got a big advantage. Here we see some of the highlights from the game. It was such a short game though, so we're already at the end of the game here.
Reminds me when we're trying to do the weatherman during DPC.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the games are too short. It's just like, oh, how do we get anything? But yeah, nice little play there with the cookie hop, the stun, and then the follow-up from Kaka. And it definitely felt like a much nicer game for Kaka this time around, because there was so much pressure in game number one that if he didn't get everything perfect, the fight was basically lost, and this time around he had a lot more breathing space, so to speak. Zai being super under level, definitely playing into the favor of RNG. Like you said, you know, having that tri-lane early kind of didn't achieve what they wanted. Yeah.
No, that was certainly you know, a strong showing here in game two. RNG showing that they are not necessarily the team to beat, but they are the ones who were at TI first before Liquid, right?
Right.
Liquid came in with momentum, it went well, but game two they really ran into a wall. But we're gonna have more games coming up shortly, I believe. Moxie, what's the next matchup for us here?
The next matchup on the stream is going to be Fnatic versus Spirit, which is super exciting. You get that Southeast Asian Dota coming in hot, but then you've also got the reigning champs facing off against them. So a couple regions that don't normally meet up too often. But, you know, looking at the scoreboard here, who would you say would be your MVP this time around?
For me, I think maybe Ghost. I mean, he played a great game of Ursa. He found kills that I didn't expect him to find, but also the rotation from the supports. It's either between him or, for me, Xnova. Xnova played great on his Snapfire too.
Looks like Ghost is going to be our MVP here. Did play excellent, and I was concerned, you know, there were a lot of ways to be able to kite this bear. Did not run into that issue. I think, what did I say? Was he got his Diffusal Blade sub 12 minutes, I believe?
Yeah, let me check exactly how fast he got it there, but that was very,
quite
very fast.
fast.
He got an 11 minutes, he had it in his hands. So yeah, he finished it around like 10:30 or something, sent it out from the base, so that is extremely fast, with face boots, of course, as well.
And then, of course, they had this momentum. They were just able to continue with it. There was no one being able to really, you know, slow them down at this point, and they just rode with it.
Yeah, that game was just decided by the laning stage, how well they played it. They played a great tri lane, and like we highlighted before, their last hitting and their CSing was really clean. Like Ursa had 32 denies that game, 26 denies on the Shadow Fiend. They really put emphasis on winning the lanes hard in terms of CSing, and Zai was almost half the level of Ursa when he was level 8. He was just hitting level 4, and Ursa was level 7.5.
Yeah, and we've said this earlier with the side of RNG. They're just technically very, very good. They were definitely running away with it in game number 1 in terms of being able to have that very high CS and also the high denial rate too. But at the end of the day, you know, you can see that it ends up being a 1-1 split because Team Liquid bounced back during that game number 1, brought some real hurt there to the table next to game from Mickey, and then RNG made the adjustments that they needed to do and were able to handily take game number 2 in about 20 minutes. So very kind of crazy volatile day so far. We are a little bit behind schedule, but we're trying to catch up a bit here. So we do have the next game coming up is Fnatic versus Spirit. It's going to be super exciting, but we are going to take a little break, get our players into the lobby. So get up, go stretch, stay hydrated, and when you come back, we'll have a new series for you.
shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the B stream here for the TI-11 group stage. We've got our second series on board for you, and it is going to be a banger. It's Fnatic versus Team Spirit. We've got SEA Dota facing off with the reigning TI champs, and I think this game is going to be explosive. What do you think, Waga?
I mean, can it be anything but when you bring back the defending champions like this? Team Spirit, they're looking in form, they're looking strong. Last we saw them as well. No, I think this will be a tall order for Fnatic here, but also a chance to prove yourself. Apparently, you were telling me during the break here that Hokori managed to take over on the C stream, so it's a good time to make a statement, right? Early in the groups, if you face one of the strong teams, you get a chance to make a name for yourself.
Yeah, and I think that's interesting that you mentioned that. I went through some of the old interviews that Fnatic gave, and John Wall actually says, one of his quotes, "Work hard until your idols become your rivals." So in a lot of cases, I think the teams view the TI winners as maybe their idols, people that, you know, they look up to, and they want to work hard so that way they get the chance to take them down, or, you know, have that rivalry going on like we see Spirit and PSG LGD. You know, every time you know it's going to be a good series between them. But yeah, it should be a great series here.
It should be. I mean, and also you have the curse from being the defending champion as well going into, especially with them having looked strong throughout the year, is that all the eyes are going to be on you. You're going to be one of the teams that people prepare a lot against, or even draw ideas from. So we'll see if Fnatic have prepared something here in store for Team Spirit, as the teams have, of course, scrimmed a lot since the last we saw both of them playing their officials. Both teams seem to be ready, so should be getting into the game soon. I'm excited to see if we're going to see a 2-0 or if it's going to be a draw, if we're going to see an upset.
Well, another thing to mention is that Fnatic just recently ended up playing the BTS Pro Series. So while Spirit really hasn't been playing anything officially, Fnatic did get in there. They did play. They actually ended up losing to Hokuri, a team that we just mentioned, but they do have, you know, some data and some of these games on this patch already, whereas a lot of the data for Spirit, when I was looking up, was just in pubs. But a very cool thing to note is that Collapse currently has the highest pub win rate out of all of the pro players right now. I believe it's a 92.6% win rate currently.
Yeah, I saw something about that. Someone was saying he's getting his TI form ready, so that has to feel good going in to TI as well. And here we see, of course, the lineup of Fnatic. DJ, I would say DJ is like the heart and soul of Fnatic. He's been with them for a very long time, many years, and he's had a lot of epic moments as well on his Enigma in particular.
Yeah, DJ, this is actually his 6th TI appearance as well, so this guy knows what it's like to be... Oh, we've got looks like we've got double going on over here in the DMs.
Clones!
But
is this legal?
Just that talented. Just that talented. I don't know. Is it? If it's still you, does it count as still one person?
Yeah, you just have a really talented player and then you just clone him. That's the way you win TI.
That's how
I mean,
works, right?
with names like DJ and Jay as well, I mean, they really are cloning over there.
Yeah, which one's D and which one's J? Got some nice hero shots here of the reigning TI champs. Some interesting poses, which is always fun.
Yeah, I feel like you can sometimes tell just by the hero poses for teams playing in TI or playing other events. You can tell by the poses who watches anime, you know. You can tell there are really some anime intro poses they're pulling out.
Everyone's got really normal looking hair on the side of Spirit. I don't know how I feel about that. Yatoro has hair. Toronto Tokyo doesn't have any crazy colors this time around. I think Yatoro actually had some weird colors too at one point. But
Yatoro is probably prepared to do the playoff shave. I'm calling it now. It's gonna come back, you know. the TI winning move after all.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last time. Why not continue the tradition if you're superstitious?
Yeah, that's only for when you desperately need it. You know, it's not allowed quite yet. Only after the group stage is over. Because I don't think that Team Spirit should be having to pull all the stops here.
That is so anime, though. Like the way you said that, you're like talking about how you know which teams watch anime by their poses, and then you're like, yeah, but that's like the last, the last bastion of when your back's against the wall and you need to draw that power and push your limits. Or
yeah, their sensei would never allow them to use that in the group stage. That would be shame. Yeah,
no, Boruto's dad would be very disappointed in them if they did that, for sure.
Yeah. See both the teams sitting pretty ready here. DJ looking focused.
So yeah, both of these teams, obviously, you've got to feel pretty hyped when you're... I don't know if this is Fnatic's first series of the day. I don't have the schedule up right now in front of me, but one of your first matches, though, up against Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's I mean... It's mixed feelings, probably. Like, a little bit it's intimidating to play against the defending champions who also have played very strong throughout the year. But I think it's good to get a game like that out early in the day or early throughout the group stage. Because outside of that, even if you lose here, say Fnatic lose against Team Spirit, it's not really a bad feeling like, oh, we're now in a terrible spot. But if you claim a win here or if you 2-0 them, then Fnatic can have great momentum from that. But over on the side of Team Spirit, I do believe that they're, for me, quite the favorite going into this, but not by a huge margin to the point that, oh, it's unthinkable that Fnatic should beat them. I just think that they are expected to have a slight edge here.
That makes sense. I am curious, too, to see how their different playstyles are going to match up, because Fnatic does have a little bit... I don't want to say less of an explosive playstyle because they're still very, very aggressive, but they definitely focus on different things that maybe Spirit aren't necessarily focusing on as well. I think the big things come to fight is that they have, a lot of the team fight, but do tend to go for more of these supports that aren't necessarily damage. They're more for utility. And then, of course, putting that pressure out on the creep wave, really forcing those waves in and forcing their enemies to respond to them.
Yep. And as we head into the draft here, we're going to see that Fnatic, they ban out the Primal Beast, and we also see the Enigma. And here we see Team Spirit huddling up for the draft. I like when teams group up like this for the draft instead of just sitting at their chairs. Go join and group around your captain so you can all feel part of it. Everyone's sitting at their chairs, so you're at a boot camp. You might as well be next to each other,
So who did you put down for your most banned hero? Because I definitely put down Enigma for my TI predictions. Did you also put down Enigma?
I think I put Marcy actually as my most banned. Okay. But yeah, both of them are going to get banned a lot. We also saw Primal Beast get banned quite a bit. So we will see. We will see. I think Enigma might just get picked every now and then by teams, but I don't know if anyone will be allowed to pick Marcy or if they really will be able to,
Yeah, and it's early days in the meta as well, so things could change. You had mentioned Undying has been very, very popular, but you also feel like he's not unbeatable. There are definitely ways that teams can kind of play around him. One of the big ones that we've seen too, you've seen a lot of Snapfire picked up just to kind of deal with that tombstone fairly early. You've got these ways to play and kite the hero and make it a little bit less of a problem early on. But those are some quick pickups over on the side of Spirit. Go for the Leshrek and the Clockwork.
Yeah, they play nicely into each other. Good synergy. I think one problem with Undying for teams right now is that so many drafts want to be big and tanky, and Undying just counters a lot of that mentality because those frontliners are not good at killing Tombstone just because they're normally melee heroes, and Decay is extra good against strength heroes as well, so it can be hard to draft sort of the current meta into Undying, and that's probably why he thrives so much. Some heroes are good just because they are the meta, and some are good because, well, they just fit great into the meta that we have right now. I think Undying is a bit of both right now, which is why we see him be so great. want
just have to
something there
figure out what the
notes.
next hero that Fnatic would like to pick up. And you don't have too much to work off of. I mean, we've been seeing a bit of the Nyx Assassin popping in and out, but then that does give you 2 melee supports, which I know you're not a huge fan of.
Yeah, I'm more a fan of opening, especially even the opening 2 picks. I like having 1 melee, 1 range. If you commit into the double melee or even double range opening, then it makes it easier for the opponents to narrow down what they want to ban. Like if you have 2 melee heroes, you're very likely to add up something that's going to be ranged in second phase. So it gives too much information, and I like restricting the amount of information, which is something the teams like to do as well. We see DP Undying. This is giving me some real nice like TI4 flashbacks. Feels push, man.
This feels like a spooky Halloween draft. I appreciate it. Halloween is my birthday. I like to see all the spooky characters.
Oh, damn.
But no, it's nice to have, right? Because if you have, melee heroes coming in, the Spirit Siphon is obviously very, very strong. It gives you some team fight, tower push. Silence is also very, very nice on the Death Prophet. So, and also a very flexible hero. You still can move her to various lanes. So it kind of keeps your draft a little bit veiled, which is always a benefit.
I like the little detail between DP and Leshrac, where both these heroes are also heroes that want to run next to their target and just deal damage by existing. But DP has the upper hand a little bit over Leshrac. If she has the ulti going and her Spirit Siphon, then Leshrac has to be the one disengaging, even if he pops W and his ulti. It's not quite as strong usually in the single target, whereas Exorcism just shreds you. And Lesh is not a very high armor hero until he finds a way to solve that. So it's a good response to the Lesh.
I would like to see perhaps more lockdown for the side of Fnatic currently, because you have a silence, you've got a little bit of that slow from the Undying, but no hard lockdown, nothing to cancel out TPs. Usually Death Prophets opt to go for, depending on the position of course, the Yule Scepter, because it provides them a way to stay alive, gives them a little bit of catch and whatnot. But I would like to see a hero that has some catch already built in.
Yeah, it would be nice to get something. They, on the Team Spirit, they ban out the Ember and the Visage. Both are, slightly good at chasing at least, but not really the hard lockdown. So this is a lot of respect to heroes they don't want to deal with. I think Ember could be problematic for Leshrac early on. The Sleight of Fist is very easy to connect on Lesh all the time, and he can't quite sustain against it. Meanwhile, for Fnatic, they're banned. They're banning out the AA because they're both running. They're running 2 healers from the start here, and SD because SD combination with Leshrac is very strong. So makes a lot of sense. Also, SD ulti against DP, of course, a terrible counter.
Now, you do have this Death Prophet who's flexible. They've picked a lot of Puck recently, and they have an excellent Puck player on this team. Obviously, you don't want to necessarily pick it up too early, but is that a solution to having a bit more catch, a little bit more lockdown?
Yeah, they could go for it. I would probably pick it later down the line even then, though, or try to wait a little bit more. Puck would allow them to get some way to guarantee the fight, but it's also an ulti-based lockdown. Perhaps they want something that is not dependent on that. And looking for Fnatic's +5 here, I think something as simple as just like a Bane or something, something that has reliable disables early on. It can be hard to get a long channel Fiend script here, but I think they need a hero that can stop Leshrac right now from having that big impact.
What about a Disruptor? That's been a very popular hero, gives them the latch capability.
Could certainly be great here. I mean, Disruptor is good against Leshrac too, and it solves the problem that they have right now. They would also double down on the silence, so they have even more ways to prevent people from using spells. Team Spirit, they are adding good combos here, though. I like the Snapfire when you have Clockwork. The Cogs can now set up for both Leshrac and Snap to be landing their spells into it. And it's, again, a good, a ranged, a melee, both tanky. They're playing the meta, not doing something too surprising. Team Spirit with pretty well-rounded opening, not super aggressive about something. They have a bit of everything.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a well-rounded draft so far. So we've thought about the Bane as a possibility as a pos 5 that's also ranged, which would be kind of nice. Perhaps something like a Disruptor, like we said, the Double Down. We're seeing a lot of that Ags. Okay, there's a hero that you and I have not seen a whole heck of a lot of recently.
Really not, yeah. Hoodwink is not too common in the current patch, but it is a curious choice against the Leshrac and Clockwork. I don't like Hoodwink against Clock that much, because if you do get rocketed in the tree line, you could get hookshotted and then you are stuck in the cogs very quickly. But on the other hand, it's good against Leshrac because you can sit in the tree line and not be as easy to run down. Morphling, though, that doesn't surprise us much at all. Raven, Morphling is very, very strong, and this is a great Morphling patch overall.
Yeah, I've been seeing a ton of Morphling recently in our games. Seems to be like Morphling, Faceless Void, those seem to be two of the highest heroes in terms of position 1 core, I think, for this meta.
Yeah, also some good stuff to steal here. I mean, you can easily turn yourself into Leshrac and use his spells. The Edict and the Q are quite good. You can also become Snapfire if you want, some good burst damage. So no matter what he wants to turn into already, it's quite nice, and that's without even seeing the enemy carry yet.
So I guess now what's the next pickup here for the side of Spirit? What goes well with what they have? They could go something like a Faceless Void if they were interested in it, with the Snapfire Kisses and the Pulse, whatnot. Okay, all right.
They certainly could do that, but they're gonna go with a Centaur theme. Look at Leshrac, look at Centaur. Wow, they're picking similar heroes. No, but in all honesty, the Snapfire and the Centaur, very common combo, probably one of the biggest staple combos of the entire DPC this year, I want to say. Like, I have seen so much Snapfire Centaur in competitive Dota, and that and like Centaur or Mars Snapfire, I guess, would be even more popular. But this is good. This is what Team Spirit needed. They need more stuns, more lockdown. Anytime you play against Morphling, you don't need 1 stun. You need like 8 stuns so you can kill him reliably. And wouldn't be too surprised if even the last pick they have is something that has a built-in disable as well.
What do you think they want to pick up, I guess, then?
I'm kind of on board with what you said about Faceless Void, apart from one thing. It enables the Morphling as well. Morphling is going to turn into Faceless Void and turn that time dilation back over on your team. So I probably wouldn't go for that route. Perhaps even go for something like Naga Siren in this game. If you feel confident you can drag it out, then Naga is quite competent against the Tombstone. You can sing and kill it. Matches decently against Morph. Fnatic are respecting the Troll. That's what they're scared of.
Huh.
Okay.
I mean, that is a hero that we've seen Spirit play a lot of. Interesting you mentioned the Naga, too. I feel like we saw so much Naga Siren in the games that we cast. When I was looking at the statistics, Naga wasn't even listed in the top ones in terms of position 1. In fact, it was really funny to look at, because I think it was Morphling, Faceless Void, Terrorblade, Pudge, and then TA. And if you had told me like a year ago that Pudge would be a position 1 and one of the top picks during last chance qualifiers or whatnot, I would have been like, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, he changed a lot. He has evolved. It's a new era for Pudge. The most popular Dota 2 hero gets to be griefing us on multiple lanes nowadays. It's fantastic.
All right, Monkey King. This is a fast-playing draft coming up from the side of Fnatic.
Okay. So this is now looking very interesting. Looks like this is going to be a mid-Morphling, quite likely then. And they want the Monkey King against the Centaur. So at least that's what I'm feeling, unless they want to do something more creative. But to me, it looks like an offlane DP together with the Undying or Hoodwink. They probably want Undying against Centaur and Snap, though.
Some strength heroes that everybody would love to, Undying would love to be paired up against. Take away all their strength.
Yeah, no, that would be ideal. I mean, there's also Clockwork. When you have that double strength support, the Undying is going to be quite happy. And this is what we see so often. Even with the first phase pick Undying, we see not 1, not 2, but 3 strength heroes. And Lone Druid comes out for Team Spirit. I think that's a great answer to a lot of what Fnatic have picked here. I think the fear from the bear can be very useful against Death Prophet to disengage her, make her run away. And it can also be a great way to make Monkey King run out of his ultimate. So interesting ways to counter two ultimates over on the side of Fnatic here. So it's going to be carry Morphling. We see the players now locking in what they're going to be playing. So it's going to be Raven taking the Morphling after all. And it's just going to be Jay taking the Monkey King.
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious, which draft are you favoring more right now?
Seeing now that this is how they want to pick it, I would say Team Spirit. I think I favor them quite a bit even with this.
Okay.
Yeah, it just looks very easy to execute, and while they don't have like the hardest late game carries necessarily, Collapse could scale quite a bit on his Centaur still. Of course, the Leshrac becomes a potent threat in late game, and Lone Druid just looks like it fits so damn well into this draft. I can't even really put my finger on exactly what, apart from the things that I mentioned. But could also be that he's quite hard to burst, and I don't see the lineup of Fnatic being able to kill Lone Druid that easily in the fights.
Okay, so what are the timings then for Fnatic if they want to stand a chance against this lineup?
It depends how the Morphling's laning stage is going to evolve. If he has good farm, if he is above everyone else in net worth, then they can really take it slow. But otherwise, I would like to see them make a lot of moves with the DP ulti as fast as possible. Utilize that DP ulti is hard to counter until people have survivability items. So they have kind of two power spikes, one being when Morphling is enormous, and the other being DP before people have tools to solve it. So we'll see how Morphling's laning stage goes.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how they're going to be able to shore that up, make sure that, Raven can get what he needs. And then, like you said, want to see a very active Death Prophet that's moving around the map. With the supports that they have, though, it feels like they should be able to kind of take advantage and sort of shore up these lanes. What do you think?
Yeah, they have good supports to shore up the lanes, but we also have seen how strong Snapfire can be in laning stage, what she can do, and it's not necessarily like there's a glaring weakness over on the side of Team Spirit. It comes down a lot to how well they make use of their Lone Druid as well. I mean, last series we cast, CSing was really what dictated who won in the second game at least. The laning stage pretty much broke the entire game there. So let's head into the game and we'll see what's gonna happen here.
All right, well, as per usual tradition, everybody's going to smoke up out of the base, get out of there a little bit faster, try to plant those wards. Kind of a fun little tidbit. When I was reading my interviews, Maposhka mentioned, he's like, man, something to the effect of, like, this map is just, it's boring. It's too easy to find where everybody's wards are. It's so predictable. He would like to see a change on that, for sure. And I think another person mentioned that too. I'm trying to remember. It was the support players just saying, love to see, a slightly different map. Because it's just too easy. You can generally know where the warding is. And if you think about it, the wards are pretty much always in the same spots. Like, occasionally you'll get an interesting ward, right? But for the most part, it seems to be the same spots over and over again. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the wards dewarded by Maposhka after that statement.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, that's a bold thing to say, that the wards are too easy to find. I certainly find that a lot of wards still live quite full durations, but I'm totally with him. I would love to see another map change, if not just for the warding, for the new environment to play and understand how to use. Anytime we get map changes, that's always interesting.
Maposhka's just gonna walk past John Well and see that Monkey King doing a little bit of harass here right off the start.
Yeah, Monkey's gonna secure himself the bounty on top, and it's still gonna be a 2-for-2, so no real advantage here. Neither team is like super strong at level 1 fights, unless Team Spirit were to group up all their stuns and go together, but both teams just planting down some vision in the early game. We see also the small camp blocked up top by Fnatic. And the trading begins between Undying. He has his work cut out for him. He's spamming that decay as often as he can.
I feel like Generally speaking, though, Undying is one of those heroes that's going to be able to really secure Raven a decent lane. And that is something that you said is very, very important. That they're able to get this farm, get the levels in CS over on this Morphling. And again, you can see, just keep stacking up the decay. Does have to be careful, though, because they are dishing out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, he also didn't have any HP regen yet. He gets a Tangle, he's gonna start regening up, and Decay is gonna serve to heal him a lot in this lane, so he'll probably be fine. But he certainly will be trying to keep the attention away from the Morphling so that he can free farm as much as possible.
Life of an Undying. Just spam your spells. Eat a bunch of fruit. Get more of your mana back. Spam your spells.
Yep, mangoes, as many as you can possibly afford, and then you're gonna be super poor in the mid game or early game because you don't have any money left. You spent it all on consumables.
But that's okay. If your core is getting the CS, if they're getting the dollars, you know, it all works out that way. Support you early game so you can carry them later.
That's true. That's true. And mid lane looking quite even right now, 6-2 versus 8-3. DP being slightly more aggressive, trying to bully Leshrac back a little bit, fighting for some advantage.
How does this lane usually play out between the Death Prophet and the Leshrac?
I would say it's usually just a lot of spamming of the Crypt Swarms and Lightning Storms to farm. I mean, DP probably has a minor edge, but she has managed to get a nice amount of CS there. 11-5 versus 8-2, so building a little bit of a lead. He is outplaying him a little bit just in how he trades right now. Done a good job.
I think it was an interesting point that you made earlier, saying how the Leshrac and the Death Prophet kind of provide a same service with their roles in a sense. Death Prophet just perhaps a little bit more of a versatile kit.
Yeah, they're similar in how they execute to in the team fights. Like they both run next to the opponents, and they're both power pushers. They have quite a bit of shared identity, I would say. These two heroes.
You see the decay stacks just continuously building up on the Undying, and Raven definitely reaping the rewards of that in terms of CS.
Yeah, he's making it very hard for Collapse to last it even. I mean, he's trying to get the denies there. You saw that if he had the 8 strength instead of being decayed twice, that range creep would have died to his 2 hits, but it's just annoying to see us as a strength hero into Undying lanes.
DJ kind of hiding over on the tree line here. Poshka. Rotating over, just gonna click. How do you, like, slow down this this lone druid here in this top lane?
I think they're doing it in a pretty good way right now. They're playing close together with the Hoodwink and the Monkey King, so overall they're CSing together. And the Clockwork can't really pose a threat if they're playing with each other. So it's difficult for Lone Druid then, because he has the last hit against the 2 of them, and doesn't get much help from Poshka. And Poshka trying to pull.
Bottom lane, he's a tanky boy. Is it gonna be enough? Yeah, he's gonna survive this. As Collapse is just gonna cut the wave. 16 decay, I think, over on Dunwell, so he's got to feel very, very good about that.
Yeah, nice usage of the Soul Rip as well, but getting these double decays really makes it so costly to try and bring down the Undying, and that's what you don't want to have. It's like, that's the worst case scenario. You use a lot of resources to try and bring down Undying, but he didn't die. They get to jump on the Morphling bottom, just trying to get him out of CSing.
Seeing the Undying rotating over here to the mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is
A
under
little bit of
attack.
harass.
Looks like he's rotating over to his death. He's like hugging the tower like, hello.
Yeah, might as well.
Honestly, I feel like he should have run to base because he was so close to base. It felt like he made a move. He didn't even drop a ward or anything while going there. So the time it took for him to run to a tier 2 tower, he could have run home instead, I feel. I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, that's what I was curious about. I thought he was gonna go drop some wards, but was not the case. Top lane, a little bit of pressure being placed over here on Jabs. DJ trying his best to support. Land of Boundless. They're trying to get rid of the bear. Not quite gonna be able to get there though in time.
Yeah, they have to do a good job staying close to each other, or the Battery Assault is really gonna start kicking their ass here, because level 2 Battery Assault does a lot of damage. And they almost got the bear, but the resummon, it's back to full HP. Monkey is now holding his Jingu. He wants to wait until it's boundless again, and he's gonna heal fully from one boundless strike very soon. Or almost fully at least.
Structures are fortified.
The glyph, they countered
Yep.
him.
For the hop down, though, put a little pressure.
Always funny to glyph against a monkey with Jingu, because you know exactly when he's gonna stun. You can just deny him his heal, but he's gonna be fine either way.
6-minute rune is going to be top, the Invis rune. DJ should be able to secure it here for Armel if he wants it. No, he just says grab it.
Yeah, he's playing without bottle anyway. He went for the Falcon Blade on DP, which I like this choice. DP has other ways to heal anyway. She can heal from the Spirit Siphon. And mana, you can get a lot from Falcon Blade, and Falcon Blade gives you more HP pool, which is super important on DP. So bottle wouldn't, you know, make you stronger for when you full commit, but now he's really tanky.
And this is exactly what we wanted to see from Armel in this game. He's got his level 6. He's putting pressure on this mid lane. DJ trying to slow down Maposhka here off to the side. You can see the teleports are coming out. Chunwell's also here. DJ needing to be careful. Nice soul rip. Going to keep him healthy as Toronto Tokyo will land the split earth, but you still have this Undying placing pressure.
Yeah, might be difficult to get real tower damage here for Armel, but everybody is looking towards the mid lane right now, and he's still getting the ghosts to hit a little bit, just staying close. But this is time that it's just a 1v1 lane bottom between the Morphling and the Centaur, and Morph should be happy getting quite a bit of farm here.
Yeah, he's definitely getting chunked down by the Centaur whenever it's available to do with the Stomp Double Edge, but not enough to get a kill for sure, so we'll just continue to morph those attributes. See Maposhka getting its position. They want to try to punish Armel if he comes too far forward, knowing that that Exorcism is on cooldown.
We see so many teams do this, the double support move towards mid around minute 6 or 7, there we go.
Nice cookie with the pulse. The cogs coming into play. Armel trying to use the Spirit Siphon. They turn it right back around again. Oh my goodness, calculated. That is a double kill now for Armel thanks to the rotation of his supports.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, DP is a very scary hero to commit on. If you're not sure you can get the kill, then it can backfire with the help of the tower there. He brings them down. Collapse. Doing some damage to Raven, but no real threat, just being a nuisance.
Yeah, this is what we keep seeing in that bottom lane. A rotation top though, Maposhka. Let's teleport on in. Give a couple clicks on him.
He also went Quelling Blade on Clockwork to try and be able to catch the Monkey King at any chance that he gets. It could be nice to have Quelling Blade as well for some warding. Sometimes you can cut a tree and get a little bit better vision with your ward.
Yeah, and then you have the capability of DJ, who's also going to be using these trees and planting them too.
That's true.
Lane, a little bit of pressure placed on John Wall with the rotation from Toronto Tokyo. They'll happily clean up, and Raven just hiding in the tree line. He's gonna teleport up to the top lane. Doesn't want to have to deal with this as Armel waiting around here. Does manage to snap up the rune. No rune for Toronto Tokyo. At least not from the Radiant side.
Yeah, so we have the switch up happening by Fnatic. They want to move and start taking the safe lane tower that is Team Spirit. And Spirit gonna do the same thing, just keeping away the lone druids, not wanting to contest. And he goes down bottom, but DJ is gonna go there to try and get the experience when the tower gets pushed. Hoodwink can be a pesky little hero to get rid of.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
She is a rodent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They are known for their survival.
Yeah, but not gonna be standing up too well against the bear. It's a bit hard for him to defend this tower. It's still gonna fall quickly.
Radiant's
Down it
bottom
goes.
tower
So both of the tier 1s for the safe lane have been eliminated.
Yeah, but
Samira.
Snapfire looking for a catch.
Yeah, doesn't quite manage to land the cookie over onto DJ though. And some collapsing here in the middle lane as they really want... Oh, there's double damage top too. They'll go for the Exorcism play, just wanting to push down this mid tower, open up the map more. There's going to be the fortification. Back
Yeah.
off momentarily.
This mid tower looks like Spirit are conceding it as well, so they're gonna fall behind a little bit in tower control here, but they're taking this time to jungle. This is quite typical we see when a team is running the Lone Druid, that it's a little bit slow to kick off in the beginning, And Fnatic are doing exactly what we talked about in the draft. Use the DP ulti off cooldown, try to gain yourself as much space as possible so that Morphling can farm and get really huge.
So who is the person that we should be keeping our eyes on the side of Team Spirit? Because we've already said what Fnatic needs to do. They need to be playing with this Death Prophet Exorcism, and we need to be seeing these rotations come out from the supports. But what's the play here for the side of Spirit in the meanwhile while this Lone Druid gets bigger?
I mean, they have hookshot now. I want to see them use the Snapfire ulti and the hookshot together. I want to see them find a chance to get some kills. They're smoking towards the lane where Snapfire is residing right now. But yeah, Clocker's probably going to be the catalyst of all the action for Team Spirit.
Okay.
And they want to use the Leshrac.
So a lot of pressure on Miposhka to make these moves. Bottom lane, a little bit of harass being placed over onto Collapse. They get the silence. Does have the Stampede if he needs to run away. Turns back around, gets a stomp on Armel. But just going to get shoved out of the Radiant jungle for the time being.
The downside of Undying, that's the end of that. You try and chase something and kill. You have 2 heroes nearby, but Undying just does not provide any form of catch to these scenarios. So safely get out.
Jabs in this top lane, perched on the tree. Does see Mira, does not see anyone else though. We'll go for the Primal Spring down, but there's the hook shot from Miposhka. It's gonna hold him into place here, and he's thinking about... Ghost tries to dodge with the Mischief, but there's so much damage here as he uses the Boundless, but eventually will fall to Mira.
That was pretty cocky by him to go in there. Like he did have knowledge that they were in this area, but he felt like he could go for it.
I'm not sure if he knew that Miposhka was standing nearby. He only saw Mira, I believe, with the Fog of War being what it is.
Yeah,
Perhaps.
yeah, he didn't see both of them, but even so, he's alone, and if anybody has made their way all the way out on that lane, it's quite likely they're backup.
That's true. And well, going for some of this decay, but it's another kill from Miposhka. So like you said, this little clock being very, very active and finding these little pick-offs to help make space.
Yeah, he pings the ward now, says that, you know, because of a ward, they did find it immediately by dropping down Sentry, but that's 2 kills going the way of Spirit, and they needed something, because I felt like they were a little bit too passive in the way they were approaching the game, even though, of course, Lone Druid always wants to farm, so you have a little bit of slower lineup. But now, making a move, all ultis ready. Armel.
Armel finding the opening over onto Death Prophet with the hook shot with those Mortimer kisses. That's a dead Death Prophet, and DP ends up getting cancelled for people going towards that mid tower. So should be a another building going over to the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, very controlled start to this game. Armel just thought they could be mid, but that was a smoke used. That was 3 ultimates used to bring him down. So at least he died, but he also feels like, you know, they committed a lot of resources for me. Sadly, mid tower is not going to be defendable for a side of Fnatic, so tower situation equalized again.
I guess on the bright side, it is a little bit of space for the side of Fnatic.
I mean, Morphling is having a great game here. He finds a D-Rune as well. They want to try and get Roche with this. This is a possible big moment to get an advantage. This is a fast Roche.
Oh yeah,
they have no idea.
Use the exorcism. This is big. All right, and that'll be
Team
our
Spirit
first
have
Roche.
no clue. Yeah, so with the safety of this Aegis, he's now gonna go towards top, look to push the tier 2 tower. And of course, we see mirroring movements here. When Roshan gets taken, they know that they're gonna be pushed top, so what does Yatoro do? He goes bottom, pushes with the Master Madness on the bear. He pushes like faster than the Morphling, but it is probably not favorable to take an equal trade.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
See, they're backing off a little bit now when the Morphling is now bottom. Just have to be careful though, because you still have Collapse. He's got the Blink Dagger as we saw earlier, and they have a decent amount of damage if they decide to make the jump. But looks like Miposhka's moving his way towards this mid lane. Do have DJ and Armel moving forward. Yeah, look at this. It's a big shift over to the side. There it is. The blink forward from Collapse over onto Armel. They just want to get rid of this Death Prophet, and by God, they do very quickly.
Again, same place, same style. He just gets brought down, and now going down towards bottom, knowing that DP is dead, they want to try and get more. Like, kill is good, but they want buildings.
Ooh, the jump over onto Raven immediately. You can see him shift on the side. They want to just blow up Yatoro, and they do jump pretty fast, but there it is. There's that roar we talked about. The follow-up, though, from John. Well, they'll make sure that they get the kill. Toronto Tokyo on the back lines, trying to just blow up John. We'll be able to find it. Now Raven, another stop from Collapse. A nice bushwhack play, but they'll still be able to take the Aegis as they go, and they drop that Wukong's command. Up comes Raven again. They're chasing after Maposhka. The hook shot, though, he's just too slippery. They can't get their hands on them.
Yeah, not quite gonna be able to get the catch here. Still, fantastic fight. They brought down the Lone Druid really fast in that fight. And didn't really expect them to get such a clean goal there, especially with them having DP dead. I think Spirit felt pretty confident. But that confidence also punished them, so losing Yatoro once there.
I feel like they want to use this exorcism more, but they're just not finding the space to be able to do it on the side of Fnatic. So they go for a smoke play.
Exactly. They're quickly gonna smoke and try to enable themselves to get in positions to do more. They're already running towards the creep wave top with Morphling and wants to push so that they can maybe get a tier 2 for it.
Jab's doing some research here, and we'll see Mira. They'll reveal themselves off on the side, but that's not the hero that they want.
Yeah, not quite the targets. Also a difficult spot to fight. They're fighting into like darkness if they go there. You'd rather play under your own vision, your own area you control.
Ah, interesting. We're gonna see Collapse going for a Solar Crest for his next item.
Yeah, that is a very curious item, but it is super good when you have Lone Druid on your team, of course. You're gonna be spamming it on the bear a lot. There's a lot of physical damage on the side of Fnatic. They even want
the
Deso.
hook shot! Maposhka goes sliding on in. He sees Jabs. DJ trying to just put a little damage out here, but it's looking a little bit scary now. Collapse gets Silence Cookie just to save him. They've already dropped the Tombstone on the side of Fnatic. It's like Spirit just gonna back off for the time being. They don't want to fight under Exorcism. They don't want to fight underneath the tomb.
Yeah, it's quite terrible for them though. They have no Exo, they have no Tomb, and the push is coming now. Team Spirit have a great timing to start doing more. Creeps are being pulled, but I think they don't care. Building should fall.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This bear just chews through your buildings.
Radiant are scanning.
Onto Tokyo with that invis. Ooh, he's gonna run over to... Okay, they drop the sentry. They know he's there, but Collapse already in position. They just blow up the Undying.
Yeah, Undying...
They've got to have vision.
Not the biggest kill. I mean, last 2 times we saw someone die there, it was Armel. Bottom, they're pushing back the Hoodwink.
Yep, these hook shots have been on point. Man, Maposhka's clock is quite the scout.
I like the combination there of the fear making him run into the again, so you get 2 pushbacks even. And of course the fear not allowing him to run away at all because he doesn't path around the cogs, just run straight into them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're pinging out. They know there's a monkey down here. Go for the Wukongs. The jump over onto Maposhka. Is trying to run out of the circle. Does the Cox does still end up dying though, so perhaps a little overconfident in what he can do with pushing those limits.
Yeah, he did have to use his ulti, but he's happy to do so. Snapfire could be chased here. They want to look for her.
Yeah, look at this. Continue the tree dance, but no, Fnatic will back off.
Yeah, they get to safety. But meanwhile, though, that was a good kill. And of course, when you're playing with a Desolator, you want to get these kills so that you scale up and get more and more damage. The Desol, that change honestly incentivizes you to fight a little bit more than just farming. So happy to drop the ulti, even if it's for a support kill over on the side of Monkey.
I think it's fine because it's the off lane, right? This person that should be working along with the rest of the team to make that space for Raven. So
Yeah, I mean, any form of aggression is ultimately going to allow the Morphling to have more space and farm. Spirits, they are, again, moving up with the smoke now. They have the Solar Crest that you mentioned, so they're ready to buff up whoever they want in the fight as well.
buff
Or if
the
they push a
bear.
building.
Yeah, look at this. They're smoked up, searching in the tree line.
Are scanning.
Smoke does break on collapse. I know someone is here. It is John Wall again.
Dude, that rocket barely just missed Morphling. It was sitting all the way
Ooh.
tucked up.
All right, Raven does end up revealing himself. It's a little bit scary, but John Wall, he's just absolutely toast. The rest of the team is nearby now on the side of Fnatic, but they're already down there undying. They go for their own smoke. They have a ward in the back, though. They know that they're smoked up. Look at this positioning coming out from Team Spirit. They go for the Exorcism, and they buy back on the Undying. The BKB coming into play. Toronto Tokyo sitting a little bit low, but he does have the cookie, and they're able to run out. Now, Throw getting slowed down a little bit here. A lot of those ghosts coming around. It's gonna be the hook shot over onto the back lines. They find jabs. They get the stomp off those long-range Mortimer kisses, doing so much. We'll end up losing one of the bears, but they go right back up again with Summon.
That was beautiful. Really well played by Team Spirit. I like the save they have over on Leshrac. They force staff him, they stampede, and they cookie him as well. That Lesh was out of there so fast. They thought they could burst him. He doesn't have BKB or anything, but they just completely bail him out. And then the initiation was clean as well after. And all of this based on the ward that you mentioned at first there. The ward they placed when they smoked around allowed them to take this good fight.
A 5k net worth lead going to the side of Team Spirit. It's
Now
Bear
with the shard
again,
on
look
Lone
at that.
Druid, it hits so fast, so hard.
All right, well, that is the end of the tier 2 in the top lane for the side of Radiant. And I'm curious now, like, Fnatic feels like they're really kind of on the back foot. They do have some space for Raven to farm, but I'm starting to feel like Spirit is just starting to get too far ahead. That it's going to be really difficult for them to catch up over on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, the tempo is very high that Spirit are playing right now. And with the Aegis, they're gonna probably put that one on Lesh and just go even more aggressive.
I'm thinking about going
And they're
forward,
smoking,
but
but
it's too late. Bushwhack over onto Collapse, and he's very tanky, but oh wow, all right. Not so tanky when you manage to land that sharpshooter.
Yeah, sharpshooter, the monkey stun, and they bring the Morphling in as well. Then you bring him down quite quickly. The survivability they have on Spirit really is when they are all together with the four staff combinations that they have. The four staff clock, four staff on snap, and then the cookie snap, of course.
Get those snap fire kisses.
Dire's bottom
Tossed
tower
out.
is under attack.
A bit of the cookie hop, hoping they could catch someone. Do have the vision on jabs, but not the damage. So, little support duo, just doing some poking, just seeing what they can achieve here for the time being.
That could have backfired. If he dropped the ulti there and Miposhka decided to immediately hookshot him and cog him, then he would just die to the Snapfire ulti. So, bit of miscommunication or like missed opportunity for Spirit, but they got out safely. Monkey wasted his ulti. Trading Monkey ulti for Snapfire, not the huge deal, but ultimately Team Spirit just feel like they're very in control in this game.
How do you feel about the range of the Mortimer kisses? I feel like it is gargantuan.
It is. I mean, but I think the range of it should be high. I think maybe Snapfire needs some nerfs in other departments, but I like that the ulti is this ridiculous artillery. Because sometimes the range is so long that people even forget to look around their own hero while they're using it, so you can just go up and kill them. But yeah, the utility of having Snap on your team is certainly huge.
I just always think it's funny whenever we're looking at team fights, you have to scroll so far out to be able to see the Snapfire half the time because she's not even on the screen.
Just gotta follow the globs.
Yep. Okay, so what's the
And,
play for Fnatic? Because they still have the Aegis online for Spirit, and they're shoving in these waves.
It seems like the timing they want to hit is when they get this Eye of Skadi on Morphling. Morphling has not been joining too many fights. We talk about how people can play differently. Raven is a pretty farm-heavy carry, but he doesn't have time to farm. He has to feed back already now. The push is coming.
He's coming to open up with the Boundless and a nice bushwhack. But look at this damage the bear just outputs. They just take a tower and then they can walk away. They don't even have to put themselves in any potential bad situations because it's up to Fnatic to hard commit on this.
Yeah, with the Aegis on the Leshrac as well as the Bloodstone and the Sanjin Kaya and even Pupil's Gift. He has 2.7k HP and 2 lives, so you can't go on him. And it's just him and the bear standing the closest in the fight. So difficult for Fnatic to find a clean initiation. To me, it just feels like they're running kind of double carry and playing greed. This offlane Monkey King has been playing, but it effectively is very greedy, I feel. And Team Spirit are just punishing them right now. Their lineup is much faster.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
The tower is well taken out now. I mean, they're losing all the control on the map. There's even a deep wards will play. When they remove all the towers, they put a deep observer to have vision when Radiant leave their base as well. And they're going to play the area.
Radiant
Yeah, it appears that they want to see just all of these waves pushed in on the side of Spirit. Toronto Tokyo drawing those lines earlier on the mini-map saying, okay, this is the plan, this is what I want. And again, they're just pinning Fnatic into the base. They have no breathing room, very little vision for them to be able to go out onto the map. In fact, they're all moving together. Did pick up a blink on Armel. Oof, that like one rocket there. Figured, okay, maybe they have vision, but nope, just a lucky one.
Yeah, I like the decision, by the way, to go Blink Dagger on DP, because he has to get past the Leshrac and the bear, but then he has to try and melt down the Lone Druid or kill off the supports really quick. So the Blink Dagger will allow him to try and move past that. But to me right now, it feels like Fnatic are just hoping that there's not going to be more punishment coming in here, because Team Spirit are in full control.
How much longer do we have on this Aegis? We've got about 10 seconds left. So...
yeah, not gonna do so much more with the Aegis. The timing is gonna be in the next Roche. This was pretty obvious when they took the bottom tier 3 tower and then immediately just backed off. They still had long duration on the Aegis, so they could have done more, but they felt like, nah, we're gonna wait one more cycle for Roche, and that's gonna be the closeout point. Very methodical by Spirit here. Fnatic, they're trying to break it though. They know that this game continues in a safe manner. They're just gonna lose their base. So they smoke out, trying to get anything. But they have to go deeper. They have to commit for a move quickly.
But how do they approach these fights? Like that's my big question, is how do they get that advantage? Because it just feels like Spirit, again, they have just a really easy to execute draft and they're ahead by quite a bit in terms of items and levels.
They can win the fights, but they need to kill Lone Druid. That's actually the key. They need to get in and kill the Lone Druid heroes so that the bear also disappears. But yeah, they're not in base, and here comes a super lightning fast push.
I mean, this Vanguard that they've got going on, not the actual item, but just like the heroes, right? Like, you gotta get past Collapse, you gotta get past Mira, Clockwork even, the position 5. Very tanky, very difficult to jump onto to get Toro.
Yeah, that was why the smoke would be a key way to get in there. But yeah, no, they're just unable to find the initiation. They don't have much time here.
No,
they have to make it happen.
Trying to make it over onto the back side here, trying to find this opening. We'll be able to go drop the Wukongs, but they just immediately run out. As Armel has popped the BKB, he's trying to get whatever he can, but Toronto Tokyo just murdering people here with the kill on DJ.
He didn't get the stun. He put down the Wukong's command, but he didn't stun during it, so they just allowed to run out of it. I think he misclicked a bit because he tried to cast it there and then he canceled again. I definitely don't think he wanted to cancel it.
I'll just wash, rinse, repeat over here, dropping the Wraith Pact. Well, see, the itemization has just been excellent too over on the side of Spirit. There are multiple force staves. Force staffs? Staves? I think it's staves. But you saw how fast they got out of that Wukong's too, because he didn't land the stun. And like, look at the spare! Collapsing and opening over onto Jabs. Big silence getting dropped, but there's so much split earth going on.
Yeah, they're trying to kill the bear, but I mean, it's barely even taking damage from all this hard work.
Get it? Nice. Yeah, there we go. Oh, okay, all right. The boomerang gets them.
Yeah.
But there's immediately the resummon.
It's like, nice Rax nerd here. You can have 300 gold, but you know, you don't anymore. Fnatic just not getting a chance there. I mean, they committed both the Exorcism and Monkey King ulti. I'm honestly a little bit surprised even that Spirit didn't want to commit to close out the game there, but this just speaks for how controlled they're playing. They want to take this slow and steady and be sure that they win, not risk something when they only have one bear. And like if they died without resummon, could be really bad for them. So play is going to be around Roche Pit.
God, Wagga, you'd be a terrifying bully. Like that whole like, yeah, nice job, nerd, but you don't have a home. You're homeless. Now that would very vicious. Good lord.
I mean, it's true though. Look at that. Their home is in shambles right now. It feels bad if you're a Dota player. This broken home. Yeah, that's all you have, and at any moment the wild can come in. Okay, so Fnatic now angling to try and get on the map. They're moving top. They don't want to just let this Roshan go the way of Team Spirit. So they want to try and take over anything they can. If they get the tier 2 tower and then outpost, they're actually in a good spot to hold on to Roche Pit.
But look at this. They've got creeps going into the base. You've got Toronto Tokyo, who's just able to put, like, they have to go respond to this. And Toronto Tokyo, he has boots of travel. He can just continuously give a shove. And already you can see Jabs has gone home. Roche is up. Like, this is the moment that they needed. They needed to be able to take this, and they're gonna rip through Roshan.
Oh no, Undying. He might be caught out here soon.
Yeah, I'd say he got caught out. Well, into the pit.
Yeah, he dies in just like 2-3 hits right now.
We're gonna see a fight break out though. They see Maposhka. Again, these 4 stevs coming in clutch, plus the Stampede. They just walk away. Buyback on the Undying too, so. And
that looks so funny. I think the animation bugged out when Centaur ultis and you force staff at the same time. The Clockwork was just like reaching forwards with his hands when he was running. Looked hilarious.
It does look ridiculous. Looks like he's got himself a little, like he actually, well, we don't, yeah, we still have the jetpack. It looks like he's just being jetpacked out of there though.
Yeah, it really did. I thought he had shard. I thought he had shard already.
Yeah. They have a lot of mobility because you've got the 4 staves, you've got the hook shot. Gosh, let's see. Miposhka has one. Collapse has one. Mira has one.
3, yeah.
There's
3 4 staffs.
3 of them. Like, that's so useful. It's actually kind of wild.
Yeah, it's a good read in this game. We see it sometimes, teams doing it when they play against like Ursa or something, but when you're against DP, when you're against Monkey King, you want to get out of the Monkey ulti and you don't want to stand next to DP for too long. And honestly, even repositioning out of the Tombstone, it's very useful to be able to do it quickly. So great itemization coming out by Team Spirit, but they also just have more items. They have a 15k gold lead right now.
Oh,
so,
baby.
Oh, he has Moonshard on it too.
Moonshard, double damage Spirit Bear. They smoke up. We're already smoked on the side of Fnatic, so they're gonna run immediately into DJ, but there it is, the jump onto the back lines, landing over onto 3, the hook shot, the Mortimer's kisses, they're just absolutely obliterating them at the blink of an eye. Oh my god, Team Spirit. What a read. Collapse God.
And that's just gonna be it, I think. They're going for the throne.
Yeah, they don't have buyback.
The fight doesn't even matter.
Oh my god, alright, well yeah, they're still duking it out over here on the back lines. They found themselves
Yaptura is done.
But it doesn't matter. It's GG. Oh my god, that fight.
Yeah, that was a beautiful 3-man catch, and of course the DD rune makes them just shred them even harder, not like they weren't already. It's a 35-minute game roughly here, 34-40, but that felt like Team Spirit looking pretty much like we expected. They are the stronger team, and they were in a firm control here. Drawback for me though, if we go back and think a little bit, I think Fnatic, you can't get away with being this greedy against Team Spirits. Running a Deso offlane Monkey King and a Morphling when you run DP didn't have any support for what you wanted to do.
Does the Monkey King fit into the draft better if he doesn't go for those damage items, if he's a little bit more utility, or do you think that this draft is just played to a T from the side of Team Spirit?
I mean, I honestly thought they would pick the heroes differently. I thought that they were going to run an offlane DP, right? And put like a carry Monkey King and a mid Morphling with some fighting Morphling style. But yeah, this is definitely a game that was just controlled so hard. I think over on the side of Team Spirit, Miposhka played really well as well on his clockwork. Like, he was always at the right place at the right time, but all of them were just more on the same page, I guess, than Fnatic.
Yeah, it was hard to pick an MVP out of all these players because they did play so well together. But I would say, you know, Miposhka having some of those really clutch hook shots coming into play, some of the escapes that he had on top of that, and just all the assists. Like this little clock, like, again, he's a position 5, but he felt like he had so much more impact and was more of a 4 in some respects. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, I agree. He had very big impacts like a POS 4, but that also comes down to them taking more towers. Then your POS 5 can transform to a POS 4. You have 2 of them instead, because tower gold really is a big thing for supports. That's the main gold you get as a support is the bounty runes and the tower gold. And the more towers you take, the more the tower gold, the bounty gold will also come your way. So yeah, he played an outstanding game, and overall, I think he punished the Monkey King quite well. Also the Hoodwink, like trying to hide in a tree line. I didn't like the double down of having both Monkey and Hoodwink want to hide in a tree line, and then one rocket, and whoa, you revealed the enemy team quite easily.
Yeah, that was a bit rough, but it definitely felt like, you know, Team Spirit, they came into the game, they had this great idea of how they wanted to play it, what their item timings were, and just executed their draft very, very nicely. Collapse going in. I mean, we expect this of Collapse at this point, right? This guy is so good at his positioning. We've seen him rocket on his Magnus, seen him play his Mars, and like with the Centaur, just landing those 3-man stuns, just absolutely gorgeous, being able to help set up for the rest of the team. Would like to see perhaps Fnatic do a little less greed like you were talking about in the game number 2, because this is a best of 2 series, guys. So for groups, we're going to always have those 2 games. For now, though, going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll see if Fnatic will be able to spin it back around, get that 1-1, or if Spirit's just going to continue to be dominant.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to the B stream, everyone. For the TI-11 group stage, we saw an explosive game, number 1, coming out from the side of Team Spirit, and they are up against Fnatic. Fnatic, perhaps a little bit too greedy, like you said, Waga. I'm curious to see how they're going to adjust for game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's how I feel. I think against a team like Team Spirit, if they play tempo heroes as well, they play Leshrac, they play Lone Druid, I don't think you can get away with being like greedy to the extent that they were running that Desolator on offlane Monkey King, as well as running a Morphling who just wants to farm. I think you need to find a way to be more fight ready at an earlier stage. So let's see if it's, you know, back to a drawing board and if they're more prepared for next game. Fnatic though, they got the second pick as their choice this time, and I believe that's Team Spirit. Oh, that was actually a previous game, right? Are they? Oh wait, it's for some reason showing last game's choice. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why it's showing up still in the lobby.
Happens sometimes. But yeah, be curious again to see the adjustment that comes out from the side of Fnatic. Team Spirit, though, looking to be in fine form. They really, I don't want to say stepped it up because they never really fell down in a sense, but they're definitely proving why they're one of the top contenders for this TI and why everyone has their eyes still firmly set upon them.
Yeah, I mean, they're defending champions, so they have to come back and prove their strength here again. They have been looking, like I said previously, good throughout the season, but coming in here and starting out with a win in game 1. It's a best of 2 though, so Fnatic, they still have a chance to equalize. Going into game 2, Team Spirit are going to be the ones with the first pick here, and we should have draft coming up in a second.
And there it is, and there will be no Enigma in this game. Again, one of those heroes, I believe, like you and I were talking, it's either going to be Marcy or Enigma who ends up being the most banned. The Primal Beast just consistently being banned in this particular series. Nobody wants to see that in the offlane. I think that'd be very scary to see a collapsed Primal Beast running at you, to be quite personally, like, honest.
Yeah, Collapse is very good at it as well, and he, from when I watched him, maxes the QW and doesn't put a single point in the E as well very early on. So plays it a little bit differently than some other Primal Beast players, but he plays it very, very strong. And I think he was also one of the first ones that I saw doing the trample level 2 trick, where first creep wave, you just go and trample it as it walks towards the lane, and you get your level 2 immediately, and then you bully the enemy carry. Of course, you wouldn't really be allowed to do that, though. If the enemy know that it's coming, they would just move their support and their carry over there and get so much harass on you and slow you from taking those creeps in the lane.
Yeah. It does seem like one of those tricks that you can only really pull off once, and then after that, people just expect that it's going to happen a second time, so.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you see the Marcy ban? Visage also removed. Not going to be seeing that in this game. And they go with the Clockwork again, and I can't blame them. Maposhka did a fantastic job playing it in game number 1, and it's also just really flexible. You could move this clock into multiple positions if you find yourself backed into a corner.
Yeah, so they're presenting the Undying again. They're like, you know, take it if you want it. But this is what I'm expecting to see a lot this TI, like Undying being sort of ignored in the bans and just going through, and then always teams having like found out a way to counter it or how to play around it. A key component to that can be like baiting out the tombstone and then fighting when the tombstone is down. It feels like you're fighting half the hero at that point.
10 seconds remaining.
And Fnatic, they're going to get a good catch this time. They're picking up the puck immediately.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm happy about this. I think that this was... It's a little bit of an early pickup, considering that puck was not really paid attention to at all in the last draft, if I recall correctly. But this is definitely a hero that Armel shines on. will give them more of a skirmishy sort of lineup because, like you said, it was too greedy last time and they just didn't play tempo enough compared to what Spirit was throwing at them.
Yeah, it might also be more comfortable if you do want to run greedy on the side lanes, then you'd rather have a fighting hero mid than a pushing hero, because DP, she wants to push, she wants to group and do stuff together, and it just didn't synergize well with them having basically two heroes that just wanted to farm, and then DP is like, who's going to go with me? But if you have a catch hero that wants to kill stuff instead, I think it's a little bit more synergetic.
Oh, there you are. Okay, I lost you there for like half a second on the team speak.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm sure you made excellent points, but I did not get a majority of that. But sounded like you're talking about Death Prophet and how they wanted to group up around her. So
it's between me and Twitch chat. It's between me and Twitch chat.
Okay,
Honestly,
all right. Well, hopefully
you weren't privy to this knowledge. Yeah, sorry.
Hopefully it went through the VMix too, so that way they can hear it. Void Spear picked up though, and again, when you release or not release, but you reveal your mid lane so early, that does give you the opportunity to pick up your own mid. And looks like it's going to be the Toronto-Tokyo Void Spirit.
Yeah, it's a matchup that's very fun to watch, in my opinion, because it's what I would define as a very volatile matchup where Void Spirit is able to kill the DP or the puck, and the puck is also able to kill the Void Spirit quite easily. Both have good catch against the other, and both are normally very hard to lock down heroes. But the coil is great for killing Void Spirit in a mid to late game. However, his double Astro Step makes it hard to run away his puck too.
5 seconds remaining.
So no Faceless Void. That is, of course, one of the top position 1 heroes du jour. And the Snapfire this time is going to be removed. Not going to be available for Mir to play this time. We saw some really nice plays paired up with the rest of the team, being able to clear out creep waves quickly. The cookies were on point, and those long-range Snapfire kisses were pretty devastating.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they certainly were. They did great enabling that. He also didn't die a single time on a Snapfire. He was like 3-0 and 8, I think, or something.
Wow.
So he had a standout performance for sure as well. Give some respect over to it. Team Spirit. Gonna ban out the Lone Druid.
They're doing the liquid approach here, you know, play something, make it look real OP, and then be like, yeah, no one else gets to play this though for this game.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's a good idea when you play against Undying though and Puck to ban out the Lone Druid. I'm not even sure this is so much like, oh, let's not have them what we just had. This is probably more just thinking Lone Druid would fit really well with Undying sieging up buildings, and Puck's lockdown works pretty well with Lone Druid usually struggling a bit to catch people. So that would be a great fit.
No Chen, not going to be able to have that Hand of God available, or of course have the Chen army for pushing, because right now I would say they're pretty light on pushing on the side of Team Spirit. So curious to see what they decide to pick up, because they do like to play at such a fast tempo. It feels like a hero that has that ability to take buildings very quickly would be pretty high up in the priority list.
Yeah, would be for sure. I'm curious right now what Team Spirit are gonna build as their combinations here beyond just Void Spirit and Clockwork, because you have two great heroes at locking down and catching people. So I'm expecting some big damage heroes. For me, a hero like Skywrath could fit this game. You're against Puck, you have Clockwork, you have Void Spirit. These are good catching heroes, so Sky ulti could be huge. And the silence from Sky could be enormous against Puck as well for killing him in the early game. But that comes down to if they really want to play that. It's a squishy hero, and this meta usually favors a bit tankier things. Of course, Disruptor is another option.
That's true. That is very true. We've seen some really excellent Disruptor plays so far in the last chance qualifiers coming out from... It was Hakoda who was playing it, right?
Yeah, Hakoda played it, and a lot of other people played it too, but I think Hakoda was the outstanding Disruptor in the last chance qualifiers. But yeah, we saw it so much. Almost every single series felt like it had at least 1 or 2 Disruptor picks. So we'll see what they think on Fnatic. Are they still going to target more support? They banned out the Chen. Okay, Chen and Beastmaster, so both tempo heroes. They're trying to slow down what Team Spirit have.
We haven't seen, at least I haven't seen a lot of him in the games that we've cast. Is a DK still something that is applicable? Which would give them a stun, it would give them initiation, extra damage with the fireball shard, and then also push with the dragon form.
5 seconds.
It's okay, it's not high rated, it's decent. It would be a tanky hero against Tiny as well. Downside is it's another melee strengther against the Undying, so you can
true.
struggle in laning stage a bit. Maybe you would want more intel on who you're going to be laning against as a carry before you commit to it. But it's certainly a good option against Puck. Usually, I mean, Dragon Knight is favored as one of the better heroes for dealing with Puck, so good idea for trying to ruin his game a little bit. And I think you need more stuff against him. Void Spirit is good on his own, but I think you need to, in the next 2 picks here from Team Spirit, add something that helps you kill Puck in the mid game to late game.
Okay,
There's one.
alright.
Yeah, Rubik certainly helps. I mean, especially if you steal Avalanche from Tiny or if you steal the Silence from Puck himself. Great spells to steal this game. Even Tombstone.
10 seconds remaining.
So we've got our
5 seconds
most likely
remaining.
4 and 5 picked up for the side of Spirit. We've got the 2 in the form of Void Spirit. Still looking for the Collapse hero, and we're still looking for the Yatro hero.
Yeah, I mean, they picked the Rubik. They could go Magnus with that
Oh.
as well. Oh, okay, it's going to be the SF. So that's going to be the Yatoro SF, quite guaranteed here. And I like SF when you see Undying on the enemy team. Just a fast hero at killing down the Tombstone. And also Tiny has no armor to start with, so you can shred him quite hard.
Well, speaking of armor,
Yeah.
hello Terrorblade.
There's the Raven pick right there. Raven loves playing TB, probably maybe his biggest signature hero in my eyes at least. He plays a great Terrorblade. I was talking a little bit last game how he is a very farm heavy carry player. And Terrorblade is probably one of the best heroes for that, as you can choke out the map a lot with your illusions and still have impact on the enemy while you're just building up your CS, building up your net worth even more and more.
Team Spirits
Now,
to ban.
right now I'm looking at the drafts and I'm thinking that Spirit plays a lot faster still. Would that be a correct assessment? Because I feel like Terrorblade takes a while to come online. Meta's great, but does have cooldown, whereas the spells coming out from the side of Spirit, pretty low cooldown, will have pretty decent sieging power too.
5 seconds.
That's true if we're thinking about when TB is going to be able to join, but they might also skirmish a lot with just the 3 heroes they have. Undying, Puck, and Tiny can fight on a pretty low cooldown. You don't necessarily need Tombstone and Coil even always if you have Tiny nearby. So I think both teams look like they are going to be quite high pace, and I'm excited for how it's going to play out. I'm expecting Fnatic a little bit to be 4+1ing it, and then maybe when they have Tombstone and Meta, they just try and take the big objectives, Roshan and Tier 2 towers.
What would be the cherry on top of the sundae for the side of Fnatic? Because we talked about having a high tempo kind of skirmishy 4 protect 1. Who is their 4th member that will be making space for Terrorblade?
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Team Spirit, they were worried about the Venomancer for lockdown here with Venom Wards and the TB illusions. They have the benefit of waiting though, so there's a lot of stuff open for Fnatic, but right now it's Team Spirit to have to make their choice immediately. They see the TB, they probably would like something with good magic bursts still, so you don't rely as heavily on Void Spirit and SF races to kill him.
I was gonna say Mars. I said, like, in my brain, I'm like, well, it looks like the Magnus and the Mars are still available, and Mars seems like it would fit pretty well with what they have. Not gonna be the best against Puck, obviously, because Puck can be very elusive, but you'll have other heroes for that.
Yeah,
What do you
there's
think of
also
that?
there's added usefulness to being Mars against TB. TB, I mean, Mars does a fair amount of magic damage with his ulti and his spear potentially, but there's more importantly, his ulti blocks ranged attacks, right? And TB is one of the biggest heroes that you can punish with this. If you drop down a good arena, TB cannot help his team. He cannot help, you know, bring in some damage into a team fight. And then you even have the Bulwark, possibly retargeting some of the damage if you want. I think Mars was a smart pick here, and definitely a hero that Collapse knows how to play perfectly, so... Some repositioning tools as well. They have the Clockwork Push with the Cogs, you have the Ruby Telekinesis, the Ether Remnant, and the Spear, and then technically the Fear from SF2, so all of them can make Fnatic move the way they don't want to in this game.
It feels very, very powerful when you consider what they have currently drafted on the side of Fnatic. Like, anytime that you can punish your enemies and put them into a favorable position for you is just absolutely huge. And they go back for the Death Prophet.
Okay, so it's going to be Armel on the puck this time, and it's going to be an offlane DP then, I would assume. They're still holding a little bit with the picks, but yeah, it's going to be... It's going to be more what I was suggesting last game, to use the DP as a tempo hero from the offlane and then have something mid that's more active at fighting. I like it better. I think Fnatic have, you know, put themselves in a good spot here overall, but Team Spirit's draft looks quite strong, and it's also Team Spirit. I mean, can they really take them? Last game looked a little bit like a class difference, honestly. The execution was really good from Team Spirit in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned about, is that even though Fnatic definitely, it's a less greedy draft, you've got some really good skirmishing going on between the Puck and the Tiny and the Undying, I'm just a little concerned that the way that they drafted over on the side of Spirit, and like we said, just the repositioning alone that can occur from this draft is going to be very difficult for them to kind of get into the favorable positioning that they might want. But they do have good pickoff, so if they're able to find these pickoffs early, kind of snowball that momentum, they could definitely stand a chance here.
Yeah, no, certainly, and I'm curious to see how it's going to play out. I mean, they did get comfort picks, right? They have Raven over on Terrorblade as well on Fnatic, so certainly a hero that he will be happy on going into a late game against any team. I've seen his Terrorblade do some amazing stuff, so I'm excited to watch him get to play that as well here against a team like Team Spirit.
So what are the two heroes, or rather, which heroes do we want to be watching during this laning phase? What are the ones that are like very essential to ensuring that their drafts become unlocked and activated?
I think mid lane is going to be very prone to outplays. I think in general, when you have the Void Spirit versus Puck matchup, it's so skill-based. I think Void has a slight edge in that matchup just due to last hitting being stronger. And also the nerf to Puck that happened a few patches, or like was it last patch or a few patches ago? Can't remember. They brought his mana cost. It was the last one, from 110 to 80 mana cost on the Illusory Orb. But yeah, that's probably the lane that I'm going to be watching the closest. However, though, SF laning stage in the current patch as well is always something you should keep an eye on.
All right, well, make sure that you fill out your predictions, because I always forget to do them.
I forget to, and let's see.
Get caught up in paying attention to everything going on here. But yeah, I'm interested to see, when we start seeing movement come out from Armel, and of course, movement from Toronto to Tokyo. Once they hit their 6, if they're going to be super active, if they're going to wait for particular runes. Oh, I love these balloons. I ran out of balloons in my games. I used them all.
Scouting balloons, send them.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that's supposed to happen that way. That's a...
They get the paint on them.
Yeah, dog balloons. I do like that sticker.
Yeah, the Fnatic doggo. It's a good one.
Yeah, we're just using all of our consumables, apparently. All the balloons, we'll put a little potion in the ocean.
Yeah, all consumables are refunded in custom games, so you can just spam them. Yep.
You might as well.
Pro player advantage. That's why they can tip infinitely too. Pro players, they get 3 tips per game and they get them back after every single game. It's very OP actually.
The secret's out. Now we know.
Yeah, if they didn't have that, OG would never have achieved what they achieved. Honestly.
That is a good point. I wonder how much of a nerf it would be if you did actually end up running out of your tips and taunts and whatnot.
For OG, massive. 30% power gone.
Oh man, I feel very worried. Like, I see a collapse Mars, and I just know how good this guy is on this hero. I feel like you have to be a little concerned.
Yeah, he certainly is very, very comfortable playing this hero, but at the same time, players on this level, they always can get something that they're happy with, and you have the same thing going on. I mean, you got Armel on his Grandmaster tier puck. I mean, he plays that quite a bit as well. So in terms of comfort picks, maybe Fnatic even have an advantage here.
Armel just
Armel?
poking away.
Okay, yeah, he's fine. Taking some extra right clicks though. Don't think he wanted to jump in there.
Perhaps he thought with the creeps hitting him, they would do a little bit more damage, but...
Yeah,
Unsure.
just gotta watch it. Puck has so little armor in laning stage that going in is difficult.
Oh, he's currently winning with the highest physical damage right now.
Is under attack.
A little bit of a drawback. Ooh, a little bit scary here for Armel. So he goes forward. He's going to try to outplay Toronto Tokyo because he does have the bottle. Whereas Toronto Tokyo's bottle is being sent out to him right now. Goes for that orb. Nice little sidestep from Toronto Tokyo. And in comes his own bottle. So he'll be able to regen. And stick around in lane, no problem.
That was pretty big actually. The fact that he got his bottle first, I mean, he also only got one bounty rune at the start. So he did a good job last hitting early to make sure all those creeps for his bottle.
Top lane, Jabs is just going to have to teleport away. Again, fairly tanky with the Spirit Siphon, even though he only has the 1 point, but has to be a bit careful in that lane with what they have going on.
Yeah, I'm just really paying attention to mid right now. He's looking great on puck, honestly. He's CSing. We see a bit of a trade top, but he's 16-0 right now after the first 4 creep waves. So still flawless CSing. No denies, but...
He's trying. They are definitely duking it out here in this mid lane.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Dodge drawback, but it's gonna be fine.
What was the sad part about puck against Void Spirit? You can dodge it initially, but I mean it's gonna land on you when you come out of your phase shifts. It's not like you're gone. You're coming back. Toss back top.
Toss back over on Mira. Taking a lot of damage. That's going to be the first blood. Can they turn it around over onto Jazz? No, they can't because he's got the Spirit Siphon. It's just sustaining him so well that now Yatoro forced to run away as DJ continues to chase after him. Gets pushed. There's a toss up into the air. Crypt Swarm comes through. He's still alive though. Pops those stick charges. It's looking very close here. 70-something hit points as Mira joins back in. And will be able to help protect.
I'm surprised he didn't keep chasing there on Jabs because he could toss him back onto the DP. He still had enough HP to go as well, but a little bit scared of many more races coming out, but they could potentially have gotten 2 kills there. The toss in?
Toss in, yeah. Over onto Yatoro, but it's gonna be absolutely fine.
Yeah, telekinesis saving there, moving the Death Prophet away so she can't keep the drain going. Undying, taking a bit of damage bottom, but just Clockwork doing the battery assaults.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a skirmish for some runes over there, so just trying to be active, trying to see what he could get.
Radiant structures.
Raven
are
has the meta popped. Continuing to just push these waves. Top lane, they're going for a deep dive over on Mira. Yatoro turns around, starts trying to get some of these raises off, get a little bit of space, trying to kite a bit more. DJ, not looking too healthy, but the toss back, oh my god, what a play! They'll find the kill on Yatoro, and they'll still be able to get DJ and Mira.
That was a well-deserved tip. Beautiful toss back in there, getting the double kill for his DP. This lane is starting out beautifully for Fnatic. Very nice play. DJ with the moves.
The calculated toss, realizing he's going down, but he's gonna take some people down with him.
Bottom lane still just kind of safe farming here. Very hard for this Clockwork Mars lane to put any form of threat over on the side of TB when Undying is just in front, you know, doing what Undyings do. This lane is not necessarily the most exciting right now, but Raven is probably pretty happy with it.
I like how DJ teleports to the mid lane. I believe he refilled Armel's bottle. Walks directly. Oh gosh, alright, there's a kill, and there's the follow up over onto Collapse, but he's gonna be able to pop the wand and just go right back to lane. Top lane though, a little bit of play over onto Yatoro. The toss up after the avalanche. Mira's here. He's gonna try to keep Yatoro alive. The Crypt Swarm and that tree not quite enough to finish off this SF, as he's got a couple raises down over on DJ. Mira just throwing out a couple of these clicks.
I was watching as they went on him bottom actually, and it's so funny. They cog and catch down dying, and Terrorblade is running over to try and help, but instead of really doing too much because he has no meta, he just decides to farm the cogs. So he starts hitting them with his illusion and his hero, and farms up 2 or 3 of the cogs there and gets some extra gold. So he trades his undying for 40 to 60 golds. I think he would do that again if he got the choice. Carry players.
Oh, is that all he's worth to you?
40 to 60, depending on the day.
Feels bad. Still have DJ hanging out in this mid lane. I was laughing earlier though because he teleported and then he just walked right past Toronto Tokyo like in the mid lane and went over to the I spot. It was very power move, it felt like. Yeah, I know you're here. I don't care. A lot of rotations though to this mid lane. You can see that Maposhka making his way over. You've got Januel nearby.
Yeah,
And DJ looking for the opening. They'll go in with that Dream Coil. They'll toss it back after the avalanche. Step forward though from Toronto Tokyo. They're seeing if they can possibly turn this around. A couple clicks over onto Maposhka. Looks like he's gonna survive. They end up losing down well, and now DJ is trying to run out as Armel has already backed off. So that gank proving to be just an exchange of supports for the most part.
Yeah, it was beautiful execution. By the way, both side lane towers being pressured hard as the exorcism was popped top, and bottom they pushed into a tower as well with metamorphosis before. But yeah, jabs.
Mel being a little cheeky here. He's sitting a bit low.
Oh,
hanging
can you
out.
see him? Tries to put the center word for vision.
No, I can't quite get it. So there's the bottle service from John Well as he teleports back to the mid lane. They're still looking to skirmish here. DJ running into Toronto. Just tosses away, says, get away. Take a gamble on this. It is the Arcane Rune, so that's a very happy Armel. And
Oh, the Terrorblade might be in trouble.
Oh, okay. Alright, he's sticking around here. Here comes
He's farming.
Yep.
He knows he's dead, he's farming.
He does.
What did I tell you? He likes to farm even to the last second. He's like, yep, I can farm these before I die. I like the efficiency though. I saw someone was talking recently about like how some players just stand still and let the enemy kill them instead of expending all their resources, if they look like they're tilting. But I like to see people go down, fighting to the last second, and that's what he did. Granted, he was fighting the power cogs, but get every bit of efficiency you can out of the game. That's literally Dota in a nutshell.
One of the first things they teach you when you play Dota is like, I don't care if you're dying as a support, just use all your spells so you come back to lane when you're first getting started, because otherwise you could have turned some fights if you had had the chance. DJ though finds Maposhka. Gonna get a little bit of a toss. 3-man Dream Coil coming out from Armel. A nice play by Maposhka, dropping the cogs. Going to try to separate a little bit, see if he can get the rest of the team out. Kleps does have the arena if he wants to use it, but Maposhka will fall from that rotation. And while this is going on, we end up losing John Well to Toronto Tokyo and Mira.
Yeah, they managed to catch him, use the Astro Step, get that kill. So in the end, a 1-for-1 trade going on, and looks like Spirit might want to fight bottom still. They have the Collapse ulti ready, but it's a little bit dangerous to go in here.
Some nice items found. Fairy Trinket and Arcane Ring. Always nice to have on your team.
Yeah, Fairy Trinket on Void Spirit now. Very strong. Arena, can he reach?
They have
He
Exo,
wants to do
though.
it.
Thinking about going and trying to burst down this Death Prophet. Over on the back lines, the Avalanche from DJ looking very nice, but they just jump into the arena. They'll be able to pick off jabs super fast here. Now DJ running for his life. Dream Coil gets used again. Mira perhaps going just a little bit too far as he's hooked underneath this area. He's still alive. No, the tree comes in. They'll get the kill down. Well, they'll pin to the tree as Toronto Tokyo drags back over onto DJ. 3 dead on the side of Fnatic, and all it cost them was the Rubik.
Yeah, and they TP mid immediately with Collapse as well, TPing right on top of the Terrorblade who was pushing, so forcing him to back off. And that was a really good fight there. We could see a Rubik and how much he stayed alive, by the way, with his Spirit Siphon in that fight. He stole that and kept draining HP. Almost looked like he was gonna live for a while.
I like how fast they make these decisions on the side of Spirit. Like you said, sending Collapse over immediately. He's already used his arena. Fight's been won. You see that instant, like, almost reflexive movement coming out from them.
Yeah, they want to hold on to the towers as much as they can. I mean, if TB commits meta like that and hitting, then someone has to go there quickly or the tower is going to be gone. So, important move. I like this build, by the way, on Mars. The Falcon Blade, it's quite nice. The Soul Ring is so expensive now. And Falcon Blade gives you a nice amount of damage as well. So, it's a good replacement item.
Like Fnatic wants to take this tower, they'll end up using the Exorcism for the tier 1. Trying to clean up these creeps. They do end up fortifying this middle tower. And you can see teleports. They want to keep the silence over onto Collapse. Does have the arena up, but isn't jumping in just yet. What do we get? We get the silence picked up now from Mira. And that's an Exo, and they didn't manage to get much of anything other than perhaps a few TPs.
Bit of an opening now as well if they want to make moves for more stuff, but I think Team Spirit might also just want to consolidate and take over more of the map. They're farming the jungle with their Mask of Madness Shadow Fiend. I've seen this build, by the way, a few times now, the Mask of Madness SF. I really like it in this patch. You go races because they're so strong in laning stage, but then you go back into the full right-click build.
Interesting.
Yeah, this is the common play as well. You put 3-point races and then you just pretend race doesn't exist anymore. You stop leveling it. And of course you can use it to farm stacks, but mainly go back into all right clicks from here.
DJ here in the bottom lane. There's a haste rune on Toronto Tokyo. He's going to try to get the angle. Can't quite manage it though, so we'll be able to teleport away thanks to all of those creeps.
Yeah, nice play. He found the only safety there was sitting in his own creep wave, and not enough time really for Toronto to try and pull the creeps to his side. TP is enough against that.
Dire are scanning.
Both teams kind of just chilling right now, taking it quite easy. I mean, obviously, Terrorblade is farming the fastest right now, as he has his illusions and had a very good laning stage as well. But due to how Team Spirit have been winning these fights, they have quite good farm on multiple heroes. Their highest farm actually Mars right now. Collapse with Blink as well Falcon Blade. Look at Puck.
Can they stun lock him for long enough is a question, though. Okay, immediately gonna try to jump away. They see him over into the corner, though. The drag back with the remnant, and Armel is toast.
Yeah, nice reactions. He dodges the first stun, but there's so much more, and that's why we're talking about Void Spirit, how that hero can keep chasing you. You can't really get away that easily as Puck against it.
Lines being drawn on the minimap. They have a lot of control in this Radiant jungle currently. Still Terrorblade farming quite well. Top of the net worth, 6.4. Very close though, along with Collapse. And Collapse having that Blink Dagger is going to be a big deal.
Miposhka a little bit alone here. Might want to get out of here. There's no Witchblade yet on the Puck. But still the coil.
Turn back around here. Do get the silence, but the rest of the team was standing. There's the double damage on Toronto Tokyo. So they're just going to back up Miposhka. Looking for the opening. Nice spear over onto DJ. Collapse does need to be a bit careful here. They've got the Avalanche. In comes Yatoro and Toronto Tokyo. They'll get off a really nice arena. Toss out the Collapse. It will end up dying. And now Toronto Tokyo taking a lot of damage. We'll go for that Requiem. We'll push them away. So they've used the Exorcism. Feeling like perhaps Mira's in for some trouble. The rest of the team has managed to get back to the safety of their tower. These Exorcism ghosts just doing too much, so...
Yeah, and
Jabs will be able to finish them off.
Gonna be able to take towers well quickly afterwards. That was a bit unfortunate for Spirit. They were just a little bit too disjointed there. They dropped down the arena, but SF not really close enough to use his ulti in time with it.
Oh, a little bit of a find onto DJ. Can they pop him in time, though, is a question. Yeah, Trotstoki, he still wants this, but barely going to be able to just step out fast enough. They do have the vision. Can they get over there fast? No, he's all right. 60-something hit points.
That was really on the edge. Metamorphosis was running out as well, so Raven not gonna commit to get baited in by how close he is to getting that kill. He's a very safe, reliable carry player who's just gonna keep scaling here. He knows almost killing the Void Spirit still forces him to run back to base, take all that time away from making moves, and he's just gonna keep farming.
Yeah, he's got his sights set on a BKB as his next item on this Terrorblade. And Maposhka just gonna poke a little bit over at Januel here. And it's
More
doing
than a
a
poke,
decent
this is
amount.
quite dangerous.
Yeah, my god, I think he's gonna just get a kill. Boop. And they even managed to steal decay on top of it.
Yeah, that's if you get caught out by a level 4 battery assault, there's not really much you can do as an Undying there. He didn't have ulti ready, otherwise he could have gotten some HP from popping the ulti, but no, he gets found. And again, having a good showing here so far this game.
Yeah, he looked very good in the last game too, so... You know, they've had the Undying multiple times and it felt like... Well, it felt pretty good during laning. It just hasn't really taken off and they've had a good solution to it every game. On the side of Spirit.
It feels like they're gonna have good solution this game as well, because they're getting quite farmed on the Rubik. We expect that after he gets his Blink Dagger, we might see 4 staffs coming out again.
Careful in the mid lane. They'll open up with the Avalanche. The toss to snap the coil. Yeah, Toro's looking a little bit scared here, but they'll be able to get the kill despite that Arena coming out from Collapse. He's trying to finish off Januel, but he doesn't quite have enough damages. Now the rest of the side of Fnatic just collapse on Collapse. And they'll clean up.
DJ and Armel are really fighting well together. That's like the 4th time or something that we see the coil into the toss back snap combo. So that way you actually get a stun at the end of the toss. It's really, really dangerous. And now they're going to immediately transition to Roche.
Oh no! Januel was sitting at 30 hit points and then we just saw the rocket flare go flying in and kill him.
That's a level 1 rocket, 80 damage, and he died to it.
Well, he was sitting a little bit too low there. Alright, the jump in over to the pit. They've already got the Aegis on Raven. It looks like perhaps they'll be able to pop it immediately. Yep, that'll be the case. A BKB got popped on Javs. They'll chase after Mira. And Raven is back up and running. So, do manage to get that first Roshan, but don't hang on to the Aegis for very long.
No, they at least take Roshan. I mean, it is really big for Team Spirit that they get rid of the Aegis there. But at the same time, Raven is not slowed down by this yet. You need to make a move and try and get him killed once, because this TV is growing very, very quickly right now. 9.7k net worth, and he'll only keep getting more and more dangerous the longer you wait.
Hook shot over onto Raven. Follow up from Collapse. Oh, that's a decent amount of damage, but they go for the Sunder play. Poshka now having to run away. He's going to try to teleport out, but I don't believe he'll be able to make it in time. No, he won't. The chase is on. They do manage to get land the coil over onto Collapse. Mirror, though, following up, grabs Dream Coil for themselves. As he's able to back up Collapse, and they walk away.
Okay, so they get something good out of this trade at least. You now have Dream Coil with Blink Dagger on Rubik, so he's ready to go for a fight, but meanwhile it's Fnatic immediately smoking up after the engagement, trying to invade. But this matchup is a little bit tough for Clockwork and Mars, because both of them are not fantastic against the TB Illusions blocking. So the battery assault doesn't really connect fully. The spear got tanked by an illusion. While Mars is good against TB in teamfights, he's not great at landing that gank.
Curious to see what Team Spirit does now. So I do notice the dewarding on the side of Fnatic. BKB is completed though for Raven. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he got his BKB. He got it before the SF as well. SF has the entire Ogre Club left to farm.
Alright, Puck.
He got coiled,
Seems...
yeah.
Yep. Seems like he wasn't expecting that.
Well, That's what happens when you give away coil to an enemy team and it's turned on yourself. It's difficult for Puck to survive. And they have fantastic catch with the Aghanim Scepter on the Void Spirit as well for the silence. And he has Arcane Rune bottled up now too.
The case of Rubik, the anything you can do, I can do better with Arcane Supremacy.
Yeah, indeed.
Alright. It's still smoked up on the side of Fnatic, looking for a pick-off. They do not have Yatoro with them.
Is under attack.
Yeah, Yatoro, he knows that he wants this timing because right now he's struggling.
A little bit of a bait there. Manages to steal the Avalanche over on Mira.
That's a huge spell. That's a really good spell for him to have going. I've been following Mira and watching him throughout this game, but finally he gets a spell that feels like this one you can actually keep in a fight and keep getting big value from. It is max level as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Poshka on the hunt. As Jabs and DJ paired up together through this jungle. We have the courier up here on the ice spot. Doing some scouting. They find the opening over on Mira, so that's a quick pick. Poshka now too. Getting chased out of the area.
So much for keeping that avalanche.
Yatoro?
Not gonna be allowed to get it.
Nah, he's just playing.
In case the Puck stuck around, but not gonna be able to find that soul kill quite here. He's going for Shadow Blade next, so that will enable him to maybe find those pickoffs.
Feels like the tempo slowed down a little bit despite the fact that we do have BKB picked up now for Raven.
Yeah, it's probably heavily in Fnatic's favor as well, I would say. The teamfight potential for Team Spirit is definitely still huge, but the longer the game goes, the more and more Terrorblade will take over this game. And the big power spike for him is going to be Skadi. Usually it's like, until Skadi, you can kind of ignore the Terrorblade in fights, but once Skadi is up, you're going to start bleeding heroes to him. The SF especially will struggle against that slow.
The mid lane do get the arena. They're going to try to get a pick off over onto DJ. Hookshot comes in from Aposhka. We'll be able to hold him into place. Another couple clicks. And as this is going on, we can see that there is some bullying happening to Mira as they do end up popping the Exorcism and get their own pick off on the side of Fnatic and immediately transition to this top tier 2. Toronto Tokyo need to be a little careful. Does have the Aghanim Scepter completed. Not quite done with the BKB though.
Yeah, they get more value out of the Exorcism. Taking that tier 2 tower, good pick off on mid. He was playing pretty greedy with Tiny there, trying to shove the creep wave, and that's always when you die, I feel that mid creep wave is so dangerous to shove, because people could gank you from above or from below. It happens, you know, very frequently in these games that someone has to push mid, but that guy is going to be at great risk.
DJ showing in the bottom lane. We'll blink out. Do have Yatoro, Loposhka, and Collapse all in the vicinity.
Yeah, they're hanging around that area. They also have pretty good deep wards over on mid and the triangle. This mid ward is going to be found by the ward sentry. Creeps dewarding. Good job, Creeps.
You're all getting a raise, only not really, because you're probably headed to certain death.
You'll have
Mira,
a raise for the rest of your
ping.
life.
Ah, this is looking like a dead Rubik. Indeed it is. Nice pick off and an illusion rune for the Puck. Poshka grab this bounty rune and probably have to pay for it with his life. Yep, I'd say so. So both
he tossed him mid force staff, so stopping him there. That was pretty neat. And how did the Rubik die? He was trying to push that mid lane.
Well, they found themselves collapsed too. Man, this gank train has no brakes. Yatoro getting into position, though. We'll be able to go. Use that Requiem. Try to push him away. Armel getting dragged back, though. Perhaps he's gone too far. That is a dead Puck now. Jabs trying to close the gap here, but not going to be able to hold them into place. They need DJ to be able to get these avalanches off.
I could feel when they went in there, like, oh no, this is going to be the 1-by-1 feed when the SF goes in, but no, Spirit, they realized, okay, you know what, we can actually turn this fight here using the SF together with the Void Spirit and the Mars. They only lost their supports, they still had the kill potential, so they get a core kill at the end of all this.
Poshka Doing some casual dewarding. DJ with the avalanche toss, but this force staff coming in handy. So follow up, but now Collapse has just got all these people in the arena. They're just gonna back off. They're contained in this little fishbowl. So they dropped the tombstone during it.
Yeah, they dropped everything. Exorcism, Meta, Tombstone, so he immediately just bailed. Even though he used this arena, he's like, okay, that's traded for like your 3 big cooldowns.
And the smoke play immediately coming out from the side of Spirit. They realize, all right, they used everything. Now is our opportunity. Now is our chance.
Yeah, let's see if Fnatic can read this, though. They do scan it out successfully that they're moving towards top. They're pinging it now. They want to set up a bait.
We'll jump in. There's the BKB on Raven. Turn back around. The Dream Coil gets used. They'll be able to get the kill on Mira. Toronto Tokyo sitting up at the top. Does not have a TP, though. He's got the BKBs, just hoping that nobody notices. Oh, dear. They notice. They notice. So he's going to have to just hightail it out. DJ going for a guess on where he could be, but not going to be able to grab him.
He's got that level 15 talent, the outer dissimulate ring. That's such a useful one for getting away. The sheer distance that you can cover with one single mobility spell.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, well. Seeing a lot of these little skirmishes that don't necessarily amount to any huge objectives getting taken just yet, but you can see the way the Fnatic is playing on this mid lane.
Yeah, it's a lot of positional fights, trying to get minor advantages. One advantage for Fnatic is that they have such a good hero for like pushing out this mid wave, and then, you know, now they can move in, don't have to worry about it. As opposed to having a hero that stands there for a while and tries to kill it. I suppose Void Spear is similar, but it's just cleaner for Buck to do it so fast.
A prize.
Just try to clean up some of these illusions over in the mid lane. They know that Jabs is not there. It does have boots of travel, so it could be there in a pinch, but look at the way Team Spirit's playing.
He's just pushing out bottom like this is such a nice heads-up move before the fight starts. Now he TPs into the outpost.
Smoke play coming out from the side of Spirit.
Scanning.
It's about to have a 5v5.
Spirit,
Taking the long way around, though. I like this.
Yeah, but look at Fnatic's positioning. They're playing under their own vision, and they're trying to smoke reveal with the tiny.
They have the double damage over on Toronto Tokyo. They're looking for the opening to jump in. It's a beautiful arena. The pin over onto the wall. DJ just absolutely explodes. So does Jebs. And now Raven realizing he's got to get out of there right here, right now, using that BKB Dream Coil from Armel, but not going to be able to do much other than to slow them down as they get the hookshot over onto Armel. They need a couple more clicks, and he's going to try to buy himself some more time, try to get away here. And at the end of the day, Collapse with a beautiful seer will be able to ensure that Armel will not survive.
Wow, they had good positioning, and then the moment the positioning breaks a little bit is when Team Spirit find a great initiation there. They went with the tiny in front and the rest back, but then they clumped up for second. Yeah, Toronto Tokyo gets the Undying as well as the bonus.
It's like a little candy kill right there. Just happened to find it, and that opens up the Roche. So we've got the Agnum Shard and the Aegis this time around.
Yep, and I think we're gonna see Yatoro be very happy to have Aegis here, because in this game he needs to stay alive, and against Terrorblade it can be difficult to just stand your ground the way SFs normally want to, but now they have this heart of the fight they can play around and just center their spells around the SF.
I'm still seeing that the TB sitting at the top of the net worth, but is slowly, like, this gap is changing with the Shadow Fiend being right on his heels. I'm curious now how Fnatic, how do they want to play this? They've got the Aegis on the side of Team Spirit. Does Fnatic want to kick back? Do they want to just give Raven more time? Do they just dodge, or do they try to make something happen to give Raven more space?
You certainly want to try and avoid having, like, fights on your side of the map during the Aegis being in Spirit's control. So either you go ahead with smoke like they're doing right now and try and play on the enemy side of the map, or you just dodge and solutions. But they want to try and find anything.
They have the Scotty online now for Terrorblade too, which is a pretty big deal. Went for the Avalanche, trying to Pretty close the distance over on Toronto, Tokyo, but another avalanche pickup from Mira.
Yeah, he to have nice spell. Just has to not die like he did last time. This this spell can be useful in fights.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him there. Fortunate for the side of Fnatic though. They don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, but now we see Spirit moving towards the bottom tier 2, and you can already see intentions of Fnatic. They have no intention of fighting into an Aegis to defend this. So they're just moving towards top, trying to take over more area and get some fun while the Aegis push is coming in. And Team Spirit, they're not even bringing everyone. They don't have travels on Void Spirit, but he kind of knows that he doesn't need to be over there. It's so unlikely that Fnatic would fight it. Oh, don't get caught though.
I know. They have the ward. They have the ward. They know he's over there. Or that they're all over there, rather. In fact, they will put the pressure on over into the base. So he's going to try to clean those up. Yatro, though, he's got that Silver Edge completed. They're going to need detection for him.
Yeah, pump faking the ulti a little bit. But yeah, Yatoro is definitely ready to right click quite hard. Not even about someone, it's just a nice value item to have here. Just a good DPS, and of course that Invis could maybe set up some big ulti for him. Two minutes on the Aegis, expecting T-Spirit to want to do something now. You don't want to just calmly let the Aegis time out here. I think you want to gain more advantage.
Doing an excellent job of just dodging. They do have the sentry over here on the side. Oh, a little bit of a click, revealing that they know that Yatro's there. A little bit of a split fight here as Yatro is separated, so the Aegis will go down. DJ, though, next to fall. Exorcism getting popped immediately over here on Jebs. BKB from Raven. Nice arena coming through from Collapse, but it's not going to be enough to keep Yatro alive as he just absolutely melts. Collapse realizing he's got to get out of here. He's got to get out of here fast. He cannot do it. The Dream Coil gets used. He is going to fall.
Wow, he was not really supported by his team there. He didn't have Void Spirit anywhere really close as he walked in. And caught out a good sentry, and that's it. What an almost uncharacteristic way for them to lose their advantage there. And now, Fnatic are on the front foot here. They want more.
Illusion.
Middle tower will go down. They'll make the rotation. They've already put some damage on this top tier 3. No exorcism available, so we'll be a little bit slower, but Raven, he does hit quite hard.
Yeah, he has a lot of damage. He doesn't have meta, of course, so he might not want to commit to a big fight. But just forcing them back, forced out the glyph, that could be a huge impact as well for when they finally do want a siege later down the road.
There's not a lot of vision up at this point for the side of Team Spirit, which makes it pretty spooky. They have a gem, I believe, on...
Yeah, gem on Puck.
Yeah, so all their vision making it very scary to step out of that base to get the good positioning that they want in these fights.
Yeah, he's done it. The entire map is clean now. There's no no observer, no sentry outside of the Dire base. There's only one inside the Dire base. A little sentry that he didn't kill, but else he's cleaned up the map.
No meta for another 47. No exorcism for another 30-something. So still feels like they're grouping up. They want to fight. Use a scan that lands on multiple here. Jump forward. The opening over onto Toronto Tokyo goes. He pops his BKB. He's going to try to get over to the high ground. He does manage to escape.
He gets the courier with a toss of the tree grab. I don't even know if you really saw that, but yep. Poor courier.
Yatro hit his BKB during that. What happened there?
Oh, he clicked BKB?
Yeah.
I
heard a BKB and I was like, what was that? Does he? I think there was a couple of illusions. Perhaps he thought that they were closer, but maybe he fat fingered it. I don't know. I was a little surprised.
I'm not sure if that was spotted by Fnatic, but if so, they might want to look for more. But I think they could also just wait for Roshan controlled area.
I think they might have. I'd have to go back and look at the replay because I think they had Terrorblade illusions over in the area, so I think they might have seen. And this movement coming out from them, like, kind of suggests that they realize like something just happened here. We can take advantage of this.
Yeah, he was certainly not in a spot where he needed to pop his BKB, so that's pretty costly. Both of them getting
Look at DJ.
pushed down.
Waiting patiently. Jumps forward, the avalanche toss. There's the toss back. He's going to just get immediately silenced. And he's gonna just force staff himself out of danger there.
Yep, they get back. Tiny gonna TP out fully here as well, and we have another courier getting slaughtered here. So these like mid to late game courier kills give a lot of gold, by the way. 125 gold for that one, 120 for the previous one. It adds up quite quickly.
Careful, Spirit. They're waiting for you up over on this high ground. They are just going very wide on here, though. They don't have Toronto Tokyo. They see him over in the mid lane.
I like the move though, and this ward placed down by Mira. They have information. Spirit, can they take this fight?
It's feeling a little uncertain. They're looking for the opening. We'll be able to find it over onto Jab. So they'll blow up the Death Prophet. That's a BKB charge used over on Collapse and the Arena. Jump forward again. They find Jet Wall over here on the side, but again, they have the Aeon Disc over on the back lines, though. They get off a beautiful Dream Coil from Armel. End up losing Mira. Now Maposhka is going to have to try to teleport out. Not going to be able to do it as Collapse also trying to leave, but the damage is huge now. He's going to be able to make it out. Nothing to cancel that TP. Maposhka. Oh, Maposhka, what happened?
He was waiting for his
cancel?
force staff. He was just sitting there and yeah.
Oh dear. Alright, well, that opens these doors for Raven, for Fnatic to just hit these buildings. They have buyback on the Clockwork. No buyback though on Yatoro. No buyback on Mira. Collapse is gonna have to do some serious work as DJ jumps in. Seeing this opening, the avalanche toss, the Scotty, the hits, he's just dead. Do have buyback though on Collapse if he wants to try to use it. Fortification will get used. Oh man. Fnatic, they're feeling DJ. They're like, oh, this guy. Look at this god gamer.
Yeah, I think so too. DJ is having a fantastic game here. Spam tips and they're pushing. This TB does a lot of damage. They want the Melarax. Dropping the Tombstone, committing for it. No way to defend it here without your Mars, without your SF. And Roshan is gonna spawn in 2 minutes time.
Alright, well that'll be the next big objective most likely for both the teams.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
How does Spirit push out here? How do they gain back some ground, Waga?
I think that's exactly what they were trying to do in the previous fight there, but it ended up backfiring in the end. It was a nice start. They got that clean pick-off. They need to do something similar again here, but it's just not that easy. I don't think they have any smokes available anymore as well. So, yeah, no smokes for them. I think for now, just try and stabilize, deward the crucial areas here, and try and get the lanes back as far as possible.
That's a pretty nice item. Get a telescope. Found for one of the supports to carry.
Yeah, it's a nice one. I mean, the key to this game for Spirit has to be that SF has to be enabled more. He has this Daedalus, so his damage is actually crazy high, but they are struggling to have him right-click anything just by the chaos that is created by Tiny and Puck, and then TB Illusions dropping a lot of auto attacks into it.
This Terrorblade is looking very, very scary now that we've hit the later portion of the game. They were really, really creative of the way that they were able to make the space for Raven. And he had already had a pretty good start, too.
He certainly was. A big timing in this game, by the way, is going to be if Collapse can hold on for this Hex that he's building. He's currently sitting at 4,000 gold, so he just needs like 700 more to try and afford the full Hex. He has the Void Stone already, but it's not going to be in time for this Roshan.
Ooh, Ninja Gear has been found. That's a great item. Poshka knows, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he definitely knows. He's thinking maybe try to make some sort of cheeky play. Goes in for the hook shot. He's just going to land in front of everyone a little bit early here. He's going to try to run out again. He's making some space. He's causing them to follow him, but does end up dying.
Hooks in, 4 staffs out. It's a prank. It's a prank. I didn't mean to. But,
it's where you pause the game and you say, I was just kidding. Please let me live.
No intention of letting him get away. They now have the full Aegis over on the side of Terrorblade. Also Aghanim Scepter from Roche.
Ooh.
So that's a secondary meta available for him. And of course, now he can cosplay Shadow Fiend. He can pop the Terror Wave, use his own little SF ulti to fear people away.
That is true. Terrorblade looks like someone who enjoys a good costume. He's pretty flashy.
Certainly is. And I think they're going to move like a flash towards that bottom tier too, as well as we see their entire team just kind of converging down towards bottom. They're leaving the creep wave for the Terrorblade, of course, but I think Team Spirit know what's coming. There's not going to be inactivity after this Roshan goes down.
They've got a 21k net worth lead going over to the side of Fnatic. They've got Cheese, they've got Aegis. Do have the Sheep Stick, the Scythe of Ice, picked up on Mars, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. They have...
Oh, Armel has the Octarine and the Timeless Relic as well. With the Kaya and San, she's very ready to deal some serious damage. And, of course, a lot of silences. He has the CDR talent too.
Eyes are following DJ here as he's looking for any opening. Looks like pinging out the eye spot. Perhaps they can get some information, some vision if anyone's in the tree line. But Spirit playing over to the side on the high ground, upper left.
They have a ward
Jump
down.
forward. DJ gets silenced. Go for the exorcism. The chase is on Armel though. Beautiful play here. Are they going to be able to do it? Yes, they'll take down at the first time as they go over here. And the BKB was popped by Jabs with that exorcism. They weren't able to get as much as I think they would have liked. So chase now after Maposhka. Mira left behind Toronto Tokyo looking to drag back over onto DJ. Is just going to try to run away. And Yatra with that
Everyone's
Requiem.
scared.
They're just dropping everything, but not a whole heck of a lot happening just yet. So they managed to get the puck during the fight. They'll get DJ. And Team Spirit will hold on a little bit longer.
A fantastic fighting by them, and I thought that fight might go worse for them as they had to use the BKB on Yatoro to just run away. Didn't really get to do any damage, but no, clean fighting there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff by Void Spirit as well, doing a lot of damage in that fight.
It felt pretty split throughout it too. A lot of fighting going on between two different areas.
Yeah, you'd almost think that a split-up fight would favor the team with the puck and be able to catch stuff, but I would say Team Spirits, they're happy as long as they can play away from Terrorblade's DPS, because he hits so hard right now, and he's the main one killing anything. Every single time they get kills, it's like tossing back towards the Terrorblade, and he right-clicks something down.
I mean, do you try to make a play knowing that Jabs doesn't have the exorcism up? I mean, he's got his BKB up in a couple seconds.
Oh, collapse.
Tree line.
He's gets spotted by the Invis TB.
Okay, there it is. The BKB coming out immediately from Jabs. And look at this damage being placed over onto Collapse. He pops his own BKB, but Raven just chasing after him. Okay, they'll try to save him using that. Glimmer tries to hide a little bit further into the corner, but they have the Dream Coil, so they'll be able to get the pick off.
Yeah, they get him killed, and he tried as he could to survive there. Nice attempt by Mira to throw his teammates to the side, trying to get him to safety, but that was him going down. He still has the arena, though, and he has buyback. So when the push comes in, he's ready to use his buyback and try and defend. He won't have BKB, though, and that's a big drawback for him. Oh, look at SF. He's got the Arcane Blink now, doing the little bit of a switch here, hoping to catch them off guard.
Still has that Aegis for another minute. They're going to try to burst him down, but he's still alive. Okay, the hookshot comes through. That's going to be the Aegis going down. Maposhka pushing back. Again, they're trying to separate the fight if they can. Yatoro, beautiful play here. With that Requiem, with the arena, they'll be able to blow up Raven. He is dead for 87 seconds. No buyback. Toronto Tokyo with the E-Blade, trying to make some more plays over onto DJ. They get a little bit of a steal. Exorcism has been popped. As now this Death Prophet going in deep here. Mira trying to lift up, trying to do whatever he can to slow them down just a little bit, but they'll still manage to get the kill. Yatoro now running for his life as there's a spear from Collapse. He'll end up popping the Aeon Disc. Toronto Tokyo looking for this fight. He does manage to get the kill, and they'll follow up and they'll chase after Jebs, who is now healed up. They're looking for more. Armel just poking away over into the side, seeing if he can help out, seeing if they can keep this Death Prophet alive, but they will not be able to. 4 dead on the side of Fnatic. No buyback on Terrorblade as Team Spirit defend their base and get themselves some kills to move out onto the map.
Fnatic a little bit greedy there. They tried to get more even after they lose the Terrorblade very fast. I think they could have disengaged and only lost like one extra hero on top of the TB, but they tried to take the fight feeling confident because they're so far ahead. But Spirit, they got a clean execution. The Terrorblade could not survive because when he respawned from his Aegis, there was cogs down from Clockwork, immediately pushing him to his side, and then the SF ulti followed into it. So beautiful execution to kill the TB twice there. And nothing he could have done to survive either. Without his team going in and helping him, he just dies there.
Does take a while for the creep wave to make its way towards the mid, so Team Spirit will back off. Perhaps put some pressure on the top, reclaim their jungle.
Yeah, they're super happy to finally have some claim to the map again as well, getting these kills. They don't get to force buybacks as well, but I mean, they were so far behind, it felt almost like they were drawing dead. I think any other team there would pretty much have gone down. Team Spirit really showing like their competence there, being able to hold on to that team fight. I think it's on Raven though. He has to be more careful not to get caught out in a chain stun that doesn't allow him to use BKB. He has Refresher now, so he can use one BKB very early and then have the second one ready to go whenever.
Both teams playing very patiently. Not going to see a Roshan spawn for a minute and 16 at the very least. See the way that Spirit playing on the high ground, grouped together. They've got the vision, they've got the sentries down.
Yeah, they're not allowing any invasion to come in here from Fnatic to try and drop down vision, so they're holding on to it. There's an Arcane Room bottom right now. Wonder if we're gonna see anyone moving towards it though, as they want to sit in the Roche area. Might see Puck go and check it.
There is a refresher completed now for Shadowfiend.
Yeah, he has
big find.
He has the double ulti, and we've seen what double SF ulti can do in the last chance qualifiers. The amount of lockdown it provides, especially with the increased debuff amplification from Arcane Blink as well, you can find yourself running away from SF for a long time.
Another nice item pickup, Overwhelming Blink for DJ. We are starting to hit that stage of the game where everyone is upgrading their blinks.
Yeah, it's time. The regular Blink is so out of fashion.
So last patch.
Truly, truly. And I like the patience by Spirit. Probably feels like forever for them that they have sat in this area, but they are persistently holding an area that's very close to Roche that's favorable for that fight. And meanwhile though, Fnatic not interested in cracking that high ground. They're gonna start sending illusions to bottom. The Terrorblade will force some form of flinch or reaction. Before that happens, Spirit make a move though. They kind of know it's coming, I think. They're going immediately, looking for a fight.
They drop the wards, they're trying to get any sort of vision. And Fnatic, ooh, this could be big. They're sitting on the high ground. Smoke will pop, immediate jump in from Toronto, Tokyo. So get the Zeal off, follow up with the Aeon Disc. The Exorcism does get popped. They're chasing after Mira. Seems to be the one that's left here, but Collapse going through with that BKB. Tries to go for the Spirit, doesn't quite manage to land it, but does manage to go get the Sheep Stick off. Yatoro will clean up on the Death Prophet. We'll go follow up over onto Collapse. He's gotten held into place. A push forward though, using the Force Staff. Armel giving some of these clicks. Step forward though, coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, looking to see if they can blow up Armel, and it looks like they'll be able to. And this does get popped as now Raven ending up. He's just clicking down everyone in this fight, looking to see if he can close the gap. He finds himself Yatoro trying to fight here, trying to stand toe to toe, tries to get down to it, will end up dying. There's another buyback now. They have all the momentum on the side of Fnatic. 3 dead on the side of Team Spirit. They do not have buyback. Toronto, Tokyo looks like he's going to be the next sacrifice.
I think they've done it. The buyback again. It's just too late.
On the Void. I don't know. I don't know how they deal with this. They still have the Sunder play up over onto Raven. These buildings are just melting, but they're going to go down swinging, Team Spirit. They're not willing to give up because they have the BKB. Toronto, Tokyo doing whatever he can, trying to step forward. Raven over on the side does get pushed back, as they'll turn their attention over to the Death Prophet over on the back lines. Yatoro gets tossed up into the air. He just popped back. He is dead. And they will indeed call the GG. Fnatic will bounce back in very patient fashion in this game number 2.
Yeah, that was so nice to watch. The final catch there by Tiny as he caught the Shadow Fiend. He actually used a Psychic Headband as well to push him into the Terrorblade there at the end. That was really, really nice to see just the execution by Fnatic. Nice try by Team Spirit. The final fight, I could probably sit and talk about it for like 10 minutes because there was a lot. There was Void Spirit jumping in with Aeon Disc components locked, unlocking them to be able to get himself out. But then Fnatic just played a little bit closer in that fight and managed to bring down heroes more effectively, whereas Team Spirit had to just run away. That was an exciting game and definitely some high quality Dota. 49 minutes, 32-30. That was quite the showing. So Fnatic 1-1, huh?
Yeah, they definitely held their own against Team Spirit, and you know, it was nice to see Raven on something very, very comfortable. Did have a lot of space created throughout the game here. Who would you say, you know, after watching all this gameplay, I think DJ has to be our MVP, right? Like, look at this guy. This guy, like, very calculated. And
yeah,
even
for
the
game
first
2,
one.
100%. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, DJ in game 2 was owning. He was doing so many combinations with everyone. He was enabling his team. Yeah, I mean, he even got he got the chain tips by his own team, right? I think they recognize him as the MVP for this one as well.
This feels like a highlight reel, seeing like in that last fight there with the toss over onto Collapse, dragging him out of his own arena. Just enabling the rest of the team to follow up and clean up for sure.
So yeah, I think this game.
Oh, this one. Watch this, because I don't think you caught this earlier. Genrock sitting at like 30 hit points, and then pew.
Yeah, he was just on the edge as well of that one. It's funny because that was a level 1 rocket with just 80 damage, but he was trying to be around and be useful.
God, how much damage does Dust do now? The Dust of Appearance?
Yeah, the dust is like, is it 25 or something? I can't remember.
I don't know,
exactly
but like
what
I'm
the
still
dust is.
waiting to see a Dust kill. Like the rocket
Yeah,
one, like
it's
that one, the
25.
level 1 was great, but someday I will
It's
see a
25
Dust
damage. I've seen some people die to it, not in a competitive game yet though.
God, I can't wait for that. Absolutely ridiculous. Pocket sand. But yeah, you see these fights, they're chaotic. They're, you know, that one in particular, right? Yatoro was so separated away from his team, and then they just recognize us on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, no, that was quite the showing, but we got some exciting Dota there. So it's going to be 1-1 between Spirit and Fnatic in the end. Looked after game 1 like Spirit was going to win handedly, but Fnatic, they do bring it back.
Yeah, and this is definitely what you want to see. You don't want to see, you know, full-on rolls, stomps, whatever. You want to see both of these teams, you know, adjusting to each other, figuring each other out, and just showing us, you know, the different styles that they can play. And I think that's what's really interesting, too, with TI or any major tournament, is just the meta that develops between teams as you go out throughout the tournament. But, yeah, you can see here 18 assists over on DJ.
Yeah, we're also missing one thing on this, is that Raven had 684 last hits, by the way, on that Terrorblade. 684 last hits in a 49-minute game. It is a pretty long game, but still, I think people should be respecting Raven's Terrorblade in this tournament. It is one of his absolutely best heroes.
There it is. There's DJ, our MVP of the match. Definitely right place, right time. Great initiations, great repositioning. Because we talked about that earlier in the draft, how repositioning was super, super important, and they had a lot of it, honestly, over on the side of Team Spirit. But just DJ's Tiny proving to be very, very potent.
Yeah, they had a lot of it, but all you needed was just the Tiny for DJ there. He made it work in such a good way, always bringing the heroes back to the core who could bring down the kill in the end. So even though he went down a lot of the times, dying 8 times on his Tiny, he, you know, caused so much mayhem on the opponents.
Yeah, as long as, you know, you're doing your job at the end of the day, I think your team is very, very happy with you. And in that case, I'd say DJ did a fantastic job, for sure. But
yeah, strong performance. So glad to see if Fnatic showed up and looking strong in this tournament as well so far. And game 2 here against Spirit.
So we have seen 2 games so far today, or 2 series, I should say. So we saw Team Liquid and RG getting a split, 1-1. Fnatic and Team Spirit also having a split. So the next games that are coming up, we've got Sonics versus Team Liquid, a little NA Dota versus Western Europe, followed by Fnatic, who will be playing again, this time against South American Team Thunder Awaken, and then Sonics will be playing one more time this evening versus PSG LGD, who I think people would say are one of the top favorites to win TI this year.
Yeah, PSG, LGD, I mean, probably always one of the favorites, I feel. They're just so strong, of course. And they have a lot to prove still in terms of just taking that TI victory here. I think they're really hungry for it this year.
All right, well, we have plenty more games coming up. Again, there's a total of 50 games being played today for this group stage. But Waga and I will be saying goodbye to you. You're going to have another fresh set of casters for you. I believe it's Nomad and Bayskip will be your narrators for the rest of the night on this stream. But definitely stick around. Like I said, lots of Dota coming up, lots of exciting matches. You don't want to miss it. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have Nomad and Bayskip.
pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
It's time for more group stage action here at TI11, and we are very excited to get into this one. It is Sonics versus Team Liquid here on the B stream. My name is Nomad. Joining me is Skip, old Skippy. How's it going, my friend?
Old Skip, it's great to be here. You can call me whatever you want, so long as I get to watch these TI games. I'm excited. It's been a little bit like trying to drink from a fire hose, watching all these games so far, but doing my best.
Yeah, guzzling it down. What's been your favorite match so far?
It's actually a really good question. I did enjoy that Fnatic Spirit game that we were just watching here on this stream. That was pretty hype.
Yeah.
Nice to see Fnatic looking good.
Yeah, Spirit able to really make them work for that win, but in the end it was, Fnatic were able to draw it out, and a 1-1 for the SEA boys, which I think a lot of people will be happy about, taking down the TI champs in at least one of the games, so that's pretty cool. But how are we expecting this one to go? Because we've got two very interesting teams here.
Yeah, a little bit hard to say. I may be favoring Liquid a little bit. We've seen a lot of them. We should kind of know what to expect from the last chance qualifiers. And Sonic's having a little bit of a rough start to day one here, going down 0-2 against EG. Just have to see if they can bounce back. It's a big group stage still, so plenty of opportunity.
It is. Yeah, but what's interesting about these teams is that both of them have actually had a very similar journey to the international, because Sonics, obviously they qualified through the regional qualifiers, during which they did get beaten by Nouns 2-0 in the upper bracket finals, but then they came back through the lower bracket, and then the grand finals took down Nouns, who just defeated them, and 3-0'd them. So that was crazy. And then think back to last chance qualifiers, Liquid, they did the exact same thing to Virtus Pro. They got beaten by them, went through the lower bracket, came back again, and then beat them to the punch for the qualification slot. So similar in that regard, but I'm definitely favoring Liquid, considering the momentum they have coming in from that last chance qualifiers. As Blitz himself said, they are so freaking practiced.
Yeah, they've had so many opportunities to try their stuff under really high pressure situations. You're right, I think both of these teams are very resilient. I am expecting Sonics to be able to bounce back at least a little bit here. They've got tons of TI experience across the board. They're all TI players. Lelis is maybe the one that is a little bit less. I think this is only his second TI. Everybody else is on like their, at least their third, something along those lines. So we'll just have to see if he had a little bit of a rough start, especially to today. He got hit by an Undying in lane in both. He was playing melee strength heroes against Undying in both of his opening games, so didn't really get to do a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have the draft now available, so let's jump straight into it as we get into the first game of this best of two series here in the groups between Sonics and Liquid, NA versus EU. I'm very excited. Let's see which way we're going to go. Wow, shockingly, we have an Enigma and a Marcy banned out. Who would have thunk?
Yeah, I guess Undying is kind of the lingering question now for Sonics, because Liquid will take it if you let them have it. And like I said, it proved very tricky for Leslau, and I feel like he's the one out of the first series that they really need to try and change things up for a little bit and get a little bit more game out of him. And this hero has been trending. Clockwork is suddenly, it was creeping up during the last chance qualifiers, and his stock continues to rise here.
Yeah, and I can see why. We've been talking a lot about the teams which have been doing well, often picking themselves some cheap initiation, especially on support heroes, so you don't have to hard commit with a core. And Clockwork does exactly that, so fitting the meta and how the game's being played at the moment very, very well. Not terrible in lane either. If you can isolate someone with that battery assault, then you can often get off a lot of damage. And there's a few counters as well, such as Earthshaker. Just a couple of heroes you just don't really want to play into Clockwork, which is really nice also.
Yeah, it narrows the draft ever so slightly, and there's also the position 5 flex a little bit for some of these teams. So I totally understand why we're seeing it, and both teams kind of keeping their options wide open so far. There's still stuff like the Primal Beast in the pool. There's still the Morphling in the pool.
Yeah.
So kind of up to them now to decide if that's anything that they're going to be looking at. Otherwise, I think some of those heroes may be getting banned out in the second phase.
Yep, I think so. At the moment, through the games we've had obviously Enigma and Marcy 100% contest. Then it's Primal Beast, Batrider, and Shadow Fiend all sitting around 80. And then we have 4 heroes chilling around 70%, which is Morphling, Undying, Pangolier, and Visage.
Yeah, Batrider continues to be a little weird. I think he's still on that no picks, all bans hype train that he was kind of on in the last chance qualifiers as well. Yeah, that was a weird way to start the LCQs. I think he did end up getting a couple of games eventually, but all right. So Liquid are going to be going for the Morphling here for themselves, and Sonic's picking up the Lesh. This is something that they played in regionals. It's one of the openings that they've done so far. It seems like for them it's really about either opening with the Lesh or the Lina for Quinn, and this is something that we've seen a lot of teams doing in the draft, is picking this somewhat flexible mid laner sort of in the first phase, and then keeping it open somewhat as they go later into the draft. Though I think for the most part, it's just going to be Quinn playing it here.
Yeah, seems most likely. Is this somewhat of an answer to the Morphling or not really?
I don't really think so. It is, at least from the perspective of you're not giving him another Ags target. But yeah, not necessarily in terms of actually getting in and killing him. You do a lot of sustained damage, so if your team's got the lockdown, you can just kind of stay right on top of the Morphling. But given that Liquid have picked it into the Lesh, I don't think they're too worried about it necessarily as a counter either. And the Lesh does put some interesting... The one thing I've noticed, at least from the games that we've seen so far, it does put on a little bit of interesting drafting pressure, because during the last chance qualifiers, we did see quite a few teams going for like double melee supports, and then they would still have relatively low range carry like a Luna or something, and maybe even a melee offlane. And Leshrac just completely punishes that. If you've got 4 heroes clumped up in the middle of a fight that the Lesh can run into, that's really, really difficult. So I do think these early Leshrac picks that we're seeing are not exactly in the same way as like when you pick up a Nyx or something, or an Enigma, but it is kind of putting some draft pressure on the opposing team.
Remaining.
Of horse, you want to be able to gallop through fields, and the clockwork just kind of stops you from doing that. It pushes you around. You're not free to gallop, which is sad for a Leshrac. So any kind of control is always pretty strong against the Lesh.
Yeah, even if you kill him, or even if you have to, like, if the clockwork manages to just cut you off from the fight with cogs, even if you're not in the cogs, Lesh doesn't want to sit there and like auto attack his way through to get into the middle of the fight. So yeah, we'll see how that goes for Sonics. They do have the snap already, so they've already got one way to... Yeah, they've already got the cookie. But
the notes, the leaks, what do they say? Read them.
There's a whole bunch of scribbles.
Oh.
that's all I've got.
Yeah, it's
maybe a picture of Jack's face.
Scribbles all over the place. My gosh.
I would be.
Rage.
Can we just get somebody with like a printout of one of the enemy players just with crosses drawn over their eyes, and that's the note.
Yeah, that's their notes.
Yeah.
Die. No.
Yeah. The Broodmother is something I'd like to talk about a bit, because it seems like this is probably something that has been emerging in scrims. We saw it a little bit in the last chance qualifiers as well. Wildcard were playing it, Extreme were playing it. It was even creeping up in the draft priority a little bit. I wasn't sure if we were really going to see it here. I went and had a look, and Sonic's like, I think Lelis has 1 Broodmother win in competitive ever, 1 win and 2 losses, and he's got like all of 20 games on it, at least on his main account. He's probably got some Smurfs and stuff, but Liquid may be more worried about it just as like we don't think we're going to have the answers to it, and we don't want Sonics to happen to have this up their sleeve, even if we don't think they've got it.
Yeah, and let's be clear, both of these teams got brooded in their opening matchups. Both of these teams lost to a brood, so both of them... I mean, how rude is that, right? Your first game of your first series of the TI groups, you're like, oh, I can't wait to play TI with my buds. Gonna be a great time, gonna win millions of dollars, it's gonna be so fun. This is what we look forward to all year. Bam!
And Broodmother. Yeah. So that's enough to give you arachnophobia for sure. And neither of these two teams, like, I didn't really think that either of them were going to be the ones picking it. Both of them play pretty straight up Dota, I would say, in a lot of ways. Maybe we could see something like a Beastmaster or whatnot coming out from Sonics here. That's been a relatively popular way to kind of deal with the Morphling, is just get him down at the beginning and then keep him down by playing fast. And the Beastmaster is certainly good at that. But what else? Probably just go for their pause 5 here, maybe. Okay.
Tiny.
Tiny going to be the grab. Okay, so that's probably their 4, snap 5.
Yep, that does seem to be the case. I do want to quickly talk about Sonics, because I did watch their documentary. I've done a lot of documentary watching.
5 seconds remaining.
About their mentality was that they really, really felt like they were an entirely new team, because since they'd swapped things up, obviously they were playing with Kezo and Ponlo, then they changed it up. They haven't had SVG this year either, so their mentality just seemed to be like, this is very fresh, this is very new. We're not going to win anything yet because we're still finding our place. So it's very interesting the way they kind of approach that, and I was actually quite surprised, because I would have thought that they'd feel more comfortable because they're going back to what they were before, basically, rather than swapping out SVG, but not the case at all. Apparently FAT are just completely changing up the dynamic of the team, and they're very open to that. So good in that they're probably taking on FAT's ideas and really kind of, adjusting hard to him, but also kind of, they do still need that time to adjust. So it's whether they found that place or not, which is really the big question.
Yeah, I really think that this is a huge change up from where they started at the beginning of the year. My understanding of Fada as a captain as well is that he's not necessarily domineering, but he's got strong ideas. He's certainly contributing a huge amount to the draft. So sort of becoming his team in a way, and it'll be just interesting to see how Sonics do. And man, Liquid digging deep in their reserve time here, thinking about what they want to run with this Morphling. And Centaur is something that has been getting more popular as we've gone on between the last chance qualifiers and the group stage.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes which just makes a lot of sense, right? Especially when you consider you've got this Morphling, so you want to try and protect him, get heroes in the front lines, and Centaur can do all that.
Yeah, especially like him here against the idea of, like, maybe somebody gets tossed in and you can stampede them out, or the Leshrac gets on top of a couple of heroes and you can just scramble by pressing the ult. So that's going to be nice. And okay, Sonic's going to go for the Monkey King.
Not sure I like this, We literally just talked about how they've got good disengage on the side of Liquid, and also not a whole lot of sticking power on the side of Sonics, right? Like, once they're in, it's very difficult to keep them in, and now you go for the Wukong's command, which, again, is, I'm not sure about this.
Yeah, I think it's more for the lane than anything, and Sonic's probably just wanting to play fast. It, to me, also seems like maybe the Monkey King is okay against the Morphling. I think that's been a big topic of conversation, is like, what carries can we play into the Morphling? Because so many of the agility carries feel like they're just off the table. It's like, we don't want to pick Slark, we don't want to pick Faceless Void, to an extent we don't even want to pick stuff like Drow or any of these agi carries, but at least Monkey King maybe not caring as much from the perspective of the Wukong's command, and they're just going to have to get some, maybe at least a little bit more lockdown coming in from the off lane. Though they're no slouches when it comes to stuns, right? They've got Avatos, Split Earth, Cookie. Not too bad. Should be okay.
It's just that fire and forget stun they're missing, like the kind of hard lockdown, something to really just kind of control them up. And I don't know, I almost feel like I want some kind of team fighting stun. But I guess they are still going for their offlaner here, so that could still come out. And Liquid feel the same way. They get rid of the Tidehunter.
Yeah, so it does very much seem like Sonics are kind of going along this game plan of, all right, you've got the Morphling, we're just aiming to win before he ever gets too big or becomes too much of a problem. And they will have the last overall pick to kind of make his life difficult as well.
As tradition, we ban out the bat.
Yeah, as tradition demands, certainly. Right, so we're looking for a Mickey hero here.
Yeah, Ember has to be considered, I think. It looks really good to me.
Yeah, is Pango is still in the pool?
Yep, it is very much so.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't love it.
Lycan. Okay. So wait, is
Morph
Matu
mix.
playing Lycan and they're giving Mickey the Morphling? What's
Yep.
going on here? I think that's probably the plan.
I would assume so. I wouldn't like to see the Lycan in the middle lane. I would say that much. So
No, yeah, I don't think you want the Lycan matching up against the Lesh. But if your plan here for Sonics was to pick something to try and dumpster the Morphling in the lane, they're now putting him in a place where it's much harder to do that. And I suppose there's a very quick question for Sonics, which is like, is there a world where we put Lesh in the off lane and we instead pick something else for Quinn that we feel like can kind of dominate this Morphling?
yeah,
I don't know what we've seen do especially well. There's still a Queen of Pain in the pool, but doing something like that might just be too much of a departure from what they were planning with the draft. So we might still just end up seeing like the Beastmaster here. Magnus again.
All right,
Okay,
there it
so
is.
this is what he
That's what I
played
wanted.
in game number 1
yeah.
versus EG. Sorry.
This is it though. This is the AoE lockdown I wanted. You know, it's kind of like the hard stop to Liquid's draft, which I was really hoping they'd pick. So I'm happy.
They're taking Insania's advice. It's about the number of stuns, and everybody's got a stun here for Sonics.
You get a stun. You get a stun. You get a stun. Yeah, and you know, Mag does give you something to rely upon. It is a lot of pressure on Leslau, who, as you were saying, he's had a shaky performance so far. Obviously, only one series, but hopefully they can rely on him. But yeah, I do like this Sonics draft now, but I also like Liquid's draft, and I would say Liquid's draft is looking a little bit easier to execute, maybe a lot more easy to execute. So I will probably be leaning for them, considering I favored them already to start with.
Yeah, I like Liquid's draft a little bit more, and to me it feels like Sonics have somewhat abandoned the game plan of like playing early and going against the Morphling that way, which I'm not really a huge fan of. So yeah, I'm favoring Liquid here. We'll see how the lanes go. I think the lane should be quite good for Sonics. Even if Morphling farms well, he's not going to go and gank. Magnus Tiny versus the Lycan Witch Doctor should be totally fine. And I think the Monkey King Snap against Centaur Clock should also be pretty good. So lane win, but
I kind of question you there. Is Magnus Tiny good versus Lycan Witch Doctor? What makes you say that?
I think it's mostly just sitting there farming and shoving with the cleave. I don't really know what the Lycan is going to accomplish in that lane. He's not really contributing a whole lot of damage to any Maledict kills necessarily. So I'm just picturing either one of them getting tossed back on top of the Magnus, and then what do? Like, if the Witch Doctor gets tossed back, he's just 100% dead. Liquid might even do this thing that we've seen them do a little bit, where they swap things around a little bit, and they get Insania playing in the off lane, and we've got the Clockwork playing in the safe lane. Maybe that makes life a little bit easier, but yeah,
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's see how it goes down as we move into game number 1 of Sonics versus Liquid here at the TI11 group stages. A very important win for both of these teams. As we start things off, Mickey in the middle lane on the Morphling versus the mid lane of the Leshrac. Grandmaster Leshrac, by the way, on Quinn here. Very, very scary.
He's a monster on this tier. He might even be best in the world. Maybe that's a big call, but certainly Sonic put a lot of faith in him. They've got a lot of confidence.
What a beautiful spray in the middle lane. My goodness, that is lovely. Let's
I'll take my energy.
Yeah.
There you go. They're backing their boy. Like we said, he's got the least TI experience of anybody on the roster, but I'm sure the team has a lot of faith in him. He's going to get to run it back a little bit here on the Magnus.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning here. This is a bit of a retirement home brawl here, because both of these teams are two of the oldest teams in the tournament, believe it or not.
In just in terms of like total age or average age. Or...
Yeah, average age.
Yeah, dang.
Old men on both sides.
The battle begins.
I think the oldest overall is RNG. I didn't actually work it out. I just went through and looked and kind of eyeballed it, but
mental
yeah.
math. You're not from NA,
yeah,
so you can do that at least.
Somewhat. I can guess, but yeah, going by the age, these definitely two of the older teams hanging out here. And yeah, a lot of combined experience between them. And Leslie just littered all over the middle lane as we start things off here. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this lane goes. I feel like I haven't really seen enough Leshrac, and I haven't really seen enough Morph mid to really get a good read on this one.
I think it should be maybe a little bit of a farm fest. You know, the Lesh can put some pressure on, but Morph definitely having that base damage advantage. I think Quinn might even get some points in the Lightning Storm here, just to kind of keep Mickey honest.
Yeah, keep him in strength. That's what you want to do, right? Just kind of harass him and make sure he's not like in that full last hitting mode where he's just going to get everything. Definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So, okay. We got Boxy, Dragon Creep Waves at bottom. They don't really want to play the lane against the Monkey King, and you are a little bit too late to drag across here, so I'm just going to have to let this go.
Yeah, Fada wants to kind of interrupt this if he can, but it's just too difficult to get near, especially with Boxy just sitting on him with this battery assault as well. Did a lot of damage to the poor old Snapfire, though. Boxy's not particularly healthy himself, but Fada not going to sit there and try and fight the guy. That would be pretty suicidal. So Fada just grabbing the creeps and walking around the tower to help out Yuwa, who's going to also have a free time behind this building. But yeah, has to be said, it should be a good lane for Sonics, as you mentioned in the draft.
Yeah, not necessarily. They didn't really deny too much there. They lost two of the creeps back down the lane, and then it ended up under the tower anyway. So I think it was just a play to get Zai some experience.
So interesting move from Boxy, trying to go for the battery assault as the creeps are dying, but maybe a little bit too ambitious there from the Clockwork, and that's going to mean that they don't quite get there. But it does block you from getting towards the creeps, and maybe this was a plan all along, as you are now starving a little bit. Only misses one. He's fine.
Yeah, this is looking pretty easy for him. And they just want to keep doing shenanigans. It's double melee against the Monkey King. They don't actually want to be in the lane. If they can make a new lane in the jungle, then they'll do just that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, over towards mid, we got Mickey versus Quinn. There's been a lot of harassment coming out from the Leshrac onto the Morphling, which has caused him to have to kind of sit back a little bit and chill out, but did go for this bottle, which is going to help out a little bit as these water runes spawn and give him lots and lots of health to get back to fighting fit in this lane, as you can see. So he's absolutely fine. We'll be able to catch up, but still a good start for Quinn.
Yeah, we... lane, at least early on, and in general, the laning stage kind of a little quiet thus far.
Yeah, it should be interesting to see what Liquid do though as we move into this laning phase, because as we say, naturally Sonic should get a little bit of advantage. I mean, will they do anything like big rotations to the mid lane or something? Do you expect to kind of get an advantage somehow?
I think the first rotation that they're really hoping for is to maybe try and bring their Lesh to top. It's a little tricky because, you know, the Morph's not going to rotate, but if you leave his lane, he's going to start breathing down your tower. So, like, you need to either have him be in a position where he can't take your tower when you head top, or, you know, you get a haste turn or something, and that's how you look to play it. So only Quinn gonna get a water rune here. Fada comes in and denies the other one. He's gonna take some damage for it, but I don't think he's gonna die.
It's good. Just Boxy being as annoying as possible on this clockwork. That's his one aim in this game, is just to rustle some jimmies. He's got one aim. He's done that very well to Fada so far.
So as we have a quick pause, we can see all 3 lanes going fantastically for Sonics. Like 28-8, 22-7, 19-6. Really just going to be a question of, can they take this? Like I said, I really thought it was going to be early game lead. It's just going to be a question of, how do they transition this lead? How are they going to be able to head through the mid game? Can they sort of deal with the Morphling if he starts getting later on into the game? Because like they've got a lot of stuns, but I can also see the Morphling, if he's got enough items, just kind of itemizing his way out of anything here. We haven't even really talked that much about the Lycan. My read here is just Liquid trying to create a little bit more space by having some push threat of their own. Sonics are not the fastest pushing lineup. You know, they do have Edict, but that's about it as far as tower push potential. So I think the Lycan is really here to just try and open up the map. So MSS getting really low here.
Yeah, being beaten down by Insania isn't going to be enough. The final ticket just about brings him down. MSS going to fall to Insania, and that will be a first blood for the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, that's super nice for Insania. He's a pretty high level, and playing the lane, I think the way that he needs to, which is you want to give Lycan as much experience as humanly possible, and you want to keep making the Tiny want to come and contest the pulls. Because like I said, I don't think they actually want to play the lane 2v2. It's just going to be a toss back into a skewer, and the Lycan can't help you. So better to keep the lane as a 1v1 and just constantly threaten pulls.
And the value he got from this Windlace in this lane as well, you know, being able to escape them when they throw him back, and then being able to run down the Tiny there is just absolutely insane. And also worth mentioning as well, you know, the reason they were able to get that kill is because Tiny unfortunately has absolutely 0 armor early on in the game, so those right clicks from the Witch Doctor do quite a lot of work.
Yeah, and he gets to walk all the way back to base. He picks up his boots. He TP's mid for the refill for Mickey, so helping out the mid lane a little bit. Very high impact early game from Insania to start, though. MSS doesn't want to let him back into the lane.
Yeah, he like gives him a slap.
What are you doing
with the
here?
tree.
Yeah.
But man, look at Quinn in the middle lane, just absolutely reaping havoc in the middle lane. Just so much
he's
fun. Jesus.
Yeah. I thought this was going to be a little bit more even, but he is huge, and he's already got level 6. So
get out of here.
big
Oh, he
pressure.
lands a stun. It's not going to be enough damage, unfortunately, to bring him down with that strength morph going, but still, Mickey not having a pleasant time, just being beaten up the moment he comes anywhere near it. And this tower, I mean, it's going to fall unless Liquid can do anything about this. They need to bring in some heroes or something. Quinn, he really wants to land this blind stun here. He's even popping himself the ward to be able to try and do so as they land the stun. The follow-up's there from MSS. They bring him down. Mickey, that'll be the kill in the middle lane for Quinn as they continue this domination of the Leshrac.
That was a beautiful rotation. I wonder if they'll even be able to figure out that there's this ward here. Insania might come over and have a little bit of a look.
Yeah, I have a feeling this will be scouted out. I don't know. Let's see. No. They feel like it was just a good read or good reactions. I'm not sure. Maybe Mickey doubting himself. You know,
maybe it wasn't clear.
Any pub game there, and the guy said, "There's a ward, there's a ward, there's a ward."
Yeah,
No way out, guys. There's a ward,
he
100%.
sees me, guys.
Yeah, he sees me.
Yeah, exactly.
The
more I'm looking at this, the more it does look like a pretty difficult game for the Lycan to play. Like,
down at bottom,
I don't know what he does in team fights.
Actually does just about connect there, and that's going to be a dead Monkey King. Liquid moving down to the bottom lane. The Witch Doctor barely needed, to be honest, but he was there to help out regardless, and they're even picking out Fata as well. They might not be done here on Liquid as they look towards the Snapfire. Boxy and Insania coming on over. Sides there with the stomp, but Boxy, he's having second thoughts. They know someone else is in the neighborhood. The ward spots out Quinn, who's sitting on the high ground, and they will cancel the attempt onto Fada's life.
Yeah, So Quinn's going to know that there's some kind of
saying
ward
that.
along his rotation path, but
Zaya's, he's a horny boy, trying to finish off Fada here, but might not be able to do so, though. Insania coming in. They have got the Maldic down onto the Monkey King. They change targets. He's just back in here, and he might just go down immediately. Can't take Zai down with him either. Zai going for the TP out. Fada runs to the tree lines. Insania trying to chase him, eating the tree to make his way through. Fada, he plants the tree down with the Iron Barrage. That is a cheeky little play there from Fata, and might just get him out of certain death. Wow. All right. Well, your Monkey King's still dead, which is tragic, but
yeah, that's certainly sad for Sonics, but Fada going to get at least a little bit more experience down here before he dies. They're pincering him. He hops over Insania, though.
how much outplaying
no.
can this man do? I think he might be out of options here, as they're going to pop the Stampede for it and chase him into the tree line here. They've got the Maldic upon him. Boxy trying to chase him down. Boxy, though, doesn't actually have the mana for the battery assault, and if Fada can get away, he's going to be fine.
He's living. He's made so much space down here at bottom. This is huge.
A Stampede, two supports just sitting on him for ages. Meanwhile, the Leshrac still just farming his little pants off. Yeah.
It's tricky that Yuar's getting kicked out of this bottom lane, though, because his build is not a farming build. He's only got 1 point in the Primal Spring so far, so he's going to probably get empowered later on and grab some farm that way, but this is not where he wants to be, sitting here and hitting jungle creeps currently. But nice read from Liquid, just committing both of their supports to bottom and kind of shutting down Yuar for the moment.
So, how come he hasn't moved up to top lane at all?
I think he was just kind of waiting for the tower to be brought down, and he might farm his way over there. I don't think he wants to just straight up TP.
Okay.
He can't really farm the Ancients at the moment either, so it's not significantly better for him to be over there.
Radiant's
Right,
bottom
okay.
tower is under attack.
I mean,
with
getting the pressure, but it's over by the power rune where the action's taking place as the avalanche and toss is there onto Quinn. The cookie comes through as well. A lot of damage being pumped out from the Leshrac, though, as they bring down the Morphling and the Clockwork. Quinn still fighting here. Matu's got to get away. Almost gets caught out by the Split Earth, but will be okay. But it's too late for Quinn as the Melodic takes him down. Gets a lot of work done, but not quite enough to keep himself alive. As down in the bottom lane, Leslau and Yawa get it done and bring down the Centaur, defending the tower in the process.
All right, nice. And Quinn's pumping up his boy, Leslau here.
Yeah.
Like, nice rotation. Good job, buddy. This is what we need from you. And yeah, the Lesh is looking pretty scary this game. Even though he dies, he takes down 2 in that engagement. And we didn't talk about it too much before, but in terms of split pushing, I get why they've gone for this Lycan and taking down objectives. In terms of fighting, I'm not actually sure what he's going to be able to get done. And Quinn's on the hunt for Matu right now.
Ooh, a little bit of shenanigans taking place.
Oh no, the toss back, the range.
Who's hunting whom? Yeah, that's the question here. The wolves also making it so annoying, and now Sadie is going to unleash with the Death Ward, and this is a dead Tiny any way you look at it.
Oh man, just needed Quinn to run at him a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Maybe for the
awkward.
best in the end. There was Boxy rotating over and whatnot, so Liquid were looking to respond.
Indeed.
Maybe it was going to end up as a little bit of a trade. But Sonic's setting up their map in a very interesting way. They're putting the Monkey King down bottom and trying to hold this tower against the Centaur for longer. Lelis is also sitting in the Radiant jungle, so he's running over and periodically sticking the Empower onto the Monkey King. And it's actually Quinn who's kind of taking this, what is normally the pause 1 or the pause 3, dealing with the top lane and shoving that out.
Yeah, they've switched things up a little bit. Do you find it strange that Sonics have kind of won the laning phase pretty heavily and then kind of defaulted into just trying to out-farm Team Liquid?
They do have kind of a full tricore, and they do need to wait for timings. If they had gone for like a Beastmaster or something as the last pick, I think they would be under way more pressure to be kind of go. But I think with the lineup that they have, it makes sense to sort of wait for your Bloodstone, Blink, whatever UR wants to go for timing before you put on too much more pressure.
So do you think there's any regret there that they didn't give themselves that option in the draft?
Maybe, but I think that they've also potentially changed their read to like, maybe we're actually not doing a meat grinder, right? You put down the Wukong's command. You've got the Leshrac standing there. You've got the threat of the RP. Both supports are pretty tanky as well. So as soon as you get stunned once, or if everybody's kind of clumped together, what do you do if you're Liquid? You don't even punish clumping all that much for them.
Well, as we come back into the middle lane here, we see Matu getting run down. That's a jump in from Leslau. Another RP, another big kill. Apologies there as we're getting reconnected into the game. A couple of connection issues. Hopefully get sorted out soon. But yeah, this was actually what was happening. As Liquid were making their move down bottom. They were trying to put some pressure on the bottom tower and maybe get a kill into Yoar. Yoar just reads them brilliantly. And Sonics then go for the kill in the middle lane, knowing that there's no supports around. And they get that kill. So really nicely executed from Sonics, completely outmaneuvering there. And getting themselves a kill on the tower for it.
Yeah, and kind of sad state of affairs for Matu currently, where he's this Lycan, he's got his ultimate ready to go, and yet he's actually just doesn't really have anybody that wants to come and fight with him. He'll pick up his Helm of the Overlord in a couple hundred gold, and maybe they can go and make something happen there. I think Mikke is maybe even going, yeah, he is going for a Mage Slayer. I saw the Oblivion Staff on the Morphling, so that is going to be the attempted answer to the Lesh, I suppose. Kind of get up in his face and turn down his damage output a little bit. It's also not terrible against the Monkey King either, but yeah, Liquid certainly looking for an out here. I don't think they're actually feeling very confident about their ability for this one to go late, so they're looking for a timing. They've got the Blink on the Centaur, Helm of the Overlord Lycan, and then Mage Slayer plus maybe a small item on the Morphling.
Yeah. It's a little bit awkward here because they see the Morphling up in the top lane, but in terms of actually catching him, there's not much they can do. And Boxy's actually going to unleash onto Fada here with a hook shot, so this should be a dead Snapfire. Leslau watching, but that's about all he's doing.
Yeah, nice little pick.
His friend died. So sad. Quinn could be in trouble in the middle lane if he sticks around, but won't do so. Catapult was not worth it. He knew that. Regen for the mana.
Yeah, they saw he had a regen, so they should know he's going to keep on going and farming, but I'm not sure if he's actually the hero that they want to jump on.
Let's see. Zai does have the Blink Dagger. Going to use it here, so they're going to unleash just about everything onto him. Ulti also being used from the center, and it looks like they do have the damage to bring down Bit and Quinn. But Quinn, actually, with the Bloodstone, do they? They need to get away from him to stop him healing up. But he is eventually going to fall, despite getting off a shit ton of damage in the process. You are now jumping onto Zai on the backlines here, looking for another pick-off as he unleashes onto the Centaur, and that's going to be a kill for them. Insania also probably headed for the grave here as MSS picking up the double kill. Nice bit of punish coming in there for the side of Sonics.
Yeah, big turnaround punish, and they managed to kill Mikke while that play was happening at top. They just hit him with the RP, hit him with the Boundless Strike. He didn't get to do anything.
Okay, all right. Big kill on the Morphling as well. Makes that actually worthwhile for the side of Sonics. Like, they'll be sad for losing their Lash, but absolutely worth it. Visiting value down, for sure.
Yeah, if the Morphling only ever stays on par net worth-wise with the Tricore of Sonics, then I think that Sonics are more than happy with this game, really.
Ooh, Leslau. No. Oh, no, they're going to put down the sentry. They'll see he's here, and this could be the end for the... Oh, no, never mind. Skewer down to the low ground. Got to keep him nice and safe. And Quinn getting on top of the Clockwork, who cannot escape the wrath of the Lesh. Lesh moving in for more now. Once Insania as well gets blasted back by the Adaptive Strike, but it's not going to be enough to save his captain, as Insania will fall as well. 2 more kills go the way of Sonics. What is
getting something
now?
at
Actually
mid.
pinging towards mid.
Well, maybe not. Fada just gets another
Maybe
cookie
not.
away, and he's going to be fine. Turns around now with the Mortimer's Kisses.
Yep, dance boy, dance. But Zai can't dance hard enough, so he's going to get run down by Fada and Yoa, as they're going to be able to take down the Centaur as well. Oh no. Centaur and Centaur dead.
They are absolutely running at them on Sonics. It just doesn't seem like Liquid are really able to put together a play. I'd like to see them go for a smoke with this Helm of the Overlord on the Lycan. He's got his ultimate back up in a second. Maybe you wait for the level 2 ultimate, but they got to do something with this hero. He's not going to farm into the late game.
It's an interesting game. I mean, Sonics have a pretty clear advantage at this point, but at the same time, when it comes to objectives, it's not overwhelming. It's just 2-2 on towers at the moment. When do you think that's going to change?
Maybe once they succeed in getting a pick off and getting the Roche. Still somewhat tricky to. They're still not the best pushing lineup, so they need to kind of wait for some items.
Quinn moving in under the cover of smoke. They see Boxty here, and Quinn actually reveals from attacking the creep, but they're going to be able to bring him down regardless. You are securing that kill very nicely with the boundless strike from the tree line. Zai's still hanging around, but knows better than to approach Sonics right now. Bottom lane,
starting at
Lau.
bottom.
He's going to drop the RP here. Then comes the skewer to drag him back as well. Quinn's on top of him, and they do land the split earth as well. Matu, is he going to escape? No, he's not. The damage is out from the Leshrac in time. Beautifully done by Leslau and Quinn.
That was sick. I mean, they did have vision, but still, just great setup. Completely punished the split pushing Lycan, and now they should be able to get bottom and mid kind of pushed all the way in, making the map feel pretty small for Liquid. Even running into their triangle now, completely forcing Liquid off of any farm.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're really just trying to choke them out at this point. Who cares objectives? If Liquid are poor, that's all they care about. And again, Sonic's kind of hanging around the same area of the map. The hook shot out onto MSS. Maybe MSS has taken a step too far forward. Gonna toss back the clockwork. Try and get themselves one kill, but they're actually moving forward onto Quinn here. Quinn, he needs some help, and it's gonna come in the form of the kisses coming on over the top, but the stuns are there. Quinn getting low. He is gonna get taken out. That will be the end of him, but Matu does get killed on the sidelines by Yawar, so at least they get something. But overall, nice response there from Liquid, just punishing MSS for being too far forward without a teammate.
They did kill Matu at mid. He wasn't expecting there to be heroes at the tier 2 tower while there was also a fight happening on the bottom corner of the map. But still, overall, I think that's pretty good for Liquid. Anything to slow down Quinn is going to be pretty big. So, all right, what's he going for next? Mike is just going to be going for the Ags on the Morphling anyway. We had a brief conversation in the draft about, like, is it that good of an Ags game here, but it seems like he still wants it. I'm not 100% sure who he's actually going to morph into. It could be pretty worth it to just go for the mag here. Like, it's more mobility, you can empower yourself, and you're going to get that status resist. So against all these stuns, that could be pretty sweet.
Yeah. That was just on yourself and 40% off of him as well, right? So he's going to feel pretty sad about that one. Yeah, or even the spell amp taken from the Leshrac, you know, that in combination with the Mage Slayer.
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
Gonna feel pretty impotent.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, I wasn't thinking about it in terms of reducing his output, but you're right. I was like, why does Morphling need that much more spell damage? But
it's not about what you get; it's about what you take here. As they're taking Insania's life under the tier 2 tower, no help coming in for the poor old Witch Doctor as he gets taken on down here. And yeah, they're looking for more toss back into the skewer. Very cute, very, very cute from the side of Sonics as they'll take down 2. Just some nice support plays, but you know, they get style points as well. Down at bottom, there is a bit of counter push coming through.
And the only saving grace for Liquid here is that Sonics just don't push all that quickly just yet. But as UR continues to build up more items, it is going to get faster, and Sonics doing a fantastic job of holding on to this bottom tier 2 tower. Not letting Liquid get that one for free. The longer that they can hold it, the longer they don't have to be worried about Matu just running stuff at their bot tier 3.
Yeah. Still not going for Roche on the side of Sonics just yet. They're being very hesitant on this one. Why are they leaving it so late?
I think probably just wanting to be more sure about their ability to walk in and grab it. The same way they're not amazing at taking towers just yet, they're also not completely in the clear when it comes to going for Roche. So I think that's the majority of it. But yeah, I was kind of wondering as well. They do have the medallion picked up now for the snap, and Fada's going to be going for a solar crest, so that'll certainly help help their cause in terms of going for Roche. And Liquid looking for a fight with their Aghanim Scepter up on the Morphling. Just have to see what Mickey can find. Kind of dangling Zai here somewhat.
They've got the pipe as well, but they might even get a chance to use it as the chain stun's coming on through here. Bye-bye Centaur, my god. That was quick. And now they move across towards Insania as well. Yawar under the cover of BKB wants to follow this one. RP on the sidelines. Onto the Thunderhide? Hey? Oh well. Insania does get finished off regardless by the Tiny. What was that RP on?
He panicked a little bit, so the Lycan was TPing, and he used the Horn Toss, and it didn't interrupt it, and then he was like, oh, I gotta RP him. And then as the RP came down, Matu already finished his TP and left like a split second earlier. So, awkward one, but they got the kills that they wanted, and now they can grab the Rosh.
A swing and a miss, you know, is what it is. Just breathe and believe, Laszlo, you got this.
He's had a really good game so far. He's allowed one flub. It's okay.
All right, only one, says Baseskip.
Yeah, that's all you get. If you're a pro player, you're not allowed too many more, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you flub again, then old Skippy's going to be around with his baseball bat.
Yeah, watch your knees.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, unfortunately, Liquid hit their timings, then immediately get hit back into their base. They really wanted to go and fight with that Centaur, with his pipe, and with Mickey, with his Aghanims and his Mage Slayer, and the amount of magic damage reduction or spell damage reduction they've got is absolutely insane, but unfortunately, the Centaur just dies too quickly, and Liquid going to be feeling a little bit dejected about that one, but still playing with like a kind of degree of confidence, I would say. You know, they're still out on the map. They're not kind of making too many critical mistakes, I would say. It's just being outplayed a little bit. They're trying to weather the storm, I think is the best way to put it.
I think for the next 4 minutes, they just need to try and wait out this Aegis, if at all possible, because really the only way that I see them winning the fight is somehow managing to all-in the Leshrac and kill him. Otherwise, I think Quinn is just going to tear them apart. Even with the magic resist and the pipe that you're talking about, it's still not going to be easy.
Yeah. 25 minutes, 8k gold advantage, 19-9 for the side of Sonics. This is the kind of start they really wanted with this draft, and it's worked beautifully so far. Able to keep this advantage going, and Liquid, you know, they love fighting into an Aegis, that's for sure, as MSS jumps forwards and gets the toss back to start off this fight, but he's going to get killed off by Mickey very quickly. Yawar trying to go with this Wukong's command in the backlines, but not really working out. The RP is going to land onto Matumba Man there, and they'll take him down instead. Meanwhile, Mickey going in with the stun, but it's Insania who is eventually going to drop, but Quinn, he's taking damage, taking heavy hits on the front lines here, and now the move across, looking towards Leslau as well. Whilst the Leshrac is dead, they're going to be able to take down the mag. Liquid, they're fighting hard here, but is it going to matter? Yawar and Quinn still alive, but it looks like they're taking stock now as they realize they're the only two ones left on their team. It's a 2v3. Liquid fighting into the Aegis, find a huge break in this game.
Yeah, that was a beautiful fight from them. Taking it on the high ground, breaking the smoke. Boxy split them up nicely as well. Yawar not really getting the best use out of his Wukong's command. He put it down. A lot of the duration got wasted by Insania just doing a voodoo switcheroo. They kind of kited away with the Stampede. And so somewhat underwhelming fight, I think, for the Monkey King.
All right, well, can't believe that actually worked for Liquid. But again, you know, we saw them doing this a lot in the LCQs, fighting into an Aegis, just abusing a team's overconfidence, and that's exactly what happens. You know, MSS, he tries to get the fight started and gets completely blown up.
Oh, they really wanted to punish Quinn up here. They had a ward. They knew that he was up here with no BKB, but Sonics also have a ward of their own, so
yeah.
Yeah, it does feel like the momentum has shifted a little bit. So, like we said, Mickey did just choose to morph into the Lesh in that previous fight, and made it look pretty good. Certainly reducing Quinn's damage output by a huge amount. They've even managed to grind all their way to a Spirit Vessel on Insania. So more and more tools to actually be able to kill this Lesh in the fights. And it does feel like Yawar is going to have to step it up a little bit in terms of finding these actual core kills. He's almost got a Scotty now in the Monkey King, so that's gonna make life a whole lot easier.
Nice little catch here onto Insania. He's going to get brought down without too much fuss here. Just caught out on the warding mission, but yeah, as you say, the Leshrac has been answered at this point. Like, sure, he's going to be able to get his damage off inside the BKB, but outside of that, he's very much answered. They have so many tools on the side of Liquid. They've just kind of compensated for him, kind of believing that Yawar won't be able to get much done in this game. But now with the Skadi, let's see if he can be the difference maker, because that's what they need from him.
Yeah, the gauntlet's been thrown down, but the Skadi's certainly going to be very useful. Liquid have to just hope that they can somehow kite away from the Wukong's command. End of the day, I do not think that they have any hope of fighting inside of it. The supports are just going to get chewed up.
No.
Yeah, even Morphling is like doesn't want to be sitting there just getting hit by the Skadi for the whole fight.
Yeah, but that said, the Wukong's command, we already talked about how it's not very good. This game, in the last fight, it didn't really do anything. They just ran outside of it. You know, you've got Stampede, you've got Shapeshift, so keeping heroes inside of that Wukong's command is going to be the aim of the game here. That's where Leslau kind of needs to work alongside Yawar to set up, but easier said than done, and Liquid will be doing everything they can to make sure that is not the case.
Yeah, I was about to say, the next step past that is like, okay, well, Boxy is on find Leslau duty, right? Even if you die, just like go get in on top of the Magnus, make the space for the rest of your team to either get in on top of him or just be killing off another target while you're keeping tabs on him. Gotta mark your man.
Yeah, absolutely. But even though, like, despite the fact that they've bought, you know, this Mage Slayer, this Aghanims, everything, they're still not buying BKBs on the side of Liquid. Like, that's how confident they are that this is going to work, this anti-damage strat. Is that overconfidence to you?
I don't know if it's overconfidence. I think the other items are just more important, really. Maybe Mickey will go for a BKB a little bit later on. I don't know that it does that much for Matu. I think he's probably resigned himself to, you know, more auras for the Morphling is more useful, and I'm probably not even going to kill supports really in these fights. So yeah, they're all in on just buffing up Mickey as much as humanly possible.
All right, we'll see how that works out for them. As very interesting answers for Liquid here, but I'm really liking what they're doing so far, has to be said. Another smoke up behind Zai. Zai leading the charge on the Centaur. Maybe being a little bit of a carrot.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, this time around his team's a little bit closer than the last time we saw him get jumped at mid.
Yes. But, yeah, Sonic's nowhere to be seen. They're up on the top side at the moment, so maybe Liquid going to take up resonance on their high ground. Say hello to the buy angle.
Yeah, they are a little bit split, and now Sonic's with a smoke of their own.
Yep. Rockets being thrown across the map. And by the way, for any Clockwork Ags enjoyers, it is on the way. Got that Ogre Axe already. And now, here we go. They're going to unleash onto Matu here, but Matu trying to get himself away, and Quinn jumping into every single hero here, popping that BKB and just trying to run them down, but the Stampede gets used in response. Boxing in with a stun to stop the Monkey King getting off that Wukong's command, but the RP comes through. That's big. Lands onto Mickey and takes down the Morph. Sonics, what else can they clean up? Here is the question. The answer seems to be not a whole lot. Insania will die on the sidelines to Quinn, but that will be about it. As, oh, never mind. Zygo's thrown in as well. It's going to be another kill going the way. Sonics, never mind. They get their brushes out and they get cleaning up.
Oh, it looked okay for Liquid. They whiffed the stun onto Matu. They managed to find the Magnus in the backlines, but Mickey just got obliterated. Quinn was just right on top of him. And they just chain stunned him into nothing.
It was Leslau with the RP.
Yeah.
Beautifully done.
His blink was getting canceled that whole time. Like, I think that was just pretty much... Yeah, we can... Oh, maybe we can
Seeing the
watch it
flashbang here.
Yeah,
never mind.
That's okay. Yeah, I think it was mostly just a force staff. Even when he pressed the RP, his blink was like off cooldown because Matu had just sicked all of the creeps onto him. So, very nice.
A classic move, as Leslau is trying to summon Roshan with his ancient summoning rituals, but doesn't work, unfortunately.
Yeah, not quite.
I think you need to hold a piece of celery in your teeth whilst you do that spin, and that's how you summon it, really, but he doesn't know the ancient ways. So it will be 42 seconds till Roshan spins.
Sonic's just kind of in complete control of this area. Even without the RP, there's still the threat of the Horn Toss into the Skewer back. Like, we gotta be careful.
Smoke up from the side of Liquid. Going for a little bit of a wraparound. A little cheeky maneuver, but Boxy staying on the front lines here. Ray just pop the smoke if they come up the hill, and now we'll join the rest of his squad Needs to be in with that hook shot. So important to get that one off. Fata, great positioning here as he gets that ward on the high ground, then immediately popping the drums to try and get himself away. Ooh, it's getting tense. Liquid, though. They decide the jig's up. They know. They'll back themselves away. And Lord Frank, Lasloud goes fishing. But Boxy is too wriggly a fish for him to catch on his hook.
I don't know if either team has actually checked inside the pit just yet. They might not realize the Roshan's actually up.
Well, the flare is going to reveal
there's the flare.
for Liquid. Yeah.
Oh, they've got an arcane rune on this Leshrac. All right.
Okay.
Good stuff. Yep. If they want to wait a couple hundred gold, they could get a nullifier on their Monkey King, but might be better just to hang on to a buyback for this one.
Jai jump in with the stun here onto MSS. They want to try and take down the Tiny straight off the bat, but in comes the Wukong's command, locking them both down. I don't think Zai or Boxy can get away from this one. The full staff away, along with the Stampede, actually gets a Centaur out of this. And this was a BKB committed from Quinn, so a possibility of counter-initiation perhaps there from Liquid, as they did make the trade. My god, fast action here around this Roche fight. How is it so close with a 13k gold advantage?
The Stampede is doing a huge amount of work, and Liquid just being super careful about how they take these fights, making sure that people are not getting caught inside of the Wukong's command. All of the shot calling is on Mickey at this point. It's can he find an angle that he's happy with. When he commits, everybody else on Liquid is going to commit, and at that point, they just have to hope that they can win the team fight from there. He is going to be going back for a BKB now, so maybe that gives him some kind of an option to, jump in and hard commit onto Quinn. But I don't think this Roshan standoff is going to stop for a little bit.
No, this might be a bit of a stalling point in the game, so we can talk about anything. How was your day? No, I'm joking. This game's too exciting.
Yeah.
But yeah, the reason that Liquid didn't push for more there is because their middle lane was pushed in super hard, so they had to send heroes back to try and deal with that. I think they actually would have tried to fight again because the BKB on the Leshrac was down, but they actually couldn't. They had to deal with their lanes. As Martu doing a great job on popping these smokes, but is it going to cost him? I think it might. They get on top of him. My god! He gets turned to butter, and the hot knife is Yawar. As they move across, looking for more. They're actually going on to 2, but the up he comes through! On to 3, that's huge from Leslau, dragging them back into Quinn, throw him the split earth as well, toss him up, throw him down. They will be able to finish off Zai here as he finally gets killed. Quinn still fighting into Mickey, Mickey stealing the form of the Disco Pony. Yeah, oh god, Insania, he doesn't want to be there. Toss it again from MSS. Zonix trying to find Mickey, Mickey go over the TP away, and the tree line does get himself out, but 4 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. Sonic's getting it done.
Fata just walking in as the ward there. So you can take me, but there's this Magnetar right behind me ready to go. Beautiful chain stun. Huge team fight win, and Sonic's now 17k ahead. And that's even before the Roche.
Huge 3-man RP from Leslau. Absolutely massive. And now Sonics are in the pit. They're going to get themselves a little Aegis. And now it's a Disco Pony that never dies.
Oh, they got the last hit on Dire.
Yo.
All right, Rocket Flare from Boxy. Nice. He's going to be pretty happy with that one, but maybe not so happy with the state of this game currently. Things looking tricky.
I mean, rules of engagement means they have to give the shard to Boxy now. That's how it should be. That's what a gentlemanly thing to do would be.
Maybe any other tournament, I think they would consider it, but this is TI. There's too much on the line, unfortunately.
Yeah, literally millions of dollars, I guess.
Yeah, it's something. But Sonic's looking great. Some very nice executed team fights. Still, not necessarily the easiest to go high ground just yet, but their 2 cores that are ahead of Mickey are looking massive. Quinn is feeling pretty impossible to bring down. He's got the Aegis again. He's the real carry.
I think this is actually the perfect item he could have gotten. Trickster's Cloak on Leshrac just feels so damn good.
Yeah, I don't know how you kill it. It's not going to be easy to kill him. I think you can. They probably got enough damage, but twice is tricky, certainly.
Wow, and they've even given the Spell Prism to Mickey as well. I mean, it is a good item. 8 all attributes, 4 mana regen, and 12% cooldown reduction is very, very hard to pass up.
Become Leshrac.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think
He's
the plan
cosplaying.
is he's going to morph into Lesh and then just try and put down as many split earths as he can. Because he's got the shard, right? Shard and Ags. So
Yeah, true.
he actually can just kind of sit there and pump out split earths in the middle of the fight.
It's a game plan. Is it the game plan?
I don't know if it's not necessarily going to win them a fight, but
But it does sound funny.
Yeah, or it could certainly make some space, get some chain stun going. Maybe it gives you a chance to catch Quinn on the Aegis respawn or something like that.
Yep. Definitely makes it tricky to get in for an RP or anything like that. And Spell Prism also found by the side of Sonics. I don't think he put that on the last track though. I think he's really happy with his Tricksters. Give it to the Magnus. Oh, I've actually got on the Tiny. Interesting.
Okay. Quinn just running at them. This is his map. This is his bottom lane. Oh, Matu almost getting found there.
bit sweaty. Getting a bit. His gaming chair's getting a bit wet, but we'll get out of there. Oh, Mickey finding MSS once again. The Tiny getting caught off guard. Liquid just so quick to punish any sort of miss movement. Do they even have the vision down for that?
Liquid.
Yeah, they've only got this ward on the high ground.
Yeah, they came close enough that they saw that there were two heroes. You know, it was a 2-3 split, and they just punished it. So.
Yeah. It is so incredible, like, how good Liquid are at reading the fog, though, I have to say. Like, that's something we noticed through the LCQs as well. They just seem to have wards in, like, the entire map warded, even when they don't. Like, they just read the map so well. You know, they know that they're going for this kill on Matu down at bottom, so they go for the backstab maneuver.
Yeah, I think he got clipped by a little bit of Edict damage, so they kind of knew what was going on there. And they had the Thunderhide kind of
The Thunderhide revealed that there was at least a Snapfire round as well, yeah.
Yeah, so at that point they knew that Sonics are split and they could get some kind of a punish. And it does seem like they're on their way to wait out this Aegis at this point. Though, like I said, I'm not even necessarily sure that the late game is great for them. You know, Centaur is probably about as impactful as he's going to be. Lycan as well. Not sure what Matu can really do. Maybe he can get an Ags or something. They can keep buffing up Mickey even more, but Mickey's got a 1v5 a little bit here.
Win seen by Mickey. Stun's not going to land though, and the stun with the boundless strike from Yawar definitely doesn't. He actually blocks the hook shot, which was meant for Quinn as well. But the follow-up not really there, as now they jump in on Zai. BKB pop from Yawar though, as he just turns around and fights up into the Centaur. They'll throw him back with the skewer as well, as split ups from both teams just littering the ground. It's actually impossible to tell whose is who at this point, so good luck basically. Yeah, Zai will get brought down. Nice little snipes coming out from Fighter as MSS jumping in, tries to go for the toss back, lands on a creep instead. Quinn's just committing hard for this one. The RP comes down on top as well. Do they have the damage to bring them down as Sadia just dropping the death one of the sidelines, trying to get them to just go away and leave them alone. Mickey trying to get up to the high ground here, but Quinn, he's actually taking quite a lot of damage here, out of mana as well, so could probably use dying, but he's actually not going down, and Sadia will drop as Quinn gets up to the high ground here. Mickey still chasing. He wants that Aegis. He wants MSS as well. Boxy comes in as well, trying to slide in to help out with the fight. MSS will eventually get left behind as the Aegis actually ends on the Leshrac, but the regen did get cancelled by a bit of damage there. MSS will fall. The Leshrac is out, and some way, somehow, through these messy, dirty fights, Liquid actually come out kind of okay. It does cost them a buyback on Zai.
Cost them 2 buybacks, but they almost... It was almost a huge fight win for them there. MSS barely saving the day in the end, getting that toss away on his Lesh. Otherwise, I think he was just dead. Like you said, the Aegis getting reclaimed in the middle of the fight. The Aegis regeneration got knocked off pretty much immediately. And holy, how much damage did Witch Doctor do in that fight? Oh my god.
He was just...
Yeah.
He's just looking at it go on the sidelines there, through the whole thing.
I think some of it must have just been like he got a big maledict on the Lesh, and like Lesh was healing and then taking big maledict damage and then healing a little more and taking some more maledict damage. That was crazy. And yeah, I cannot believe those split earths. That was it was just like, all right, I'm gonna run in. I hope it's mine and not the enemy team's. Like.
Yeah. Is that one yours? I think so.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he would use the immortal version on the Morphling. I wasn't sure how that worked, but there you go.
Yeah.
Question answered.
Very confusing. Very hard to tell whose is whose. And if it's confusing for us, you can bet your ass it's confusing for the players, but yeah, just gotta hope you have a good memory about who casted which and when.
Yeah, just I think you just avoid all of them is maybe the best policy. What's Mickey got? So he's picked up a Shadow Blade. Looking for a Silver Edge, just trying to start the fight on the target that he wants. Doesn't want to be forced into morphing early, and also wants to be avoiding this Hex that Quinn has picked up if at all possible. It's really like Sonics versus Mickey at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. He is the everything of this Liquid.
Yeah,
draft.
he's the only one that they're going to be itemizing against. Oh, they're baiting him on the double damage?
Oh, Mickey's got to walk in for it, but then they catch him out. They come with the RP as well. It's enough damage. Mickey's going to fall. It's just enough, and no buyback for him as well. Quinn's going to bring down Boxy as well. A beautiful bait there from the side of Sonics, and Leslau catching up Martu as well. BKB comes out from the Wolf. He's going to try and TP himself away, and he will be safe, but Insania will not be, as Yoa's able to bring him down as well. Liquid.
That ain't Dota, baby.
That is a big loss for them. And now, Sonics, they come charging up the high ground. They want to do some serious damage here.
He almost got away with it. I think it was he only got seen at the very last second by the gem. Dang. I think they had to kind of go for that, but that's what Sonics were relying on. They knew the position that Liquid were in. They knew that they could bait them on that, and they're just going for the jugular now. Forcing out that second glyph.
Thoughts as the fortification comes out. They do have creeps on the high ground though, so they can go for the win, and that is going to be the cool. Tier 4's being hit. They've got another Diabolic Edict in 2 seconds, and they do have the talent as the Hex comes out onto the Lycan. Can he go down again? Martu, 4-staffed away. That's going to keep him alive. Boxy might not be so lucky though. Jetpack to try and get himself out, and that will be successful as it stuns out onto 2. 10 seconds till Mickey is back in the game. Sonic's going to respect it. They back themselves out. No win for you.
Still, that's significant base damage. Lose one of the tier 4s. They don't have the glyph anymore. Liquid hanging on by a thread at this point. And they kind of just have to go, I think. The Roshan is up. They know about this. They've scouted it with the rocket flare. So if they can find somebody on the map, they can start a sequence where maybe they just get kill after kill, start a rolling team fight.
Still no buyback on Mickey. He just can't afford it. 1,400 gold, and he can't take the time out to go and hit creeps, because if they get this Aegis, this Slash Rack is just going to be absolutely unkillable. Quite literally.
Yeah, they've already struggled. Killing him once seems like it's sort of the limit. Who's going to get this Ags if they get it? This is really going to be no fight from Liquid. They're just a little bit too slow.
Damn, this is costly. Boxy, he's going to reveal it here. He has popped the axe, so he could go in for a big hook shot with the extra width, but it's not going to be there in time. Yuar grabs the Aegis, and now Liquid, they are away from their home, and they grab the Morphling. He's back into the middle of it again. Mortimer's Kiss is coming through as well, but the hook shot's going to cancel that out. Abyssal Blade comes in, Mickey can't do a thing. Morphling dead again. 88 seconds as Quinn just running around this fight, skipping through the fight. The Disco Goat getting it done. Boxy falls as well. They'll look across towards Zai and to Insane Years. They both get skewered together. A lovely little kebab for the side of Sonics to feast upon. 4 heroes dead on the side of Liquid, and that should be it as they gonna come down the middle lane now.
He couldn't even press BKB. Everyone's got stuns. There's a Hex, and then every stun in the world. Liquid doing everything that they could to bail him out of the middle of that Wukong's command, but
yep. Hex, RP, Abyssal Blade. Good luck, Mickey. And he's even got a shard as well. That's the thing, right? Like, everyone thinks the shard's amazing, but not when Sonics are involved. GG gets called, and game number 1 will go to Sonics.
Really nice lanes. Really nice mid-game execution. They weren't in a rush. It seemed like they had confidence in their strategy against the Morphling. They gave it away and they dealt with it just fine. And the Matumba Man Lycan really, I think, not working out the way that Liquid were hoping, or something that they kind of got pressured into at the end of the draft and said, okay, maybe this is the kind of answer that we can go for, but didn't feel like he ever really got off the ground.
No, it was tricky. It was tricky. There wasn't really a moment in the game where we felt the impact there. And yeah, just didn't really get a chance. I mean, in the end of the game, Martu's damage, 14,000. That's not good.
Yeah, I don't know what he was supposed to do against this Sonics lineup. It was just so hard to get in and make anything happen. And Leslau had, what a great game, right? We said that he struggled a little bit in their series against EG, completely putting all of those doubts to rest. He did have that one whiffed RP on the Lycan, but you get one gimme, and everything else was fantastically played this game.
Yeah, beautiful goals from Leslau, honestly. He landed some huge RPs, throwing them down, and just going to give his team the control they needed. And of course, got to look at Quinn as well. 51,000 damage dealt this game on the Leshrac. He was just doing whatever he wanted in these fights, completely uncontrollable with the start he had.
Yeah, lane seemed like a total breeze. They got that great rotation in to kill Mickey, and he never really seemed like he was under that much threat at any point after that. And interesting to see seems like the Lesh might just be becoming a big thing. I think that we've seen some other teams playing it, and certainly Quinn looking fantastic this game.
Yeah, really nice from him. Definitely seemed like a comfort. I know. Is it going to be first phase again next game?
Yeah, I think it might get banned here. It could change things up a little bit in terms of like who's first pick, who's second pick, that kind of dynamics. We might see both teams trying to change things up somewhat, but if it's a similar setup, I would not be at all surprised to see the Leshrac getting banned.
Yeah, Quinn was just a huge kind of controlling factor in this game. And I think credit as well to Yawar, who kind of came through in the late game and was able to do the damage. He wasn't much of an impact earlier on. The Wukong's not really doing much. But when he was able to combo with Leslau, it was some beautiful moments. And in the end, he was what they needed. That Abyssal Blade came through to kill off the Morphling in the final time. And just generally throwing out the damage when was required. MVP for this game. Who are we going to give it to, Base Skip?
Yeah, I think we're going to give it to Leslau. It looked great. I love the way that Sonics played the map as well after the early game, because he came and he got kicked out of bottom. He only had 1 point in Primal Spraying. It was like, oh, what are we going to do about our Monkey King at this point, boys? And they did something a little unusual. They brought the mag. He played near the Monkey King, but they were both farming. They were both in the Radiant Jungle. And from there, Yuar's net worth was just stonks, up and up and up. Stayed ahead of the Morphling and did a fantastic job.
Do you think Team Liquid's answer to the Leshrac was good enough?
Not necessarily. Yeah, I think they maybe underestimated it a little bit here. We did talk about in the draft how it felt like the Leshrac puts a bit of pressure on you to try and play a more split up team fight, and Liquid didn't really have that, right? The Centaur's going to be in the middle of the fight, the Lycan's going to be in the middle of the fight, the Clockwork's going to be in the middle of the fight, and even Morphling is relatively low range. He's not a sniper, he's not a Shadow Fiend, he's not a Lina, he's not going to be sitting back and doing the damage. So as we saw, Quinn was just so survivable every fight, pressing the Bloodstone and then like soaking up 7,000 or 8,000 damage all by himself. So I don't think they addressed it. I think it's going to be back to the drawing board a little bit for Liquid on that pick.
Yeah, you can reduce the amount of damage he's throwing out, but at the end of the day, he's just blasting out so damn much of it. It's way too difficult to answer. And then Leslau just throws on some spicy RPs on top of that as well. You got Marty just running in circles, wondering what to do. There wasn't really a way that this draft could have worked out for Liquid, I don't think. I mean, maybe if the laning phase went differently, then you can find some space on your Lycan to actually make some plays or push some lanes or something like that. But Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Lycan was just kind of supposed to be the game delayer rather than the game maker to give Mika the space he needed, but he couldn't even split push. There was too much catch, so in the end, it just looked a little bit awkward from Liquid, and that's going to mean that they drop this game number 1 and it's very important best of 2 for them, so that's going to mean things get a little bit sticky. Well, we're going to throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with game number 2 to find out which way this series is going to fall. Can Sonics make it a 2-0? Find out after this short break.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello and welcome back to Stream B, where we are into Sonics versus the lovely side of Team Liquid. It is currently 1-0 to Sonics as they were able to outpace Liquid in just about every way in game number 1. Liquid admirably held on, made some good reads, made some nice picks, and drew the game out with what should have been probably a pretty short game, but ultimately it was Sonics that took the victory. Any expectations for game number 2, old Skippy?
Leshrac maybe getting banned out. Liquid probably looking to just do a bit better in their lanes. I think a lot of it does come down to just kind of losing all 3 lanes. They did manage to kind of scrape something together at bottom right after they did all the shenanigans. They rotated the Witch Doctor in. They kind of made it not the laning stage anymore, and that was maybe where they got a little bit of a win, but mid seemed like a bit of a whitewashing, and Magnus taking the tower at pre-10 minutes is also, I think, a pretty convincing win for him in the top lane. So,
yeah, slightly problematic, that's for sure. I think there are a lot of issues in that game, but most of them come down to just kind of underestimating Sonics, I think, and kind of playing into their draft a little too hard. I do think you need to kind of come up with some proper answers for the Leshrac. The Morphling wasn't it. The idea was kind of nice, going for the Mage Slayer plus the Aghanims, reducing the magic damage, but ultimately, the guy just doesn't die. And even if you reduce his magic damage output by like 50%, he's still doing 50% off like an incredible amount of damage, so it's still way too overwhelming. They couldn't bring him down, and ultimately Quinn was able to just kind of carry through the most of the fights in the game until the late game when they had to get everyone else involved as well. Leslie also completely unchecked. They tried to cancel out his Blink Dagger with those summons, but it didn't really work. And Magnus was able to come online and really do work. I'm hoping we see something different. Who's won the toss? Oh no, it's from the previous game.
Yeah,
right?
so Liquid have priority. Yeah, Liquid have priority this time around. They take second pick, and Sonics are going to take Dire. So different setup from what we saw in the previous game.
Okay, and is it normal for teams to be picking second pick at the moment?
We've seen a little bit of teams taking first pick. I think we saw quite a bit of it in the last chance qualifiers. It does ultimately come down to preference to a certain extent, but I think some of it is just making sure that Sonics are on they just won game 1, so you want them to be on the opposite of whatever they had. So they're going to have the first pick this time around.
Shake things up. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, still a lot of stuff in the pool. I'm so surprised we didn't see Primal Beast last game as well. I wonder if that's going to change.
Yeah, completely ignored. I don't know if it's been a huge deal for either of these two teams. I think Lelis has he's played it the once on this patch. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Quinn playing it. I guess keep your eyes peeled. And
seems possible.
Yeah,
seems possible.
And it wasn't really a thing for Liquid either. I don't know if they really played it, and I don't believe they played it in the LCQs at all. So
yeah,
might just be going by the wayside this time.
Very, very possibly. All right, let's get into it. Game number 2 now on the cards. The draft is live, so we will jump into it in just a second. But yeah, I think also neither of these teams are going to be too worried about getting defeated. I think dropping a game doesn't really affect these guys. They've proved both of them through their qualification route. As mentioned before, both of them got knocked down and then came back and defeated the team which knocked them down. So they've both have a lot of fortitude, and they're both capable of coming back into series. Losing doesn't really affect these guys too much. They're not that momentum based compared to other teams. So I'm pretty sure both this is still going to be just a closer game. I don't think the loss is going to affect Liquid too much.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be too shaken up. Of course, it is worth pointing out that group stage performance does, and like your placement out of the group stage does matter a lot. In terms of TI placements, there's never been a team that's won TI that started in the lower bracket. The closest was actually Liquid, I think, at TI 9. They started in the lower bracket and they made it all the way to grand finals. But that's it. So you definitely need that edge being in the upper bracket, and of course it's indicative of your performance and your form where you're landing in the group stage. But like you say, I don't think individual losses are going to be rattling them too much here.
No, I don't think so. So we have the Marcy and the Undying picked up, banned out by the side of Liquid. Meanwhile, on the side of Sonics, it's the exact same thing again. It's Enigma and it is Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, no real shakeup just yet, and Sonics again gonna kind of go for the same open, threaten the same kind of thing. I don't know if Liquid, if there's any consideration to like, okay, are we gonna take like a Nyx early? What are our on paper answers for Mr. Leshrak here?
Yeah, is there anything he really, really doesn't want to play against? That's going to be the question they're asking themselves right now in the Liquid camp. What do they do?
Yeah, so I mean, Liquid last time just going for the Clockwork plus the Morphling. Maybe we'll see them just try and leave the Morphling until a little bit later this time around. Silencer as the pickup. Okay, so this hero was gaining some traction in the last chance qualifiers. Didn't look great as an Enigma counter. Looked okay, maybe in his own right. And Liquid are going to go digging for the Primal Beast here. So just as we say, oh, maybe no Primal Beast. Well, maybe yes, Primal Beast.
Martu being cooled down. Oh, damn, this man's hot. He needs more fanning. Cool him down.
Blitz is doing everything that he can.
Yep. Insanely enjoying it as well. I mean, this is the kind of position you want to put your carry player in as well. You know, this is what your carry player expects from your team. Cool me down, fan me off, feed me grapes, you plebs.
Matu's big brain is overheating thinking about all the drafting stuff. Okay, well, Sonics are going to be the one to take the Morphling instead.
All right.
Okay, well, so Liquid now, it's how are you going to deal with the Morphling pick? I imagine this is going to be a different look as well for Sonics, just in terms of the overall draft. Maybe we're going to be seeing Quinn more on one of his like spirits, getting up in the face of Liquid, making space, allowing UR to just pick up the farm. And okay, so
the fanning's still going. They are not stopping.
Yeah.
Good wrist strength there from Blitz. Won't speculate on how he's developed that. Leshrak banned out from Liquid at last, so we won't be seeing that one again. Meanwhile, the Beastmaster getting rid of by the side of Sonics.
Yeah, we've seen the Beastmaster a few times. It doesn't really dominate the Morphling in the lane, but just in terms of the tempo and giving you the opportunity to maybe win the game before 30 minutes, before the Morphling comes online, seems like that is something that teams have been kind of workshopping. I don't know if you still feel like you need to ban AA here, if that's annoying enough that you're like, look, we'll just spend a ban on it. Liquid, they do already have the silencer, but there are still ways that they could, set things up in a weird way to make that hero fit into the draft. Though I don't know if I would love to see it, because I feel like Boxy has looked absolutely the best on the Clockwork, the Tiny, the Marcy, the Tusk. These position 4 melee heroes just go in and get things done, but maybe they'll have to change things up a little bit here.
Seems like that will be the case. All right, I've done some investigating. I think their AC is broken, because if you look at the background here, that's a portable AC unit in the side of the Sonic's camp.
Right,
so
okay.
Might be something going on with the hotel's AC.
Oh.
And there was a giant fan next to Zaya as well, so Detective Nomad on the case.
Yeah, Detective Nomad's on the case.
Don't worry, guys. If there's a clue, I'll find it. If there's a murder, I'll solve it. There's a
Nomad Holmes.
blood. Yeah.
So I'm my Watson in this case. Okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, you're my Watson.
That's okay.
You're my Skippy.
Yeah.
Sonic's turn to ban.
Okay, so Drow also is the ban. What other carry-to-carry matchups have we... Well, okay, well, I talk about carry to carry matchups, though I feel like the things that we have seen be successful against the Morphling have not been carry to carry counters. I don't, we've seen like Ursa's attempted, we've seen Slark's attempted. I don't think either one has really looked like it's completely shut out the Morphling. Really, the thing that seems to have worked the best is in shutting him down early and then playing fast.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So maybe we're looking at like a Lina or something here for Liquid. Just get that burst damage going.
Yeah, I've liked the Luna and things like that for that regard. Just
play
finding
fast,
some tempo, playing on it. SF was also really nice as well until it started getting banned, but
10
that was
seconds
often a really
remaining.
nice answer to the Morphling.
Yeah.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think the biggest question mark for me is what is Matsu going to end up playing here? We have seen some teams also trying to pick up the Lone Druid as like a, we don't care if this, it's a hero that Morphling doesn't want to morph into. It plays relatively fast. So certainly something that is on the table here for Liquid, as they do go for the Nyx Assassin. I think this, so this is Boxy's
10
third
seconds
game
remaining.
on the Nyx, if you include the last chance qualifier. So he was 2-0 in the last chance qualifier. He was 2-2 if you consider all of 7.32. Not 100% his most comfortable or best hero, but I'm sure he's going to look just fine. And it's decent against what we're seeing so far from Sonics, right? You can just walk in. They've got the Mortimer's kisses are just not a thing this game, I think. Global Primal Beast gets on top of you, spiked Carapace. Good luck, Fada. Hope you can make some nice use of the cookie, because I don't think you're going to get a whole lot of value out of your ultimate, unfortunately. And oh god, they do have a brood mother.
So pick up on the Broodmother there for side of Sonics.
10 seconds remaining.
This is throwback to both of their first series.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
Yeah, this is kind of scary. They don't really have the best tools to deal with it. I think Liquid up until this point, it's been like, oh, maybe we're trying to deal with Morphling. Now we're also having to deal with Broodmother. What's your answer here? And I threw it out as a question. It's like, do they have this brood? Seems like they do.
10 seconds remaining.
And Liquid currently not well equipped to deal with it. Okay, but I think the Naga is good. The net's good. The laning's good. It's not bad against Morphling at all. So okay, Liquid don't take too much time to come back here with a decent looking answer.
Honestly, I'm not worried at all. I'm really not. I think you've got 4 heroes which are good against Broodmother here, honestly. I don't rate this pick, personally. Primal Beast can just charge in, like she can't run away from Primal Beast. He would just chase you to the end of the earth. Pulverize very good, also dealing with the spiderlings as well. Not a fan, I will say. I don't quite understand the reasoning behind this one for Sonics, and I also don't really like it with Morphling either. I think with Morphling, you really just kind of want to get brawlers who can kind of go and fight whilst you solo carry the game. That's not... I guess it is a little bit new brood. Maybe I'm thinking...
Yeah,
maybe
I
I'm
mean,
being a bit
new
boomer
brood
with
is
my
like
brood
Arcane
thinking, but-
Boots, Wraith Pact, Pipe, right?
Yeah.
It's not... You're not playing for like BKB Orchid, this kind of a thing. It does seem really annoying for the Silencer here. I don't know how he is going to deal with this, but you're right that I think the Primal Beast is okay, and the Nyx Assassin can also potentially just lead off these kills as well. You come running in, find the Brood, get that initial stun, Primal Beast closes the gap. It's not like Broodmother is completely unkillable or anything here, but it's just it's more pressure on Liquid's draft here. Like, oh, how do we... And I think they have managed to deal with it nicely by picking up this Naga. It seems like they were kind of prepared for this being a possibility. So we just have to...
Sonic's not entirely sure what they're going to go for. I mean, they're basically respecting the flex potential for this Primal Beast. They ban out the Mars and they ban out the Void Spirit as well.
Yeah. I do think that... I guess we've even seen flex from Liquid in terms of like Matu sometimes heading mid and stuff like that. So
10 seconds.
my read is maybe largely that those were both potential mid heroes here, and Sonic's okay. So gonna go for the Pango, one of the better Naga illusion clearing heroes left in the pool. You know, matchup can be a little weird with Ags and whatnot on the Naga, but in general, I think this is considered to be pretty good matchup. Okay, so Pango mid, Brute off, Morph safe. They got the Spirit Breaker, which is also kind of putting pressure on Mickey's mid pick. And okay, just going to be the puck. So not that concerned about the charge. Okay matchup against the Pango to a point. Pretty good against the Broodmother as well, even if it's just like holding top lane or something forever without dying.
Yeah,
I like
a fan.
this.
I'm
I
a
like
fan.
this.
Yeah, I agree. I think across the board, both drafts looking fairly even. I'll lean a little bit towards Liquid, I would say, even though I did game one as well, and that went terribly wrong. But this time their lanes look much better. And again, I don't believe in the Brood. I really don't. I feel like this Brood is kind of a liability, and like Brood, Spirit Break, it just seems difficult to pull off. But then again, their last draft was difficult to pull off, and they did it. They just rocked the lanes, and they were able to just kind of gamer their way through that last game. So maybe they can do it again. I don't want to doubt myself though. I do like Liquid's draft. It makes much more sense to me. I feel like they can just make space for Matu. Matu can carry them. Mickey can make space. Zai could even have a good time on the Primal Beast maybe, but probably just going to play his usual sacrificial role. Yeah, I think it's okay. They also have good options with the Silencer as well. If they can catch out the Morphling, if they can catch out the Pangolier, these two big targets to bring down in the duration of the global silence.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. I think a lot of it for me is that Sonics don't have the best way to start fights necessarily. Like their initiation is pretty much just charge, and like we were just saying, it's not even that reliable necessarily against what Liquid have. So that's my big concern for them. Is like there's a lot of ways for Liquid to just like, oh, they just song into a 2-man impale or anything like that. So yeah.
All right, let's get into a game number 2 between Team Liquid and Sonic. Sonic's currently with a 1-game advantage. Can they close up this best of 2 and a 2-0? Or it'll be Liquid turning it back around, turning things on its head and getting the 1-1. I feel like coming into this one, I think most people would have favored Liquid. You know, they did great coming through the LCQs, and I think a lot of people were expecting them to carry on that momentum, but dropping a game to RNG and now dropping a game to Sonics, proving that group stage is an entirely different beast, as already starting things off onto Yuara up at top here. Probably not going to bring him down with the strength morph coming through, though he is out of strength now, but he's under the safety of his towers, so just a bit of tickling coming out from Liquid, a little bit of slap and tickle.
Yeah, he's going to be sad. This is level 1 Morphling. You don't get to be out on the map trying to contest anything. I'm even surprised that Sonics are sticking around here with their other 3 heroes. Yeah, okay. Now they're going to go back off. Yeah. Maybe MSS trying to get a little cheeky snipe, potentially.
Little cheeky snipe. See, I'm rubbing off on you already. Good to hear.
Battle begins.
Oh, who's going to get it? All right. 3 for Liquid. Not totally unexpected when you're playing against a Brood and a Morphling. Not exactly renowned for their bounty run contest.
No, that's true. That's true. So how are you expecting this mid lane to go? Because last game was a bit of a wash for Quinn. Quinn actually did very well out of it on the Leshrac. Kind of destroyed Mickey.
I think the only real timing is like the puck level 6. I've seen this be just for the most part a farm trade between these 2 heroes early on. Shouldn't be too much outside interference either. You know, maybe a charge if they can find it, but that's about it. And Sonics have chosen to stick the Snapfire in the off lane, and MSS is going to be playing in the safe lane here up against the Primal Beast.
Yep. I think every team has kind of been pretty keen on the whole swapping lanes on supports whenever you need to just get the best matchup possible. Not really important to have your 4 in the off lane at the moment.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to do some like lane dragging and stuff just to try and get early levels on the Broodmother, but it seems like Fada for the most part just going to play the lane straight up, which is a bit interesting. I think they can contest. You know, I don't think they're going to be dying, but I was just wondering if they're going to try and get a fast level 3 or something like that. That is where Broodmother becomes a heck of a lot more useful. All of her abilities are kind of insane. They're not one-point wonders, but they're all very, very strong at level 1. You get a huge chunk of the value.
MSS just being disrupted in the top lane, but Boxy is going to be the one to fall. That'll be your first blood. Yoar just charged them through with the waveform along with MSS committing. The moment they hit level 2, they just make the play, and they're unable to respond. They really are.
All right. Nice. Definitely the kind of start that you want to see for your Morphling if you're a Sonics fan. And if they can just get him, get him a few levels, I think they can afford to just leave him up here by himself. And MSS is going to be free to go and make other plays. I think ideally he wants to be playing around the Broodmother once we get towards the mid game. Keep pressure on there, completely take over this bottom part of the map.
Yeah. Now, are you a Primal Beast connoisseur?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, have you been keeping track of how he's been leveled recently? Because people have actually stopped taking points in Uproar early on.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen that. Yeah, people have kind of given up on Uproar.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah,
killed.
if you take Uproar on, people just stop hitting you, so the spell becomes useless.
Yeah, much better to just get your nukes maxed out as fast as humanly possible, and that's where this hero has looked the strongest. But your laning is fine without Uproar, and you have way better kill potential.
I'd like to take issue to the term humanly used for Primal Beast.
That's fair.
I'll lodge my complaint.
You can send me an email. I promise I don't have a redirect set up straight to my junk mail for you, Nomad.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that, because if you hadn't reassured me then, I would have been worried.
Yeah.
Well, Mickey getting a little bit of revenge for last game in the middle at the moment, as he is getting a bit of an advantage on this puck at the moment. Doing quite well for himself. He grabs this little banner creep as well. That'll be double money from that one. I still get surprised by that. I'm still like, ooh, more money for me, yay.
Yeah. It's nice. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe an attempt on Quinn's life here at mid once Mickey cracks level 6, but Quinn is being really careful to keep his HP high at all times. Mickey used the orb already.
Oh, he could be in trouble. He's going to throw around with the phase shift. And actually, Quinn, he's backing off. He doesn't want to keep chasing this one. Fata, meanwhile, he's not giving up the goat. Wants to try and punish Mickey, but Mickey's going to move in towards his bouncy rune, pick that one up as well, and we'll have plenty of mana and health to work with. So Fata still slowly waddling after Mickey. Get back here, you. I'm not through with you.
So out of all of that, Quinn unfortunately didn't actually manage to grab a water rune. So.
Top lane, Zion, some trouble. MSS charging on in here. Yoar with the damage. Is it going to be enough, though? Boxy coming over with a stun. Yeah, just about going to survive through that one. Ring of Health plus a Bracer doing work.
Yeah, it was a little scary. Morphling seems to be doing just fine up here. All the cores across the map farming well, right? Everybody's above 20 CS. It's a lot of farm trades across the board. And what's Insani up to? Is he going to go TP mid? We're looking for a refill here for Mickey. Yeah, okay. Matumba Man doesn't need that much help down here. I think he's okay. Insani is maybe even a liability, so we can start getting closer to the level 6 on the Broodmother.
Yeah, Matumba just wants to eat the spiders, eat the creeps, eat the jungle. Let me feed on everything. Top lane, you are getting a little bit of harassment out as a stun comes through as well. I mean, he's going to have to back himself out here. We'll do exactly that as a cookie comes through onto MSS. The stun's there as well, and with the scatter blast, they're able to bring down Zai. Sonics are the one who finds the kill despite getting very, very low on several heroes there.
Yeah, now it's a question of who can scramble their resources to be able to go and help out with the 6-minute rune. Everyone's coming from top, so it might just be both mid laners running at bottom rune. Mickey does crack level 6 now. Alright, Gamble's top. Let's see who wins.
Well, in the middle lane, it's actually MSS being jumped upon here, and Mickey is going to be able to bring him down. So stepping up a little too far forward there towards Insania and Mickey. They're able to punish quite heavily.
At least he doesn't lose any int. That's pretty rough on Spirit Breaker when you start getting those -2s going, but there's no point in the glaives just yet, so he's okay.
Phew.
And actually not a bad rune for Quinn to be grabbing.
Ooh, jump into the top lane. They're trying to bring him down in the duration of the stun, but it's not quite enough damage. The calculations were a little bit off. Faulty calculators on the side of Liquid. As Yawar will survive. A little bit nerve-wracking there. Just constant pressure. Constant just kind of aggro testing is down bottom. Leslau making it to the tree. Oh no, he's out of the range of his spider webs, and because of Insania he can't cast anymore, so just has to kind of walk into the trees until he dies.
Yeah, that looked really weird. Man, yeah, so they have this ward at top. So they spotted that, spotted the Fada had come in, and that Leslau was just completely alone at bottom, and he gets brought down.
What are these two up to? Fada and MSS are, they're up to no good. They're scheming, but I'm not sure they're going to get much done.
Yeah, I don't know if they were just looking to see if there was going to be like a Dream Coil play on Quinn. I think Quinn's a little bit too healthy. Like, he's got some wand charges, he's bought a Raindrop, he's got the bottle with the illusion, so not going to be easy.
Illusion.
Leslau.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like the Brood's taking over the game, huh? He's only just hitting level 6 now, so you don't want to speak too soon. The farm is now going to begin, but it is not going to be easy to kick the Naga Siren out of this bottom side of the map. I think Matumba Man going to continue farming just fine.
I think that was like the worst possible death Leslau could have had, like just on the precipice of hitting level 6.
Action mid.
Just means that
Cool.
well, yes, they are as they charge in onto Quinn here. Quinn, though, he's going to be able to get off the Rolling Thunder and now can turn around with the aggression onto Mickey, catches him out, and he's going to be able to chain stun up Insania as well. That's going to be 2 kills going towards Quinn in the middle.
Forcing it pretty hard for Liquid there. I think massively overestimating how much damage they have. They do have 4 points in Orb for the puck, but the supports are both still pretty low level and not contributing that much, especially when you've got the Illusion Rune on Quinn. Like, you just have to... All of Silencer's damage is just nil, right? His contribution to that gank is kind of useless. So, getting kind of taken in a little bit.
Snapfire being absolutely on point on catching out the puck there, to be honest.
Yeah, the supports from Liquid looking a little lost. You know, they made that rotation top. They kind of took a look at Morphling. They got turned around on there. Now they've made a move now they've made a move mid. Didn't really work out. And they're gonna try and respond at bottom now.
He's taking some heavy hits from these spiders, Martu, and MSS is charging in onto this one as well. A huge commitment here onto the Naga Siren. Martu does not have the Song of the Siren leveled right now, and she could be in some trouble. Then that comes out onto MSS with Boxy TPing in as well. They're going to be able to get the stun out onto MSS and bring him down, but Fada's going to die in the sidelines as well. Liquid going to clean up too and punish pretty hard poor old Sonics, which try to come in onto the carry.
Super awkward move from Sonics. They didn't have any mana left on Leslau, so... Even though Matu's half HP, they just couldn't get the next couple of rounds of spawn spiderlings into him and actually look at getting that kill. Because I think that's what Fada was diving for there. He's like, let's at least get this Naga.
Yeah, it would have been a huge kill, but the well was dry, unfortunately, for Mr. Leslau. I don't know if that was communication or what, but... And we do often see... I don't know if it's the same now.
Oh no, he died in neutrals! The Dark Troll Summoner got him! And now it's tanking the charge redirect as well. This guy's MVP.
Yeah, he's doing work, but it doesn't matter. Quinn's still going to be able to bring him down, but the call comes out from the puck here to try and slow down the escape of the Pangolier, and Zaya's moving across as well. Oh, he doesn't have trample, though. Where is the trample? Mickey's just going to get run down by Quinn. I mean, Quinn is just outplaying them at this point, and oh no, the onslaught gets cancelled from Zaya as well. Quinn getting the triple kill. Cool, calm, and collected in the middle lane.
Oh, Dark Troll
He's throwing bodies at the guy.
Yeah, Dark Troll not strong enough, and Zai must have just used the Pulverize and the Trample at top. Oh, Insania going to be brought down as well now.
They just keep throwing bodies at the guy.
Yeah, Liquid are crumbling a bit in the mid lane. Quinn is getting huge.
It was hot in their room, you know, but I think they do need to kind of cool down a bit here because getting a little bit jumpy.
Yeah, Liquid's getting a bit steamed currently.
Yeah, need to open the lid, let the steam out, turn down the temperature a little bit.
And out of all of that happening at at mid, bottom is just being completely opened up by Leslau. It feels like the Radiant jungle now completely under the control of Sonics. They got 2 nice wards. Matu's going to kind of stay down here for the time being, but it doesn't feel clear that Liquid have any way to break through this top tier 1 tower currently.
Yeah. I'm a little worried that Matu is still choosing to skip the points in Song. Like, the chance of him getting charged and dying seems to be reasonable, but to be fair, it hasn't happened yet, so, a true carry player doesn't buy BKB until you die to magic damage or stuns.
Yeah.
Doesn't level Song until he dies to charge,
Look, I'm okay with him not getting it to max out the mirror image and the Riptide, but if I see a point in stats, that's where I draw the line.
That's what you're
Looking for Mickey at mid.
Yeah, they got the coil out, but the kiss is coming through, and then the Rolling Thunder, it's going to chain up beautifully onto Mickey, and Quid's just going to come through. The lucky shot lands, and Mickey goes down. Ooh, I think that would have been closer. The lucky shot didn't land there. As over in this river, Fada's getting low. The glaive is going to catch him out, but they're able to get out Fada in response. So Fada and Insania both to fall. As Zai finished off Quinn around the back as well. Action happening all across the map right now. As Leslau also trying to get a bit of damage off onto Matu. Still chasing this Naga. Says, get out of my woods.
Yeah, Quinn was in pretty deep when he died there. Constant battle for this Radiant jungle. And Liquid not trying to make any moves towards the top side of the map. Some of this, I think, is just the... Okay, Naga's now moving, so Matu's making his way over. And I suppose they now start sending either the Primal Beast or the Puck to kind of sit bot and farm against the Broodmother. Oh, nice spiked Carapace at top from Boxy.
Yeah, that's going to be a dead Fada. Yeah.
Silence.
Always very high value if your sporting duo can get a kill, just open up your map a little bit more for your cause, but Sonics, they're looking, they know they've forced Matu into this area of the map and they want to try and punish him for it, but it's so difficult to come up here, especially with the Puck nearby, so they want to turn their attention towards Mickey instead. Charge coming through, Mickey's going to throw down the coil, cancel out the charge, now orb across to get himself away. Going to keep himself a safe distance from this one as Zai comes through, global silence used, they bring down Quinn, they'll move towards MSS as well, but MSS is on the run and he is at safety, but now damage coming through onto the middle tier 1 tower. Liquid trying to get a bit of revenge here as something finally goes well for them.
They're making it go.
Onto Zai though. Yawar's moving across. They want to try and fight into this one as they steal the Puck form. Pulverize comes out. Not going to get anything done though as the burst comes out from Yawar. Utilizing that Puck form beautifully as Leslau wrapping around the back, trying to find the Puck. Puck gets the orb away, but Leslau's still chasing. He wants this Fairy Dragon. He wants him now. Another web comes out, but Mickey, I think he's a little bit too fast for this one. Too many phase shifts available, so the Puck does get away to safety, but still, Sonic's pushing Liquid back once again, punishing them for any single move they want to make on the map.
Yeah, it was a nice turnaround with the coil and the global, but just going a bit too deep. A little bit too far, maybe not anticipating that Yawar would, think of making the rotation. Liquid looking for more.
That they are, as MSS comes charging on through. Quinn, though, they're focusing their attention towards Boxy here. They have the vision. Do they have the damage? Nice little two-man stun. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Kiss is going to come through. Yeah, the Spike Carapace is there, but a projectile is already flying, and Boxy will die to Fata.
I think they were just hoping for a random jump and kill. Not a big deal. Matu was taking top tower at the same time. So at least they finally open up the map a little bit and give him some room to play in that isn't completely spider infested. This Radiant jungle being completely taken over by Leslau. And
yeah, it does not belong to Liquid anymore.
No. Big concern for Liquid with their Mickey and Zai. A little bit behind on the net worth. I think normally you'd be expecting these two heroes to be the ones kind of leading the charge, moving around the map, getting the kills with the supports, but so much of their time currently is just being spent dealing with the lanes. Zai's kind of stuck, just being parked at bottom. Mickey's maybe a little bit more free to move around and look for stuff, but for now it's kind of farm station. It's not a terrible place to be, given that you do have the Naga Siren, though. Naga's power spikes are always a little weird in terms of timings.
Yeah, Global Silence coming out. I'm thinking that's for bottom to get... Oh, no. Wait, what? Did they just use that to try and get Zai out of there, but it didn't work, and now...
I think they were trying to kill Yawar, but he just gets turned around on here.
Zai trying to charge away. Onslaught is there. Begin Onslaught used. Trying to get himself to safety. He's got his one slightly. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. Everson's going to come through and finish the job. Charges there. And Zai to die.
Fnatic's dead as well.
They get a return kill.
Yeah, it's something. The attempt was made, but yeah, couldn't just blow up UR like that.
Yeah, and as Liquid tries to secure the enemy jungle, Quinn comes over, bounces up the hill with the Tumbler's Toy to get rid of the ward. And this is a hero they can't really punish for coming into D-Ward. That will not go well for them. Charge set up onto Mickey. They can catch him off guard here. This could be huge. In they go with the Rolling Thunder, but the coil is there to cancel it out. MSS, though, going to chain it up beautifully. And now the Rolling Thunder's free to get loose, and they get the kill with the Swashbuckle as well. Locking down the puck perfectly. I was worried Quinn went too early, but that was beautiful.
Dang. It's just so much lockdown from the Spirit Breaker with the maxed out bash. Very nice. Okay, and this is what they can keep doing. This is sort of the... We haven't talked about Spirit Breaker at all, but if you think the enemy team is just going to be trying to play all 3 lanes and split and trying to buy time, Spirit Breaker is certainly a hero, as we're seeing, that can break through that and keep the map feeling small for Liquid, even though they've got this constant pressure coming in from the Naga Siren.
Yeah, it is just a waiting game for Liquid, but Sonics are doing a great job on capitalizing upon every little advantage which Liquid is sending their way.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a timing. They're hoping to just see somebody at mid, perhaps. They don't have a whole lot of vision to play around right now. They're relying on the Naga illusions to do a little bit of scouting. And the same thing is happening for Sonics with the spiders being sent around.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, looking into bottom here. Another charge onto Mickey here. He could be in some real trouble.
He's getting his blink delivered. That might save him here.
Oh, Cookie. He's going to be able to dodge this one out and dodges a charge as well. Oh, just about lasting long enough. But the pressure being put onto this puck is ridiculous. They know he's a tempo controlling hero, so they want to do their absolute best to mess with him as the coil comes down here. But Quinn, he's got the roll up there, so he's able to just break it. MSS in with the stun onto Insania. Insania chilling for now, though. Attempting to use a global just to stop the Spirit Breaker getting away, but holds off for now. Zai looking for an opportunity in the sidelines here, but they won't find it. Sonic's backing away, not giving them an opportunity here for Liquid to interrupt any of this.
Yeah, Machi's forcing them back. You can see Illusions cutting waves at both top and mid. They don't want to give away any more room on the map than they have to, and not even guaranteed that they would get bottom. There's still a glyph, so better to just go back for the time being.
So we now have the Wraith Pack finished off. Is this the time for Sonics to come in with, like, you know, a really forced 5v5, maybe objective-focused fight? Maybe around Roche or something?
I think you might still wait for, like, pipe on the Broodmother if that's what he's going to be going for next, or finishing up the BKB as well on the Morph. I don't think they have to go right now.
Okay, not feeling the pressure of the Naga too much?
Not just yet. I think they've still got ways to deal with it for the minute. If they can find a pick off, maybe they can make a bigger play off of that. But just gonna run into Zai, who's got BKB.
Yeah, Zai tanking this gank absolutely beautifully and actually looking to commit to this one. The onslaught comes through, trying to catch out Fada. Fada jumps across the other side of the pit. Zai gets upon him. Pulverizes there. Instantly cancelled out though, as Fada is going to get brought down regardless. They'll move across towards MSS as well. Global silence to make sure no one comes and interrupts this one. Actually, it cancels out Pangala's roll as they now look towards him. The coil is there. Rolling Thunder used. Quinn bouncing around, trying to get safety. In fact, actually trying to turn this fight around. The song is being thrown down now. Quinn just going to roll himself away from all his troubles, but this does leave the Morphling in a hella bad position. Can he break himself out of this one? No, he cannot. Sonics, they get smashed by the side of Team Liquid in this engagement.
Man, you are really regretting turning up like that. He still had the Manta, but just completely chain stunned him. There was nothing that he could do.
And Martu, the perfect first fight to turn up to for him as well. The carry dream. Just rocking up to your first engagement, getting 2 kills on 2 measly supports. Just going to catapult himself further and further into this game.
He's almost got Scotty now. So the Naga Siren, Naga's looking pretty scary. All right, a little bit of spider smashing going on at bottom. I think Zai's fine. So.
Yeah, might be setting up for something here, but might be giving his life for this setup as he's unable to get off the BKB. And yeah, it's Liquid thinking maybe twice about committing to this one, especially if you are TPing into the engagement as well. You don't have that global, you don't have that soul. Bit too risky.
Oh, they scouted this smoke. They've got a ward on the high ground, so they know that Sonics are up to something. I imagine they just play kind of safe. Oh man, Sonics are... Okay, they're just walking straight into the pit. This gets scanned as well, though. So,
Yep.
But no song, no global for 20.
Oh, look at Boxy actually blocking the charge onto Insania using that spiked carapace, but now they're throwing everything the way off the little crab. And that is going to be 2 dead supports once again. Sonics, they just pounce out of the pit. I mean, the Puck's jumping in, trying to do something about this here, but there's nothing to be done. Let's not back themselves away. Natu, he is in the neighborhood. Considering flooding the pit with illusions right now, I think that's going to be the only option they have.
There's a potential buyback global here as well. I mean, it's only 10 seconds on the respawn, but when they see how low this is, it's just getting kind of stressful.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be able to... Oh, into the pit. Zai's going to give them the vision they need. BKB being popped here as well. They want to try and interrupt this Roshan. Zai, can he do it? He forces them back. Matu focusing on Roshan. You can't leave this one, Sonics, and they won't. Quinn jumping back into the pit. Matu under Roshan's getting so low, it is going to drop, and the Aegis goes UI. He picks it up, and now Liquid, they have to get themselves away, but can they even survive this one? Zai jumping through the backlines here. Going to get on top of the spider. Leslau is gone, and now Liquid looking for more. You might have the Aegis, but Sonics are on the run, and will they be able to find anyone? Liquid are chasing. Who can they catch? Oh, nice little swashbuckle from Quinn. Not using it onto Boxy deliberately there. As a charge comes through from MSS, they bring down Mickey. He is gone. It's AD going to get dropped as well. It looks like on the backlines, MSS will need the charge or a bash or something here. And he does find that bash to get the kill. But over on the front lines, the lockdown comes out onto Zai, the Primal Beast in some trouble. Song is there, but it's not going to stop Quinn. And Quinn blinks across to Matu as well. Cancels them both. MSS jumping in from the sidelines onto the Naga Siren. Matu, the man, is going to fall. It's all falling apart at the seams for Team Liquid right now as Sonics firing on all cylinders.
They know that that was a huge win for them. What an amazing Rolling Thunder from Quinn at the end. And even if they had been able, maybe if they'd been able to snipe the Aegis away, Liquid could have got something done, but just completely getting dragged into that team fight by Sonics. I'm surprised that they chased for the tier 1. I mean, they did have a point there where they could have chosen to disengage, but they got kind of split up. Matu was up on the high ground. The rest of the team was getting forced down into the river, and Sonics did a beautiful job of just rallying everybody together and turning it back around. Dang.
Amazing what you found.
Huge fight from the side of Sonics, and yeah, keeping the Aegis through the entire thing as well. What a turnaround. And now we look at Martin, we're kind of like, well, looks like what we had to get from Mickey last game, we got to get from you this game, but can Matu fail? Can Matu succeed where Mickey did fail? That is the question.
Yeah, I think you're right that it does feel kind of similar, and also a similar situation in that the only hero that Sonics need to itemize for now is Matu, which I think makes this Naga's game harder way faster than Naga does hit a little bit of a wall in a lot of these games where, you know, your net worth starts becoming less and less meaningful and you're just kind of vacuuming up all the farm on the map. But the fact that Sonics are just going for items to counter it makes it hard. Insania's gonna die here. I think. Yeah. Looking for more. They get onto Matu.
Get the charge. Oh, whoa! Why is Quinn? Why is you are dead? That's not meant to happen. Matu being charged down though, and they will be able to get the return kill onto the Naga Siren, and that is a big one they wanted. Yeah, they lose MSS on the sidelines here, but the Naga going down is the headline of this fight.
I think Matu thinking, oh yeah, I'm tanky enough. You know, my team can come and respond. But even with the Rolling Thunder going a little bit awkwardly, just so much damage from Sonics.
Yeah, and Yoa is like the main contributor of that. Almost 500 damage with that Adapter Strike waveform doing 250 as a bit of a trade happening here. Boxy and Leslau both going down. Pulverize coming out onto the Morphling, but he's got the Strength Morph going, so he's not too bothered as Primal Beast. He's going to get up that high ground. Does have the BKB. Should he want to use it? Global Silence and the coil being used here as they look for the turnaround play. Quinn's going to be the target. He is going to die. Another move across towards Yoar as well. Yoar, though, has got the waveform, the TP'd into the tree lines here, and he's going to be plenty safe. Farter won't be so lucky, unfortunately. Zai's going to get on top of him. Snapfire's going to fall, and there'll be 3 dead on the side of Sonics.
I think Sonics were telling themselves, like, oh, Naga's dead. They don't have any damage left. And Liquid still have something to say about that. The Puck with his Witchblade and his nukes doing a decent amount. So they swing back, but yeah, still very worrying for Liquid.
Yeah, and again, this Primal Beast is... Well, if he is able to kind of catch Leslau in a vacuum with no one else around, you know, he will do horrible things to that Spider.
Yeah, and we have seen the Primal Beast scale pretty well, especially the mid Primal Beast in the last chance qualifiers. But I think my concern for Zai this game is that he's just not getting any money, right? There's not a whole lot of farm on the map. He's having to spend all of his time just sort of dealing with whatever lane the Broodmother has been going for, throwing his body in first into the fights. So not expecting him to scale too much more necessarily. Looking at him again.
Red charge being used onto Zai here. Actually cancel the charge and turn their attention towards Boxy instead. They'll bring him down without any trouble at all. Zai going to be the next target. Quinn using the roll up to get the right angle onto the Primal Beast. But the rest of the team not really committing to this kill. Sonic's a little bit scared about this one. They don't have the vision.
Yeah, I think they're imagining in their heads like, oh god, there could be a Naga TPing in, there could be a song. Quinn feels safe getting the chain locked down with his Rolling Thunder, but nobody else wanted to commit in there. I think they got spooked seeing the Nyx, actually. They're like, oh, why is it not just Zai down here by himself?
Who's this guy? Why is he here?
Yeah, getting their heads a little bit. They got the spiders scouting out again, so maybe next time they'll know that they could actually have gone for that one.
Interestingly, MSS has picked up the planar pocket.
Okay. What's it block this game?
Why?
Is it like just net? And how does pulverize work? That's my question.
Is MSS going to pulverize the Primal Beast? Because that's something I want to see. Uh-oh.
No,
it's not pulverizing anyone right now.
It's not it's not counterspell. It's just forced.
It's redirect. Him, right?
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if he's within 900 range of an ally who gets targeted by pulverize, does he just teleport into Primal Beast hands?
Yeah. Does it do one of those really
Maybe.
long range pulverize we've seen a few times?
Yeah, I think they changed some of that. It seems like they've made it so that whatever happens, you're always right in front of Primal Beast with the pulverize. But I'll keep my eyes peeled for it. Could be kind of cool. There's not that many things that pop it, but the things that he is going to be blocking are pretty high value this game.
Yeah, I agree. Even Net's a pretty big one.
Yeah, I mean, even just taking the silence onto himself in an unexpected situation, the last word from the silencer could be pretty big. Oh, they get a stun onto
Jump in
Yuar.
here onto the Morphling. Yeah, I mean, they're going to need more than that, and they're not going to find it. BKB out from Yuar now as they want to chase on forwards here. Stealing Naga form, throwing the net out onto Zai. Zai's got a BKB of his own, but what can he really do here? The answer is not a whole lot. Boxy's going to die. No, he's not actually, as the Pulverize comes out onto MSS. Fada's the one to fall first as Zai chases down to the low ground to get himself away. And it's going to be that. Again, a lot of posturing, a lot of signaling, but when it comes to actually the action, the commitment is not really there from either team. Both of them playing around each other very, very carefully.
Yeah, Sonics had to be pretty tentative because Quinn's TP was on cooldown. So I think he's mostly in mode farm until he picks up his Ags. Maybe feeling like they need some more tools to deal with this Naga, especially as Matu's now picking up the butterfly. But he is going for the Ags, and you know, this planar pocket could prove to be a really big nuisance for him if this is the plan to try and deal with the Pango.
Yeah. We'll see what it can do as MSS, the full combo being unleashed onto the Puck, but the Puck is ready. He's got the vision now. I'm not sure if he had the vision down actually, or it was just a gut read. But either way, dodged it out nicely.
And, okay, they got DD on Mickey. He's picked up the Lincolns. Gonna go for a smoke. Lanes are in an okay spot, and you know Roshan is up, so getting a pick here could start a nice little sequence for them.
Dire are scanning.
Ooh.
Smoke on smoke.
Once again. Jump forward onto Leslau here. If they can keep him locked down, they might get the kill. Let's see. Let's need a little bit more damage out onto the spider, and they're not going to find it inside. Maybe taking a step too far forward. Yoar with this new Skadi just tearing the Pro Primal Beast in half. As in the backlines, Quinn is just going to work and causing absolute havoc. They'll have to use the song to back themselves away here, Liquid. They just want to back themselves out. There are kisses coming through, but not going to be enough to bring anybody down. Farta. They will go astray, but Sonic's wasting no time as they head towards the pit right now. Mickey still in the neighborhood. Could maybe try to delay things or at least give them the information here in this pit. Orb comes through and just gives them the vision they need, but this Roshan going to go down so quickly.
Yeah, it's fast and it's super hard to contest without the song. I think best they can hope for is a steal.
Have global.
Yeah, they do have global. Insane getting a little bit too close.
Oh no. Oh, actually they back away. The cookie's not there, but Mickey's trying to get into the pit. He's way too late though, and off the mark as well. Once again getting the kill on Roshan, but not getting anything from it, and now they'll actually use the global silence to try and back themselves away as Insania's getting jumped by all these spiders here. Leslau will be absolutely fine. No real threat of a kill there, so the global silence gets whiffed, and now once again Liquid are just going to have to try and set sail and just outlast this storm, which is going to be coming from Sonics now.
That was really close. The timing got a bit weird because they sent the illusions in from the Naga, and then Yoar took a whole bunch of damage. He needed to start morphing some strength. That slowed down the Roshan kill. I don't know that was exactly what Mickey wanted. They got the last hit. So it was a snatch in the end, but
Yep.
they certainly wanted the Aegis more than they wanted the Roshan gold.
Real chance just with the last hit of Roshan. That's all that matters. Aegis Schmaegis. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Zai.
Zai's getting caught.
He's in a little bit deep here, and Sonics will punish.
I said I was worried about the initiation for Sonics, but MSS is doing huge amounts of work on this Spirit Breaker. Just setting everything up this game.
That's actually getting the dust catch onto Boxy here, but yeah, not actually making any meaningful play on the guy. There's a charge coming through. Maybe they'll consider it. You know what would be a really nice pickup for Leslau this game, I think? I think he should get Spinner's Snare on Leslau.
Really? Why?
Because I'm a big fan of the map control it offers. Those webs can be very annoying. You can catch out the Puck, who's a really bad hero to get rooted up. Same with the Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, I could see it later. I like this Hex for now, but
The Hex is probably better.
yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know, I'm just saying,
it
it'd
could
be
cool.
fruity.
Yeah, yeah. So is that the opposite of spicy?
Synonymous.
Right. Okay, they get the kill on Fada. Can they get out cleanly? It doesn't really look like it. I think Boxy at least is going down. Mickey should be fine.
Yeah, kind of tricky to bring this guy down. I mean, they do have another charge available, so they're able to land that on him. Oh, nice try from MSS there, actually, but Mickey jumping the other way. This is ballsy from the Puck. I mean, he might have killed himself some spiders here. Let's see. Moving away. MSS won't find him. He does escape. All right. He knows what he's doing. Mickey getting it done on the Puck, buying the space that they desperately need on the side of Liquid. Those are the kinds of plays you kind of have to make in that situation, right?
Yeah, they're just trying to wait out the Aegis. And anything that they can do to make a kill trade happen on the other side of the map is just fine for them. The Sonics, I don't think they're too unhappy either. Like we've said, they've got a couple of really big items coming out, with Quinn getting the Ags delivered. They've also got this Hex, not too far away from Leslau. And Yoar, what's he up to currently?
Oh, little charge in here in the backlines as they're able to catch out Insania. Going for a deep warding mission there. Deep behind enemy lines.
Yeah, just again, just keep running onto the enemy side of the map. See if you can keep wasting time on the Aegis. Anytime that they're running at you, they're not dealing with the lanes, not stopping the Naga Siren. War's got his Ags. He's pretty deep here. Team is not close, but he's also pretty unkillable. So yeah, Zai gotta head out the other way.
Alright, I'm head out.
See
One thing which
you
is
later.
funny is look at this Naga's last hits. I think she's been hitting a lot of spiders this game because it's currently
Yeah,
520.
yeah, that's a big number. That's a very big number. Oh man.
I mean, Matu has been farming like a boss, you know, top of net worth. Currently flexing on the 6-2 scoreline as well as Quinn setting up onto Zai here. Zai's going to need some help. He is going to be able to get off the BKB and the uproar, which might buy him the time he needs to get to his high ground. Onslaught up to the high ground just to get away as Matu even flirting with Yuar on the sidelines here.
They popped
but-
Aegis in the BKB. Yuar just getting gone on by just Mike and Matu and isolated from the team. And now suddenly it feels like, you know, kind of window of opportunity maybe flipped back around for Liquid. They don't have the coil, but that's not a very long cooldown. Sure, they don't have the Primal Beast BKB either, but maybe they can go and make some kind of a play. They do need to fix their lanes a little bit.
Yeah, that's one thing which needs to be sorted out, but I don't know, man. It's another kind of wasted advantage from Sonics, but say like they didn't get Zai for that kill.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the next big timing is for them to be much stronger.
On Sonics or on Liquid?
On Sonics, I guess the Hex is going to be a big
Yeah,
one.
no,
like,
the Hex is big, and we haven't seen what the Ags can do just yet either. Though I don't know exactly who he's going to be morphing into here.
True. Quinn has to use Rolling Thunder just to get away from the gank there, which Liquid threatened onto him. Leslau still shoving out this bottom wave, just doing spider things.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Prioritizing damage on the tower as well here. Look at it fall. So much.
We might be getting into the territory, though, where the onus is actually starting to flip onto Liquid. But like I said, eventually Naga Siren does kind of hit this wall, itemization-wise and scaling-wise, where you're just not that scary. You're not... Sure, you have a ton of farm, but you're not really a true late-game carry in a lot of ways. So Matu's hit this Hex. I think this might actually be kind of close to his peak timing, especially as Quinn continues to itemize. And this is like what we said earlier. Everybody on Sonics is just itemizing to make Matu's life hard as the game goes on. And I do think he'll probably start to fall off. So kind of up to Liquid to maybe look to make a play in the next 5 minutes and strike back somewhat. I don't think they can just sit here and out-farm Sonics and like go to 60 minutes.
Now, I know this used to be the case. I don't want to... I'm not super sure anymore, but I know that when this Ags on Morphling first got changed, if you used it on an illusion, it would apply to the main hero.
Yeah,
so-
no, that's still the case. You can target an
Okay,
illusion, and then but it forces it to cast as if it's on the main hero. It's a really weird interaction. I think you can buy or put a Linken's on the main hero, and then using it will like pop the Linken's on the main hero. It's a weird one.
It's pretty nutty, yeah, but...
Yeah.
All you need to know is that if you use it on a Naga illusion, it's not going to be a miscast. He's still going to get it on the main Naga, which means that the Axe is still a very good purchase this game for countering out the Matu Naga. And of course, once you take 20% of Naga Siren's attributes, that's going to make her illusions weaker, so all around very good.
Oh, not gonna get out, Foxy.
Yeah, I don't think so. Ring around the cliff as he drops the gem as well, and MSS. Oh, don't mind if I do. I was getting bored of this dust anyway.
Yep, swap that out. Oh god, we've got Naga illusions versus Naga illusions. It's begun.
We're at that point.
Yeah. So now
Matu's illusions are a little bit better because of the talent, right?
yes. Yeah, his illusions are a little bit stronger, but not going to be fun for Liquid having to deal with them either. Mike is going to be picking up an overwhelming blink, so it's going to give them a bit more burst to help deal with it and shove out these lanes against spiders and everything else. But Wow, we're just
Are scanning.
feeling like a little bit of a stalemate right now, Nomad. I think we might be kind of waiting around for Roshan for action to kick up into gear, though that's only 10 seconds away, so won't be waiting for too long.
All right, so if you got a minute, guys, you know you really need the toilet, run, just blast it out real quick, and get back in 5 seconds. Time.
Well, you never know. There could. Oh, what? Okay, all right. Oh no, that was the actual countdown, not the potential countdown. Right. I'm done.
Yep, yep.
Disregard.
That's okay.
Disregard.
We all have our moments, Skippy. Here's
happens.
Sonic's into the pit. Very far away on side of Liquid. This might just go down for free. I can't believe it. They're too far away from the pit to do anything. Liquid running over, but they're old men. Slowly climbing across as Roshan goes down. Aegis, Shard, everything you like. Sonic's just reaping the rewards here as Quinn jumping in and getting off the stuns, trying to set up for his team to follow up, and they will do exactly that. MSS comes bullet training in onto Boxy as he might be taken out actually pretty quickly as the call comes out from Mickey. Global Silence coming through as well. Butter is dead. Mickey on 2, but the song is there to hold them still. No coil available, by the way, as they'll throw yet another hero into this Zai. What can he do? Tries to go in with Pulverize, but gets interrupted somehow. As they will just kind of back themselves away on Sonic. They're not really looking to fight this one too hard. Sonic's reinitiating. Hex is out onto Quinn. Do they have the damage follow up there as well? Doesn't look like a Zebra just comes charging through the fight once again. Mickey's the one taking damage. You are though, the net is going to stop him finishing the job. Puck gets away just on a sliver of HP. Zai's also able to TP out on the high ground. Sure, Boxy's going to die, but that is a very, very low price, but at the same time, still a price. Oh, it was actually a dieback on Boxy.
Yeah, they bought back on Fada as well. Everybody's just running away from illusions. You are trying to TP to the outpost to try and grab the Primal Beast who is running away over on that side of the fight. Alright. We will just continue the high ground siege.
Love the Rolling Thunder. I'm not sure they're ready for this. Zai is going to be the one jumped on right now. In comes a coil out from the Puck to try and hold up. He's trying for MSS in the backlines, but Zai is gunned down by Yawar on the front. I'll turn attention towards the Puck. Puck's got to be careful. He has got an orb to jump himself back to, so he's got to get to the safety of his tier 4s, but the tier 3s getting absolutely messed up by the side of Sonics right now. Yawar once again with that Morphling form, just getting the illusions to help with the push. The barracks are falling. Liquid, what can you do? 60 seconds on Zai, but does have a buyback. You're popping the BKB here, interestingly. Just trying to counter out the Puck. The possible initiation there, I guess. Very, very cautious from Yawar. He now jumps in. They manage to find the opening here. Matu's in trouble. He needs some help. He opts as a Hex. It's actually the Morphling that's going to fall down here, but Quinn's able to go in deep and find the kill onto Matuma Man, so the Nagasara will fall for the first time. Well, is he going to buy back? That is a question. So I try to get onto Yawar. He's actually going to be saved. He does have the Pulverize, but it's not going to do much. Waveform out from Yawar. Quinn with the refresh here, but it's Mickey who's been able to find the pick-off on the sidelines here. Not going to jump to that orb as Sonics once again backing themselves away. They forced out the buybacks, and now they're going to leave.
Triple buyback and only MSS dying. Sonics have to be so happy with that. And just a huge amount of pressure now on Liquid. I think they do actually have to kind of go. Just see what they can find. Oh, it's tricky though. Especially with Matu not having buyback now. Death on him is probably just the game.
Into that. Do you think Sonics would have kept backing if Matu didn't buy back there?
I don't know if they would have looked for too much more necessary. They were already succeeding in like forcing UR to morph down and kind of keeping him in an awkward spot. So yeah, the Matu buyback does. I think he had to buy back, but it makes it feel really easy for them to make that call. This coil gets whiffed. Okay, nice job from Quinn. Dodges out of the way. He's back in.
Quinn's not done. Yeah, he's jumping onto the Puck here. Puck taking so much damage from that Pangolier. They're actually going to have to pop out the Global Silence just to allow them to escape Sonics. Ooh, very jumpy from Liquid here. Not willing to let anyone get brought down. But now, there's a real opening for the side of Sonics. No Global.
Yeah, they're... I don't think they have anything that they really need to wait for. Leslaw's even just picking up an Orchid, so... I think this might even be just another way to... Like, you press all of your buttons on Puck, and one of them's gonna pop the Lincolns, and then hopefully, one of the other ones kills him. super tricky spot for Liquid now, and it doesn't even feel like the Matu illusions aren't even that scary with Sonic just sitting UR on the front lines.
Dire are
Yeah,
scanning.
honestly, Yua's illusions are kind of scarier. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Liquid are not very well equipped to deal with them.
Those stolen attributes as well. It's just terrifying.
Yeah, it's scary. So Liquid are hoping that somebody's going to come top and they can get a pick off and just buy some more time, and that maybe that's where they can get something done with the buybacks. But Sonics are not going to come to that wave. They're just going to cut it with illusions and spiders and whatever else. There's no reason to send a hero up there. So it's just going to be two bros chilling out in the trees.
Just waiting. What's the conversation is? Boxy being like, should we go do something else? I don't know. No, someone will come.
There's
Don't
nowhere
worry,
there's nowhere better for them to be on the map right now. Like, oh, you want to be sitting in the trees or you want to be sitting in your base? What's the difference?
Trees, please. And Zai, he can't resist the allure of this big juicy cream. Eat them all up. I'd imagine he TP's away, but not showing any signs of doing so at the moment. Still just trying to see if anyone's going to come up to this lane. Boxy with the Vendetta, trying hard to bait this one out, but more tree sitting at bottom. Hype.
Yeah, Matu is also just trying to cut waves, trying to create some kind of an opportunity on the map. And
Yes.
Mojo's just flying around as the Spirit Breaker, trying to deal with this split push.
Wonder if Boxy's going to go for a wave here as well. He could cancel the TP if the
Yeah, okay.
Tiger does absolutely that. These guys are being so annoying.
He doesn't want to show. He doesn't want to even sit there and stun the wave because he knows he's gonna get charged, and if that happens, he's just dead. So
Naga illusions as well, clearing out bottom. But I mean, Sonic still don't feel super pressured here. They're just, we've got a whole map to farm. These guys are hiding in the trees, just sniping the occasional wave. We're gobbling everything on the map, scoffing our faces full of delicious creep blood.
and all of their heroes are continuing to scale. Right, the Quinn's starting to get pretty capped, but he can still still consume his ags, stuff like that. The Morphling, I guess, what are we looking at? He's still got one slot. Eat the ags, buy a moon shard, maybe get a Daedalus. Yeah, what is Matu just trying to get a Linken's? We've seen so many people, so many agi carries. This Morphling ags, it's just such a huge pain. I was looking at the numbers, and like the attack speed slow from the Morphling ags is kind of comparable to like getting hit by level 1 fire spirits, if you want a comparison. So just for that entire duration, you're just like fire spirited. It's such a pain.
Fun.
Yep. Maybe mattering a tiny bit less for the Naga than some others. This is probably also about the hex and stuff that we're seeing, but I don't know. If you're Liquid, maybe you just have to go 60 minutes at this point and hope that some insane neutral item fiesta does the job for you. 'Cause
Yeah, I mean, they are, they're probably the most comfortable team when it comes to super late games, historically speaking.
yeah,
That's been their speciality. Whether you want to play for that is another option entirely, but at this point, this
Yeah.
game just looks so hard for them to fight outside of their base.
yeah, they've played some long ones. They do seem to be comfortable continuing to split push. They're not getting completely closed off on the map. It's not like this net worth lead is just spiraling. They're still getting something, though the vast majority of the farm is just landing in the hands of the Naga Siren. Boxy's probably just going to have to accept his lot in life currently. Which I
It's kind of starting to fall a little bit, but in the last couple of minutes, actually been pulling back a tiny bit towards the Liquid side. Why do you have an engagement going on here? Zai forced to BKB as Quinn tries to land the roll. Boxy stun out onto Leslau. Leslau's actually gone. The damage is there. Global Side's going to come down as well. So going to be able to get a second. MSS falls. Sonic's just a little bit asleep behind the wheel. And Liquid, they crash right into them.
Yeah, Leslau just, they haven't had a fight for a little bit. I think he was itching for it. Thought that he was positioned safely over onto the side, but they find him and they do manage to blow him up very quickly. He's not very tanky at this point, and he also doesn't have a BKB, so as soon as that first stun lands, he's kind of in big trouble.
Hey, Roshan. Great Scaly Beast, please spawn for us. And he very well
We
might. 10
summon the
seconds.
Under attack.
10 seconds.
Yes, Lord of the Cheese. Giver of Aegis. Beholder of Ags.
Where do you think Roshan goes when he's not here on the Dota map? Cheese shop?
Another game.
He has to go restock the cheese, right? So-
True, that's true, that's true. Cheese shop, I don't know, it feels a bit above him, not to be rude.
Oh, yeah,
but
okay.
He's not the classiest of gentlemen, Roshan.
Well, he's back,
I can just go
though
see
not for
Super.
long. He will be banished back to whatever other dimension he goes to, and this is going to be everything claimed for Liquid.
There we go.
All right.
Aegis for the puck.
Yeah.
Naga Siren. Not
So,
sure what she grabbed from that, actually. Not sure she grabbed anything.
no, I don't think so. It was
Zai.
Eggs on Zai. We've got a cheese chilling on Boxy, and Refresher also sitting on Zai. I was wondering if they might go for double global, but Insania is working on one of his own, so I think they just want the second BKB on the Primal Beast. Doesn't have an Aeon disc or anything like that, so he kind of needs it.
I'm ready to throw some rocks at some fools. Let's go. I love rock throw. It's fun.
Were you saying that the Refresher shard is for the rock throw? I mean, look, I'm down.
Yep, that's it.
If you land the first one, and then you refresh, the second one's guaranteed, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Just nail 2 in a row. Easy
yeah,
peasy.
just
Fight 1 right there.
completely
Bye-bye
wipe out
Morphling.
Sonics.
Another way to do it in style, but yeah, no, game's back to actually Liquid favored for one of the first times in this game.
Yeah, clawing it back. Yuar has picked up a Refresher Orb of his own. Does still have buyback as well. There's plenty of buybacks floating around, Nomad. I think we've got one mega team fight coming up at some point. We might even get to the tier 5 neutrals.
Dire's bottom tower is
All right,
under
I'll do some vocal warm-ups then.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, as you say, it's going to go on either about 5 seconds or about 2 minutes, and no in between.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those ones where it's like, oh, somebody dies, buys back, TP's in, kite a little bit. You know, maybe we get a second Rolling Thunder out, something like that.
Yeah. Maybe not with the Aegis either. I think Sonics might be a little bit reticent to commit to an Aegis fight.
Yeah, we are getting to the point where the puck is pretty ridiculous hero, and you know, it does have to be said that Zai has also managed to overtake Leslau, though I think a lot of that is just the Aghanim's blessing money. Otherwise, he would be much further down on the totem pole.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, how do you see the fights playing out?
top tower is under attack.
Tricky to say. I think they're going to continue trying to like force onto Zai first, maybe take him out to make life a little bit easier. Of course, you want to find the silencer if you're Sonics, but good luck. Insania is going to be like 2,000 range away in the trees somewhere. And 100% Quinn is telling himself that his job is just to deal with the Naga illusions in the fight. He's the-
Whoa, Yuar jumping
Hello?
in for the middle wave here. That might be a huge mistake. Global Silence coming out as well. Goodbye, Puddle. Yuar is dead, and now move forward for Fada as well. Fada, I don't think it's got a counterplay here. It's going to be another hero dead for the side of Liquid. Buybacks are available, but what a way to just kind of give away your carry hero like that.
Dire's middle
Okay.
tower is under attack.
Bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, I guess he just thought that he could like BKB react on the Lincoln's pop, but Lincoln's got popped, immediately got hexed, and that was just the end of him. He does have a buyback, but I think Liquid are going to try and force it out of him here.
Spookin's eye. Just doing what they can to force them away from the base. Both teams on the edge here. I mean, I feel like even losing a barracks probably isn't worth the buyback on the Morphling at this point in the game. It's just that important. Wraith Pack Totem down, starting out onto Quinn. Quinn might need some help. Pulverize is coming on through. Is there anything they can do? There comes a Nether Strike to try and break him free, but Quinn, he's just being clicked down from Mickey. Global Silence coming through as well. Quinn is gone. Buyback is available from him as they lose the Broodmother. They're paying such a heavy cost here, Sonics, and they're just not rising to the challenge. They're trying to be so disciplined with these buybacks. I don't know, maybe the cost is just getting too high.
They do have 2 glyphs. They might be able to wait for the Morphling to respawn. I don't think they're going to lose their base in 15 seconds, but the other 2 are definitely going to have to buy back.
Yep, I think so. Martu getting started on the tier 4's fortification coming out from Sonics. Liquid showing no signs of leaving just yet. They still have an Aegis. And Mickey says hi to Yawar. Yawar immediately going to mentor off that silence. The next tier 4 down to about 66% HP. As you are popping the BKB buybacks coming out from the side of Sonics. They're committing to the fight right now. Can they leave on the side of Liquid? Boxy stunned up. If that's all that dies here, I'll be fine by them. But Quinn still chasing through. Zai with the onslaught and BKB trying to get away. Matuma Man, his song is over. Will his life be beautiful? Manta dodge on the charge. They'll follow with the Nether Strike as well, though. Mege jumping in on this one as well. Gonna get stunned up, but the damage is there onto Matu. He's gonna fall. 120 seconds. No Naga Siren. They're chasing for more on the side of Sonics. They do have the buyback available on Naga. Is it going to be Sonics' turn to try and push for this one?
Yeah, they're going to have to try and swing back the other way. Oh, they're going to get gifted a double damage rune. Okay.
Oh, no.
All right. Okay, Yawar doesn't bottle it up. Just going to snag that one as they swing down the other way.
That greedy monster. Gobbling up that DD, it's, wow, I mean, almost nice disengage from the side of Liquid, but unfortunately, the song doesn't mean that much when there's so many BKBs. You got Rolling Thunder as well.
It's not going to go, though, you know, it is 70 seconds, but...
The rock does connect. There it is, there's that rock. You know, he doesn't want mid, he wants bottom, he wants a meaningful advantage here. And I think he's going to get it. Jesus. Pushing power of this Morphling with the DD.
So he's still got buyback.
Ridiculous.
You know, he can kind of afford to sit on the front. MSS trying to sit behind him with the planar pocket ready to go.
Damn, that's all they get. They don't want to force it too hard.
Seems like Liquid going to get away with this one.
I mean, Yawar has buyback after all that, you know. I kind of feel like they could have pushed that, but I guess, you know, don't want to throw it away for nothing.
It's scary, you know. The enemy team, you're pretty sure that all of their cores have buyback. I mean, Primal Beast doesn't, but the Naga and the Puck certainly do. So all it's going to take is one mistake for you to just lose a 5v7, 5v8 in the enemy base, and then they just march down and end the game while you don't have glyph. So I understand it, but it certainly stings for Sonics that they're not going to get it. And we are almost at 60 minutes. We've had some games that have been cut just short in the last chance qualifiers. Is this going to be another one? I think Liquid would like to put an end to this without having to deal with any nonsense. Look at this spider trying to get off the high ground.
Yep, all right, I can stab here, I guess.
Okay, he's gonna get dealt with. "45 seconds.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see them. I can't see Liquid running up the high ground to stop it. Damn, yeah, the 51% win probability at the moment. Jesus. Deep breaths, everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a stressful one. Mickey, no boots, just queuing up Dagon 5 at this point. Both of the Liquid cores more farmed than anybody on the side of Sonics currently.
Ooh, spoke up from Sonics now. Don't forget, the Puck and Naga Siren both have buybacks, so the chances of ending the game with this play are pretty slim, but they need to get back out onto the map. 60 minutes is now taken. Mickey gonna go for the Ancients, and this will likely get them at least one. And it'll be, Pirate Hat straight away. That's a goodie.
Yeah, I mean, who really wants it? Okay, Matu's gonna take it. Give me that attack speed. I'm sick of Morphling stealing it away.
Yeah, steal this.
Everyone is desperately farming neutrals. Oh god, Leslau gets stunned by the
Centaur! They caught him! Oh no, Leslau, traitor! He gets killed off by the neutral creep pretty much. 120 seconds, no Spider, no Broodmother. What do you do here? Quinn in the trees, looking for a bit of counter initiation. Boxy could be the target. They do have that Aghanims and Snare, though. Global Silence coming down as well, but do they care? No, they do not. They're going to rip through Boxy. Now they look towards Martu as well. Martu has a song coming, but they don't give a damn. Sing all you like, Naga. You can sing in the grave. Immediate buyback coming out from the Nagasara as they move on towards their next target. Zaya's in deep, though, just slamming that Space Cow into the ground. Take him out. Look for more. Quinn's going to be the next target here. Quinn just trying to back himself away, but there is nowhere left to back out to. He's going to be the next target on the side of Liquid. They're running out of buybacks here. No buyback on the Pangolier. Looking to the Morphling now. In comes MSS trying to save up. You are, but you are. There is no savior for him. Dead for 100. Has the buyback. We'll probably have to use it here. It's MSS trying to get out, but he's not going to happen. He's going to get brought down. Meanwhile, in the Radiant base, the creeps are flooding in, but there's no panic. Nikkei just gets back. Calm as a cucumber. Deals with it.
Yeah, there's a glyph on both sides.
Might be the end.
I don't know if Morphling can fight them. He probably needs to just try for like threatening the enemy throne, maybe try and drag some more heroes back. They've both got glyph. Oh, you are. Is there really okay, Liquid? Looking at the tier 4s, they're chipping the tier 3.
Yeah.
They haven't fully committed to anything just yet. Should be their game.
Yeah,
They're trying to
I
base
think
race at
this
the bottom.
is it.
Yeah, Yuar's not even coming back. They glyph now, but there's still a radiant glyph.
That's still a glyph.
Yeah, there's no way to do it here. Liquid have done it.
Noble, but ultimately pointless as Liquid are able to destroy the Ancients. A feeble base race to end things off from a very exciting 62-minute game. GG's are called, and Liquid will be able to equalize in this best of 2.
What was that? I really just like what a wild game. Going all the way back to the early game, right? Like it was just kind of weird and wonderful. Liquid, it seemed like they were getting thwarted at every turn. Every time they tried to go for Quinn, the supports would just die. Supports were wandering around the map, looking a little bit lost. We had some crazy Roshan fights. Very, very back and forth. Yeah, we need to see these highlights here.
Yeah, I mean, it was really the kind of Sonic show for a long time until there was just that one big fight which Liquid were able to kind of even things out on, and then we had a game on our hands, and actually they kind of stopped losing fights after that point. Liquid were able to get into, well, I say stop losing fights. That's a very loose term in this game because there were just a lot of deaths, a lot of buybacks, a lot of chaos going on, but that is where Liquid thrive. You know, as we mentioned before, these late game situation, you know, managing the buybacks and all this stuff, that's absolutely in their wheelhouse.
Yeah, I think they just kept more of a level head, and we saw some really critical mistakes from Sonics in the very late game, right? You are especially that death mid. So,
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. I mean, who would you MVP for this game? Basically?
Oh.
Horrible question.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Might just have to say Mickey, actually. I think he played pretty well. Didn't have the easiest start, but kind of brought it back, got a lot done for the team in the team fights, some nice dream coils. But this game was a bit of a mess. At the end of the day,
A bit, yeah, a bit. I think that's fair.
there's still some very nice Dota being played. This fight, especially
day,
from
yeah.
Quinn, just
Wow.
completely demolishing them. And I do think that we saw a little bit of what you were concerned about, even going all the way back to the draft, which was like, what really was the impact of the Brood Mother? Like, it didn't feel like Brood completely took over the game and like gave them this amazing timing to play around. Leslie was kind of there, and MSS was doing the heavy lifting for a long time in terms of the initiation, but some of these late game team fights just started getting super tricky against the double global, and I feel I underestimated how well the Puck and the Primal Beast were going to be able to catch back up after the start that they had.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't really understand the Brood pick, and to this point, I'm still kind of questioning it. Like, imagine if they had like a Mars or a Magnus or just something which can go in and start fights for them. I think it starts feeling much easier to finish off this game.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, with the Brood, you're kind of just like, oh, what are you going to do? I'll split push bottom somewhere, I guess. When you're winning, that never really feels like the best possible option. And with the amount of counter push they had on the side of Liquid as well, I think that felt especially bad. Like, all three of their cores were capable of just clearing waves in seconds. Even the Primal Beast very good at that. So, but there you go. There's our MVP for the game. It's going to be Mickey with the big turnaround. They're able to become that kind of massive team fighter they needed at the very end of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to speculate about the Brood because if it hadn't been picked, then we would have gone down a completely different line, right? I think if not for the Brood, this Naga doesn't come out and the game ends up looking very, very different. Big headline for me, I think, at the end is Dewar kind of dropping the ball just a little bit.
Yeah, the jump into the middle lane hurt them so much. And in the air as well, I think Sonic's kind of making them critical mistake on jumping in when they didn't have the buyback advantage. And that's kind of how the air game ends. And here we see how the groups are all looking. We have EG and OG sitting on 4-0 at the moment, coming out from this one. RNG following them with the 3-1. Meanwhile, down at the bottom of the group, unfortunately, we have Boom, PSG LGD, and Sonics all on 1-3. Wow, big surprises there. And Bet Boom on 0-4 at the moment. Good, my goodness.
Yeah, still a slow start from Sonics. This series looked way better for them than their opening series, so I think they're finding their strength. I'm shocked to see PSG LGD down there at 1-3. So they're also having a little bit of a slow one. And this is what people were talking about in a Group A as sort of the group of death. So maybe living up to the name so far.
Yeah, seems that way. It looks like PSG LGD did end up losing out to EG, and they went 1-1 versus Akori. So yeah, that's a big surprise. The rest of the day here on the B stream, we've got Fnatic versus TA coming up. That'll be Thunder Awakens. Very evenly matched game. Don't underestimate SA or SEA, as these two teams are going to bring a big fight to each other. And then we've got PSG LGD versus Sonics to finish up the day. Two massive best of twos coming up, basically.
Absolutely can't wait. I think the next one, Fnatic versus Thunder, like you said, should be fantastic. Can't wait to see what drafts the teams have.
Alrighty, we're going to throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with Fnatic versus Thunder Awakens, the battle of SEA versus SA. Stick with us here on Stream B for that one, or jump across to any of the other 5 streams we've got going on at the moment. There's plenty of Dota action to fill your socks with. As we know, man, here's been Basekip, and we'll see you later for the next best of 2.
victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Hello and welcome back to the B stream, where we are now getting into our next series of the day, and this one is going to be a smackdown. It is Fnatic versus Thunder Awakened, battling it out for these all-important group stage points. Thunder Awakened's currently a decent start to the day, I would say, going 1-1 with Secret. Meanwhile, Fnatic, much in the same vein, go 1-1 with Team Spirit. So I think a decent start for both of these teams, and kind of what I would expect from them.
Yeah, I think they're certainly capable of playing at this level. Worth noting that I think Group B is all 1-1s so far. Everybody is at 1-1. Secret have maybe won one additional game since they've already been playing their next series. But I think this one's going to be super interesting because there's a lot of similarities in playstyle between these two teams, but just with some slight differences. Like the thing that I'm looking at, or the way that I think about Fnatic, is it's always about making room for Raven to farm, but the way that they do that is often by like having a summons hero or shoving lanes, or trying to take a few sneaky early towers with the Death Prophet and stuff, and opening up the map. And it can be very similar for Thunder Awaken, except they don't make space by shoving lanes and farming. They make space by just running at you and getting kills, and that's the Dark Mago playstyle for sure. So it'll be super interesting to see how this one matches up, what kind of carry to carry matchup we get. Can't wait.
Yeah, and I think the carry-to-carry matchup is a great one to kind of highlight as well. Raven and Perkaz, both very similar. Both of them love to play this kind of giga carry mentality, where they just get all the farm on the map. They just let their four teammates go fight and brawl in caveman Dota whilst they go and farm up. So definitely going to be a battle of wits here between these two, and I'm very excited to see it. To give you guys an indication of the power ranking of these two teams, by the way, the last event these guys played in, which was the ESL 1 Malaysia 2022, they both got knocked out by OG 2-1 in the lower bracket, one after the other.
Yeah,
so,
they almost played against each other. If I think Thunder would have had to win for them to end up playing was a near miss.
Yeah. Thunder got fifth, sixth, and Fnatic got fourth, and both of them lost OG. So
Yeah.
yeah, we're very, very close to finding out which one was stronger, but we will not. So theoretically, we've got a very close matchup on our hands. Let's see which way it goes. We're going to start things off with some very interesting bans from both these teams.
Yeah. And
Wow, Enigma and Marcy getting through.
yeah, that's crazy. I thought that the Hoodwink might make it through, but interesting that Fnatic are going to get rid of it. So Thunder Awakened did first phase it in both of their drafts against a Secret. You know, they had some kind of wacky openings. They opened Omni Hoodwink, and then they ended up sticking the Omni 3. And then the second game, they opened Hoodwink CM. So Fnatic more interested in prioritizing the Hoodwink than anything else, and they will just end up getting their hands on the Marcy, maybe looking at like a Marcy Visage or a Marcy Viper, something like that. Make life hard for Pikaz with the Jabs hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. It's always interesting watching Fnatic play as well. They have such a unique take on it, and they're gonna get both Marcy and Enigma.
This looks crazy, but Thunder Awakened totally just played their own Dota. So this Tiny might even be most likely to be played just by Dark Mago. He absolutely loves this hero. Definitely one of his best. I think it might even be his like first or second most played of all time. I think it's second, just behind his Kunkka, which is also super famous. So this is what Thunder's all about. It's just run at you Dota with Pikaz farming in the background.
Play our game. That is all they're saying here on Thunder Awakens. Ignore everybody else. Screw the meta. We're gonna play Thunder Awakens Dota 2. You guys can all play, you know, your international nonsense. We don't care about it. You can take your Mercies. You can take your Enigmas. We're playing our game. I love it. I love this mentality. Breaking the mold.
Yeah, it's.
Go at it.
I think it can be really powerful if you're a team that has the this kind of conviction in your drafts. And I don't think they're coming in as a super underdog at this TI, but certainly not a team that everybody is pinning for sort of that top four. So giving them a little bit of an advantage there, just in terms of somewhat flying under the radar. And if they can keep doing this and keep taking games, more power to them. It's going to be all the more difficult for these teams to draft, especially as you come up against them. And this group stage is so hectic, right? There's so many games. There are more games being played every day than a single person can watch, right? So it's not easy to prep. You know that you've got to have you've got your coaches and all your support staff and everything. They're going to be watching and preparing as much as they possibly can. But there is a limit, and if you've got a team like this that's doing their own thing, that can be a huge strength.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a lot to digest, a lot of information to get through. Now it's when analytical coaches really come into their own, and we get to kind of separate the men from the boys. Like, I hate that saying, but I'm going to use it, I guess. But
yeah, the teams that have a million people that are able to just sit there and watch replays and condense information for the team, definitely really good. The OGs of the world, let's say.
Yeah. Or you just do the Thunder Awakens of the world and just ignore them all anyway and just play your own game.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
we
don't need that.
We're just going to pick our heroes, try and stop us.
Yep.
Okay, so we've got potential Enigma answers being banned out here for Fnatic. I think the one thing that they need to worry about a little bit is, and something that we have seen teams trying against this Enigma, is forcing the aggro tri-lane with a 1v1 matchup that you're happy with. So, like the Tide versus Enigma, something like that. Thunder Awaken already have room in the draft to kind of go that direction. Crystal Maiden already a very potent tri-lane versus tri-lane hero. The Marcy is also pretty scary. So I think that could be the one thing that Fnatic need to think about as a way for Thunder Awaken to kind of break out of this drafting trap that they're trying to put them into, where they just want whatever, they want Pikaz's game to feel impossible. But I think there are ways out for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, and you know he can always just pick up a Terrorblade and run into the jungle
Yeah.
or something like that. You
Yeah,
know, we've seen that
exactly.
done plenty of times, and you're happy with that. You know, it's like, so what? We give away a lane. We don't really care. We're going to be running around in 10 minutes anyway, and that won't matter. So
Yeah, and the I mean, there's still a Morphling in the pool. I think we've been thrown for a loop a little bit with this draft. It's a bit different, right? You know, Undying does get banned, but there's no sign of Primal Beasts. There's no sign of Morphling just yet. Shadow Fiend as well. Like, hello, nobody wants him. So
poor guy. Yeah, of course they picked Dawnbreaker. Why wouldn't they pick Dawnbreaker?
okay, cool.
Primal Beast, SF. Nope. We'll take. We return to Mother.
Yeah, this is a hero that they do like. They did play it in that kind of crushing win that they had against Team Secret, which was the last game that they played. Looked great. It does maybe mean that they're not looking to like run an aggro try. I don't know if you really want the Dawnbreaker 1v1 into the Enigma necessarily. I think this is kind of Thunder Awaken making the same statement, like, oh, you want to make life miserable for Bakaz? Well, how about this? We're going to make life miserable for Raven. What are you going to do about that? Which team can protect their carry better? There's a Zeus coming in for Fnatic. Okay.
All right. So somewhat of an answer to the Dawnbreaker. I prefer if they grab
yeah.
like a Nyx or something, but you might still want to keep the option open to flex around these first two heroes. So they'll just kind of grab their mid laner.
Draft's just looking real slow for me, for Fnatic. Like, Enigma's not coming online early. Zeus is not really making rotations. At least Marcy can do something and you know, kind of go around and do things on the map. Where's this Monkey King about? Could just be...
It kind of gives them that tempo, right?
Yeah, I guess it's just going to be Raven on the MK. Are they picking Januel's hero last? Are they doing some support Enigma maybe? I don't know. So I think they played off lane Monkey King in the game that they picked it against Team Spirit. So it was Jabs playing it, but they picked it, and I think he kind of knew his matchup. Or they were trying to make life really difficult for Team Spirit in terms of what carry they could pick, because they already had Morphling. So it was like, oh, you don't want to pick an Agi hero necessarily against the Morphling, but also we're going to make it so you don't want to pick a melee hero against the Monkey King. I think a little bit of that pressure is being exerted here, but it's just like, what's the plan? Monkey King looking kind of squishy this game, if he's core.
Yeah, I guess a little bit.
It's just like, I think Tiny Dawn are just gonna eat him. I don't know.
It's yeah, and also it's not even like you can just jump this crystal main on the back lines. Like, if she can just use her ulti, and you don't really have any magic damage on. Like, sure, it's not a ton of armor, but you know, it's enough for your team to come in and kind of turn it around on you. That's the thing I'm seeing here, just a ton of turnaround potential for Thunder Awakens, which is what they love playing with.
Yeah, and the lineup is so go, so run at you. We've seen this gyrocopter as an answer attempted against the Enigma. I think T1 was the one that stood out to me in the last chance qualifiers, is really trying to get this gyrocopter versus Enigma to work, and it does work. You can, you know, clear the Eidolons pretty easily in the lane, get some farm going that way. You certainly don't care as much, and I think Thunder Awakens' kind of overall game like strategy plan for the Enigma here is just to run him over more than anything. I don't know if they're actually planning on having to deal with multiple black holes in the late game or anything like that. This is, to me, very much looking like, okay, maybe we take one team fight around like 20-something minutes. Somebody gets black hole, but they buy back. We wipe them. We take the Aegis, and then from that point, we don't have to be so concerned.
Yeah, they're really they're not showing much respect to Fnatic here at all, and I'm
No.
really interested to see how that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, we could see them get kind of punished for it.
I mean, it's not like Fnatic have anybody on their team who's renowned for playing Enigma, right, guys? Sweats.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so carry bans. So the read from Thunder is not that this... They're thinking along the same lines that I am, that this Monkey King is not actually the Raven hero, and it's going to be some kind of like pause 3 MK, support Enigma, something along those lines.
Remaining.
Yep, could definitely be an option. Or a pause 4 Monkey King, something they've run before as well.
Awakens, turn to
And yeah, there'll be a Lesh track as a final pickup for the side of Fnatic. So that's going to give them the magic damage, because they, clearly needed more of that, more of that with a Zeus in their draft. I don't know where they're lading this one, but I have a feeling it's
What's
maybe Lesh carry,
remaining.
Zeus mid. Jesus, that's
I'm confused. I'm just gonna wait until everybody picks up their hero, and then maybe we talk about it a little bit more, because I just don't know. So Thunder Awaken options here are Tiny goes to 4, and they pick a different Dark Mago hero. Okay, no, just gonna grab a Nyx Assassin. Looks like a pretty darn good Nyx Assassin game. Nomad needs to be said.
oh yes, oh yes, it does. All right, so it's going to be Raven on the Monkey King. It's going to be Armel on the Leshrac.
Oh, they're playing pause 5 Zeus.
Right. Okay. We'll have DJ Marcy. So no DJ Enigma. DJ Marcy and Jabs Enigma. Still hype. But yeah, interesting. All right. Well, I mean, that is such a. I mean, either way you look at it, Raven, Armel, Monkey King, Leshrac is kind of nutty.
Yeah, it's certainly strong. They're comfortable on these heroes. I hope that Armel has his back brace ready, because this game is looking like it's all on him. Maybe DJ can get some stuff done on the Marcy. I feel like Jabs is kind of out of the picture until sort of the mid to late game, and I'm so worried for Raven here. I just don't know that this lane is going to be easy against the Dawnbreaker Nyx Assassin. I mean, it is double melee, but they have so much lockdown, they have so much damage, and you have a Zeus as your 5 who is just not going to save you if you get gone on.
I feel like you put DJ in that lane and you just kind of enable your Monkey King like that instead. Like, the Enigma's going to be fine whatever happens.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Anyway, we'll see what they end up doing. But for now, just going for damage, and more damage, which is funny because in the documentary they did behind the scenes at ESL, that's something they talked about a lot. They brought up damage a lot in that. So clearly not letting them fall for that trap again. Thunder Awakens, meanwhile, it's a draft which makes a lot of sense to me. It seems very straightforward. You've got your carries, you've got your damage. And a very kind of classic draft for them. A Gyrocopter would consider him not the hardest carry, but just something you can leave to farm for a bit, get him that Ags, get him a bunch of items, turn up to team fights, bish bash bosh, win the game. It seems like the flowchart is really straightforward for Thunder Awakens. So once again, I'll be leaning towards that side for TA this time around, but definitely a lot of ways in which Fnatic can turn this game around. This Leshrac could just kick off. We could see some huge black holes coming out. There are options.
I think absolutely that Armel has to pop off. We've already seen one level 30 Lesh so far today. Armel also rocking the Grandmaster. So we've got high expectations, but I think he can certainly reach them. Lane should be pretty darn good. It's Lesh against the melee hero. Does have to worry about potential tossbacks and maybe some Nyx Assassin rotations and stuff like that, but yeah, Fnatic.
Yeah, I think Tiny will have a nice time last hitting at least at the start, but after a couple of levels, Leshrac will start to take over, I'd assume.
Yeah, feels that way. Fnatic don't seem to be up to any shenanigans or anything here. Just kind of setting their lanes exactly as you would expect. maybe just looking like a 2-2 bounty split. Neither team actually doing all that much scouting of one another.
Yeah, as I said, what'll be interesting for me is where DJ and Januel go. At the moment, they're together as they move forward onto Sacred. Sacred trying to get up the slope. Oh, the Dispose stops her getting up the cliff. And that is going to be a dead Dawnbreaker. Who will they give the first blood to? They really want to give it to Armel, but Raven has to take it. So he'll be grabbing himself the first blood on the Monkey King. And that'll be a flying start for them. And yeah, DJ hanging up top. So they're just going to run it with the Zeus as the pos 5.
Yeah. Oh, well, at least the Monkey King got the first blood. That, I think, is actually going to change the dynamic in this bottom lane quite a bit. Though he does just use it to pick up a bracer to start, so no super fast boots or anything like that.
Yeah, that is defensive. They kind of know what's in store for him in this lane, I think.
I kind of like it. I think the idea for him is that, like you said, they can't stop them getting the spells out onto him, so what they really need to play for is hoping that he gets gone on, he survives, and then he gets a big boundless strike and heals back up. So, yeah, I agree with the idea here.
Okay. Just live. That's the aim of the game in this bottom lane for Fnatic, it seems like. Meanwhile, at top, you're running the Enigma Master Lane, something we haven't really seen at all during this TI, because either one of them is banned out, or they're both banned out, or one of them gets picked, and then the team will pick up the other one. So the first team to really just leave it completely uncontested is TA, and yeah, we'll see what they're able to do.
DJ kind of messed up this creep wave drag, though. He let the big camp spawn, and then Matthew just dragged it straight on in there. So it mostly just ended up being a pull for Thunder.
All right.
Yeah, it's a little awkward.
Yeah, Matthew going to be happy with that one. We'll see how able they're... Oh my god, the Eidolons are just dead. Wow. All right. Well, that's going to be Thunder's answer to this Enigma, that's for sure. Just taking them all out. That's exactly what you want to do.
And DJ whiffs on this again. He just gets the range creep.
No way does Matthew get the pull again on this.
Yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic start here for DJ. He's trying to give all of the experience over to Jabs, but even that's not being all that successful, right? He's already 2 1/4 since he had to take the experience off that wave. And yeah, DJ finally now going to just choose to block up the big camp, but it's already stacked.
Yeah, a bit too late for that, maybe. We'll see what they're able to do. But so far, a great start to this top lane for Thunder. As even a bit of a go on to Jabs. They just want to take out these Eidolons, that's the thing. And the Dispose is used onto Pakaz, but Pakaz is just using the opportunity to get on top of Jabs. The stun comes through from the rocket. It's not enough to finish the job, though. But still, Thunder, great start to this top lane there, as they almost get a kill on the Enigma as well.
Normally these melee 4s with the Enigma are so annoying, you get brought back into the Eidolons and there's just nothing that you can do, but Pakaz able to fight back. He's going to be just fine.
Towards mid. Go, looking for a toss back, maybe? No, okay, just toying with the idea more than they think, and it's bottom lane where the next kill comes through. Pandamu going down to Mr. Raven.
Yeah, Genuel just getting him low, and then overcame Raven just with the 1-1-1 build, picking up a nice kill. So his start's looking fantastic here.
2 kills already.
Yeah, gonna be very happy. I was a little worried about this bottom lane, but seeming like it might be just fine.
I can do with more of that.
Oh, a little bit of harassment under the tower there onto Raven as well. He takes some heavy hits. So there's in top once again. Going on to Jabs. Enigma gonna be okay as they throw Pakaz on top of him. Pakaz getting low as well. There comes the rebound, but it's not enough to save Jabs. The Enigma does go down. And Fnatic are left wanting again.
Hurts so much when you're Enigma and dying like this. Or you're really not shutting down the enemy carry at all.
DJ taking some hits here. I mean, does have the Dispose to work with, but that's just about it. Rebound will be available in 2 seconds as well, though, so really not going down. Just making sure they harass down Smarty as much as possible to make DJ's lane as hard as possible.
Yeah, he's having a difficult one. And Thunder just missing this pull to the side. Okay, so lane's going to stay exactly where it is, which is a pretty happy situation for Fnatic. Though across the board, CS numbers looking good, though somewhat inflated with Eidolons.
Oh, top lane again, another throwback here. Pakaz might actually be in some trouble this time around, though he's turning it around with the rocket barrage, trying to fight up while still surviving, knowing that they've already unleashed everything they've got onto the gyrocopter, and he still survives.
They're running a little low on regen up here. Matthew's going to give Pakaz everything that he's got, but Pakaz is just ferrying out Falcon Blade components currently. He's going to have to sit back for a little while, and that is going to be a bit more free reign for Jabs. You want to make a go?
They certainly do. It's going to be the gyrocopter jumped upon. He's trying to get up as much damage as possible, but may go down regardless. Certainly will, but does bring down Jabs before he dies. And now Matthew trying to finish off DJ. Nice spike carapace there to make him stun himself up. Sidekick doing its work, giving DJ the health he needs to survive through Matthew for now. But, oh, Margot coming in from the side, and that'll be enough to bring down DJ. Interesting rotation there from the Tiny.
Yeah, I think he he wanted to get there a little earlier, but fight breaking out. So that is going to be leaving Armel mid with a catapult. It's able to TP back now and kind of deal with it. 6-man urn looks like it's just going to be... Oh, Raven didn't check? Okay, alright. It gets it now.
Yeah.
TP bottom from DJ.
Meanwhile, bottom, yeah, there's a lot of fighting going on. DJ actually misses the stun onto Panda. Is it going to matter? Yes, it is, because Januel's going to fall first, but the Crystal Maiden will follow him to the grave. So just a support trade at the moment. Sacred trying to get off some damage onto DJ, but...
Jabs is getting... They're going to dive him top. They know that DJ's not here, so...
Oh, damn. Yeah, big commitment in the top lane onto Jabs. Man, Thunder just using every opportunity they get. Armel comes in and scoops up the kill onto Matthew at the very least. He gets a little bit of revenge.
And
trying
another
to run
jump
down
bottom, we're not
Pakaz,
done.
Whereas as they go on to Sacred down here, Sacred turning it around with the Starbreaker. Doesn't look like it's enough to keep him alive, although Panda Boot's coming across as well. Not going to matter though, as Sacred does fall. And the Leshrac was unable to close the gap onto Pakaz up in the top lane there, so that's not going to go down. Oh my goodness, just action across the map right now. Exactly what we wanted from these two teams.
All right, we got no TPs left, so everything should be kind of chill for 60 seconds at least. But yeah, this is very much what we were expecting. Armel not even really with a like run at towers build. He's got full 4 points up in the lightning storm, so very much looking to just keep rotating onto the side lanes, getting kills.
Yep, he wants to kill people. That much is obvious. Towers. There won't be much threat coming out to them for a long time in this game then, because it's going to take a while to get that edict leveled up. But up they go to the top side of the map.
Yeah, quick smoke. I think this is a little
Pakaz.
unexpected for Pakaz.
I think he's reading it now, but it might be too late. Let's see if he can get himself away. I think he's not quite spotting Armel there. I don't think with the nighttime vision, but just reading it very, very nicely.
So they've got this ward, and he caught a glimpse of Jabs kind of running at him, and he's like, "Why on earth is this Enigma running at me like this?" So Jabs given the game away a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, might have just caught a glimpse of the Leshrac as well outside of that ward. And Thunder, to nobody's surprise, are coming to fight this. If there's a fight, they want to make it happen. So moving up to the top lane.
There's a haste on this Tiny. He's pretty scary.
Damn, that is scary. So Matthew, just going to walk right into them here. Does he have the spike carry? Oh, they actually missed the stun. This could be massive for cost him. But Dartmago jumping on this one, throws him into Pakaz. Pakaz going to bring down Armel. The Leshrac is gone. Thunder outplay Fnatic. I can't believe he missed that split earth, man.
Just balls of steel from Matthew not to run backwards after he face checked that high ground. They're going to lose Jabs as well. You come up onto the high ground, you see it Lesh charging a stun at you, and you're like, just, gonna scooch right by you. See you later.
Yep. Nope, no worries. This guy's here. Fine. Yep, not even panicking, not even hesitating. I knew he was in the area, I guess. There's a bottom lane, Raven jumping onto Sacred, just chasing him away. Making a claim to the lane, which Sacred cannot contest.
Yeah, if your supports aren't here with you, the Dawnbreaker's not going to be allowed to just do whatever she wants at bottom. But extremely painful rotation for Armel, especially on a hero like Lesh. You farm so much, so every minute that you spend trying to gank and then having an unsuccessful gank is just going to tank your net worth. But he is...
Yeah, exactly. And meanwhile, Pakaz is just getting like kind of plays
huge.
delivered to his lane,
Yeah.
which are all going pretty well for them. So exactly the situation he wants as the lightning bolt interrupts Sacred Starbreaker, trying to run down Raven. Raven, he's not too bothered though. He's taunting away. Wukong's command gonna get used here. Matthew just jumping into the Wukong's, not a care in the world. It's not that much damage at the moment as Dark Mago comes around the back and finds Januel instead. Raven TP's out, will be successful. Januel in some trouble. They move across to the tree line, cutting him off. He's got nowhere to go. That'll be a support dead. And now they can look towards taking down this tier 1 tower. The counter aggression is here from Fnatic though. They're already working on it. So it will be a tower trade by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's all 5 heroes from Thunder. They're thinking about coming up top here. Matthew already leading the way. They do have the Solar Guardian.
Oh, Black Hole. What? That's going to get cancelled out instantly there. I think Matthew was able to even get off the Spike Carapace. Raven going to get tossed up into the air and not quite brought down yet, but it will be inevitable. Stun through onto 2 as well, but they're not interested in jabs here actually as Arbel arrives to the fight and he's going to be able to take down Dark Mago perhaps. He needs to close the gap here. Dark Mago running, but where is there left to go? DJ, he's got the rebound, lands a stun and kills off the Tiny. Armel gets another one up here in the top lane. Huge rotation in from Alash.
Yeah, didn't kill Lash and ends up being, I think, more expensive than just not making that play for Thunder Awaken. They lose 2 cores. We have been hyping up that, you know, the carry-to-carry matchup is the thing that really matters here. So maybe they're still happy getting the Monkey King and the Black Hole for 2, but not as clean for either team as it maybe could have been.
No.
Radiant are scanning.
Just nice brawly Dota. As once again, DJ always looking for the players on this Marcy. Just wants to be active 100% of the time.
The 2 supports certainly can kill the gyrocopter if they go find him. So I think they were hoping to maybe go make a run at Pakaz, but he is just getting so big. I don't even know when they found time to make some stacks for him, but there you go.
That was my question as well. I was like, how?
Yeah, when did Pandamu get the time? I guess he found some time.
Dead or killing someone.
They did leave Sacred alone bottom for a little bit. So it's probably that, plus maybe he stacked it once himself just then. But either way, going to be a very fast Aghanim Scepter here. And, well, Fnatic still getting good farm. Monkey King not going for anything greedy, no sign of a Maelstrom or anything like that. Raven is just going for an Echo Saber first, and we'll see where he goes from there. But it does seem to suggest that Fnatic, wanting to kind of go for this early timing, maybe thinking that they can, if they can just ride this out to the late game, that's where things are looking really good. So there's no reason to be greedy, right? If you just get the early BKBs, get the best fighting items you can think of, and then tell yourself, okay, look, it's just the gyrocopter in the late game. We can just black hole him. There's no interrupts for this black hole, so all we got to do is get there. And I think that's kind of the idea for Fnatic this game.
So what is the first major timing we're looking at from both teams?
So I think for Thunder, it's probably +1 item after the Ags on the gyro. And the blink dagger on the Tiny, of course. That's going to be when they really start moving and looking for stuff to happen. And for Fnatic, probably just this Bloodstone on the Leshrac. That's when Armel will be more comfortable to go and take some fights. That'll line up with the Wraith Pact on the Enigma nicely as well.
Yep, not far off it as well either on Armel. Just needs that voodoo mask.
Okay, pretty big commitment for Matthew here. Pop into the Wukong
that'll get him. I mean, Wukong Command, not the best early game spell anyway, so committing it for a small kill isn't the end of the world. And again, as we mentioned, they're happy to kind of slow the pace of this game down a little bit. You know, realize they're getting a bit too fighty. And Thunder are managing to get the better of them a little bit as Dark Mago going for the toss back onto Armel here. It's a tricky target to bring down, especially with this fresh Bloodstone he's just picked up. So they will not be able to bring down the Lesh. So look over towards Panda. Panda, well, in comes the Dawnbreaker. Is it going to be able to keep her alive? No, it is not. The CM goes down. And, oh my goodness, they're just obliterate DJ and Raven. Just grabbing them together and taking them out. My goodness. And now they look for more. Dark Mago up the high ground. They really want to kill off Armel here. Pakaz gets on top of him as well. Just all the damage in the world being thrown at this Leshrac. And they do bring him down. Thunder, when they go, they do not stop. 3 big kills for them.
Fnatic really forcing it there. Like, everybody TP'd mid.
Is under attack.
Armo was already in the clear. That was a fight that they completely chose to take for themselves. I think maybe forgetting about the Dawnbreaker ultimate a little bit, and boy, do they get punished.
Massively.
That is
yeah.
so painful.
I mean, they still killed the CM inside the Dawnbreaker ulti, but that didn't really
Sure.
matter. It's a stun that followed up afterwards, just ruined them.
Yeah, it's like Pandem is like, yeah, I'll die for that. Me for your pause 1 and your pause 2. Any day of the week, friends. Any
That is what we
day of
call-
the week.
That is what we call value.
Yeah, I think
15 minutes in, 3k gold advantage to the side of Thunder, but these fights have just looked unquestionable from them so far. The fight choice has been really, really good.
yeah, I kind of just want Fnatic to chill. Like DJ look for kills on the side lanes, try and get these BOTs up for the Lesh so he can be the one to deal with bottom, since there's always going to be constant pressure coming in there from the Dawnbreaker, most likely, on Thunder, who's looking to join in with the ult. And yeah, just farm and trade as much as you can. Don't take them in a full-on 5v5. I think that's just how you get caught up in the tempo of Thunder.
Absolutely. Caught in the thunderstorm, if you will.
Yep, the Thunderdome.
That's a better one.
Instead, it's Raven just having to deal with this down bottom. There's a double wave, so it's quite a bit of farm for him. And I think
Oh
this.
no, I have to take this battle double way.
Yeah. I think this is how Fnatic should be kind of playing the map. They are looking for a play here with Armel. Jabs can't really connect. They're looking at Sacred. They do get the jump onto him. Nice chain stun. And yeah, okay, it's just going to be a quick kill onto the Dawnbreaker.
One quick elimination, but it does mean a lot. It means they get control of their jungle once again, and this is going to give them much more farm on the map.
Yeah, this is more like it. Just kind of get to your BKBs. That's when you're going to be strong against what Thunder have. A lot of what they're doing is just magical damage this game. Oh, they want jabs up here. Oh, they scan. They know that the Nyx, but I don't know if you want to go for the Nyx. Dark Mago's
This
here.
could be a huge bait. He immediately commits this one. They do get off the Wukong's command, but both of them held together. Dawnbreaker ulti coming down as well. It is beautiful. The Thunderstorm takes them out. 2 dead on the side of Fnatic. Oh man, every time Fnatic even think about going for a play, Thunder are just 2 steps ahead of them and absolutely knock them down a peg.
I don't really understand why that play has Raven in it. And Genuel is like off pushing bottom as Zeus. He's getting his shard, which is nice. It's a big damage increase for him. But Raven is just languishing this game, and Bakaz is on a rocket to the moon in terms of net worth. He's top of the pops.
Yeah. I mean,
Climbing the
that's
chart.
it. When Thunder get to play their game, like, Pakaz is just going to be eating up all the farm in the world. And it should be no surprise they stacked for me that, statistically speaking, Pakaz was the best carry off the entire DPC. Now, yeah, sure, regional gameplay, you're playing in SA. There's points to be made for that, but doesn't change the fact that statistically, Thunder are extremely good at getting Pakaz a lot of farm when they're in charge of the game. So that should always be a consideration.
He's a farming monster, and this is their playstyle. So you know exactly what Thunder are going to do every game. Just can you stop them? Can you stop Pakaz just farming while Dark Mago and Sacred and the supports just run around like crazy people and just kill you and potentially out execute you in team fights? I think the thing that Fnatic are finding the most frustrating right now is that they haven't been able to keep a ward a little deeper in the dire jungle. So they haven't actually been able to farm as much up here as they would like. They're kind of just resigned to the big camp. That's what they're trying to break through now, perhaps. But bringing the Zeus up here, trying to get some D wards. Again, they don't really succeed. They're really afraid.
Yeah, they really are. They're showing.
Are scanning.
Yeah, I don't even if you know if you call it respect at the moment, but they're just...
Oh god, jabs.
Not
Thunder
going
God's
near
Wrath
that.
pops, he just sees a big empty spot on the mini-map. It's like,
Why do I have vision? Run away. But they're moving into their own vision here on Thunder. They have this deep ward down from earlier. And Matthew
Radiant's top tower
looking to take
is under
advantage of
attack.
that.
they're still pinging. He's gonna run into him.
God. What, did he see it? Did he see it? I don't think he
Maybe
saw
not.
him.
Okay, orange gems.
Woo!
Radiant's
Well,
top tower
he
is under
does
attack.
live on the Enigma, but again, just being forced all the way back off this tier 1 tower. And Thunder are going to be able to take this one out with absolutely
Dire's bottom tower is
no
under
resistance at all.
Yeah. Fnatic just seems so afraid of this, of the Nyx, I think, especially. Like, Raven is really just not farming currently. I think he really wants to... He's really been wanting to make a play with this Wraith Pact on the Enigma, but
Dire's bottom tower is under
I do
attack.
think the play is kind of to chill. The vision situation is not allowing it, and now...
Oh, Armel on the bottom lane. Matthew catches him out with a spike. Carapace and Pale to follow up as well. Backhouse and Dartmago join the club, and they will club Armel onto the ground.
I don't get why the Fnatic heroes are drifting over there. To me, it's like, okay, Armel knows he's going to die at bottom. He's making space for you elsewhere, but they're all just kind of running down as if they can help. And so instead, they don't actually capitalize at all on that, like, quote unquote space that the Lesh is making. Like,
Yeah, it's not efficient, except for Jabs, who is in farm mode permanently this game. He's even got a Philosopher's Stone. Like, this Enigma's got one thing on his mind, and it's money.
Radiant's middle
To be
tower
fair,
is
could be the
Yeah,
one thing that saves them this game.
well, like we said, there isn't really a cancel for a BKB black hole, so other than maybe just dying to like flat cannon and tiny ags or something like that.
Thunder into the pit, does get scouted by the Thunder God's Wrath from the Zeus. That's enough to scare Thunder away for now, but they're immediately going to smoke up, actually. They're going to use the opportunity. This is a really interesting play. They might
And
get
they
caught
see-
off guard thoroughly here.
They
Oh my
see
God.
Armel. They know that he's down
Charging
here.
Is he going to pop any smokes? No, he's not. They're immediately going to jump onto the Lesh rack. That is the SA mentality. Interrupt us doing Roche, right? Oh, that's the perfect opportunity to go and get some kills, my friends. Out of the DJ. Beautiful little stun across from Matthew. That's going to get them that kill. Yeah. Now to finish what we started. Back into the Roche pit we go with 2 kills in our belt.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Just getting further and further ahead. And I don't know what Fnatic can do while the Aegis is up. But, you know, they've got this potential team fight coming with the multi-BKB and put down the Wukong's command, Armel standing in the middle, Wraith Pact, drop the black hole. That is going to be very difficult for Thunder Awakened to fight into, but they don't have cooldowns to worry about, and now they've got an Aegis on their gyrocopter, so Mikaz can kind of play like a lunatic, and he is just so far ahead, 15k net worth, 22 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's any stopping him at the moment. And yeah, okay, we're nearly at BKB for Jabs, you know, about 500 gold offshore. But what does it even do? What does it even do? Now he's got an Aegis on the gyrocopter. He doesn't have a blink dagger either, so he's going to need that as well. It's just so much money.
DJ can be brought down to mid. He can run, but those flat cannon shots are going to chase him.
Yeah, trying to kick flip himself away, not going to happen. Fortification comes out, it's the first tower, so it'll be refreshed when they kill it off. And I say when, with
Radiant's middle tower
a pretty
has
high
fallen.
assurance level there as they do finish off the job on that tower. There are a couple of Thunder heroes down at bottom looking for this era, but
Dire's bottom tower is
Januar's got a TP back to the trees. That is one thing the Zeus can do in a game like this, is kind of go in deep behind enemy lines and clear waves with Arc Lightning. He is still a Zeus after all.
Thunder with a 3-man smoke are looking at top. Oh, they see Jabs, but he just casts the conversion and immediately gets the hell out of there. They know that they're looking for him.
Yeah, nice play from Jabs, honestly. That's going to waste a lot of time from the side of Thunder. And maybe open up a play for Fnatic. They're going for a smoke themselves down towards bottom side. If anyone tries to move into this area, they might be met with a nasty surprise. But there are several heroes in the area from Thunder. Matthew Ooh, a sentry down. Is it too late? No, it's not. Linebot's going to connect, but in comes Dartmago trying to save the day along with the Dawnbreaker ulti. Not going to be enough, though, as they do still lose a Nyx Assassin. Sacred could he be in some trouble as well? Armel dishing out a ton of damage. Sacred's going to fall. A buyback comes out from Nyx Assassin. They really want to fight this one, but it's so much damage coming out onto them right now. They haven't dealt with Raven. They haven't dealt with Armel, and Thunder just have to back themselves away. Or do they? Dartmago comes onto the front lines. Jabs threatening the black hole. I'm going to do it. He's actually held onto it for now. Won't be able to use it now that he's used that black hole as well. Dartmago still threatening. Januar keeping that blink dagger on cooldowns around the side. Armel has been caught out by Pakaz and Matthew. So much damage coming out from that Nyx Assassin on to the Leshrac.
Super forced it. I think that might have actually been, like, all things considered, not that bad for Fnatic. Didn't lose too much. Got rid of the Aegis. They won on the gold. They won on the experience.
Yeah.
So it certainly hurts that they lose Armel, but yeah, first kind of decent team fight that they've managed to grab.
Yeah, and I like how Raven, he just kind of stuck around for the start of the fight, you know, did a lot of damage with the Wukong's command. The moment his BKB ran out, he just blinked to the, he just jumped up to the trees.
Yeah, he
and
just
TP'd away.
pieced out. Yeah, he knew that he just needed to get back to farming.
Yeah, it's very good though, because it means that Fnatic are, you know, communicating effectively through these fights. There comes to the point where, like, okay, like, we have now lost the fight, but we've done as much as we can. We've taken a little bit of the power away from Thunder. We'll take it. Let's see if we can capitalize upon that anymore. Turn it into a bit of profit, a bit of money. Matthew. Ooh. A sentry down there, says he saw this Nyx Assassin sprinting at him.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I do think there's the possibility for them to take the next fight. For all of Pakaz's net worth, there's still going to be the potential that he just dies in the black hole. His team is not going to have saves for him necessarily. Maybe we get a Wind Waker or something on Matthew later on, but I think that's it's going to be a ways off this game.
Oh, I believe so.
DJ's sitting on this ward up here, so...
Ooh, Matthew. Ooh, just about off the mark with the Impale there. Now it's Thunder's turn to get played around the map a little bit, you know, a lot of their time being wasted. Like, sure, they're not super anxious to make plays now they don't have the Aegis anymore. But Fnatic are, I would say, getting away with more than I would expect at the moment.
They finally managed to open up the map a little bit more. They took that bottom tier 1, so now they're able to push that out a little bit more effectively. They've been getting some dewarding going with their Zeus, so that's been looking all right. Still having to be quite careful, but yeah, Thunder a little bit more contained. It's a little bit more of an even farm trade. Shouldn't expect the net worth to grow too much in the next couple of minutes.
Huh.
So, what you looking at?
Yeah, and a very interesting build from Dartmago here is it's actually gone back for the Echo Saber.
Yeah, he's reassembling it.
He built the BKB with it and then brought it back again rather than going for the Aghanims, which has kind of been the more, I'd say, the more popular build. I don't know with the Blink Dagger, I guess. Hard to say.
Yeah, it's popular, but as we've also seen, it can be really weird around the high grounds. Like there are some areas of the map where it's super, super strong. Other areas where it looks a little bit less impressive. So, and
Yeah,
I think his goal
tree
is,
volley is always a bit of a,
yeah, and I think his goal is just to actually get into the backlines and be providing the vision, threatening Jabs. You know, if he's constantly bearing down on him, then Jabs is not getting the jump on their gyrocopter.
Armel gets revealed here. The smoke from Fnatic looking for a little bit of action. They won't find anything.
Yeah, this is going to get obvious pretty quickly once Creep Wave starts hitting bottom. I think Thunder have a pretty clear read that something is going on. They're just all watching Pakaz farm, making sure that he secures the Satanic, which does give him maybe some kind of a way to survive the black hole. He does have a Paladin sword as well, luckily, so
Yep,
if he manages to press that, he is going to lifesteal quite a bit.
And even if he doesn't, it does give him like a little bit of tankiness. Just a tiny little bit, which...
It's something,
you know,
for sure. He's
200
3.2k health.
Yeah. Could make the difference. You never know. Fnatic being so patient with this game, honestly.
Yeah, they have hit a pretty good timing. They've got their blink up on on Jabs now. Raven's just kind of going small items, picking up a Deso. Again, if they can ride this one out, I think things are looking pretty good. So not a whole lot of incentive to be greedy. Just get whatever is the best fighting item for right now, because you can't really afford to lose a fight. I think if you lose a fight to Thunder at this point, they are going to be looking potentially at your base. Maybe the Zeus can help keep it safe a little bit with some Arc Lightning spam, but...
Yeah, that's a bit of cope, I think.
Yeah, because...
Give it a little bit copey.
Yeah, he's got an Aether Lens, but yeah, it's not the best.
Yeah, it's just, you know, Thunder have been able to get a bit of damage off in this top tier too, but they really just want to control this Roche area.
Yeah, they're playing for the Roche, playing to have that second life against the Enigma. If you're Fnatic, I do think you probably need to stop them getting the Roche, so you need to be ready to take that fight, and that's where maps may be a little dark for them. They probably not loving the fact that they don't have an Observer Ward over in that area, so they pop the Thunder God's Wrath just to make sure that there's nobody in their triangle, and they're going to go run up there. Yeah. Just making sure they aren't running to their death. There's a haste on this tiny Dark Mago is on the hunt.
And they see the Observer, they'll take it down in time, but Dark Mago's still got to come in and look for the play onto the ledge track, throwing it back into Picaz. Picaz needs to get off the damage, needs to get it off now, but Jabs comes in with the black hole, locking down the Gyrocopter. In comes the Dawnbringer, just jumping into the black hole as well, but Picaz survives, and now the Satanic, Helium right the way back up again as they'll take down DJ. Jabs to follow, Raven trying to fight up into this one, but there's nothing you can do. The raid boss is home, and Fnatic, despite throwing the whole kitchen sink at this Gyrocopter, could not bring him down. Januel not going to get out as well. Full 5-man Team White from the side of Thunder Awakens. Beautifully done.
Huge jump from Dark Mago, right? Forces the fight. They're trying to bail out Armel. It's not really the angle that Fnatic wanted. Looked okay for a second with the black hole, but the damage just wasn't there. Too much survivability, and screw Roshan. Thunder just going to come take 2 lanes of Rax.
Yep, earlier it was screw Roshan, we want to go and get kills. Now it's screw Roshan, we want to go and get barracks. And they will get them. Fortification comes out. The moment it comes down, this melee barracks is going to fall. Respawn's coming to the Monkey King in 4 seconds, but Picaz, he's not leaving. He is not leaving. He's putting up chairs, tables, got a lovely little picture of him and his mum on the wall. This is his new home.
Yeah, Fnatic do not have the tools to show him the door here. with no black hole, I think it's actually just it's a little hopeless to try and kill him.
Right.
He might leave of his own accord because there's they can't take top. There's still a tier 2 there, so
here we go. Right, 1 second till respawn. You unplug the mouse. You go, all right, guys. We'll wait for the technician to come plug it back in, and that's how are we doing this?
I'm sure there's probably some issue, but
of course.
I don't know. I think if you're Fnatic, you probably have to beeline the Roche. So yeah, I see this fight. Armel just couldn't get the opportunity to pop the BKB, and by the time Jabs comes in to save him, Armel doesn't even feel like he can commit to the fight. He's just getting chased by Dark Mago. The damage from Fnatic is just a little bit late.
So close though, like a little bit more. They would have brought him down, but Sacred being quick on the Solar Guardian. And Picaz just healing up passively as the Satanic and the Paladin Sword too much, and the moment the Black Hole ends, he just pops everything. Full HP, what can you do?
Yeah, I feel like maybe a little bit of regret for using the Thunder God's Wrath like that to try and scout. Fnatic needed every button to throw on the Gyrocopter. They were not going up there expecting to immediately have to take a fight, right? It was very much like, oh, we popped Thunder God's Wrath. We saw that they were not here on the map. We're going to take our triangle back, set up for Roche. You're probably talking about how you want to take the Roshan fight. And suddenly, there's this haste tiny. What can you do? They do have Black Hole again in 30 seconds.
Thunder, as usual, go and bring Roche and then get out, smoke up, and go and look for kills. They love it. They absolutely love it. Domago's going to enter the fight, immediately looking for the Marcy, trying to bring it down as much as possible. And there goes DJ Jabs, unable to find a black hole because it's still on cooldown. Raven getting a decent amount of damage off onto Pagaz, but now here comes that Solar Guardian landing smack down onto Raven. They'll take out the Monkey King. 2 heroes dead as on the sidelines. Raven and Januel going to go down. Armel gets 1 return kill, but will be quickly headed to the grave along with his teammates. And it's just a classic from these guys at this point. Poke Roshan, run out, get some kills, back to Roche we go.
Has fallen.
I love the way that these that Thunder, Matthew and Dark Mago especially play these team fights. They just go in. They're like, okay, because we're going to give all the vision. We're going to put our bodies on the line. It doesn't matter. We're just going to show you where every hero is. You navigate the team fight. And it's so hard for Jabs. He's just getting... Nyx is on top of him. He's getting forced to BKB. He wants to sit there and get the BKB black hole off, but Thunder are just not giving him the opportunity. It's chaos, but it's exactly where Thunder thrive.
Absolutely, and yeah, as you say, Jabs, you know, he's just got this Nyx assassin tapping him on the shoulder the entire time. Like, yeah, the Nyx ain't gonna kill him, but at the same time, he's not gonna let him do anything either. It has to put the BKB to stop himself getting chain locked down. And just kind of sits there, sitting on his black hole. It was on cooldown at the start of that fight as well, to be fair, so Fnatic maybe posturing a little too hard considering the position they were in.
What a statement this game from Thunder. Like, oh, you guys want Marcy? You want Enigma? You want Lushrak?
Yeah.
Like, you want all these first phase heroes? Go for it. Absolutely go for it. And meanwhile, we're going to come and probably make Gyrocopter look the best that he's looked this whole event with the group stage and the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, like, Gyrocopter's a hero which SVG tweeted something like, oh, I don't condone any Gyrocopter carry picks in 2022.
Oh, yeah. I think there was some SVG hate. There was probably some fear hate.
Yeah.
Because making it look great this game.
Just turning the meta on its head. Man, I love it. Thunder Awaken definitely making a few new fans in this game at least. I mean, still a game 2 to go, but oh, jumping up the high ground, throwing around. This might be the Aegis. Nope, never mind. Satanic comes out. The damage is in. Pakaz literally running forward. Jabs can't do a thing. Brought down on the Enigma. Pakaz still fighting away. He is going to get locked down now. BKB is available. Not going to pop it on life number 1 though. He's got another one to wait for, but there are a lot of splitters going down right now. And they'll preemptively cast the black hole. They're trying to get him out. The toss back though from Dartmouth. Going to get Pakaz to safety. And now what can you do, Fnatic? The Armel trying to get it to get off the damage, but it's not going to happen. There's your GG coming out. Game number 1 goes conclusively to Thunder Awakens.
Give him the tips. How did he toss him out? What is that? Huge final statement from Dark Mago at the end of this game. Dang, Thunder Awaken.
What a game. I mean, if someone had said to you, oh yeah, what's the counter to black hole? Oh, it's obviously tiny.
You just toss him
out of the black hole. Yeah. I would slap you and call you an idiot, but I don't know. Thunder Awakens, different take on the game, and it is absolutely working this game 1.
Yeah, they did so well. It was just 100% their comfort. They didn't try and do anything too weird. They did shuffle the lanes around a little bit, but I think if you've watched any Thunder Awaken games, you knew exactly what they were going to do here. Still, could not be stopped. Fnatic making a few crucial mistakes, like this one here, as we're seeing in the highlights. You know, Raven looked like he was going to have an amazing start. He started the game with first blood and a secondary kill, and yet after that, just kind of never managed to get the net worth going. Armel doing his best to make space, but the other 2 cores were just not fight ready, not really ready to exert any kind of presence on the map.
Yeah, and I mean that's kind of been the story of the Monkey King throughout. From where I've seen him, he's either starts the game well, and if he can absolutely destroy his lane, then he can be kind of that take over the game kind of hero, but if he can't, then he kind of just hangs around for a bit and comes back in the super late game.
Yeah, I do like the way that Raven tried to play here, or at least the way that he itemized in terms of, okay, we just have to fight. If we can get to the late game, maybe we'll be okay. But I do feel like there were some moments where he maybe should have been farming, but instead he was kind of looking to make a play. There was that moment as well, especially where I think they were like looking for somebody top, or they knew that the Nyx assassin was there, right? They scanned, and then suddenly they were just both on top of each other. The Dawnbreaker ultimate came in, and they both got cleaned up. Too many
waiting.
gimmies for Thunder.
I'm not gonna lie though, these entire highlights, I'm just waiting to watch that toss black hole again. Like, I still get. We didn't get to
well.
see it. Well, that'll be one for the clips, I'm sure. But yeah, that was absolutely insane at the end of the game, saving the one time which the gyrocopter was looking like he was actually gonna die. 16-1 that game, in case you were wondering. Absolutely ridiculous performance from Pekaz. I don't think we can give anyone else MVP. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't think so. I think it's probably got to go to Pekaz here.
You know, it was a nice toss, some nice stacking for Pekaz as well. You know, some nice space being created from the side of Thunder Awakens. But at the end of the day, this Jericho, Pekaz is just the battering ram which Thunder Awaken pick up and use to smash through other teams. It's fantastic stuff from them, at least in this game, number one.
100% the Pekaz show. And for Fnatic, I guess back to the drawing board a little bit. Tricky to be in this kind of situation where there's probably all of these heroes that you're expecting to be banned out. You're thinking like, okay, the opening 4 bans are more or less set. And to have Thunder Awaken just completely turn that on its head, it's gonna be tricky going into the next one, because I don't even look at any of these Thunder Awaken heroes and say, oh yeah, you have to ban this next game, right? But their Fnatic are gonna have to do something different. Maybe they just have to ignore some of these. I do think that the Enigma Marcy lane could have gone better than it did. Maybe if they're going to pick the Enigma, they've got to ban the gyrocopter, something like this. But something's got to change.
Something has to change, yeah. And, you know, we always talk about how scary it is when you ban out, or when you let through one of these heroes, like one of these super meta heroes, and then you're able to beat it. That's something which LGD did through like many TIs.
Yeah.
And now the Thunder Awaken have done it with 2. So yeah, game draft for number 2 is going to be very, very interesting. Make sure you guys join us for that one. We're going to throw it into a short break, after which we'll be back with game number 2 of TA versus Fnatic.
path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to some very happy SA fans, some very perturbed SEA fans, and some very entertained everybody else fans. Welcome back to these streams. Game number one, pretty awesome. Gyrocopter owning Enigma and Marcy, destroyed their win rates in tatters after that game. Could we perhaps have a draft where these heroes get uncontested? Could it happen for the first time in the group stage?
It's possible. I feel like Fnatic are going to take at least something if it makes it through, but it's going to be a different look, certainly. I'm wondering if they can maybe... I don't know where you attack Thunder Awaken. I feel like it's not on the Pekka's hero pool. I don't know how many bans you want to spend on him. I think Dark Mago is maybe the one place where you can really kind of poke them a little bit. I know that there's always been a bit of a thread of conversation around, like, he doesn't have the deepest hero pool necessarily. He's kind of playing the same stuff every game. It's his Tiny, his Mars, his Ember, his Kunkka. So I think that is maybe where Fnatic can look. But yeah, it has to be different from game one. Seemed like a pretty clean win for Thunder Awaken.
Yeah, that was very clinical from them. Yeah, maybe get rid of the Tiny, get rid of the Kunkka, go down that route, but they will take his hero first phase, which is kind of a threat as well.
Yeah.
I mean, at least with the Tiny, you can flex it. With the Kunkka, I think it's harder to do so. So, yeah, maybe it's a Tiny ban first phase. I don't know. We're just theory crafting at this point. But, yeah, I think Fnatic, it's time to go. Well, is there any kind of Fnatic style hero you want to see them play with for this game?
Oh, I absolutely want them to pick. So I think I liked the idea with Armel. I think the Lesh looked fine. I do think he looks really, really good on puck. It's hard to go past that hero. I didn't really like the Zeus 5, so I'm hoping that Januel is playing something a little bit different. And it would be I think it's really important for Fnatic that they try and get Raven into this position where his carry has a little bit of a better matchup, because the Monkey King that game just really struggled. I think some of that comes down to the setup that they had in the draft, but the Monkey King did not look as comfortable as some of the stuff like his Alk or his Luna or these big hard farmers. So
yeah, Fnatic did beat Team Spirit with their Terrorblade, so maybe that's an option
Yeah.
they can go back for.
yeah,
again,
something
that looks good.
exactly, something like that. Just get Raven on that kind of 1v5 here, because I think this game they kind of tried to make Armel the real pause one in some ways. That is what teams are trying to do with this Lesh, but didn't work out.
Didn't know. And I was also kind of I don't know how I feel about the Zeus as a pos 5 as well. Like, maybe he was one of the silver linings, but also it kind of felt like it stopped the Monkey King being able to absolutely take over the lane. If you give him like additional support in that lane, if they had the CM or something like that, then I feel like this Monkey King's just able to kind of take over the match with that. But because you had a Zeus, he's like, the Monkey King wants to go aggressive, and the Zeus is like, have a lightning bolt, I guess.
Yeah, I think he did. He played the lane nicely, and they got that first kill on the Crystal Maiden after they got the first blood. But to me, it wasn't even so much about the lane as, like, come the mid game, the Zeus isn't really looking to contribute a whole lot and go and join the ganks and make plays with the Marcy and the Leshrac and whatnot. It was really just, okay, I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna farm a little bit, try and play the vision game. So I don't think they're going to get his Undying. I think that's the hero that Januel has looked absolutely the most comfortable on. But maybe something like his, I don't know, Enchantress, or just something other than this Zeus.
Yeah, it gave them damage, but ultimately they need a bit more than that from their pos 5. In the previous series, they did play the Undying twice in both games against Team Spirit, one of which they won. So, yeah, it could be a fallback option, but of course, it got banned out.
Yeah, I don't, I don't think they're getting it, especially if Thunder aren't afraid of the Marcy or the Enigma. I think they've got so much wiggle room in the draft to just get rid of the Undying and put Genuine on something a little bit less comfortable.
Meanwhile, in the fourth game on the other series, we had Team Spirit taking a 2-0 over Entity and Secret taking a 2-0 over Beast Coast as well. So that's, I guess, kind of as expected across the board. You know, Team Spirit, TI champs, beating Entity kind of checks out. Secret going 2 over Beast Coast, also kind of as expected, I suppose. Maybe you could argue that one.
Yeah, I don't know. That second game looks like it was a bit of a stomp. 19 minutes.
Wow.
From Secret, so...
Yeah. Secret do just do that sometimes, though, don't they?
Yeah, sometimes they just get. It wasn't even that pushy of a draft, but sometimes I guess you just get crushed in the lanes, and what can you do?
Yeah, man, Leshrac, his popularity is rising across the board right now. Let's see if we see it in this game number 2 as the draft has now started. We got the bands coming out, so let's jump straight into it. Fnatic versus Thunder Awaken, game number 2. We're going to start off with Fnatic banning out the Tiny.
Okay, yeah, like we said, don't give them the flex. Don't let them keep this hero open for, oh, maybe it's going to be Dark Mago, maybe it's going to be Matthew playing it, just to make them commit to something in the first phase. And that's something that Thunder Awaken don't have compared to some of the other teams that we've got here at TI, which is they don't really have any mid carry flex, right? There's no real overlap between the hero pools for Pakaz and Dark Mago. So we don't really have the situation where, you know, teams like Liquid have been able to, they really confidently pick the Shadow Fiend and then they can decide who's playing it a little bit later on in the draft. They don't really have that luxury here for Thunder Awaken.
Yep, that's true. That's true. Flexibility is not quite an option. Makes them a bit more predictable to draft into as well. But they don't seem to have a problem with that, as they're going to go for this Crystal Maiden and
I love it. Dang.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what's Enigma? No cares Enigma. Just only cares Crystal Maiden, a Dawnbreaker. You guys want Enigma again? You guys could have Marcy Enigma. We were not stressed. And yeah, pressure on Fnatic here. They're gonna take the Batrider. Is this guy even being picked yet? Or we were talking about it earlier in the day, where it was like it's all bans, no picks. I'm checking now.
A little looky.
We've had 2 picks. I think this is the 3rd pick.
Okay.
27 bans.
Jesus Christ. He's banned so much. Poor Batrider doesn't get a look in.
Okay, so they have to kind of protect this Bat pick. So I guess we're expecting stuff like Nyx ban, Slark ban, maybe Thunder Awaken. I don't know what else they would consider playing into this. We saw them play an Omni Knight earlier as a position 3. I guess we're probably already looking at the Sacred Dawnbreaker, so maybe that's off the cards. It's probably also Panda just playing the Crystal Maiden. But
yeah, I would have thought so.
Okay, so what else do they have as kind of Batrider answers? Fnatic might need to ban Morphling as well. Don't give Pakaz Morphling. Don't do it.
Yeah,
man.
don't give them Morphling game.
Oh god, they're good. They're preparing for it. Here's the silencer ban. You can still ban like AA if they're worried about that, which I think would be fine, and then they can take the morph.
Do they have a first pick of the second phase?
They do, yeah.
Yeesh. Yeah, definitely an option then. Let's see. Fnatic. They're going to get rid of the faceless void.
Okay, all right.
We're going to see it.
Fnatic maybe feeling like they've got an answer, potentially. What would they be planning? I wonder what Raven would be playing in that spot. Okay, Oracle coming in. Oracle CM as their support duo. I love Thunder Wicked's drafting. It's just like it feels like we've stepped into. It's not even a totally different time period because I don't even know that this has been meta for any other team at any other point in Dota history necessarily, but can we also just say, to have the confidence in your strategies coming here as a team that has 4 TI first timers, the only person on this team that has played at TI is Matthew, and his last, and that was his first TI, was TI 7 with Infamous. So the cojones to come in here and just be like, yeah, we're just gonna draft our drafts, like, go for it.
Chadly behavior.
It's just
Absolute Chads.
absolutely. And just have to see if Fnatic what they can do about it. What are we looking at? So still like an AA. There's a Shadow Demon. I'm just trying to think about like potential Oracle responses. Are you worried about getting Oracle Huskard here? Yeah, probably.
It's always got to be a consideration.
Yeah, it's like, is it Oracle Huskar? Is it just going to be like an Oracle with an Alchemist? I think maybe that's a little tricky to pick here when there's already the Marcy being represented on the lane. But I like this from Thunder as well because Fnatic are no strangers to running the Batrider in the offlane, I'm pretty sure. So kind of shutting down the flex a little bit there. And if the Oracle's already in the table, Fnatic may be thinking, okay, maybe we don't want Armel to play it. Maybe we are just going to stick the Batrider in the offlane into the counter and then just give Armel a hero that we think is better for the game. But no, they are going to kind of double down and take the Centaur here.
Yep, locking the Batrider at mid, picking the Centaur for the offlane. Very interesting. So this gives them a lot of background dive. It also gives them the ability to get out of that
10 seconds remaining.
Solar Guardian?
that Dawnbreaker ulti.
Yep.
Yeah, Solar Guardian, that's the one.
Yeah.
Seconds remaining.
Nice with the lasso as well. Potentially drag the target away from the Oracle, make it harder for him to get in there, close the gap, get the false promise off. And what are you going to take as the Genuel here? Oh, wait, what the heck is this? Okay, so is that just the Raven TA?
Yeah, I think that's Raven TA.
Okay, so are they just trying to keep like a disruptor on the board? Maybe some of these potential gotcha supports. I mentioned the Shadow Demon before. Hasn't been that successful, but it is certainly very good against the Oracle. Just because the Purge constantly removes the heal portion of the Purifying Flame, so you can't ever really heal your allies during the ults. But maybe not so strong if you have to lane into the Dawnbreaker. The Fnatic, the plan already might be like, look, we're just gonna try and make the first couple of levels tolerable for the TA, and then we're gonna have a Winter Wyvern or something trying to hold that lane. As Thunder Awaken just gonna go for the Pudge.
Thunder Awakens. Yep.
This is undefeated, I think, right? This is. Oh, actually, they haven't played it that
very
much.
good track record.
Maybe I'm thinking of a different team, but it's a pretty good Pudge game.
10 seconds remaining.
I think of Hakori, maybe.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
Play a lot of
maybe.
Pudge on
Maybe.
him, yeah.
Yeah.
The SA boys. Well. What does this give them? What does this unlock their draft, this Pudge?
I think the main thing is that it's just kind of annoying for the TA. You're just gonna walk up and dismember and not have to worry too much there. Gives them another save as well. It's a little bit later on, but it is going to be pretty annoying that they've got the Pudge and the Oracle and they've got the Dawnbreaker heals. It doesn't look easy for Fnatic to muscle down these targets, especially when they've only really got the Templar Assassin for scaling. You know, the Batrider and the Centaur are there to kind of just be cheerleaders. It feels like he's gonna, they're gonna get in and drop down the disables, but the only way heroes are dying is if the TA is sitting there and attacking. It does give them some really nice Roshan taking potential. So if they get out of the laning stage in good stead, that could look good. But I don't love it. The TA with the matchups here, and Dawn's gonna get up in your face. Pudge is gonna get up in your face.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like one of those games where you can just kind of stand there and hit people as this TA. It really
Yeah.
feels like you've got a lot of issues to deal with. Gonna have to do a lot of positioning in the fights, which is never nice. At least you got the Marcy to buff you up. I think that's a really nice factor.
Yeah, for sure. And ever since they changed Marcy, now you're kind of free to just leave Dispose at one point and max out Rebound and Sidekick. So
Yeah.
good change.
Building the hero way easier.
Yeah. And okay, so the Enchantress does get banned out, the Clockwork gets banned out. They know that this is going to be a Januel hero. What is he going to be playing? I think the AA still looks okay. What? Wait, is this Pause 5 Centaur?
It might be.
Is it taking a page out of the puppy playbook?
Yep.
Uh,
seems possible. Is this something they've run before in Fnatic? or
I
not
have
really?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think I have it in my notes. It's possible that I missed it, but
Final pick from Thunder Awakens. Really catching everyone off guard here. What's it gonna be?
so what are they doing? Are they just jamming the Razor in the off lane and just trying to like gotcha pick this Pudge? Like, joke's on you. It's Marcy Razor. Enjoy your Oracle Pudge lane. Okay, well, they still need to pick something to be able to lane against the bat.
In the mid lane, maybe. it's so hard to read, though. I mean, they could still change things up as well. You just need a strong mid laner, something which isn't going to lose a lane. I feel like, again, I'm leaning towards Ember. Their Kunkka is still in the cards if they want to do that, but they will head towards the Zeus instead, get themselves a nice chunk of damage to add on top of this draft, which, in retrospect, is very much required considering what they've got so far. But yeah, it means it's going to be a pack as Pudge.
I'm kind of terrified about what DJ is going to be able to get done this game. Just like between how the bottom lane should play out, and then even potentially having the freedom to kind of go and make some rotations towards mid. He was a little quiet last game on the Marcy, but I think he can get a lot done here.
All right, so just to be clear, it is indeed a Januel Centaur Warrener. We have
Okay.
Raven playing the T8, and we have Jabs on the Razor. And Armel, Batrider, and DJ Marcy. Meanwhile, Thunder Awakens, of course, it's pretty straightforward for them. It's back as Pudge, it's Dartmouth goes Zeus, it's Sacred Dawnbreaker again. So, yeah, pretty much by the book for them. It does just feel like another kind of run-at-you lineup from the side of Thunder Awakens, with maybe the small caveat that if the Zeus gets caught out, it could be a little bit tricky for them. I don't know. What are your thoughts about these drafts, basically?
I don't know. I'm doubting Thunder. I have doubts on both sides. I don't know 100% about this Centaur 5. I don't know that Batrider has necessarily looked amazing. And I've been surprised that there's been so many bans, even when he's not really seeing play. And even the games that we did see him getting played in the last chance qualify, he didn't look ridiculous.
Yeah. My counterpoint would be, though, is that you've got a DJ Jabs Razor Marcy lane.
Yes, yeah, that lane should completely
so
own.
strong.
Like it almost doesn't matter how the Centaur laning goes against the like Dawnbreaker Oracle or Dawnbreaker CM, however it plays out, because like it's just the TA is just going to head into the jungle. He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
That's irrelevant. And yeah, this Razor looks like he should dominate. I think the one thing that Thunder could look to do here is just first blood the Razor right off the bat. Like start with both of their supports in the safe lane and just try and run him down.
I think it's almost required because like Pudge can't really jungle like until
Yeah,
about
not
level
early.
5, I think.
Yeah, you
It's
need
really difficult. I'm worried. Let's get into it. Game number 2 between Fnatic and the side of Thunder Awakens. Starting off right now on the B stream at TI11. Thunder Awakens 1 game lead after a convincing first matchup here, but I think we're both kind of leaning towards Fnatic for this game number 2. Their draft just seems to make a little more sense. And these lanes look scary.
Yeah, though Thunder did kind of watching them today. I feel like they have taught me not to doubt them when they're doing this kind of stuff. Maybe counterpoint. There's been a lot of 1-1s in this group, so maybe
They absolutely have. Yeah.
yeah, maybe Fnatic are bringing it
Sense
back.
a connection
30
between
seconds
us.
to battle.
No one going to collide in the pre-rune phase just yet. Everyone's sticking to their side of the river.
You are dead.
Talk to me a little bit more about the Torkoal here, though, because obviously it's picked up as an answer towards the Batrider. But you know, does this fit into this draft for Thunder Awakens? Does it work well with Pudge?
I think it's all right with the Pudge being able to sit in the middle of the fight, though he's not
The battle begins.
like he's not the kind of hero where okay, Prakash didn't hook the
I like how DJ saw the hook miss and was just like, you know what? Maybe I can go for the rune.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
shouldn't I go for the rune? And then was like, wait a minute, there's 3 heroes here, never mind.
Well, you don't get the mana refunded if you don't hit it, so it's a
True.
little sad for Prakash. I think the Oracle is okay. I don't know that this hero looks that great in general. My concern is that he's really just like his only play this game is really to false promise to break the lasso, and that's about it, which may or may not turn out to be that useful. It's already a little bit of a go.
Yeah, we'll see. Panda's taking a ton of damage here. I'm not surprised at all to see Fnatic being aggressive straight out of the starting blocks here in the top lane.
Yeah, they've made their draft a little weird with this pause 5 Centaur to get away with this, so they absolutely have to dominate this top lane. I mean, anything less than that is just not good enough.
Yeah, meanwhile in the mid we got the Zeus versus the Batrider, Armel versus Dartmago. I think the aim of the game here for the Zeus is just to keep Armel low enough where he can't really dive you under tower. Just lightning as much as possible and try and make sure that he's always killable, because that way you won't die. But otherwise it can be really, really tricky. Luckily you got Heavenly Jump. Big spell and getting away off the bat.
Yeah, and worth keeping an eye on whether or not Matthew's going to be looking for that TP in, dispel the stacks, maybe find a turnaround. So Armel does need to be careful and aware of the state of the Oracle in the side lanes if he ever wants to try and go for a play here.
And also full stick away is available on Zeus. That's going to be really nice, especially if there's any false promises coming on through. You can pop that full stick and get a amplified burst heal. Very, very good. Top lane once again. Another link coming out. Panda very quick. Is it going to be enough though? I'm not sure. Pakaz's fighting it, and he actually lands a hook in that. Oh my god! First blood for Pakaz, finding the.
How did he find it? They were in the middle of the entire creep wave. And Panda's? He gonna get
DJ,
this?
I'm not sure he wanted that one. Oh no, he comes in for the range group and just dies
God.
for it. Disaster up atop.
This lane can't go like this, Nomad. It just can't. This is...
The prophecies.
It's an ill
He
omen.
spoke of a different fate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the name of mine.
Well. I mean, again, don't know how he landed that hook. That was splitting the thread, but yeah, found it in the end, and that is an absolute disaster for the Razor up at top. But doesn't change the fact that it's still a Marcy Razor lane. They can still keep the aggression going. There's no reason for this to kind of put a finish to their lane, but definitely going to put some bit of doubt in them. But yeah, as you see, immediately going in, going for the throwback, but the Razor's not really interested. He will go with the link now, but nothing to keep Pakaz still, so Jab still quick enough to steal most of his damage away. Oh, Pakaz still threatening the hook. He's playing with them, but at the same time, he's not really getting many of these creeps here whilst he's doing this.
Thunder, so long as they keep the spells kind of offset between Jabs and DJ, I think they're very happy with how this lane is going to go. You know? If DJ jumps in, but they don't immediately get the link off, Thunder kind of able to reset and get another 30 seconds, 45 seconds where they're free to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and you can see now Fnatic kind of waiting, and now the spells are off cooldown, they'll go for it. Getting on top of Pakaz, even throwing down the sidekick as well. Body blocks coming through. Pakaz getting very low indeed. Not quite low enough to kill, but still being annoying and getting Pakaz nice and low. And that's just what they need to do every single time. Meanwhile, down at bottom, Januel getting comboed up upon here, and they're going to be able to bring him down. The level 2 and Purifying Flames. So much burst damage coming out from this Oracle.
Dang. Okay. Matthew gonna hit him with a tip. It's a tricky lane. I think the place where the Centaur 5 looks good is when you're able to really exploit your HP regen, but there's so much burst from Thunder, so you step up and you're just gonna die. It's not like you can just sit there and and trade all day. Well,
It's commit or don't.
yeah, pretty
Dire's
much.
bottom tower is under attack.
And I don't know, they've only got like because is farming nicely under the tower. Once he hits, you know, level 6, I feel like he's kind of just fine to maybe even just sit in the lane. Though if they completely drive him out at that point, he's gonna be able to go and hit up the jungle. But for the time being, this is not a great place for Jabs to be. You don't want to get chased down. You'd really love to get this lane back, but big camp's blocked, so all they can really do is shove it and maybe hope that it bounces off the tower.
Raven going for these big stacks. Up in top lane, a couple of spells being traded, no big commitment. Yeah, I'm not able to farm with this big camp. It's going to help him get in a little bit because he is being beaten a bit in the middle lane at the moment by Daimago. But that big stack going to make quite a big difference to the net worth disparity. Oh, Januel's not going to get finished off there. They considered using the Thunder Gods for it, but it wasn't going to be enough damage. And now the Thunder Gods will come down as they go in the top lane. But Kaz getting very low. The right click's not enough to finish off Jabs or DJ as they limp away from this top lane. Everybody dropping so low on HP except Panda up here.
DJ even handing the salve over to Jabs, just trying to keep him in the lane and keep the pressure on because Bakaza is going to heal back up. He got that first blood. He's got his Ring of Health now.
Radiant's middle tower is
They
under
got to get a
attack.
kill on this guy.
Gotta bring down the fat man. It's gotta happen. And, well, it's gonna be them instead getting the kill. Can they finish off Picaz? Picaz leaping away. He's got the flesh heap upon him. And it's just gonna be the Razor falling once again. Oh, Fnatic. They cannot make it work up here.
They're just crumbling. Genuel dies at bottom as well. The rotation in from Dark Mago. And it's so free for the Zeus to just go and do whatever he wants because the Bat Rider is not going to take your tower in the meantime. Armel drawing the line, I think, realizing that something's got to give on this top lane, and he's now going to...
Yeah.
He's putting his game on the line to come up here.
DJ?
Just sick body
DJ?
blows.
DJ? Yo, that was absolutely brilliant from him. They're still going to turn around and kill him off, but Pacaz will die this time around. Armel coming in from the sidelines, looking for Panda. Matthew's in the neighborhood, though. Gonna throw down the root, at least to buy him a little bit of time. Heals coming out from Matthew as well. Armel, he's not sure he can commit to this one. Does have a regen room, which is going to help him out a lot. Matthew looking to the tree lines to cancel it
Firefly's
and can
over.
do exactly that. They're going for this right now. The support's trying to get it done. What can they do? They need a little bit more vision if they want to get this kill, and actually there's a lot of damage stacking up onto Matthew here. He's going to have to purge those stickies off himself. Wait, go. Sneaking around the back and getting the kill onto the Razor. Panda and Matthew, they've baited Armel for so long here. He's going to get one kill, but death is going to come his way as Dartmago gets the double. The support's just working him around this tower, spinning them around their fingers.
That is so much farm for the Zeus. It's like his full Kaya coming out. And like I said, Armel kind of putting his game on the line a little bit there. And just gets the one support kill. Turns out he wasn't even needed to actually kill off the Pudge.
Well. This isn't how we expected these lanes to go.
No. Expected there to be at least some kind of a win somewhere for Fnatic. But instead, it's just going to be... I guess falling on Raven to get absolutely huge on this Templar Assassin. And maybe Armel can run around a little bit, get some stuff done. The Razor is still going to be useful, and they do make a go on Matthew here at mid.
Yep, it won't be enough though, as in comes the Solar Guardian to try and help out, but Armel's not done. He's going to try and re-engage. The Purge there from Matthew to get those stacks off him, and again, Armel's just being absolutely run in circles by this Oracle.
Yeah, his game's looking tough. So the Razor still can be useful, but the whole point of picking it here was to try and get the haha got you picked your carry, we're going to dominate the lane. I don't know if it's going to be enough to just say, oh well, Razor's going to get a BKB and maybe we can stampede him in and he's going to be useful. He's still going to have impact. He's now getting hooked.
Beautiful hook up at top there. Yeah, that was lovely stuff coming out from Pacaz, and in comes Sacred to help finish the job. Oh my goodness, that is a huge hook from Pacaz to get the kill on the Jabs at top. Wow, the SA boys, they are feeling it today.
They're looking great. Fnatic's game plan is just completely off the rails now. Like, I think the whole plan is, Raven's farming. You're able to eventually put the strength of Armel and Jabs together to go and force top and get the tower and continue opening up space. But instead, they're having to make kind of unexpected play with Armel rotating down towards bottom. Thunder also smoking for this.
They're bringing the numbers, that's for sure. Sticking in palm, gonna reveal Panda, but Matthew's still under the cover of smoke. Pakaz going so far forward here. They're scared, Fnatic, dude. They see this confidence and they're like, yeah, we don't trust this at all. Sacred getting run in circles here. Dartmago coming to help out. Will be able to pick up the kill onto DJ. Sacred, though, getting very low. Armel staying on top of him. Should be able to run him down here. No more wands available. Armel taking a ton of damage in the meantime, though. But with the haste rune, we'll be able to get away. Haste rune on Batrider. Pretty hard to play into that one.
Courier has been killed.
Pretty nice. But doesn't really seem like Fnatic should be able to hold on to bottom for too long. Genuel's getting a lot of experience down here. He's got the level 6.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, that's true. Stampede's going to be a pretty incredible tool this game, that's for sure. Stomp comes out. Stampede going to be used. Alrighty, tidy. Armel getting on top of the Oracle, but now turning around and looking instead towards Pakaz. But the Solar Guardians coming on down to make sure they can get that kill and to make sure the Pudge stays nice and healthy. And now, well, they're going to try and get on top of Armel, but Armel leading the creeps on a merry, merry chase.
Firefly's run
going to
out.
be thrown down by Dartmago. Yeah, Firefly's gone. Pakaz actually TPing down to the tier 2 to help them get this one. He's got the hook, but he doesn't even use it. Actually out of mana for it, so we'll just run him down the old-fashioned way as Thunder. They take him down again. Armel out for the count.
That's painful for Armel, but at least it's a little bit of space on top. The catapult wave doesn't quite manage to clear it up. And Raven is farming a big ancient stack currently. So some bright spots
Radiant's middle
for
tower
Fnatic.
is under attack.
It's just Thunder Awaken making beautiful rotations, using their spells when they see the opportunity. They've got another Thunder God's Wrath ready to go. This Dark Mago Zeus is huge.
He's a big boy, but they found the jump on the sidelines. Panda is just going to be Raven food for now. Tries to let it go, but at armor not quite enough at level 1.
Yeah, Zeus is...
DJ does fall though.
Zeus is big.
It's a good trade.
He's going to get an Arcane Rune as well. Yeah, Dark Mago really not feeling pressured. So Fnatic do manage to hold bot while taking the top tier 1.
Armel dares come close to this bouncy rune here, and he's going to get stunned up now, rooted solid by Matthew. He's going to have to use the lasso defensively just to stop Dawnbreaker taking chunks out of him, but it doesn't even matter. Guy's going to go down regardless. Armel dead once again. 2 and 3 at the moment on the Batrider, not getting a chance to be the kind of controlling force of the game.
He just doesn't... Fnatic's read seems to be that they don't have any heroes that they can stick together currently. Like, it's another game where the Marcy just looks a little lost. DJ, the lane went fine, but there doesn't seem to be what they feel is a natural move. They're going to make a jump on Dark Mago here.
Yeah, they actually jump over the top of him, which is a little bit awkward. Stump does land, but in comes the Solar Guardian, keeping him alive a little bit longer. Matthew's in as well with that false promise to keep the Zeus alive. DJ getting very low. He's going to fall. Dartmago does not take nearly enough damage to fall, and instead brings down DJ and Januel. And with the supports lying dead across the middle lane, Thunder will trample their corpses, looking for Raven. Raven back under the tier 2 will be okay, but the tower will not as Thunder start to take it apart.
Thunder making this Dawnbreaker hero look absolutely ridiculous. Just thwarting every single move that Fnatic are trying to make on the map.
Yeah, I feel like people are scratching their heads going, why do we stop picking that one again? It seems pretty good here.
Yeah, they did nerf the laning stage a lot, but got a couple little tweaks here and there to compensate, and yeah, certainly Thunder making it look good, making it something that might have to be on the radar for these teams as they play up against them later. Hot dang. What are you waiting for? I mean, BKB on the Batrider, I suppose, but even then, like, how does he run into the fight? I guess it's double BKB, BKB Razor, BKB Bat.
Yeah.
I don't even know if Raven can afford to go for BKB. I think he might just need to go for damage. BKB is just going to dead stop his farming progression this game.
Yeah. I mean, Armel, he's got so many buffs to work with, but we just haven't really seen them take place. Like, if he can get a Stampede or if he can get a rebound, he can get into the backlines and find the Oracle, and that's kind of necessary.
Yeah, the tricky thing is that he's just the only one that can go there. Maybe the Marcy can come join him, but as we've seen, DJ does get blown up fairly quickly currently, and I can't see Centaur having a blink for a little while.
Yep, Thunder Gods gets used by Dark Mago just to give them some information as they're scouting through their jungle. And they'll see the DJ's around. Tricky target to bring down. Although, if he stays a while...
Just trying to sneak this small camp, please.
Yes.
Give me the farm. Thunder always make it so annoying to like keep any control on the high ground portion of the Dire jungle. It feels like that's where Fnatic have kind of gotten stuck both games, is that they just have not been able to stick a ward over here and have that little bit of extra information so that they can actually keep top lane pushed out and farm in the wake.
Yeah, just kind of cause some chaos and then thrive off it. DJ missing the jump here onto Sacred. Pretty costly miss as they were trying to look to follow up on that with Raven, but never mind. At least they secure the area for Raven. And that is the one thing you can say for Fnatic, you know? Yeah, it's a slow game, and yeah, they've died a lot, but they're not that far behind, and they won't really fall too far behind with the lineup they have unless TA stop playing, which for now they kind of have. TA waiting for some timings. They want this Agadins on their Pudge, and well, then they'll start playing some Dota.
It is tricky because Fnatic's entire game plan and their entire lineup is about all-inning one hero at the start of the fight. As we get a hook at bottom.
Yeah, that's a dead pulse 5 Centaur.
Yeah, it's all about all-inning one hero, and Thunder have False Promise and they have Solar Guardian, and they're going to have a very tanky Pudge as well. So I don't know what you do. You kind of have to find something in the backlines potentially, maybe fight on a ward so that Armel, like we're saying, can get in there with Stampede and BKB and stuff, and go charging at the Oracle while the rest of the team is finding whatever other target they've managed to spot.
Thunder moving across, seeing what there is to see. Thunder God's going to give him the scouting potential as well. The hook onto Raven, catches him out, TPing away, and that's going to be a dead Templar Assassin. Thunder God scouting it out wonderfully.
Ouch. DJ just trying to sneak a little bit of farm here, but Sacred's wondering why. What are these shard golems doing here? What's going on?
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yes,
attack.
detective in the case.
Do they at least have BKB? Okay, they've got BKB on Razor. I think they've got BKB coming out for the Batrider as well. I do think they need to just go and try and do something with this. Okay, there.
Dark Mago has been spotted, tries to heavily jump away, but gets lassoed up. They're trying to drag him out the circle, but he's actually in the circle. He's found a little niche to hide away and go for the TP out here, and there's nothing to stop him. Bye-bye, Zeus. Matthew, he's taken a whole chunk of damage trying to heal himself up with the Purifying Flames, but might not be enough to get him. Oh, it is.
Yeah, they didn't do any more damage to him after he pressed it. Well, okay. That was one BKB and the Stampede used all to interrupt the TP on Armel.
Not again. Fnatic having no luck with the TPs in this game. Thunder capture them out again, spam the voice lines out in the process. Fnatic just looks so shaken to play against this team.
They're trying to look at because he's up here alone, but he's just manning up.
Yeah, this is maybe a little too confident. We shall see. I mean, Hook comes out, but he is going to get taken on down here. Januel grabbing that kill. Dark Mago coming across as well, setting up onto Januel, and he's going to be able to take down the pretty pony. Oh. Thank you, Matthew. Very helpful.
I need my Blink Dagger. Give me that. Don't worry, I'll save you. Next time you get lassoed, I'll be there. In fairness, the strat did work out for Fnatic, right? Popping the Stampede and dragging him away, but the Zeus just didn't die because I guess the Razor wasn't actually able to sit there and hit him the whole time. So.
Yep, Solar Guardian helping out a ton.
It does feel like every move that in both of these games where Fnatic made a play that was like a, you know, 50-50, 60-40, something like that, almost every time it's blown up in their face in some way. Like I'm thinking about the Lesh rotating top and they miss the stun on the Nyx, and then Nyx like kills both of them, and there's been a whole bunch of really ill-fated rotations from Fnatic in both of these games. And
yeah, and hard to say every single one being an outplay. Like sometimes luck, of course, does come into it. You know, it is a game of luck sometimes, but also just that edge of confidence. I feel like.
Oh, no, Armel's BKB gonna get forced here.
Oh, not again. Armel just dejectedly flying away.
And with the BKB on cooldown, Thunder are looking for blood. Another smoke up.
Another team would be like, oh, we'll take the tier 1 top, or oh, we'll go into Roshan, but Thunder, they like
Where are they?
Spleen.
Kill them. They don't get to be on the map. This is just run at you while Picaz is farming. This is what we said.
94% win probability. Wow. Okay. I didn't expect it to be that much, but DJ gonna get slammed down by the hammer of Sacred. The Sacred Hammer? Sure, there it works. Dartmouth still on the hunt with Picaz here. Two big cores. Looking around. Oh, trying to jump onto the TA. TA gets a little blink away. Now the Stampede coming through. They're looking to punish. Dartmouth maybe he put too much dip on his chip, but beautiful little hook out. He's going to heavily jump himself away to safety. And now Sacred and Picaz ganging up on Jabs, trying to bring him down. So much damage coming his way. He will fall. Down goes the Razor. And the Zeus survives to lightning bolt another day.
Radiant's middle tower is
Really nice read how that was going to go from Picaz. Beautiful save, and Thunder just styling on Fnatic at this point. What else can you say? Just winning lanes that they have no business winning. Completely dominating.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, it looks so good. And looks so miserable to play against as well. Like when the enemy team is just completely ignoring all the other objectives and focusing entirely on killing you and getting you off the map. Like it's so psychologically damaging to play into that.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen the Fnatic supports just looking very flat-footed in this game. Some of it, I do want to say, again, comes back to this Centaur gotcha that they attempted, they tried to be cute in the draft, and it's resulted in a 8.8k net worth Razor 22 minutes in. Doesn't really feel like he's countering anybody at this point. They do have a blink on their Centaur, so they're making a smoke and trying to get something done up on top here. Maybe get a pick off into Roche. They do have a lot of damage to be able to bring it down, assuming that they get a kill to start.
Panda could be a target, but the CM is backing away. Thunder not going to be caught out by the looks of it. And now Fnatic, I think, have to leave. They've outstayed their welcome. Thunder get back control of the top area of the map. Meanwhile, Picaz still just happily existing in the bottom area. He's happy to be in the biangle. Existing, thriving in his lane, moisturized, flourishing.
Yep. He's doing great. He's just chilling out for BKB. Might even farm the Shivas as well. Why not? They're just getting... They are getting more out of the map currently, and it just does not feel like the Batrider is going to be scaling too much more, nor the Razor.
I think the only way I can see Fnatic finding any kind of turnaround is if Raven can somehow spend a fight just whacking them from the backlines, and even that just seems it seems like a push.
Yeah, I think they need a support to die to Psyblades or something. We're getting to the level where they just have to kind of accidentally kill somebody in the fights while they're hitting the Pudge or something, or maybe ideally they're hitting the Dawnbreaker or something, and one of the supports dies behind him. It's just so hard because you've only got your BKB durations to win the fight. As soon as your BKBs run out, Thunder are going to murder you. They just have so much damage. They've got the Pudge rotting. 2 or 3 heroes have to die on the side of Thunder Awaken in BKB durations for Fnatic to win the fight. So just a very hard condition for them to meet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know, might be nigh on impossible if the Pudge gets the shard and we've got this Oracle with a Blink Dagger just hiding. Like we said, it's a very single target for Fnatic, but Thunder have answers. Oh god, Mel doesn't want to use his BKB.
Yeah, he's going to have to, which is not the situation he wants to be in. Blink away, TP out, will be safe. Dark Mago will not be finding him today. And looks like even Genuel's going to get away with this one as well. So all of them escaping us. They'll have to jump in towards the middle lane. Jab's getting so low, and they're able to finish the job. Sacred does connect with a final swing of the Starbreaker. That would be a dead Razor.
They're so good at these simultaneous plays. I mean, that one wasn't that difficult with a Blink Dismember, but so much pressure on the map, and this could be the final nail in the coffin here for Fnatic. Just the Aegis being picked up with Thunder.
In we go. No response at all from Fnatic right now. They just cannot fight into this at the moment. Not with that Razor dead. It's just not possible. We talked about that draft being slow, and really, it's definitely coming to pass. They can't really. They just don't have the heroes to fight. Like the Batriders got shut down too hard. So what can you do?
Yeah, it's just 26-6. What?
Oh hey buddy.
What can you
Packass
do?
going for the solo kill onto Armel, is gonna find it as well. Just catch the man farming out by himself in the bangle. Oh, it's tragic. So hard to watch.
Yeah, but the little bit of good news for Fnatic is that they don't have a match in the next round. This is it for them for today. So.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something about this game. I was like, oh,
No.
okay, good news. They just killed Matthew.
That's a kill. This is something.
Well, Stampede being used defensively as well. There's little ravens flying over their heads. So I don't quite understand why that's a thing, but whatever.
Looks cool. Don't question it. More particle effects.
Fire the birds out
More
of that
particle
big horn?
effects.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
He does. That's what the icon is. Look.
Yeah.
All right. Just has a bird in his horn. That must be really unpleasant. The bird's just chilling in his horn and then just gets blown out at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Tough life.
Birds in a horn or birds in a pie?
Yeah, I'd rather
Both
be in
weird.
a horn. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What do you do? What do we? Remember, Raven's got some farm. Maybe if he gets a Daedalus, maybe we're looking at Rapier territory.
If Raven got a rapier, I might be like, all right, we got a game on our hands.
Yeah. It is tricky for Thunder Awakened to end the game. They are not the best with their Pudge carry and their Zeus mid at pushing high ground. So maybe we can, if we theorycraft here, maybe we can get into some weird like Ags TA split push kind of scenario. Genuel's getting chased.
Now that you mention it, I'm totally down for that, as Genuel will fall. Pretty value death, I'd say, all things considered. Deep into enemy territory, getting killed off.
Yeah, you're forcing the TP to their side of the map. You're getting something elsewhere, though. You are constantly afraid of this Pudge. Because just Blink bites you and then the Solar Guardian comes in, I think pretty much anybody on Fnatic dies. So they have bought a gem on... oh, that's actually a gem that they claimed off of Thunder, so it's nice for them. Able to keep the map control going a little bit.
Bit of net worth swing, maybe.
Mm-hmm. All right, yeah.
I'll take it.
Brought the win probability up 1%.
Nice. Now it's 98.
It's not quite that bad, no man.
Yeah. It's 94. No, you're right.
Yeah.
I was being totally hyperbolic.
How dare you? Accurate facts. Nothing but accurate facts here on the V stream.
Yep. Oh, bottom tower.
Oh god, Genuel.
Oh my god. How did... Oh, they've got a ward.
There's a ward.
behind it.
Yeah, there's a word.
He's not a god.
He came a little too close. Yeah, he doesn't have map hack.
Time to come home. Thunder knocking on the door. Fnatic, can you come out to play? Well, they're just firing on all cylinders right now. Every single cylinder. being fired.
Radiant's
If you're a cylinder, be
structures are
careful.
fortified.
Thunder will
might
fire.
lose your job.
Tower is under
Yep.
attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
What can you do, brothers? Raven just gonna keep splitting, maybe, but he has to be super careful. They can send heroes back to catch him. Okay, he's coming back now. They're looking for a big wraparound. It's Armel and DJ on the back lines, trying to catch the supports out.
All right, cute play, could work. Let's see. They need to find the Oracle. That's who they need to find. If they do that, they can enable Armel to have actual. Look at this wraparound from Fnatic. It could be beautiful as they jump in on the front lines, though they've already committed to the fight. They need to go now, and it just seems like a bit too late. Raven and Januel eat the deck. Jab's jumping in, though, stealing a good amount of damage from the Pudge as DJ in on the front lines here, getting a decent amount of damage out onto Thunder, but they've got the disarmament onto the TA, so she can't really come in and deal her damage. Oh, and she popped the BKB. That's pretty tragic. And now the dismember comes through onto Armel. No buyback on the Batrider. Hook won't land. DJ still stands a chance of getting away, but the Pudge just try to chase him down into the fountain. He shall go, and DJ will heal up, but the entirety of Thunder are fighting fit and taking down your barracks.
Radiant's bottom.
What a game. They didn't even get the Aegis there. It was a nice idea with the wraparound, but Thunder just punched straight through it. This Pudge is too big. It's large, he's in charge, and Fnatic, I think, is as soon as that top lane was even close to even, that was just the end of the game for them.
Jabs won't be getting out of this one. It does end up falling. Januel tries to do something on the sidelines, tries to get a bit of damage out into Dark Mago, but just not happening, Raven. Also trying to throw some hits the way of Thunder, but Thunder will not be deterred. They've got all the regen they need coming out from this Oracle as well, so...
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's a slow push, but it's an inevitable push.
Clicking the barracks in. They go on the sidelines again, looking for an easier target, looking for the Crystal Maiden. Just doesn't seem like they have enough damage, though. DJ is going to get taken down on the side. Armel fishing. Can he find anything? Not really. He's just going to find death. Darmago brings him down. It's going to be a double kill for him. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Raven will fall. G's get called. And that is going to be that for game number 2 of Fnatic versus Thunder Awaken. It is SA domination here as they take a clean, convincing 2-0 over the side of Fnatic.
And just doing it in 100% their style. Crystal Maiden, Dawnbreaker, first 2 picks. Take whatever you want, Fnatic. You're not going to beat us. Thunder Awaken making some statements here on the first day of TI groups.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Wow, what a pleasure, what a treat to watch these guys as well. You know, just playing some different Dota, just breaking the meta, doing what they want to do, playing on their own terms, and it's always great to see a team coming in and just bringing their own ideas into these games. It's beautiful.
And the way that they move around the map is just so cool. Thunder always willing to be going for these little ganks as, 2 heroes, 3 heroes. And Fnatic, a team that really thrives on split pushing and making space for Raven that way, just getting completely shut out here with the run at you from Thunder. And it's not brainless run at you either, right? Like Thunder are clearly, they're keeping track of all the TPs, they're thinking about all their cooldowns, they're looking for every opportunity. They're just so hungry. Like as soon as a BKB gets used, right, they can't fight us. The whole map belongs to us. Go everywhere. Kill anyone. Super cool to see.
Yeah, and that jump at the end there was so awkward as well. Just as they find Matthew, the fight breaks out, and the Batrider feels like he has to jump. Hasn't quite clocked they've revealed the Oracle yet, so goes instead onto Panda, and it's just too late as well. Their TA had already died for the first time. Yeah, Sentinel's already out for the count. Just, as you say, going for like these kind of high-risk, high-reward players on Fnatic, and absolutely none of them resulting in rewards.
Yeah.
Yes, they did get outplayed a lot of the time by Templar, TA, by the
Thunder
Awakened squad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, every now and again, you can put some of it down to luck as well. There are a few unlucky moments in both these games.
Yeah, for sure. I keep coming back to, like, what on earth do you ban against Thunder? I mean, maybe you start banning the Dawnbreaker, but it does not feel good to be like, yeah, we're going to ban Crystal Maiden and Oracle. Like,
yeah.
in what world is that a thing? But Thunder Awaken making these lineups, making them work. And I can't wait to see what they have beyond this first draft as well, right? It's like, oh, once the Crystal Maiden opener starts getting banned, like then what? What else do they have up their sleeve? It's tricky.
Yeah. How deep does it go? How far can we dig? I mean, you know, they were able to beat out Team Secret in one of these games with this kind of crazy draft, utilizing the Hoodwink, which then was respect banned by Fnatic afterwards as well. So, you know, clearly they've got a lot of these heroes, a lot of these strange picks which they've developed over the course of the DPC and the various tournaments they've attended. And they themselves have said, like, they don't feel like they've performed to their full potential on lands before. So this could be them warming up to really put in a proper performance and do what they know they can pull off here at TI. You know, it's the beginning of possibly a very long journey from them. We'll see how it goes. But MVP for this one, Baseskip?
Oh, I think Pakaz, we got to give it to him. You know, sometimes it's like, oh, Pakaz is huge because his team makes him huge, but he made some huge plays this game. That beautiful first hook that he jammed onto jabs to get the first blood. He had some really nice follow-up hooks just to get him in the trees, keep the farm going. Yeah. Yep. Only like one mistake, which was that death, I think, over by the secret shop. And that's about it. Otherwise, that a very, very clean game from the man. And the hook save on Dark Malgo for good
I was
measure.
gonna say, yeah. He might be a carry pudge, but he still saves his teammates when he has to, which is more than could be said about most carry pudges. But yeah, Thunder Awakens, what a team, what a game, what a 2-0 from them. Fnatic, you know, if you had to choose one thing for them to improve on for the next series, what would it be?
I really think the offlane needs to go a little bit better. If they're going to be willing to pick the jabs heroes so late, I think it needs to look a little bit more convincing. Like I just don't know how they get the Marcy, they get a lane that should look fantastic, and yet it's kind of very quiet. So hopefully they can sort that out as they move forward. And like we said, they do have some time to take a break now and look over their games.
Yep. Fnatic will take a well-earned break, rest up, and come back stronger tomorrow, hopefully. But for today, they'll be ending the day with a score of 1-1 and 0-2 in both of their series today. So probably not the opening they were hoping for. Next up here on the B stream, we've got LGD versus Sonics playing out. And if you're interested in any of the other duo going on, we've got EG versus OG on stream A. We've got Liquid versus Bet Boom on stream C. We got RNG versus Boom on stream D. And we have Hikori versus Gaming Gladiators about to start over on stream E. So plenty of Dota happening, but stick with us if you want to see PSG LGD versus Sonics. We'll see you soon for that one.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Two teams, currently one tie and one loss, desperately needing a win to finish the day on, but will they find it? One is my man. Joining me is Baseskip as we get into our final series of the day, and it is PSG LGD versus Sonics in this best of two group stage series. Baseskip, what are you expecting? What do you feel in your bones about this series?
Oh, I really don't know. I was not expecting to see these two teams in this position to start us out. As you can see, LGD 1-3, Sonics 1-3, EG 5-0. Oh my, oh lordy!
What year is this?
the EG fans are.
Oh no, they're gonna overdose on the hopium again.
Yeah, somebody go check on them. But
yeah, on the straight and narrow for second place.
So the one thing that's been very clear to me is that there has been. There is a whole lot of context that we are missing, that there has been a whole lot of scrimming going on. There's been teams that have been in SEA for a little while now, boot camping, and a lot of that stuff is coming out. And I really don't know exactly what to expect. We've been seeing a lot of teams trying to give and deal with the Enigma. We've been seeing like the Marcy make it through. I don't know exactly what the flavor is going to be here for Sonics versus LGD.
Yep, it's a good question and a good point to bring up as well, that like we don't really know exactly what to expect between these two teams. It does feel like LGD have been in the camp of ignoring the super meta stuff, as they always have been. Historically speaking, LGD aren't really too bothered about what you do. They care more about what they do and how they're going to answer it. So there's not really much surprise for me if they do leave out the Marcy or the Enigma, but at the same time, I'm not super expecting it to be completely uncontested. I also think Sonics will be happy to take it up if it does get let through.
Yeah, I would imagine that that's what we're going to be looking at. And for LGD, I think they're probably, not sweating just yet. We have heard that, at least against Liquid, scrim results were not amazing, but still early days in the group. But does make this match maybe a little bit spicier than we were thinking initially. When I first saw the draw, I really thought like, okay, LGD are just going to come in and 2-0 this. But Sonics have looked pretty good. And the opening series was maybe a little bit rough around the edges. They looked good in that series that we were casting them in just before. Just a couple of little missteps here and there, stuff that I think is easy for them to clean up. And they've got some interesting stuff going on drafting wise as well, and some surprises that we maybe weren't expecting, right? Like pulling out showing a Leslau on the Broodmother. I wonder what else they've got up their sleeve. Yes, yeah.
I think the MSS Spiritbreaker showed a lot of promise for me as well.
Yeah, that was cool.
That game did go horribly wrong, but I think the fact that they should have won that game means that the draft was pretty good for them. And I think, all on the Brood, I was pretty happy with everything they showed. Also, first phase in the Snapfire. Very interesting. It's a hero that they seem to like a lot. We've seen other teams have success on it as well, so Snapfire is definitely something which I'm more than happy to see first phase, honestly. I don't think that's a problem.
Yeah, it was interesting during the last chance qualifiers that we were starting to get, like, it felt like Snapfire and Clockwork even were starting to, like, trend a little bit. They weren't strong enough that people would consider banning them out, but they just seemed kind of good against what people were playing. The Snap seems really good against these position 4s that just kind of go on you, right? It's really good at getting your carry over the ice shards or getting them over the Fissure, though we haven't really seen Earthshaker, and I hope we continue to be the case. That hero has not looked great, but gives you that flexibility where so many of the drafts we see, it seems like a lot of the picks are targeted at making certain carries like unfavorable to pick, right? Like there's a lot of carry problems to be solved. Like, oh, what do we pick into the Morphling? What do we pick into the Enigma? Like, what is the carry for this game?
Yep. And another thing I'll say as well is that I'm fully expecting Sonics to have a very clear plan on how to approach this series. One thing which was very obvious from their Arlington run, and they did make a behind-the-scenes video for that, and that's that they didn't feel like they'd prepared well enough for the group stage. So I don't expect them to make that mistake for TI. I reckon they'll have a clear plan coming into each of these first day matchups, and then they'll spend the evening making a plan for the next day matchups. So I'm fully expecting them to come up with an idea on how to beat LGD, how that idea develops, or whether it's changed throughout the day due to how quickly the meta shifts with like hundreds of matches going on at once. That is a different story, but I'm fully expecting them to at least have some idea on how they initially want to take the series. So we might see some strange bans or picks, which won't make much sense to us starting off this game.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got some concepts. I think LGD probably a little bit of a difficult team to prepare for in this event because they haven't played anything on the patch. They didn't play any of the, the other smaller events leading up. So that does make things just a little bit more difficult. But of course, Sonics are going to have their coach looking at these games. I think they were even off on the previous series, so they would have also been watching what LGD were up to, seeing what EG did to kind of exploit them and maybe try and implement a little bit of that for themselves here, if that aligns, roughly with what they kind of had planned going in.
Yeah, I think so, because obviously you can't just ignore the changes which are happening. You can't ignore the fact that LGD seem to be not really caring about the Enigma much and letting it through until some really late picks. But then again, that didn't work well for them, so...
Yeah, EG got it 24 and 18, so last overall pick of the draft, Enigma. Probably not what people were expecting, but it happens.
Definitely not. It happens sometimes. It happens if you're very confident, and as I said before, LGD, they're always the ones to just kind of let these heroes through, sometimes to their boon, but sometimes famously to their demise. Thinking back to last TI Grand Finals, the Magnus coming through every single time, and Sonics looked very good at the Magnus as well.
Yeah, it's so I think it can be an important trait for Dota players to be a little bit stubborn sometimes. You can't waver every single time something you do gets challenged, because then you're gonna bounce around constantly, right? There does need to come a point where somebody needs to say, okay, look, we've tried it 3 times, it's just not working, let's change tack. But also, some of the greats of the game, I would say, are also the most stubborn players. Puppy comes to mind immediately, right, with some of the drafting, and just team comparison here. LGD, a lot of deaths. Gotta say it.
Yeah, Sonics might have more kills and assists, but LGD have the deaths, and that's what really matters.
Yeah. And this isn't even an unfair comparison because they played the same number of games, right? So it's like, what are you gonna do?
No, what are you gonna do? All right. Well, looking back on their series as well, did you? I feel crazy saying this, but did you expect them to lose to EG like 2-0? That's pretty insane.
No, I don't know that anybody really expected that, but EG certainly came in with a plan. I was reading a little bit of we didn't get to catch it, obviously, since we've been busy casting. I was reading a little bit of the post-game thread. It did seem like LGD, made EG sweat for that one, but still was not the expected result.
EG came through in the end, yeah. And
also
dropping a game to Hikori, who were considered by many to be one of the weakest teams probably at TI, and they're not doing too bad. Hikori, they're making a name for themselves.
Yeah, they were looking good. They were looking good in the Pro Series leading up, and we were like, what, how much can we read into this? But SA Rising, certainly, this TI.
Yeah, the stocks aren't looking too bad. Definitely not going to have any 0-14 like we did last year. Sorry to remind any SA fans of that.
yeah, that was a rough one. Was it 0-16? Is that the Thunder
0-16 or
groups.
0-14?
Yeah, I think it was 0-16. Totally different roster.
Yeah,
Obviously,
entirely
so-
different. And
so the
yeah,
org's
but also
making their run
unexpected.
back.
Yeah, they'd had a really good run up until that point, and then just hit TI, hit a brick wall, and unfortunately didn't see much from them. How's the other side of the court? How's Beast Coast doing? Beast Coast are currently they went 1-1 against Entity, and then they got 2-0'd by Secret. Worst teams to get 2-0'd by, I guess. 1-1 against Entity is not too bad.
They're a team that does start slow. We were talking a little bit off camera, right, about some teams. It tends to be, or it used to be even the EG of the past, right? The EG day one groups never looked great. Not really an excuse you can make for LGD. I think in pretty much every event that they've played in the last few years, they've just looked absolutely imperious. But this time around, being made to bleed a little bit and just have to
MSS.
see how they go.
He's having a cheat day. That guy who's just looking absolutely beefed recently. That's what I'm having. That's all right. He tried to take it off camera, but we caught you.
What was
a
it?
little Nutella sticks.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's like dipping sticks, just dipping Nutella.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
It's delicious. You can eat whatever you want.
Get some blood sugar going before this match. This is going to be an important one. This is their
Absolutely hype it up.
last series of the day. And yeah, MSS has really he's been around for a really long time, and it's just gone from strength to strength to strength. I'm a big fan of the guy.
I think very slowly improving, but very consistently improving, and just kind of slowly getting better over time. And to the point where now he's considered an extremely good position 4 and can do more if required of him. But I think he's always been a valuable asset to any team he's been on, but just yet to really find that breakaway tier 1 success. I feel like that's kind of the story for almost everyone in this Sonics team.
Yeah, and I think, just going back to Mojo for a second, I think he was talking about, was it even this season where, beginning of the season, he was kind of teamless, and I think he did an interview talking about how it was in some ways a little bit of a wake-up call to, even if your stock is high, sometimes it can just be difficult to find a team, and you just end up floating around for a little bit. Of course, there was this opportunity with Sonics mixing things up pretty significantly, trying to keep those sights set on TI, have a real shot, and they've been looking good.
Yep, they have absolutely looking back in fighting form. But a little bit of a slow start. 2-0 by EG, which is certainly one which is going to stick in their heads, because that's a team I think they know they can beat on a good day. They've done it before, so getting 2-0 by them on the first day of TI groups it's got to get in their heads a bit.
Yeah. Well, both of these teams is like, okay, we both got 2-0 by EG. maybe they're just too good. We can focus up here. Very interesting bans, right? Clockwork so Undying not so weird, but Clockwork is the ban. Marcy makes it through. Sonics just take Primal Beasts. And
they need to do that. That was something which LGD would have taken every single day, because they've been playing a lot of that here in their pubs.
Yeah. So are they just gonna? Do they just Marcy Visage is banned? So okay, so they can Marcy, but they can't Marcy Visage. What else is on the cards? Got a Morphling floating around. Got to be thinking about the Lesh already. How are we going to deal with this if it comes out? Do we maybe just want to pick a Nyx Assassin for ourselves, but we don't really want to pick Marcy Nyx? What else are they? So they've opened with some Doom. They opened with a tiny Lich. They opened with a tiny Enigma. Would not be at all shocked to see the Xinq tiny here, but again, kind of a weird spot of like, are we not just forced to take the Marcy?
They might Marcy Morph.
Yeah. Ember. Okay. Sure.
Or they could Ember Chen. Why not, I guess.
Alrighty then.
That's a twist.
So, there you go. Dang. Does seem like PSG LGD just representing wanting to play fast, maybe wanting to play pretty quickly into the Primal Beasts, look to sort of run Sonics over. Sonics are going to have to...
To me, Primal Beast is a hero which runs out of steam. You know, he does work on those cooldowns, and once he's used his entire trample duration and his pulverize, he's kind of useless in the middle of a team fight. So I kind of get the Chen in that regard. If the Hand of God can like survive through that burst, then it's very possible you can turn the fight around upon him. So the kind of sustain idea is not what I'm against.
Yeah, he does only have so much damage, and Sonics, all right, just gonna go for the Morphling. So they've got some confidence in UR here and his ability to put another Morphling performance on the table.
Despite the earlier, I don't want to bring it up. But
He didn't look bad.
There was. It did. I know it didn't look.
And that wasn't a
right,
Morphling thing, right? I think that was.
he could have fed on any hero. No, it was one bad moment. Caught out in the middle lane. But yeah, obviously the team still has full faith in him.
I have to say, I like the way that Sonics haven't looked too rattled, right? They picked like we said, you got to be a little bit stubborn. You got to have strength of conviction in your ideas. That's what has been looking really good for Thunder. First series today, they picked the Magnus. It didn't work out. We had a whiffed RP from Leslau. It's whatever. They came back. They picked it again. Had a fantastic performance. Even if the team is like, okay, little flub, little missed decision here from UR, that is not nearly enough for us to say, all right, we're not going to pick the Morphling for you. Give him a pat on the back. Tell him to get in there, and away you go.
Yep. We still believe in you, friend, as we have done for many, many years on this team.
10 seconds remaining.
So what do LGD like to deal with this Morphling? We've seen... I could kind of see the Drow maybe a little bit here.
Yeah.
If they just want to play this like fast style. Maybe a little tricky with the Primal Beast wanting to get up in your face. Okay, I mean that one Broodmother game, even though not a win, still PSG LGD feeling like this is not something that they want to have to deal with. And
Understandable.
Yeah. So what's the Kunkka ban about? Is that just the lane against the Ember? I think that's probably part of it. Though, if you're picking Ember Spirit like this, I feel like you have to be kind of willing for it to... There's got to be some kind of counter pick. He doesn't have that good of a matchup spread to try and ban everything out, so...
Right. So you have to be willing to tank something, but...
Yeah, but it's...
just...
But like even the worst...
you do not want to give a good game to, I guess.
Yeah, and even the worst games for Ember, it's still like, okay, well, I'm just going to go and feed off some supports or go and jungle up a little bit, and there's only so much that can go wrong. As LGD with the Centaur, okay. So probably just their off lane, probably just Faith Beyond. A little bit of pressure on the Morph, perhaps. Haven't had too many position 4s banned here. Still sort of have the pick of the litter in terms of Tusk. Marcy's still there. just confirming. Can Nomad? Can you? Just have another look over this for me.
No, you're not
Okay.
tripping or anything. You haven't taken any mushrooms you found on the floor. Marcy still very much in the pool, but just being ignored. Her stock is starting to show maybe weakness.
Yeah, it's a bear market for Marcy. I wonder if some of that is just like the matchup against the Primal Beast is a little bit so LGD not really wanting to take it, and Sonics with an Abaddon pickup. Okay, so there's the Drow. At least something makes sense. I feel so lost, though.
It's a bit confusing, isn't it? I don't quite understand some of this coming out, but I don't know. I guess they just wanted something to kind of buff up the Leshrac, give him that frontline potential, get off the chains, and that's going to be it. I mean, also breaks him out of silence if he needs that, so...
Yeah, I like it. I like it with the Lesh. These heroes that just pump out AoE damage, like your Lesh, your DP, even like Viper Razor, stuff like this, where if they just survive a little longer, they're always going to do a little more damage. Certainly good, like you said, but probably mostly about the chains. this game.
5
And
seconds remaining.
what is this? Probably just a pos 5 Abaddon. I mean, Abaddon Morphling is a little bit of a classic as well. Like, even if the Morphling
Yeah, it
is taking quite a bit of damage, you're just going to spam miscoils on him, and he's going to be just fine. You can generate a bunch of HP out of nowhere.
Yep, very cool, very cool. Maximize the healing he's going to dish out, and also very nice at kind of saving him in situations as well. But again, Marcy still hanging around. This could be the first game we see Marcy uncontested in the group stage.
Yeah, we haven't seen all the other drafts, but it does, it's probably being looked at. I'll just go look at Dota buff, see if it's still
I've already
100%.
checked.
It's 100%.
Come on,
Contest?
I work
Okay.
in facts, basically. Yeah,
All
it's
right, all
100%.
right, yeah, accurate,
42 out of 42.
accurate facts.
Yeah, the B stream where the B stands for based.
What are they gonna pick? What do you go for? I think you still want, like, probably still want a ranged hero with the Drow. In theory, is there going to be anybody to use the aura this game? What's the wildest thing you could do? You could like put Ember position 4, and you could pick an OD or something. If OD was actually any good and still a Morphling counter, then maybe that would be a thing. But I don't know. They're just going to pick
It's
Mirana 4, maybe. I don't know if you want to pick Mirana into the Abaddon though. That seems a bit iffy.
bit sus, yeah. I mean, the OD has been played in pubs by
Yeah.
some, so always an option. But probably, I don't know. I feel like you just want that kind of throwaway initiation now. Like you want someone to jump in and kind of go with your centaur. I think that's why the Grimstroke actually going to be the decent option.
What's the
A was banned. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Marcy finally gets banned. What's the absolute weirdest configuration? I think it's like Centaur 5, Chen 3, Ember 4, Drow 1,
Yeah,
and then
yes, if you
and then
want
pick a nothing to say hero. Maybe you pick the nothing to say Tinker as your mid, and then you just
10 seconds
run down lanes with Chen army and Tinker. And
5 seconds remaining.
I'm down, but I'm always down to clown. Though probably not the option here.
I think you're getting ahead of yourself here, basically.
Yeah, okay. A man can dream.
I'm down, Skippy.
Sonics, what are they picking? Just their pause 4? Just the Mojo hero?
Yeah, I mean they might be considering the Mirana.
Well,
Honestly, that is Mojo special.
PSG LGD.
And it'll be Snapfire.
Snapfire,
Okay,
okay.
we'll go back to their first pick of the last series.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Okay, so probably just Snap 4, Beast 3, Baden 5, Morph 1, Lush Mid. And for LGD, looking for that Jin-Q hero, maybe. Unless it's going to be the Nothing to Say hero and the Ember is playing position 4. Which I'm not a huge fan of, but some teams do do it. I think that's more of an essay thing than anything. I can see Fada just chatting about the lanes, thinking about how they want things to go, maybe what their timings are. I'm not a lip reader, as just going to be a Nyx Assassin to close it out. Okay, so that's probably just, that's just Jin-Q.
Yep, Jin-Q Nyx going to round out the draft for PSG LGD, giving them the Nyx and Centaur lane. Doesn't sound too strong. Definitely doesn't sound like it's going to be able to shut down a Morphling, so you are likely going to have a pretty fun time on this Morphling in the safe lane. Quinn on the mid versus Nothing to Say on the Ember. Also kind of feel like that probably goes the Leshrak's way once he gets a couple of points in Lightning.
Yeah, seems pretty good for the Lesh. Maybe it comes down to how good... I don't know how good the Flame Shield is. Flame Guard has gotten buffed a lot, and it is a lot harder to get rid of. So that could be something that we see coming into play. But yeah, my gut says like Lesh versus melee. But shouldn't be asking me about these mid lane matchups. I'm a poor old pause 5 player.
Yeah, it's a dirty support. All right, what about the... we'll have the Primal Beast and the Snapfire lining up against a Drow and a Chen.
Yeah, that seems pretty scary, given that Chen can't really do anything to help you. Either one of these heroes gets going on, and they just just kind of die. I'm definitely seeing first blood potential at like level 2, especially for Sonics. Should be pretty straightforward.
Yep. Well. Interesting drafts from both the teams. I think I am leaning probably the way of. It's really hard to say, but overall, like LGD, kind of. I think if the game's pretty even, they're looking pretty good. But if Sonics can kind of accelerate out of this laning phase, then their Leshrac is going to look absolutely brutal, and they have the morph to kind of secondary carry later on. 2 level 30s as well, so tons of pub experience on these heroes also. I'm going to feel very comfortable. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of this best of 2 series. It is Sonics versus PSG LGD, NA versus China. We're going to start some of the boards.
So nothing to say has like... He has a pretty free game from a lockdown perspective. There's not that much to catch and kill him, but I think the one place where I'm a little bit concerned is like who does he kill? He can get into the backlines and he can bully these supports a little bit, sure, but he's not just going to instantly kill either of them. So I don't know that Sonics are actually that worried about him from that perspective.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. And immediately jumping in here on to Ame, but Ame's going to be able to get away. Jinkyu might not be so lucky. Scatterblast comes through, right clicks are there, lightning to follow, and Quinn gets first blood on the Leshrac. Not the start, which Nothing to Say wants to his middle lane.
Getting the confidence go. LGD probably not expecting to just get 4-manned like that when the enemy team does have a Morphling, but they make it work. Oh my god, this is some hate on this Chen. Look at these sentries. They've blocked 3 camps right at the start of the game.
Wow. All right. Unlucky Innocence. Not going to get off much there. LGD going to be able to break this rune, though. Up at top, a little bit of fighting coming in, actually. It's Ame throwing out the Frost Arrows onto Leslau, chasing back the Primal Beast.
And he's not even playing this side of the map. Innocence is coming bottom.
Oh, got him.
Where's your sentries now? They're on cooldown. Fada can't buy another one for a little while, for 27 seconds. So he's just going to have to body block these camps.
Damn, that is an outplay and a half.
Yeah, okay.
They weren't ready for that in the slightest.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised because, like we were saying, it seemed pretty clear that the Drow Chen should just get run over, kind of. But so maybe should have been expecting that there was going to be this swap. Though Chen is a little weaker in the off lane.
Nice catch from Quinn there on the Split Earth, getting a nice amount of damage off onto Nothing to Say to start off this lane. And of course, with that first blood advantage, he's probably just going to rock this lane from the very start now. Not much that Nothing to Say can do, honestly. Like he's had a bottle for like 30 seconds already.
Yeah, I don't know how you can draw any conclusions about this matchup after the other mid gets first blood like that. It's just a little bit too much.
And he's landing the Split Earth as well. It's a really, really tough time for the Ember Spiriters. Up at top, Ame and Jinkyu trading up into MSS and Leslau. It's probably going to be still a pretty good lane for the Drow, even though he doesn't have his Chen anymore. The next assassin can kind of just go in and be the frontliner, whilst Ame can just frost arrow people down. Seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's a pretty easy lane to play, though. Okay, that cookie was a little bit of a wild misclick from MSS, but it does happen. My concern for LGD is that their supports don't really do a whole heck of a lot if the lanes don't go well, so again, even more pressure on Nothing to Say to kind of get out of the laning stage in good stead.
Nothing to Say getting very, very low, but down at bottom, there's also a bit of shenanigans going on. They've got this Hill Troll Priest to offer some healing to the lane as well, so even more regen coming out from Innocence.
Yeah, as if Centaur didn't have enough enough sustain. This is just what he needs. He needs a headdress and the heals from the Hill Troll Beast. Yeah,
so much coming out.
You can't
Still
stop
plenty of
Faith
mana as
Beyond
well.
farming down here. He can just sit in the wave as much as he wants.
Yep. Innocence might not be so lucky though, as that Autophonic Shield pops on him. The build Adaptive Strike comes out as well, so it just means the Hill Troll's going to heal him up a little bit instead. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's. I think they're just looking to farm. It's a very boring lane. Should be a bit of a farm fest. Not too much kill potential. Both supports not really offering a whole lot in terms of actual pressure. I did think that this top lane would have been able to make a go already, but it seems like it's just pushing in towards Sonic, so they're content to maybe wait for the level 3 and then look to make a play. The Jinky Nyx is going to be annoying. If you make a go, he's going to pop out the stun, and maybe you just end up getting the Nyx kill and not being able to grab the drow.
Yeah, that's basically his job. He just wants to be the bodyguard of Arme, and that's it.
Yep. And unfortunately, doesn't have any camp to play with or anything, so just has to wait for that to spawn up.
Water-Rune's about to spawn. Quinn definitely going to be able to get one, and MSS coming down to grab the other, so nothing to say. Going to be a little bit sad about that one. And Quinn, I like this here. He's actually trying to kind of poke him and drain him a little bit. Force Nothing to Say to use a couple more resources than perhaps he should, until he realizes the rune is gone, and now it's like, oh, okay, I can't really regen now. That's pretty sad. Yeah, nice little move from Quinn. Top lane. Jinky trying to set off onto Leslau, or Leslau trying to set up onto Jinky? That is a question. Gus comes through with a trample coming out. Stun used the last second to keep him alive. Leslau maybe baited in a little bit here. One more right click will be required. Won't be found. I'll move on to MSS instead. And again, Jinky moving towards the tree, just about keeping himself alive. Jinky desperately pinging MSS, says, get this guy instead. MSS guns him down, gets away. Arme unable to find Leslau on the sidelines as well. So the Drow left empty-handed. Just... wow, that was... I can't believe they didn't get a kill there at PSG LGD.
Leslau baited him. He just came back and was like, oh, you can kill me instead. No, you can't. he was totally fine. And all right, that was kind of the way that I was expecting that to go in the end, with just the Nyx dying. Big dive at mid, at least threatened. But...
yeah, forces a TP across from Fada to offer up the shield. That'll keep Quinn nice and healthy, at least for now.
Nothing to say, absolutely the most important hero on the LGD side. The Scam's going to be the one making all the plays, enabling the supports to be more useful. So anything that they can do to kind of go and help his game is definitely worthwhile. And they weren't even away from these side lanes for too long. They get back there pretty quickly.
I do feel that's true for both mid laners, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. Quinn's game does need to be kind of protected.
Yep, nothing to say. Instant trouble. Quinn's hit 6 first, and he's able to run him down, lands a stun, pops a Pulse Nova, and just kills off the Ember Spirit without any difficulties at all. Once again, Quinn, with the start he had, is able to just run that through and now turn it into a kill on to the Ember Spirit. And now he picks up a Haste Rune as well. If he doesn't get spotted here, he could cause a lot of damage on the top side of the map. Gotta remember there's a Nyx Sass in it to this lane, though.
Yeah, they want this, but it's a little bit suspicious because the lane was pushing, so suddenly Leslau running over.
Quinn gets seen. He's not actually going for the kill onto the Drow, though. He's just taking the farm. This is very interesting.
Okay, Leslau spots him.
Leslau's going to come across, though. Oh my god, just smashes a path through the trees onto Arme. Arme cannot escape. The moment he's found by the Primal Beast, Quinn just pulls a Haste Rune, joins him in the trees, and they just do unspeakable things to the Drow Ranger.
Trying to punish Fada at mid.
Fada's in some trouble. Yeah, they're trying to bring him down. There is a Remnant jump available, but we'll try and wait until the very last second. Gets away.
Sonic's just doing whatever they want on the map currently. That's what it feels like.
Having a great time. Able to make plays and able to keep their sports alive as well. Fada able to survive through that at mid. A little bit surprised the Ember didn't immediately jump across to try and kill off the Abaddon, but I think if he did, the shield might have just killed him, so...
yeah, he's got to be pretty careful. He's not playing with a whole lot of health currently. And Faith Beyond just has to kind of watch this and keep doing what he's doing. He can't afford to come TPing. Just needs to keep pressuring bottom, try and take the tower. Maybe press a Stampede to help elsewhere, but... he is kind of stuck here for now.
That he is, as the Drow gets caught out in the top lane a little bit. Trample's going to come through and finish the job onto Arme. Arme goes down again. 5-0 right now in this laning phase for Sonics.
Beautiful positioning. Yuara is completely out of mana at bottom, but he's got some stick charges. I think he's okay.
Yeah, it's going to actually go through the both of them. Ends up right on top of Innocence, but Innocence can't really do much. It's a Chen at the end of the day.
Saturn Mindstealer creep is such a pain. Quinn coming down here looking for the punish.
It's not going to last long, though. They will use a Stampede to get Innocence out of there. Faith Beyond getting to safety as well. Xingqiu moving across. Doesn't land the stun, though, so that's going to be that for now. Rotation ultimately failed from Quinn. He will make the stride of pride back to the mid lane.
Could look at bottom. And Stampede's on cooldown. I think he's got enough mana to kill Faith Beyond here. Maybe Xingqiu can save him.
Yeah, tanking the stun because he knows his lasts longer, and this should be a dead Nyx Assassin. Do they look in for more here? I don't think so. I think they'll just take the one kill and back themselves away, but a killing spree now for Quinn.
Just doing whatever he wants. And Fada backing him up. Very, very difficult to even look at the Slush Rack.
Middle tower is under attack.
Killing him is not going to be spots Innocence as well, just walking after him.
Pretty low on mana, but gets him with the last one. All right, Pulse Nova, all that was needed. Damn, he's really pushing this hero to its absolute limits here. Quinn is just clearing up.
Yeah, nothing to punish him for a little while. Maybe once the Nyx Assassin starts getting some levels, we see a point up in the mana burn, maybe things will change a little bit there, but for now, he is an absolute beast on the map.
And the thing is, he's doing all this, he's getting all these kills, and this isn't even a lightning storm build.
Yeah,
he's
I was
gone
just about
for the
to
maximum
say.
amount.
Yeah, really good point. Yeah, he's just got the edict, so he's threatening the buildings as well. Jinky's dying, meanwhile, at top. Nice stun, keeps him alive, but there's still a charge from the Primal Beast. 8-0.
Yeah, we'll bring him down regardless. Oh dear, Sonics. What a start to this game. LGD, you know, that one of the best teams in the world, but not feeling like it today. Just a rough start to TI at the moment. Can they start to pull it together in this game and start to threaten Sonics for something here? I mean, what timings could they wait for?
Blink on the Centaur. It's probably the main thing, but this is the thing with Centaur. It's always a little bit slow. And Faith Beyond has gone for 2 small items before looking at the blink, so he's not going to be joining the game anytime soon. And meanwhile, Jinkyu's just getting dove at top.
Yeah, it was a long run, but eventually the trample will come through, and they get that kill. And now look towards Nothing to Say as well, or just get out against Nothing to Say. Not sure what the idea is here. Chains out, kill with Nothing to Say. Trying to get the first kill for PSG LGT, but now the Flame Guard is out. He realizes there's nothing he can do, so we'll just have to zip straight back down to bottom as the Kisses were threatening him as well.
Yeah, not going to let LGD get on the board here.
Goodness gracious, what is happening?
Okay, at least they've taken bottom, and now they can just park Faith Beyond mid, so they can hold that for a little while, but he can't be everywhere, and so they will end up losing top at the same time. Everybody on Sonic's farming fantastically. PSG LGD not that far behind, all things considered, but just I don't think the kind of early game that you're looking for with this lineup, you know, it does seem that they're gonna have to forego some of the strength of the Chen. Innocence has been farming a bit, so they will maybe have a mech timing to play around with the blink on the Centaur as well.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's something. But is it enough?
Got the first Vendetta out here for Xingqiu, so he's looking for something. Maybe he just ends up getting a courier, I don't know.
Oh, it's good to see Laszlo and MSS here. Maybe if there's follow-up. I mean, there's an Ember nearby. All right, this is MSS dead. First kill on the board for PSG LGD at 12 minutes. Not the biggest thing to celebrate, but it's something, I guess.
You don't have to hear owning
Laszlo,
for a little while.
Yeah.
Well, Fada holding the point in the ultimate.
Yeah, will now drop it just to get away from the stun. Break himself to safety.
So DD Ember, he's getting poked. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. One more slide of fist in 1 second will finish the job, and that will be that. Quinn's TPing him this one, though. He wants to see what he can get done, but of course, as there is remnants always available from Nothing to Say. He hasn't got one thrown out at the moment. Get a little bit cautious as Pulverize coming out onto Innocence. Okay, he gets caught trying to wrap around the side of this one. Not quite sure what his plan was, but the result was his death.
Wasn't even an onslaught. Leslie just phase boots straight on top of him. Down he goes. And with that, back to farm stations very briefly. Important that the Ember got a kill there, though. Nothing to say. Slow start. It's just going to go for the Maelstrom, so we will have some farming tools, and we'll be able to catch up.
Yeah, and despite it all, it's not the end of the world. The Leshrac is doing very well, but somehow the Centaur is keeping up net worth with him. And Nothing to Say is not really far behind, and Arme's, probably the one suffering the most, and even then, not suffering a huge amount. So, we meme about the kills, but ultimately, LGD are not really suffering too hard for the amount of which they're dying.
Yeah, they're keeping it close. My concern is about kind of about the late game, but if they can keep the Drow Ranger safe in the fights, and Ame's just able to stand there and get hits off, it is certainly a hero that can look really good against the Lesh and the Morph, but yeah, his farm is not amazing currently, and they do have plenty of ways to get on top of him. So a lot of work needs to be done by Faith Beyond and Xinkyu.
Yeah, this is pretty scary though. Quinn, he's picked up a Arcane Rune, so whenever he pops that, it's gonna be
and he's got the Bloodstone. He's pretty he's pretty strong at this point. They got 4 points in the Aphotic Shield as well. I don't know that they have enough damage to kill Quinn. And there isn't really a way to chain stun him from full to nothing. So.
Yep, that said, they're not really getting much done here, Sonics. They had this advantage, and actually, it's going to come swinging back the way of PSG LGD now, so. Advantage gone. It's a good laning phase they had. It's not caused a huge difference. They need to make something happen with this massive Leshrac they have. What can they do? Well, cleaning up all the Chen's creeps would not be bad, to be fair. Mech's even going to be used to try and keep them alive. Live, my little pigeon, live! And Quinn still not choosing to pop the Arcane Rune either, so... Really, really patiently waiting in the middle lane as Faith Beyond now with the Blink Dagger, looking for a target. He is directly under vision though, so they know exactly where the Centaur is going. And utilizing that, well, Leslie's just going to walk straight into them and get himself silenced up. He might just be dead. Stun from MSS is going to disrupt the Drow, but it's not enough to save Leslau. He's going to fall, but Arme will die in response. Quinn gets on top of him, and now can they chase for more? They don't really have the catch, so Sonics will just go back to farming and accept the trade which they were given.
Yeah, still nice for them. Shut down the Drow. Did they get the D ward afterwards? So maybe not.
I think not.
Yeah.
Still have the walls are just running out down there. They were placed a long time ago. 60 minutes in, and LGD are not letting us tower mid-tower fall for free. That's for sure. Not at all jump in stun. Only lands into MSS, and they'll be able to find the Impale, and with a molly shot from the high ground, that is a dead Snapfire. Fata also under fire as well, but he's able to get himself back. Leslau still waiting in the wings. Doesn't have this BKB just yet. Would really like to wait for it until he fights, but always going to be there for his team if he need him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is the one thing that's a bit tricky for Sonic's lineup, is that all 3 cores on PSG LGD can farm, and the Chen is also a pretty good farmer. So if they have space, they can drag the net worth lead back. Like as we're seeing, Primal Beast is just not that quick. He can shove lanes, but he can't do anything in the jungle really. So Leslie definitely wants to go and fight now that he's got the BKB. This should be go time for Sonics, and looks like the plan is just walk down mid, at least at first. I don't know how easy it is for them to go for a tier 2, but Quinn can posture pretty aggressively here on mid.
Ooh, Xinkyu trying to set up here onto Quinn. He does get off the Bloodstone first. Is it going to matter though? It's Arme from the sidelines just blasting into him.
The Hurricane!
And that is going to be a death for Quinn, and now Fata as well, also being beaten up here. Damages that. And Fata doesn't have a counterplay, especially with that those Frost Arrow stacks upon him. That's bad. There's a lot of heroes going down right now.
Yeah, one more for PSG LGD added on the pile. Just a tiny little like positioning error from or miscommunication from Sonics there. Fado was, I think, trying to deward on the high ground. He got just a little bit too far away from his Lesh. The Lesh got hurricaned back by this Chen, and just couldn't be saved. And
yeah, nice little cherry on the cake there, that's for sure.
yeah, that's gonna hurt, especially with like we were saying, this BKB picked up for the Primal Beast. Leslie wants to go and fight with the squad, but suddenly it's PSG LGD just scattering to the winds, back to shoving all the lanes, making some space for themselves. And you look at the Ember and you wouldn't tell at all that Nothing to Say had a difficult early game. Just doing totally fine on the net worth.
Yeah, they all are. PSG LGD just recovered from this laning phase completely. But they're looking for revenge, Sonics. What can they do? Leshrac, he has himself a Blink Dagger now, so we'll be able to get in on top of the Drow if they see her. Of course, also depends... Oh, no. Emma Spirit just flying over the top, pops all of their smokes inside that Remnant.
Dang. Yeah, and there's a ward here, so...
Reveals everything.
Tower is under attack.
Well, Sonics back to the drawing board, eh? Blink Dagger and Quinn ultimately not going to mean much. Nothing to say. Trying to get the tower. Does get denied by Quinn at the very least, but not much more than that to be done.
Sonic's a little bit frustrated, just going to go and force the Roshan. LGD know that this is going on. They did have a creep inside of the pit, but it doesn't really look like they want to do anything. They seem pretty intent on just like... They've even picked up Boots of Travel on Faith Beyond. Like he's farming up a Storm on the Centaur. Talked about it a little bit earlier. The Ember is very difficult to catch and punish this game, and it does almost seem like, you know, for PSG LGD, they're just not concerned about hitting any kind of Chen timings or anything like that. They seem content to just split push the map, run Sonics around in circles, and yeah, maybe feeling confident heading into that later game phase with their Tricore.
Yep, and they use that window to get some deeper wards down inside of PSG LGD, so should be able to read Sonics pretty well. I mean, it's very calm from them. Very considered game, you know. They're not overreacting to the fact that there's a Roshan going on. They let them take it. They realize that even though they have been able to recover very, very well from this laning phase, you know, they're still not in fighting shape just yet. But yeah, the thing which really interests me is definitely that the Centaur pickup on the Boots of Travel. Well, what do you imagine that's for?
I really think it's just to keep his farm accelerating. Like I think Faith Beyond is just having a good game. Wants to be able to deal with the side lanes, be a constant threat, just make more room on the map. I think it's going to pay off for him here, just with the amount that he's farming.
Yeah, Aegis on one team, net worth advantage on the other. LGD are able to stabilize very, very nicely.
This is some of the downside of picking something like an Abaddon as your position 5, especially when you've got like the Lesh. Quinn just trying to jump in on top of Faith Beyond, but Stampede gets popped. And
another indication of how LGD just don't really care about the pacing of this game. They're happy to pop a Stampede just to get one hero away. Absolutely fine by them. They can waste more of Sonic's time. That is exactly a deal they want to take. Mid lane, Quinn. Oh, look to set up there with the Split Earth, but Fada not quite tasty enough to tempt the Ember in. Nothing to say, he is a well-disciplined man.
So seemingly, LGD just completely unconcerned about Morphling and the fact that he's farming. This does sort of seem to be the flavor of the game here, that LGD are like, yeah, whatever, we don't care if your Morphling's farming. We're pretty confident with our answers to the Leshrac, and heck, you know, the answers to the Morphling are kind of here as well. Decent lockdown, the Drow Ranger delivering the damage, as Ame now just quietly, he's been making his way up to #1 on the net worth.
Yeah, he's been having a great time. Had a lot of the map to farm whilst the team's been making deep plays and kind of distracting Sonics for the most part. Damn. Sonic's not favorites at all.
They just feels like they're getting kind of run around in circles. Leslau got to be a little frustrating for him. He's got Blink, he's got BKB, but it just hasn't gotten the time of day. He's trying to blink on top of nothing to say at mid, but he's out of there.
Xinkyu is going to get seen here at the very least, so there should be at least one pickup for them. He's going to make them work for it, but eventually he will get taken on down. Yua's going to grab that kill. Oh, I was thinking of coming over, but with all the heroes showing up for this next session, they'll just peace out.
Okay, this is a nice way to deal with what PSG LGD are doing. Fnatic's picked up the gem. They're going to try and completely deward this side of the, deward their side of the map, so it makes it harder for LGD, especially against these double blink daggers, to feel so confident about shoving the lanes all the way to the towers and stuff like that. So they figured out a way to kind of break out of the stalemate, break out of the chokeholds. Just have to see where they can go from there.
Goodness gracious. I mean, the fact that LGD have been able to play themselves out of the situation by not even answering Sonics is kind of worrying. Do you feel like Sonics just haven't pushed the advantage enough?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I think that not going and trying to find some kind of a fight with the BKB on the Primal Beast was a little bit surprising, but LGD seem absolute in their resolve to not fight them just yet, right? They knew that the Roshan was happening. It was just like, yeah, go for it. Do what you want.
Yep. And LGD are playing such basic Dota as well. Like, they're not really overreacting. They're just kind of being annoying where possible, but this might be big. They're jumping on to Quinn here. Quinn, though, still has 28 seconds left on this Aegis, so probably not the best time to try and bring him down. With that Bloodstone, he's able to get a little bit of his mana back, but low on mana, low on health. Got to be careful. 15 seconds left on the Aegis.
Sonic tried to find Ame at the same time.
Yeah, but he's got a BKB there, so he's able to just turn this one around and chase them off. They can't fight him. And the Stampede's being used, which Ame is using to run forwards nonetheless. So Sonics outplayed once again just by the BKB pickup. They thought she didn't have it yet, but Ame ready.
Sonic's going to force to deal with just some Chen creep, split push at bottom. It was a nice move, but again, PSG LGD just kind of slip right through their fingers and make it back out onto the map, keep on farming. Nyx Assassin is still getting wards down. I don't know if this one is going to be very long-lived. Yeah, I thought it's going to come over here, click on this ward, realize that it was planted 10 seconds ago, and know that the Nyx Assassin is just in the area.
Yeah. Pesky little Nyx, always hanging around. Well, now no Aegis, all semblance of an advantage now gone for the side of Sonics. The ball now firmly in a PSG LGD's court. What can they do with it? Well, probably farm a bit more, probably wait for some more timings. They want to get a couple more cookies in their basket before they come sprinting down into this game. But there is a bit of pressure starting to mount on the bottom side.
Chen tried to hurricane himself out there, but couldn't quite make it down to the low ground. All right, so he dies. There's a ward up here. They kind of knew what he was up to.
Yeah, not a bad death with the amount of pressure coming out at bottom.
Yeah, I don't think Sonics can really fight this. They're thinking about it. I don't think they have a smoke. UR might just want to finish off his Scotty.
Yeah, I think I prefer to see the mirror play coming out from Sonics. What do you think?
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
I'd be okay with that, though. I mean, Leslie already TPing down.
All right, they're going for it. Oh, Leslau jumps in, but immediate blink out from Faith Beyond. Taking no risks here, and once again, just walking Sonics in circles at the moment. Sonics just can't get their claws into any of these heroes. So slippery, so annoying.
Just nothing has happened for the last little bit, other than that Chen pick off, a little bit of excitement with that BKB getting forced out. But now PSG LGD, first time we've seen them smoked up as 5 this entire game, decided that this is their timing.
And Fada breaks it. And nothing says, this guy's here. Oh well, guess we'll look for it. But actually on the sidelines, a much bigger target has been seen. Leslau is spotted. Has the BKB. Gonna have to pop it and turn around with the pulverize. Naturally, they might be able to get the return kill. No, Faith Beyond, he's got the BKB to back himself off with Leslau. Now his BKB runs out and he gets taken on down by Nothing Say. Nothing Say now looking for a target. They're trying to keep Quinn alive. Can they do it? Yes, they can. BKB comes out from him. He's healed up just enough to keep on fighting. Faith Beyond gets turned inside out. Ame's in the fight now. Multi shot comes through onto Yuar. Yuar just keeps his distance, stays away. as PSG LGD make a trade, and a pretty even one at that.
Offlane for offlane. I think even favoring Sonics a little bit by the numbers, just because they are a little bit behind currently on the board.
Never refuse gold given.
Yeah, it's tricky for Sonics. They've only got so much lockdown, and we're seeing even beyond the like slippery ember, just the four staffs getting picked up for PSG LGD, proving to be pretty annoying, and not going to get any easier as we get these double Lincolns coming out as well for Ame. Nothing to say. They don't really have that many throwaway spells to pop it. I'm trying to fight bottom. Quinn just in.
Quinn.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right.
Big commitment from Quinn there, just blinking onto these heroes' faces. And look at the multi-shot, slowing down all these heroes. And Farda's going to be the target. I mean, he's going to heal up from that one, popping that ultimate. Quinn needs to get out. Stun just about catches him. Oh, dear. Quinn gets killed off. PSG LGD looking for more. Will they be finding it, though? Yes, they will. They're going to be able to get MSS. There's nothing to say close the gap on him, but everybody else able to get themselves up to that high ground and to relative safety. But they're going to be losing a tower at the very least for this one. 9k gold advantage on the side of LGD. They're about to take a tower, which might swing it to 10. There you go. Huge, huge amount of damage being dealt by Ember in that fight.
Abaddon with no ulti just had to peel away from the Lesh, but without him around, Quinn looking pretty squishy. Ame, it's been a slow roll, but he is doing a huge amount of damage now, even with very defensive items overall. Like, he's just got a BKB, a Pike, and a Lincoln's, but still just doing plenty with the Shard and the ult and all the levels that he's managed to accumulate. And the question does become, when's the Morphling really going to enter the game? What is his angle into these fights? You are kind of struggling to get in and actually make anything happen.
Yeah, that's the issue. And what point do we think Yoa is really going to be a big impact? I feel like he needs even like BKB Skadi to really
he's got the
turn up to what I
Skadi,
mean.
so yeah.
Yeah, true.
I think he can make some plays. Maybe even morph into the Ember potentially and get a Sight Chains, chase down that way. They certainly need something.
Jump in, stun onto Fada. Fada just going to pop the borrowed time. Or have it pop, I'm not quite sure which it was, but either way, he gets himself back. And now PSG LGD say, you're Roshan. No, this is our Roshan. They are in the pit straight away. Ame just blasting down this road. It's going so quick, they need to do something about this. Sonics, you need to get in. 33%, 20%, 10%, 0%. Roshan belongs to PSG LGD. Oh, Quinn. Oh, nice catch there onto Ember Spirit. Can they turn this one around? They need the damage. They need it now, and they're not going to find it as the heal comes through from Innocence and backlines. Quinn with the BKB, able to get himself back towards his team. Kiss is coming over from MSS as well, but not enough being done, and PSG LGD hold a very firm line.
Dang. Even landing the stuns on the Ember like that just can't do enough. He's got the Kai and Sanj, he's got the Lincolns, they got the heals coming through. Sonics, I don't really think it's lack of damage. It's probably just lack of lockdown that they can't actually complete these kills. And yeah, we're heading towards a late game that still just looking very, very difficult for the Morphling to sit and hit anybody in these fights.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Quinn could have got in and gotten the damage off onto the Ember Spirit, but he got jumped by, I think, the Centaur, who stunned him up, so he couldn't come in and do the damage they needed to Nothing to Say, so Nothing to Say gets away with it.
My thrift rewarded.
Despite an incredible catch from Sonics from CCNC. That's right, I'm using the old name. I'm mixing it up a bit.
I saw Quinn TPing back to his tier 1. I'm trying to take a fight. But bottom lane shoving, mid lane shoving. So much information for PSG LGD all the time. Sonics still trying to mount some kind of offensive up top here. It's just Ame running at them.
Jesus, they've managed to get off the spike carapace as well. 4 stuff is on to Leshrak. He's trying to do what he can on MSS and Fada, but it's not going to be enough. Quinn still to fall. MSS going to follow him to the grave. It's PSG LGD looking for more. Fada in the tree lines. Not going to be getting out of this one. Too much damage coming out from Ame at the moment as they take down 3 heroes. Just so quick here. So clinical from PSG LGD.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They've just
God
got so,
damn.
they've just got so much farm. They've got such a huge net worth lead. And the way that Dota is these days, everybody scales with net worth. You know, even Faith Beyond here just looking absolutely Chadley with his centaur,
Top tower has
picking up the
fallen.
Shivas. He's enormous.
Yep, now just a casual stroll at the high ground. This seems so effortless from the side of PSG LGD. Like, I don't know, man. This was... I don't even know if they could call it an output. It just played the map so much better than Sonic's. So much better.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, they really
has
just
fallen.
farmed them around in circles and like nothing to say, constantly running down lanes, being a
Radiant's top
pest.
barracks are under attack.
Didn't have anything to deal with him, even though this was a first pick Ember. I think Sonic's, like we said, the plan was very much like, look, we don't care about him so much because as much as we can't catch him, maybe we think he can't necessarily kill us, and we're just gonna have this kind of death ball going. But with the BOTs on the Centaur and the Chen creep shoving lanes, they just have not been able to get out on the map. Even with Quinn buying some BOTs to try and, you know, fight back and split push a little bit. He can't play as freely as the heroes on PSG LGD can, though, because there's always that worry in the back of your mind that, okay, I'm shoving on this lane, but there's a Nyx on the other team, so there could always be, you know, Nyx assassin coming and finding me. So you can kind of see that he can't cope past the elbow here on the lane. He can shove it out to there, but then he has to jump back and kind of rejoin the safety of his team under their wards.
Yeah, they have to play in vision as well. There's always the threat. The next assassin or the centaur getting on top of you. And this is why we say it. This is why you get yourself that cheap disposable lockdown, that hero you can just throw in and kind of not mind too much if they do get caught out. Just frees up your draft so much, and you're seeing exactly that. Look at ZQ here. Look at ZQ. He's like, oh dear, I've been jumped. He does actually just get to die here, but again, so much better than anyone else. Actually, they're still trying to follow up on this. Faith Beyond maybe has to be a little bit careful. They'll pop the Stampede, though. They just want to commit to this fight. Huge commitment from LGD as they jump in with nothing to say and then jump themselves out again. No chance of them actually overcommitting. Just want to get those BKBs. Want to squeeze Sonics a little bit here.
It's insane that they can position like this, so there's just really nothing to punish them. Like the only thing that can start for Sonics is a Blink Pulverize, and there's the Lincolns. So Ame's always going to be able to get the pike off. He's always going to be able to position backwards. Sonics smoked up.
Starting to feel a little bit hopeless for the side of Sonics. From such a good laning phase to this, I just can't believe it's all snuck away from them. That's how it does get seen, but they're actually going to try and commit onto Faith Beyond, but the Ogre Seal Totem bounces him away, turns around with a stun. Let's not force him up the BKB early in this one, but it's just this Temper Spirit in the fight, bouncing around, doing so much work out onto Leslau. They will bring him down with ease. And look at this from nothing to say, just jumping in so very deep as Fada gets left behind. If you're slow, you're dead. That's it. Buyback comes out from the Primal Beast. They need to keep Quinn alive some way, somehow. He's so low and he will fall. Zinq catches him with the mana burners. They will now jump into this one. Leslau gets a little bit of revenge, but he himself will get cut down. Sonics, what can you do?
They can't
The
stop
answer,
the Centaur. He's got 5k
there's not
health.
a whole lot.
Just, that's it.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Dang.
That's it. Goodness gracious, what a game one. I mean, it was looking so bad for LGD, and then they just kind of shrugged it off. They just didn't really care.
Yeah, it was just like, okay, guys, hit the creeps. We're fine. We've got all this split push. We're gonna shove waves with Chen creeps. We're gonna shove waves with Ember. Drow's just gonna farm. Faith Beyond's gonna get so huge that they just can't kill him. Even if I think even if all 5 of them just popped everything, the Centaur was enormous. And
Yep.
very, very quiet game from the Primal Beast. You know, Leslau had a couple of nice moves and played the lane nicely, but then after that just couldn't catch anybody.
No, it was a shame. It was a shame because, you know, we've seen Primal Beast just absolutely take over games before, and Quinn was kind of on the path to taking over the game, but Leslau just couldn't really keep pace, and I don't know, like, I didn't think it felt like he was out of practice on the hero, just getting kited so badly by the side of PSG LGD. The Gust on the Drow did so much work when it came to buying them space in the early mid.
Yeah, it was really, really valuable. Just tricky for Sonics to play around. They didn't really have... Well, they all had to itemize against it, which is not fun. And yeah, what a weird one. Not at all what I expected. seemed like PSG LGD just cruised, though. It didn't seem like they broke a sweat.
Yeah, no, really. And like, even, you know, as we say in the early game when they were losing, super calm from them. They weren't overreacting to anything. You know, they were just chilling out. They were just playing the game they knew they needed to play in order to come back into it. And yeah, they didn't turn up to ganks. They didn't try and even make plays, honestly. Like, they just sat there and didn't play much Dota for about 15 minutes until they felt like they were in the right place to do so. And the efficiency on the map was just way, way higher. I mean, was that just the Chen allowing them to be so much more efficient, or was it just the nature of the heroes? Or
Yeah, I think it's just that they have all 3 cores can farm, plus the Chen can farm and shove, and Sonics, it's not really the same thing. You know, Leslau was just having a rough one, kind of getting kited around in circles. Some of the weaknesses of the Primal Beast showing up here.
Definitely, but our MVP for this game, number 1, is going to be Nothing to Say on the Ember Spirit, just bouncing around, being annoying, doing so much work, shut down at mid, and then pretends it didn't even happen. The power of imagination was strong.
Yeah, he got bailed out a tiny bit. We didn't mention it, but there was the Chen creep running over and throwing a couple of heals on him, but still, it was a tough one. There was the bottle on Quinn. He got killed at level 6, but shrugged it off. That was his only death for the whole game. After that, he was just completely untouchable with the first pick Ember.
Very nicely done. Very clean game from PSG LGD in game number 1. Will they be able to repeat the same thing in game number 2? That is the question. Sonic's certainly going to try and come back. I mean, do you just pick, like... I kind of want to see a Beastmaster from Sonic here, you know? Something they can just kind of run through the laning phase with and carry that momentum forward for them. Because twice now, you know, this game and the Brood game, we've seen Sonics come out of the laning phase really, really strong and then not have the heroes they need to kind of keep that momentum and really punish the enemy team for giving them that space. So maybe they can change up their draft and make that happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of tempted to say that I want to see Quinn just on one of his spirits or something like that, where he's just got the more guaranteed lockdown, the abilities to make plays on the enemy supports a little bit more solo, but I also don't really feel like Quinn has been the problem. And I don't think there's anyone even to point fingers at specifically on the side of Sonics. They just kind of got run around this game by PSG LGD, but certainly something needs to change. Maybe put UR on something slightly faster. You know, maybe give him his jug or something along those lines. I'm not sure.
I can see it, but either way, some adjusting needs to take place. We will take a short break, then we'll be back with game number 2 of Sonics versus PSG LGD.
path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
PSG LGD showing signs of the dominance that they have brought to previous TIs in game number 1 in their series versus Sonics. And now we are back for game number 2. Sonics, a great laning phase, but unfortunately, PSG LGD, they just stuck to the game plan and they're able to take game 1 with relative ease.
Yeah, it was crazy to me just kind of how effortless that looked, but there you go. Showing that there's more to the Chen than just the early group up and push. There's more to the Drow as well than necessarily having to play fast, and there's more to the Ember than having to gank. Right? Sometimes the Ember is just about being slippery and being impossible for the enemy team to deal with. He didn't kill that many people, but he certainly killed a whole lot of creeps. And PSG LGD hit their timing. They smoked, and it felt like at that point they had just got the game on lock.
Yep, fizzling out of game number 1, but hopefully game number 2, Sonics come up with some new ideas, because this team, they've been going through a bit of a journey. Obviously, Sonics, in some form, have been around for a really long time. You look back to Quincy Crew, but they personally feel like they're an entirely different team coming into this. And this was the same for Arlington. For Arlington, they were kind of very unsure. They felt like they were an entirely different stack now that Fata was the captain. So we're looking at kind of a new team, or at least a team which feels like they are something new. So their ideas are changing, and they want to kind of bring in a new idea, which makes sense, because they didn't really have any major successes as a side of Quincy. So maybe under Fada in the form of Sonics, and even with their coach Clairvoyance as well, they'll be able to bring something new to the table.
Yeah, it's interesting, the story of this particular roster, because there's been various combinations of 2 or 3 of these players that have played together previously. Like, I think we had, even going all the way back to TI4, I think MSS and Fada were both on Mouse Sports together. Like, there are just little combos of, I think like VCJ Storm as well. A lot of these guys have played together with each other on various incarnations, but this is the first time that this particular 5 have all been together. Like you say, they've got Clairvoyance coming in as the coach as well. And I think they found their style for sure, but still just trying to find their feet a little bit here in the group stages of TI.
You see that lovely logo on the arm as well. It's a bit of a story behind that one, but we won't get into that today. But on the other side, we've got PSG LGD, of course. This team, they've been dominant in the Dota scene for a very long time. They beat Spirit in the Riyadh Masters Finals, but then lost to them at the Arlington Major Grand Finals. But still making 2 Grand Finals back-to-back just shows you the caliber of team that Sonics are facing up against here.
Yeah, it's been interesting year for LGD. It's been a very difficult year for a lot of regions in Dota, right? China has struggled to kind of make it outside of their region to be able to play all that much. So it has been difficult at times to fully judge sort of the caliber there, but PSG LGD have made it very clear that there are no doubts about them. Every single time they've gone out of the country to play something, they have absolutely shown up, and definitely coming in as one of the favorites, if not the favorite here for TI. But
yeah, when they wash their faces, they're definitely a brutal team to play against, that's for sure. And we saw that during the DPC, right? Like, they were tied for relegation at one point. LGD were tied for relegation. They were like, oh crap, we need to win some games. Just like rock up, suddenly start try-harding, take it seriously, smash everyone and claim the 4th place, and then kind of just go back to sleep again. Like, these guys are beasts when they turn up for it. And I'm not too worried to see them dropping a couple of games here on the first day. I know that when it comes down to it, LGD will be able to take the wins, and I'm fully expecting to see them in the upper bracket, and I think that's a little bit of what they're showing us right now.
yeah, it does feel like we're through the looking glass a little bit here in this TI group stages. Like, Evil Geniuses are going to be the only team undefeated out of, out of day one of groups. I would not have believed that coming in, but they're looking fantastic. And yeah, we find LGD kind of languishing towards the bottom of the group here. It's still early days, of course, and that you could still bring it back to a pretty respectable 3-3 record, but anything can happen. The last chance qualifiers proved that, and we're seeing a little bit of that here today as well.
Yeah, and I think it's important to mention as well that with the different amount of teams at TI this time around, we got 20 teams, so being in the group stage it's really important to do well. If you end up lower bracket, there are so many teams you have to fight through for so long to get to those grand finals, unlike ever before. So you got to make sure that you're getting that upper bracket if you want to stand a serious chance of holding that Aegis. But of course, it's also TI, and everybody seems to make lower bracket runs at TI, so take that with a pinch of salt as we move into the draft for game number 2 of PSG LGD versus Sonics here in the group stage. LGD, of course, with the 1 game advantage.
And this clockwork is continuing to move up in the world. Getting the first phase ban here out of PSG LGD, Sonics not wanting to deal with the Primal Beast, maybe not wanting to pick it up for themselves again. As seems like we might have another one of these drafts where Marcy makes it through, Enigma makes it through. What is the adjustment for Sonics? I feel like the Morphling's going to get let through again as well, and I'm super curious to see what LGD are going to end up going for with this pick.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've currently had 3 games in the DP in the group stages of TI11 where we haven't seen Enigma at all, but we haven't seen any games where we haven't seen Marcy at all. She's still 100% pick ban.
Okay, yeah, we're seeing some answers to the Enigma working out, and I think we've also seen some faster games and some better executed push strats here in the group stage than we did in LCQs. I would hazard a guess. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like our average game time has probably been a little shorter here in group stage than it was in last chance.
Turn to pick.
Chen again.
Yeah, we've had some really fast games today, but yeah, LGD relying on the Chen. They believe in it.
Yeah, it was interesting to me that this hero kind of fell off a cliff a little bit. He did get some nerfs. They did nerf the damage on the persuasion, so the creeps don't do quite as much. Like, he did get a couple of changes here and there, but there was also, it was not that long ago, especially during like the major and then ESL Malaysia, where Chen was just the hero, right? A lot of the prep that I was looking at for ESL was like, which teams play Chen? Talking about, does this team play Chen? Are they practicing it in pubs? Yeah, they are. Everybody is trying to make this a thing. And dang, Sonics, the last couple of Magnus picks that we've seen from them have been late in the draft, but this seems like this is something they want to go to. Probably been looking good for them in scrims. We'll just have to see how it goes here.
We saw it in the series earlier on.
Yep.
It was very, very good from Leslau. Basically, one of the major factors for them winning the game.
Yeah, so they lost one game with it in their opener versus EG. They won one game versus Liquid, which, like you said, looked really good. But this is the first time that we've seen it picked up quite so early for them. I do wonder if the idea is that they think picking the Magnus enables heroes for Yawar that they wouldn't otherwise necessarily pick. Could also be when you're picking it so early like this that, maybe they're even thinking of like both Quinn's hero and Yawar's hero is going to benefit. Like, this Ember ban is sort of the classic.
Okay.
Back when Magnus was playable as a support, right? You would sometimes see this sort of situation where like the Magnus comes out super early and then you're picking a whole bunch of cores that are all going to benefit from the Empower and, all farm a huge amount. So makes sense to me.
Yeah, and you just force a huge amount of bans as well. Like,
Yeah.
it triggers off a whole landslide of, gotta ban this, gotta ban this, gotta ban this. Pretty annoying. Could also trigger PTSD for PSG LGD after last TI Grand Finals, so always the mental aspect.
It's a very different Magnus, but yeah, they're banning all the Quinn heroes that could could benefit from the Empower here. So seeing it in the first phase, PSG LGD certainly think that there's something up, that maybe there's some pocket strat or something that's coming out. And get the Rubik as a little bit of an answer here. Definitely nice to have the constant threat of the RP steals. We've seen Jin-Q. He's very comfortable on this hero. And all right, the Morphling will end up getting banned out. So Sonic's having to ban some of the stuff that they didn't look so comfortable on in the previous game is really opening up this draft for LGD to kind of go for whatever they want.
Yeah, it really is. And they haven't really got any direction. Their first 2 picks could be considered a bit of a weaker support duo, so definitely going to need cores which kind of go in and get things done, but that's a pretty low bar to set. They can tick those checkboxes very, very easily.
Is this going to be the first Marcy ignored draft? We've already got Rubik on one side, we got Mirana on the other. I mean, maybe we could see like a pause 3 Marcy from Faith Beyond or something, but
definitely could.
Yeah,
I wouldn't rely on it just being ignored just yet. I still feel like either of these teams are capable of playing it in different role.
Some random ban. They don't want Fada to be playing at position 5, maybe.
Yeah,
something like that. Okay, so Bloodseeker ban. What are we looking at? Are they gonna?
Oh no, probably already.
No, I'm thinking. What? There's still the Pango.
Yeah, that's probably the thought here.
Yeah, it seems to me like it's been some of the strongest. It could also be that they're just trying to like pick PA, or they're looking at the carries that are left for UR, and they're like, we don't want any of our Empower carries getting ruptured, like whatever it is. They all kind of suffer against that, and PSG LGD do play it. They play it offlane as well, so got to kind of get rid of it. But okay, it is going to still be the Pango as well.
Yeah, it'll be the little less Giga Brain option, perhaps, as the Pangolin comes out for the side of Sonics. Simple pickup for them. And that's going to give them a lot of teamfight control again. A great hero to see Quinn on. He's very, very comfortable on this one. So, what is the response from PSG LGD? Now they're into the 2 picks. This is going to really kind of form a shape of their draft. Again, they have to be high-impact heroes. That's all we're really looking for here.
Yeah, they've kept it super open-ended so far. Other thing to talk about is coming in from the LCQs, the Shadow Fiend is still in the pool here. Maybe some kind of a possibility. It wouldn't even... I don't think it would be too crazy for LGD to also be gearing up for like a sniper here either. That looks like it could be kind of annoying for the lineup that Sonics have going for them currently. I'm thinking along this line of like, the long-range right clicker. Sure, Pango can come and try and find you in the back lines, but you can also just sit there and hit him the whole fight, which is not fun. But
yeah, no.
All the options for PSG LGD, and really taking their time discussing what they want to do here.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, it is going to be, these 2 heroes kind of need to be considered together, so they're going to want to think both of them at once and then not just pick one and then decide the other. It's pretty much their game plan from here on out. They have good ideas on what they want to do, but it's about talking it through and finding the one which fits the best and that everyone's happy with, and also leading into the 3rd pick as well, what they want to be thinking in that regard. Or even considering some bans as well, why not? We'll consider the whole damn thing.
These kind of situations make me wonder if they should just squish all the pick time together for these, because like nobody ever uses the pick time for the 2nd pick. Because, like you say, you're making both decisions at once. It's not like this 25 seconds just ends up being nothing. But
well, now you've cursed it. We're gonna have to.
They are gonna sit here and have a little bit more discussion, as it turns out. So,
thanks, Base Skip.
Yeah.
God.
Oh well.
Well, we get the Leshrac coming out. What do you think of Leshrac into the Pangolin? Because I kind of like this for Pango.
Yeah, you can just get on top of him and be a nuisance. I do like it with what PSG LGD have. They got the Chen for some extra sustain. Talked about that during the draft of the previous game. And a little bit of extra health that you can give the Lesh is always going to be welcome. And they've got some save. As seems like LGD just going for a very straight up kind of team fight Dota drafts. Nothing too crazy going on here.
They are all Dota heroes, yeah. it is a
Yeah,
Dota
well,
draft.
I don't know. This draft just feels so
10 seconds.
cookie cutter. If not for the Mars, I feel like you could zoom back through TI history and like this general thing like Chen, Rubik, Lesh is something that's always featured pretty prominently.
Yep.
I think the Mars for me is mostly about. So in the last game, PSG LGD showed pretty clearly that they think these ranged carries are really good against Lesh, and that the Drow Ranger was sort of their answer to just shred the Leshrac before he could get on top of anybody. And I think for me, the Mars is like the big deterrent to ranged carries. And we see teams. The Terrorblade comes out, Mars gets picked. The arena is just so difficult to play around. Though the hero has not looked great today. I think we even saw a collapse Mars that lost. I don't want to say that he's the only one that can make it look good, but yeah, it does result in Sonic's just going for the lifesteal. They were always going to go for a melee carry actually because they've got the Magnus, right? So.
Yeah, they've got the Magnus, they've got the Mars matchup. It just makes a lot of sense, and Lifesteal are probably the ideal answer to this. So going for a very strong safe lane here, and looks like it's going to be a final pick pos 5 on the side of Sonic. Very interesting.
Yeah, unless there's some weird and wonderful pos 5 Magnus that they're playing and then picking something else for Leslau, but I don't know if that's what I want to see. But yeah, Lifesteal looks good here. Even just being able to get the open wounds and everybody can kind of commit onto the Lesh without having to worry so much about all the damage that he's pumping out the other way, which is
It's
nice.
a very interesting point. Yeah, we'll see if that is something they work towards. His hero is going to be next, as well as a pos 5 for Sonics.
Still think we could be looking at one of these big ranged carries for LGD. What else could they go for? There's still like a Razor in the pool as well, if you're just looking for like classic lifestealer counters.
Well, I think I'm looking more to like a big Skadi hero, like TB or something.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of talking about with the big ranged carry kind of idea.
Yeah.
Shadow Demon as the ban. Okay.
Could mean a lot of things. Could mean an illusion
Yeah.
hero. I think there's too many illusion heroes for them to ban out. It's a problem. So
Yeah, I don't think you're not that worried about like a PL. I don't think that's a big concern. I don't know that Naga necessarily looks amazing.
yeah, Naga and Pango feels a little bit scary. Maybe.
What else are you going? Maybe it's not the illusions. Maybe it's just they don't want a hero it's the save and it's maybe the purge. Let's see.
Oh, they go a bit more tempo. They move towards the TA. All right. That gives them a lot of physical damage, a lot of magical damage, and 3 cores that they can really play around here. So, yeah, LGD make it work, despite a kind of underwhelming support duo to open things up with. They pick up 3 heroes which can absolutely play the game and find space on the map. And put the pressure onto Sonic. Sonic's the final pickup here, and they will go with the Death Prophet. So, a favourite of theirs from back in the DPC. And that's what they're going to be pulling out here for their second match against PSG LGD.
Oh, it is a Fata Magnus. It is.
It's a Fata Mag all along.
It's pos 5 Magnus. Leslau gets asked, you see all 5 heroes, you see everything else in the game. What is it that you want? And he asks for the Death Prophet. It looks pretty good. Should really be able to put a lot of pressure on in the lane. Along with the Mirana, double ranged is going to be annoying for this PSG LGD side. And kicks the tempo up a notch a little bit compared to having the Mag as the off lane. Though that does now make things a little weird that you've got, Magnus is just going to be an Empower now this game. Maybe you get a Skewer here or there, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think this gives you a lot of objective taking as well. Relying entirely on the lifesteal to take your buildings for you is a little bit scary. You know, he's not the strongest, and this gives them another big timing to work around as well. So I'm definitely happy to see it. You know, I don't think the lane's going to be super convincing. I don't think it's going to shut Arme down too much. He's still going to have a great game on this TA, but I definitely like it in terms of them completing their own draft. I'm a little bit worried about how this kind of top lane's going to go now for the side of Sonics. You know, they're running Lifestealer along with Magnus, right?
Yeah, Lifestealer Mag into the very, very spammy, quite a lot of damage, Mars plus the Rubik. So it does feel like they're going to get bullied around a bit here.
All right, let's jump into it. Game number 2, PSG LGD versus Sonics here in the group stage. Best of 2 matchup. PSG LGD with a 1-game lead. Can Sonics come back? It's going to be tough, and this is a very interesting draft in which to do it with.
Just going to try and start things off with the first blood, perhaps. Big 5-man smoke making their way up. See what they can see.
Positioned very, very far back. A wrap around to mid, perhaps. When smoke gets popped, he knows there's a hero waiting in the trees here, but it's not exactly an area where they can really go in and get a kill. So, yeah, they're just going to have to settle for nothing.
Very nicely placed Radiant Ward. It does not see across to the other side, so you can't do this weird check with the tree line. And actually, I think they spotted this this dire obs. Yeah, it's getting pinged out, so that is not going to be long for this world. They might even, are they going to try and give Nothing to Say solo experience on this one? Is that the plan?
He's looking at him. Shinky's looking straight at him. Quinn, watch out. You're being stared at. Well, top lane. A little bit of value from that shockwave onto 2 heroes, but I'm just going to heal themselves straight back up again. It's going to be 3 bounties going the way of Sonics, though. Nice little start to the game for them. Nice bit of cash money in their pocket, but no first blood as of yet. How are we expecting this mid lane to go, Mr. Baseskip?
Seems like this matchup has been pretty good for the Leshrac. Though I'm sure Quinn is very familiar. This is only a gold tier Lesh on Nothing to Say compared to some of the Grandmaster Leshes that we've seen. So maybe Quinn can exploit it a little bit, but this does still seem like on paper the matchup should be pretty darn good for Nothing to Say.
Yeah, I believe so. But if we do see Quinn going towards the Diffusal Blade, that gives him another thing to play around the Leshrac with.
Yep.
And as you mentioned before, the possibility of the Shard, which we've been seeing a fair amount on the Lifestealer, could also give him another way to kind of target the Leshrac and bring him down without just dying to the amount of damage he puts out.
Yeah. Worth noting that we did see, once again, Sonics putting some big hate on this Chen this game with the double blocks on camps just to start things out. They're not going to let Innocents have an easy time, and they've got the Mirana as well to potentially snipe out any annoying creeps. So if we get a Harpy or a Ghost or even the Mana Burn, worth getting rid of in this situation.
Yeah, they can be sniped down with that arrow. The one-shot kill. As Quinn gets very low in the middle lane, has to back himself away. Down the bottom well, a bit of pressure being put out onto Arme. A lot of trading going out across all 3 lanes at the moment, but so far so good. But let's see how this top lane's getting along, as we do have the Magnus and the Lifestealer laning up together. Not a very conventional lane, and the double melee feels like it might not do great versus the Mars. What do you think?
Yeah, it's tricky. They are chewing through quite a lot of their regen. Fada started double tango, but at least the Lifestealer should be able to sustain, but it's going to start getting trickier once Mars starts getting towards like level 4. Fada is threatening them. He's got the hero point picked up, so looking for something, but yeah, just not a huge amount that he can do. He's even got 4 CS currently.
He's going to throw back Xingqiu here, and with the slow coming out from the Gold Frenzy, yeah, it's not going to be enough to really threaten onto Xingqiu here, especially with the God's Rebuke coming out. That'll help out a lot with a 40% slow.
I like the way that Fada's playing the lane, though. He's getting up in there, trying to abuse them a little bit on these early levels. He's got another skewer in 1 second, but nothing doing.
Yeah, I feel like if you drag Faith Beyond back, it might just end badly for you, so not too sure about that one, unless you can get him under tower. Well, they do go for that one, but yeah,
Quinn
again,
dead.
Spear comes out into you, but it's first blood in the middle lane. Nothing to say, bringing down Quinn. Oh no!
I just caught
That's
the
not
very
meant to
tail end of
happen.
that. He just got caught by a stun, and then another 2-point lightning. He was low, but this mid lane is very one-sided currently. 24 against 11 and 1.
Not looking good at all for the poor old Pangolier. Quinn just getting beaten down.
Yeah,
Nothing to say goes in and steals the bounty runes as well, so we'll be able to get the bottle refill and keep himself nice and healthy and mannered up. Plenty of juice to work with.
yeah, and they're not exactly crushing bottom either with this this Death Prophet pickup. He does have the 2 points in the Spirit Siphon now, so putting on more pressure. But Innocence is just keeping Ame sustained with this heal creep.
It's doing work. And, you know, again, I want to say, like, when you lane with a Death Prophet, you kind of want to give it just a slow or a stun to work with. And when you lane with a Marana, you want to give her a slow or a stun to work with. So they're both kind of missing their kind of matching piece, you know? They're like two puzzle pieces, but both the knobbly bits, and both of them need like the little indented bit. Doesn't quite fit together, does it?
Yeah, not quite. Kind of have to rely on getting just a random arrow off. Faithband, gotta be a little careful here, trying to get behind the tower against Fada.
Yeah, Far doesn't have enough mana, I don't think, for the Shockwave and Skewer combo, so if he wants to get him, he's got to do it the old-fashioned way, and that seems unlikely. But still, the amount of damage coming out from the right clicks from Fata, still a big threat. Faithband is going to be okay. He's in the middle lane, another stun, going to land out onto Quinn. Quinn, he's got the swashbuckle in 1 second, and I think he's going to have to use it just to get away from nothing to say here, so they're having an absolutely great time in this middle lane.
I don't really know how they turn this around.
Oh, the stun lands again, and that's going to be it. Hits level 6, gets the kill onto Quinn. 2 kills now for Nothing to Say in middle lane. Meanwhile, Faithbeyond's fine on the top. Won't be caught out by Fada. Oh, bottom. Might not be so lucky, though. Ooh, Ame under the tower. MSS doesn't have the damage to bring him down. Definitely threatening, though. A lot of heroes very low on the map at the moment. No one quite dropping, and the Mind Stealer doing its job with the mana burns as well.
I feel like a creep took the arrow there or something, but I couldn't quite get the kill. And this mid lane is a total destruction. Oh, and they're not done yet. Shinki rotating over. Ooh.
Yeah, Shinki really wanted to try and get off the
looking.
telekinesis there.
Yeah.
He was, but very low range at this early point, and MSS just lobs an arrow in towards the middle lane to see what he can do. Takes out the catapult. That'll be worth it well enough as Lemon says, get off my rune. My rune. MSS. Oh, charge out onto Jinkyu. Does just about get him under tower as well, but Quinn's going to be able to grab this haste rune and can use it to kill off Jinkyu. Doesn't even need it. Swashbuckle will bring him down. So a little bit of revenge here for Mr. Quinn. Still holding on to the haste, even with Nothing to Say landing the stun. Really wants to save this one and try and use it for a kill later on. That's his way back into the game.
Yeah, if he can just finally get the 6 by shoving this out, maybe go and make a play elsewhere, use this first Rolling Thunder. His team is doing what they can to bail out his very average start on mid.
Yep. MSS trading a lot of its health for this creep. And don't even kill off that Mind Stealer. How are our carries doing?
Yuar seems to be doing just fine. CS is not necessarily the highest, but it's pretty difficult for Faith Beyond to lane up against him, especially with the 2 points up in the Ghoul Frenzy now. Nothing to say, looking for it though.
Yeah, playing in the smoke really nicely, but Yuar just immediately rage, run away, get himself out, and TP's all the way back to the fountain, not taking any risks there at all.
Yeah, it's tricky with just the 1 point in rage. Didn't have the time to consider if he could have maybe TP'd to tier 2 or something. Just goes for the double tap, heads all the way back to the fountain. So with that, he's going to be off the map for a little bit. Not ideal.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Leslie is starting to push. He's used the first exorcism and is looking to take himself a little tower here.
Yeah, Tia's been jungling for the last little bit. I'm just accelerating over there, so this is going to be very free. LG trying to get a little bit of their own going at top. But there are more Sonics here rotating over. And TP coming in as well from Quinn.
Ooh, Fada actually misses the shockwave there, but Quinn gonna commit regardless. Walks into the arrow, nicely set up by MSS, and they're gonna be able to kill off Nothing to Say, finally putting a stop to his reign of terror. And that's the power of the Death Prophet, right? You've got this hero just using Exorcism by herself down at bottom, which means all 4 heroes are free to just run up to the top lane and answer LGD.
Yeah, it gives them a very natural way to kind of pace the game, right? It's like, okay, we pressed an Exorcism, it's going to be an objective. The last game, I think they struggled a little bit to find when their moment was, and this game it can be, it's a whole lot easier to just say, okay, we've got our 2 big ultis, let's just go and let's go do something.
Yeah, very much so. Freeing them up a lot. And you are still able to sit up in this top lane, having a reasonably good time. I mean, not as good as he could be having, but the fact that there's been kills happening around him and it's not been him dying, it's definitely feeling all right.
And Sonics, I think they
said,
can just can sit in this setup for a while. Like Leslau even just going to go for some BOTs. So yeah, getting a little bit of their own back after what happened in the previous game. I think trying to prepare a bit more for this. So this potential PSG LGD will just sit and try and outfarm you kind of playstyle.
Yeah, and it's 9 minutes in and they still don't have this arena on Faith Beyond, so it's been a bit slow, and they don't really have that aspect of the game to play around just yet, which kind of sucks. They try to chain up here, but the stun a little bit off the mark. Yawar gonna get off the rage here. Oh, and he does level up the Infest and gets inside Fada. Fada gonna skewer him out to safety. They will not be coming under the tower for this one, not after what happened last time.
Yeah, it's only 15 seconds to the next Exorcism, so I think Sonic's probably sizing up mid-tier 1, or thinking if they want to try and take a fight up at top. You know, they're still just sitting with this Infest.
Yeah.
They're not really farming on the Lifestealer.
Well, interestingly, Sonics get their decision made for them, because the Chen was actually just farming in the triangle behind the Death Prophet, so Leslau's Curry gets killed, and so now he has to unleash onto the mid tower with the Exorcism, so no chance of turning up top. They'll have to give up that tower, which they maybe didn't want to. And Faith Beyond going to be happy about that one, as he's now got his arena finished up as well, so that's the option.
Nothing to say. Maybe overstaying is welcome.
Yeah, they need to get off the damage. They need it now, but they will indeed have it. Nothing to say. Not much he can do, although stun does come out. You are nice sidestep from him. Fada going to slide across as well to offer them the damage they need to bring down the Lesh. Nothing to say.
Oh, they are Jinkyu a bit.
Well,
all right, Leslau was just sitting here.
Catch. Yep, just sitting in the trees, finally paying off. Oh no, the lift! The anti-synergy with the lift, saving Leslau from the arena. Faith Beyond trying to chase him down regardless. The Centaur off the Marcus, and rare misses coming out from LGD. Spear comes through. Is it going to be enough? Arme's on top of him as well, but in comes Quinn with the Rolling Thunder. They'll turn it around onto Arme. Arme goes down, and Quinn comes rolling through looking for more. He's not done yet. He wants to bring down Innocence, but Zinkyu with the stolen Rolling Thunder is going to come across and look for the counter lockdown. They've got the Spear as well, and they're going to be able to bring down Quinn, so he now gets punished for his overextension. A lot of punishment. Very punishment-heavy game, if you're into that kind of thing.
Yeah, a few little flubs here and there. A couple of lifts. The coordination from LGD not looking quite as crisp as we might expect, and it does really hurt to get Ame kind of punished like that, trying to turn up and just grab a freebie, but instead it does end up going down. Not much else happened on the map, right, while that was going on. I think pretty much everybody was mid. That ends up being that. They did get away by keeping the Rolling Thunder, so Xinqiu's going to have that for another move in a bit.
Yeah, that's true. They can look to set up on someone with that, and you know they know he has it, but at the same time, there's still that aspect of not really being able to play around it too much. It's so quick, the Rolling Thunder.
We kind of used everything here. Faith Beyond doesn't have the mana to kill him.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder used by Quinn just to keep him nice and safe. Doesn't want to get caught out by another spell coming on through. And with the jump over the cliff, almost doing the damage to Quinn there. With
that rebuke was a little stressful, I'll admit, but Quinn, he did the math. He knew what was going on.
Yeah, a couple of clenched bottoms on the Sonics fans out there, but all good. You can relax them now.
He's fine. And so it looks like Quinn is actually the one that's going to be given a whole bunch of this ancient farm here, just trying to catch him back up into the game. We've got another exorcism, so like we said, this is sort of the natural cadence for Sonics. Just every single time this is up, try and go and do something on the map. So while this is happening, while they're looking at top, Pistils are just going to roll up at mid and muscle down this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, Sonic's trying to play the Giga Brain, counter rotation, smoke outplay. Meanwhile, LGD just caveman down the middle lane and get a tower. Easy peasy. Sometimes simple Dota is best Dota. You are? Will be seen. Thank you. Gonna go into the Rolling Thunder. Rage TP out immediately. You are? He ain't playing no games. Yeah, I think he just wanted the speed to get close enough to go for the telekinesis and try and catch him off guard, but you are caught a glimpse and was able to just TP away to safety.
Yeah, but it feels like such a nitpick, but it does. I do think that Yawar could have maybe like rage TP'd somewhere else there instead of just double tapping the well, but shouldn't matter too much. As they are once again looking for a smoke. Quinn with his diffusal blade.
Into the middle lane, they will go on to Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond does manage to get off the arena, but it's not going to save his life. And now you are getting onto Innocence on the sidelines here, looking for the +1, the damage in from Quinn, and they will take him down. Nothing to say, does get up to the high ground. They're kind of running out of options to chase with here, so they instead finish off this middle tier 1 tower, which has only a sliver of HP, and will be bulldozed by Leslau at last. Oh no, nothing to say, catches out MSS, walking up to the high ground. Biting off a bit more than he could chew there, trying to get some vision down up in that area, maybe.
This is something that LGD are crazy good at, and we saw it in the previous game as well, where even in theory, like the play from Sonic is, we're so much stronger, maybe we can go walk up into the triangle together, but they were just a little bit too split up, and the Lesh was ready to punish that eventuality. He had a haste as well, so there was never any chance that he was going to be in any danger, and just picks up a freebie. Kind of feels like that Lesh pick-off that they got mid in the previous game. Just punishing the sub-positioning from